Chapter 2941. More than half of the spiritual energy absorbed by the mystic energy guiding talisman matrix from a radius of several hundred kilometers was drawn into the defensive array surrounding the 13 peaks of Rosy Cloud's Peak. The remaining spiritual energy was truly unable to be absorbed by the 13 peaks, and it looked like it was about to slowly dissipate again. However, Sir Jojo adhered to the principle of frugality and called the sapling Chocho back. He had it absorb the remaining spiritual energy to replenish the spiritual energy consumed by the paradise. Yang Shirong excitedly strolled around a mountain peak. She held Arbor's small hand and repeatedly nodded as she said, "Jojo, you really have a good eye for choosing a location. Judging from the spiritual energy gathered around this place, it must be a naturally formed spirit domain." Arbor pursed his small lips. In reality, this spirit domain might not have had so much spiritual energy inside before. It was mainly due to the two mystic energy guiding talisman matrices and the defensive array surrounding it that all the spiritual energy was locked inside. An endless stream of spiritual energy was absorbed by the mystic energy guiding talisman matrix, and very little spiritual energy dissipated. As a result, the spiritual energy density of this entire mountain peak could be said to have reached its peak. Arbor released Jiangqi, Yugue, and the other senior sisters from the paradise. Chen-Chi, who was originally calmly drinking wine on the side, abruptly spat out a mouthful of wine. Fuck, he never knew that his second-generation sect master had so many people by her side. These people couldn't have all been stored inside her storage talisman, right? Yang Shirong already had some understanding of seniors Chen-Chi and Lu Zheng in Paradise Planet. She walked up and cupped her hands in greeting. "Seniors, Yang Shirong from the Holy Water sect greets you." When Chen-Chi and Lu Zheng heard the little stoic sect master call her Ant Master, they knew she was naturally close to them. Hence, they didn't put on airs and cupped their hands with a smile, greeting Yang Shirong. Sparks of curiosity still danced in Chen-Chi's eyes. The second-generation sect master stored all of you inside the storage talisman? Isn't it stuffy to be cooped up inside the storage talisman all day long? Yang Shirong thought about it, but still said, I'll let Jojo tell you personally." When Chen-Chi and Lu Zheng heard this, they knew better than to ask any further. Arbor walked up to them and pointed at the senior sisters who were excitedly planning the mountain peaks and how to build them. He said to Yang Shirong, "Second Ant Master, the Holy Water sect shouldn't lack any of the 3 peaks. Let's just establish 3 peaks, okay? However, if senior sisters wish to study together, they can also gather on another mountain peak." Yang Shirong naturally nodded in agreement. "The 4th peak over there will be named Learning Peak. If everyone wants to cultivate together, we can go there." Arbor nodded. "Let's call the 5th mountain in the sky Peak. It's time for our Maple Pavilion to return." Yang Shirong had already visited the Maple Pavilion on Paradise Planet. When she heard this, she looked at the child with emotion. The Maple Pavilion had a total of 7 floors, and there were many treasures inside. Jojo had owned the Maple Pavilion for so long, but he had not touched a single thing. This child's mind was too pure. Arbor had her own set of principles for handling matters. No one should think of coveting what belonged to her. She wouldn't take more than what didn't belong to her. Since the items inside the sect were passed down from the Holy Water sect, they naturally belonged to everyone. Now that the Holy Water sect had reopened its doors to accept disciples, the Maple Pavilion naturally had to return them to their rightful owners. Yang Shirong pushed back the pine bamboo jade bracelet on her wrist. "This key is still with you." Chapter 2942. This is what your master left for you, so it's yours. Yang Shirong pats her little hand. "In the future, if a disciple performs well in the sect, we'll follow the rules and let her go to Maple Pavilion to choose spiritual techniques, spiritual weapons, and so on." Arbor thinks for a moment and says there are quite a few profound-level mystic weapons inside. It's time to change them. She takes out a storage talisman and hands it to Yang Shirong. "Second Uncle Master, when are you going to tidy it up?" This is half of the compensation given by the Mu family's first branch. I didn't look through the mess. What spirit stones, spiritual techniques, spiritual weapons, and medicinal herbs. I reckon they're not of the best quality. Just make do with it for now. Yang Shirong twitches her mouth. She doesn't know if Jojo feels guilty when he says this. She feels that the Mu family's first branch must be bleeding from the bottom of their hearts when they handed over the compensation. Little junior sister, Fong Su, the little cannon, runs over excitedly and points to the back of the mountain. There are several rows of caves on the back of the mountain. The spiritual energy inside is extremely dense. Do you want to go take a look? These fellows ran one round all over the mountains and plains, and actually already found several good cultivation places. Seeing that they are in high spirits, Arbor nods and follows them. Sure enough, there are a series of small caves formed naturally on the back of the mountain. It's just big enough for one person to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Mo Yin exclaims and steps forward to look up. She can't help but mutter to herself, this place can actually form a natural cultivation place. Hey, it's really not bad. Look, there's a wind gap here. The wind comes from there and naturally turns a corner, bringing with it surging spiritual energy. As it blows for a long time, the spiritual energy keeps seeping in and actually formed many small caves. Chen Shi points in the direction of the back of the mountain. The passage they just passed by is relatively narrow, like a slender gourd. When they turn around, they immediately see an open space on the mountain. This cultivation place has the densest spiritual energy among the 6 peaks. It's really good to cultivate here. This is the first peak. Yang Shirong makes a decision. Then, he led the group of disciples and named the 2 peaks to the left and right as the second peak and the third peak. Sky Peak and Learning Peak were neighbors. The last peak was named Divine Water Peak by everyone and was used as the main peak. Yang Shirong happily pulled all the disciples to planning to first plant a row of bamboo forest on the main peak. The little stoic opened her small mouth. She thought of the bamboo forest Lu Zheng transplanted at the top of Red Cloud Peak, then looked at the bare land on Holy Water Peak. It was obvious that a row of bamboos had been planted here before Lu Zheng rubbed his nose. Second Sect Master, do you want to plant a plum blossom outside the Xuanji Palace? That's fine too. The little stoic nodded and casually said, we'll return to the academy now. Elders, don't forget your mission. Hurry up and find the 101 first-generation disciples. Our Holy Water sect has at least 200 people. The little stoic said expressionlessly, your Xuanji sect should at least give me 20 people. Was this a high requirement? It wasn't high at all right? Second Sect Master, don't worry. After we finish repairing the Xuanji Palace, we'll descend the mountain and immediately search everywhere. I believe that we'll definitely find many disciples in time. Chapter 2943. Arbor grunted and turned to look at Yang Shirong and the others. Second Martial Ant, if there's anything, we can contact each other through the transmission talisman. Okay. Yang Shirong smiled and nodded. It will take some time for the sect construction to be completed. Don't worry about us. You can go and do your own things. Little junior sister, take care. Little junior sister, if you're tired from studying in the academy, come back and play for a few days. Everyone gave instructions at once. Yang Shirong then said, after our sect is finished, I'll bring them to the great north-facing forest to gain experience. Arbor nodded. Gaining experience was definitely an essential part of cultivation. Many Xiozha who had grown up in large aristocratic families would suffer great losses in battle because they did not have enough experience. After giving Yang Shirong and the others a few more simple instructions, Arbor then went to the waterfall with Mo Yin to look for the 2 swanny eggs that were happily swimming in the water. The little monk reached out to hold the corner of Qiao Mu's skirt as he jogged with her on his short legs. Benefactress, this young monk is unfamiliar with this place, so you mustn't abandon this young monk, okay? I didn't say I'd leave you behind. Arbor looked down at the little monk. But if you return to the academy with me, wouldn't that be too eye-catching? The little monk pursed his soft, diamond-shaped lips. His little handsome face was full of seriousness. Arbor saw his tense expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. She raised her hand to rub his head and said, "I'll send you to a good place. When you want to see me, you can come out and see me anytime. How's that?" When the little monk heard the first half of her sentence, he couldn't help but want to cry. After hearing the entire sentence, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Benefactress, don't go back on your words." Arbor waved her hand and had Little Tree bring the little monk into Paradise Planet first. Meanwhile, she and Emolien were standing above the waterfall, looking down at the 2 hickory eggs leaping about in the pool. "Come up," Arbor roared. After tossing around for so long, they still didn't hatch. She was happy for nothing. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rays of light, one black and one purple, flashed, and the 2 eggs quietly fell into Arbor's palm. Could it be due to the lack of saint energy? Arbor's eyes flickered as he looked at Emolien, who was standing beside him. Emolien nodded. "That's very likely. Look at these 2 eggs. They have absorbed almost all of the scattered saint energy in the pool. It's obvious that they need the support of the saint power to break out of their shells." Arbor reached out and knocked on the 2 balls, then stroked them. "Forget it. Let's not dwell on this for now." Above the 3 prefectures, even the deity domain was hard to find, let alone the saint domain, which was a treasure trove that could only be found by chance. Perhaps the place where Rotten Peach Blossom had stayed before was a holy region. However, every time the venerable immortal talked about this place, his face looked as if he had eaten a fly. He always liked to use a simple word to summarize it: boring. What kind of place was this to make him so resentful, to the point where he used the word boring to describe the saint domain? Arbor took back the Swanee eggs. Emolien called out Little Seven. The 2 of them rode on the golden dragon and quickly returned to the academy. When Arbor went to the cultivation hall to cancel her leave, it was already the 3rd day. Her 2 small eyebrows were knitted together as she thought about the 2 stingy instructors in the cultivation hall, who knew how they would deduct her contribution points. Chapter 2944. At this time, all the students in the various halls should be in class, so walking on the academy road was very quiet. After Emolien returned to the academy, no one knew what she was busy with. Arbor didn't follow up and ask, so she decided to go to the cultivation hall to cancel her leave. After all, 500 contribution points were deducted a day, so if she was late for a day, she would lose 500 more. Even though she had 30,000 contribution points left, she couldn't afford to lose 500 points a day like this. When she arrived at the cultivation hall's gate, Arbor's gaze suddenly fell on a person sitting in the middle of the lawn. This person was sitting in front of the cultivation hall's gate, lazily leaning against the back of the chair. His legs were very unruly, as if he was waiting for her here. But Arbor was very clear that she didn't know this person. She was probably a little face-blind, but her memory had never been that bad. She would at least have some impression of people she had met before. This young man in front of her, who she had no impression of, was probably someone she had never met before. Arbor walked straight to the teacher's office area, but unexpectedly, that person stretched out a long leg and blocked her way. Arbor's eyes narrowed dangerously. Her cold gaze was like a sharp arrow, suddenly shooting towards the man in the chair. "Crown Princess, you've really made me wait for a long time." When Su Shihua saw this kind of gaze, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Then, he returned to his lazy and unbridled appearance when they first met. "What's the matter? Crown Princess probably doesn't know a small person like me." Su Shihua stood up and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. This person had a fair and handsome face, and his appearance wasn't bad, but when he looked at people with his slender eyes, it clearly made people feel a little uncomfortable. This kind of sizing-up gaze made it seem as if Arbor was a commodity in his eyes, which made Arbor unhappy. "Indeed, I don't know you." Xiao Mu coldly interrupted the latter half of his words. "If all the cats and dogs in the world were like you, introducing themselves to me every time they stopped me on the road, then wouldn't I be busy to death?" Su Shihua didn't expect that the little girl wouldn't give him any face. There was a hint of anger in his eyes as he sneered and said, "I'm a senior of the cultivation hall. I just came out of seclusion 2 days ago. I've heard some people in the academy talk about the Crown Princess, and I feel that your skills should be pretty good. How about it? Are you interested in sparring with this, Su? That's good. Let me have a taste of the crown princess's skills. Su Shihua looked at the woman in front of him gloomily. If they were to make a move later, he would definitely ruthlessly humiliate this little girl. The little girl was still young, but her figure looked really good. Su Shihua's gaze wandered around Arbor's body, and his eyes revealed a bit of calculation and malice. Who asked her to humiliate his sister, Su Shi Tao, in the despondent pavilion? After Tao returned home, not only was his eldest brother grounded, but she was also tormented and almost died from illness. Arbor naturally saw the sparks of hatred dancing in Su Shihua's eyes, but she was still a bit puzzled. After all, she had long forgotten about the matter of Princess Tao in the despondent pavilion. How could she connect the two together? Arbor's eyes swept over him coldly. You really want to fight with me? This disdainful tone completely infuriated Su Shihua. Just because I call you the crown princess, you really think you're high and mighty. Your status hasn't been decided yet. Chapter 2945. To tell the truth, Arbor didn't want to pay attention to this idiot. She came to find an instructor to cancel her leave, so she didn't have the time to bicker with this idiot. Arbor immediately circled around his stool with small steps, unwilling to even spare him a glance out of the corner of her eye. Su Shihua was thoroughly enraged. He abruptly kicked the stool next to him and darted to the side, blocking in front of Arbor again. Ever since he became famous, no one had dared to be so impudent in front of him. So what if she was the crown princess? In this world, strength reigned supreme. His teacher had once said that he, Su Shihua, was destined to be a dragon among men and would certainly ascend to mystique venerable rank within 300 years. Ever since he entered this academy, he had always been admired because he had already reached the peak of the 15th level of the spirit realm at the mere age of 21. He didn't know how many female Xiozha were rushing in front of him. Moreover, Su Shihua was the kind of man with a glib tongue. He usually played like a fish in water among female cultivators, and the number of women who wanted to become his partner could line up from the Imperial Academy all the way to the great north-facing forest. He had always thought highly of himself, so he simply couldn't tolerate Arbor's attitude toward him. The status of female cultivators in the upper 3 provinces truly wasn't high. Due to innate restrictions, only 10 or 20% of female cultivators could perfectly pass the 5 spirits reincarnation trial and break through to the God realm. In the eyes of Su Shihua and many male cultivators, female cultivators should obediently submit to men. This was in accordance with the rules of the upper 3 provinces. A stoic face like the little stoic, who could draw hatred wherever she went, immediately infuriated Su Shihua. He summoned a long saber with a blue watery glow from his conscience and slashed it in Arbor's direction without another word. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Su Shihua's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You're merely a future crown princess whose status hasn't been confirmed, yet you dare to be so impudent in front of Senior. His Highness the Crown Prince truly doesn't know how to teach women. Su Shihua sneered. Since that was the case, then he would take His Highness the Crown Prince's place to properly teach this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. He would teach her principle. In the upper 3 continents, identity didn't mean everything. The saber landed on the ground in the courtyard, leaving a long white mark. Su Shihua shouted angrily. The moment his saber slashed through the air, he couldn't help but frown slightly. How did that last dodge it? It was strange that he couldn't see her movements. However, even if he was slightly faster, there was no way he could escape from him. He was a level 15 Great Spirit Master and possessed 8 levels of the Water Spirit. For ordinary people, being able to comprehend 6 levels of the 5 spirit origins was already not bad. Of course, Su Shihua didn't know that what Arbor had comprehended was the source of holy water. It had long since surpassed the 9th level of spirit water. At this time, Su Shihua still had great confidence in himself. He raised the long saber in his hand and encircled the long saber with both hands, completely enveloping it. Immediately afterwards, He leaped forward and arrived in front of Xiao Mu. His eyes flashed, and the long saber slashed at the hem of her skirt. This despicable thing. Arbor glanced at him coldly and dodged his blade with extreme speed. You're courting death. This man's objective was too clear. Did he want to make a fool of Jojo? Did he want to seize the opportunity to rip apart her clothes and expose her to others? Haha, naive guy. Just let him suffer the consequences of his own actions. Chapter 2946. Xiao Mu's fury was completely enraged. Originally, she didn't want to cause so much trouble and just ignored this lowly man in front of her, who knew that when she wanted to settle the matter peacefully, the other party would keep pushing her. She, Arbor, had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. She just found it troublesome. However, since the other party wanted to die so badly, then she would fulfill his wish. Su Shihua felt that the aura of the girl in front of him had completely changed in an instant. Previously, she still had a lazy attitude. Now, she was like a little hedgehog with countless spikes all over her body. Her pair of cold eyes contained a fierce light as she coldly stared at him without blinking. This gaze made his heart inexplicably skip a beat. At the same time, he felt that he was actually frightened by the little girl's gaze. It was really intolerable. Su Shihua was a little angry from embarrassment. He couldn't help but sneer. Arbor, today let me teach you the principles of being a person. Don't be too ruthless in everything. Women should be more obedient. Don't force yourself to do everything. Su Shihua's words were full of contempt for the woman. His attitude was arrogant, and he raised his chin slightly, like a peacock with its tail open. She didn't know where he got the face to be so arrogant in front of her. Go die. Xiao Mu glared at him impatiently before throwing out two small, round, transparent balls with a flip of her hand. The commotion caused by Su Shihua's machete had already attracted the people who were in class in the cultivation hall. When Minter Ma rushed out with a group of students, he just happened to see Miss Qiao throw the two small transparent balls in Su Shihua's direction. Su Shihua smiled contemptuously. Part of the spiritual armor formed on his arm and blocked in front of him, intending to wave away the two small balls that were flying straight at him. Just two spiritual energy balls, and you want to show off in front of me? You're too naive, right? Su Shihua, get out of the way. Minter Ma's eyes narrowed and couldn't help but roar. What spiritual energy balls? Those were obviously God power, right? These were two godly power balls, all right? Two. Oh my God. She was indeed the crown princess of the divine land. She could casually throw out two priceless divine power balls. No, now wasn't the time to think about this problem, but everyone, get into formation. Open the defensive barrier. Defend, defend. The instructors shrieked. Everyone was in a state of panic as they activated their defensive spirit artifacts. Those who had spirit armor quickly formed a spirit armor to protect themselves. The instructors took a step forward and worked together to set up a large defensive barrier. At the same time, boom, boom, two thunder-like tremors resounded in the small courtyard of the cultivation hall, the sound piercing through the clouds. Even the students in the other halls who were in the middle of their lessons were shocked. In the armament refining branch, a thin and tall youth who was standing beside Mo Lien and carefully crafting a defensive profound weapon could not help but tremble and almost put a material into the weapon cauldron by mistake. Fuck! I was so scared that my hands were shaking. The young man mumbled. The sound seems to be coming from the direction of the refining hall. Instructor Zhang from the refining hall couldn't help but look out of the window. Mo Lien kept a weapon in the weapon cauldron. After greeting Instructor Zhang, she quickly walked out. He felt that such a big commotion should be caused by his Jojo. When Mo Lien thought of this, she couldn't help but want to cover her face. Chapter 2947. When Instructor Zhang saw that everyone was craning their necks to look outside, he knew that they weren't in the mood to continue refining. So he said, "That's all for today. Those who want to leave can disperse." All the students hastily tidied up their utensils and remnants of materials. They didn't even have time to tidy them up before hastily stuffing them into their inner worlds. Then, they surged out with a large group and headed to the cultivation hall to watch the show. Cough, 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 cough. Instructor Ma forcefully waved the foggy dust in front of his eyes. He blinked his eyes twice in succession before he could clearly see what kind of scene was in front of him. A perfectly good cultivation hall had a large hole opened up in the middle. It was at least 10 meters deep. Su Shihua had probably fallen into the hole because no one could find him even after a long time. The little stoic expressionlessly stood next to the hole with her hands behind her back. She had the demeanor of a great master, causing people to involuntarily twitch their mouths. Although it looked like Su Shihua had been tricked quite miserably. But for some reason, everyone had an inexplicable urge to burst into laughter. No, they couldn't laugh. Su Shihua was already very miserable, so they absolutely couldn't laugh out loud. It was unknown which dear friend couldn't hold it in and choked on his saliva before bursting into laughter. When he saw Instructor Ma glaring fiercely at him, he hastily turned his back and pretended to cough. Student Arbor. Instructor Ma simply didn't know what to say. You. He stuttered for a long time, but actually couldn't continue. Instructor Ma actually felt at a loss for words when faced with that expressionless stoic face. Simply outrageous. Instructor Ma squeezed out these 5 words after a long time. He pointed at Instructor Gao on the side. You say it. Instructor Gao's mouth twitched. He walked forward a few steps and cleared his throat. Student Xiao, what exactly is going on? Can you tell the teachers about it? Everyone at the same time. Instructors, how big of a misunderstanding do you have about Student Xiao to think that this little fellow is someone who's willing to waste time explaining things to them? Talk to the teachers? Talk my ass. Look at this little girl's expression. She's too lazy to talk. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly, then lowered his head to look at the hole that was more than 10 meters deep. When he felt a scorching aura rising from the bottom of the pit, he knew that Su Shihua had finally recovered and was about to come up. The little stoic was expressionless. She took out another 2 god power balls from her pocket and directly smashed them into that pit under the horrified gazes of all the mentors and students. Don't. Minor Ma was so agitated that his voice cracked. However, as soon as he said that, the 2 godly power balls bounced out. Boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. The entire place was silent, except for the occasional person who swallowed hard. When Mo Lien dashed over, she almost bumped into Duan Yu's group at the entrance. He turned to look and saw that there were actually many fellows following behind Duan Yu, who came to watch the show. The people from the Pill Hall also came over. Everyone gathered together and squeezed through the bamboo, fenced courtyard walls of the cultivation hall. As soon as they entered the room, they saw such a strange scene. The mentors and students of the cultivation hall looked like their acupoints had been hit as they stood there speechlessly, looking as comical as blocks of wood. Chapter 2948. What happened? Emolien held back her laughter as she slowly walked towards her Jojo. Looking at the situation in front of him, was it really his Jojo who caused trouble again? Arbor glanced at him and silently put the 2 god power balls that she was about to throw back into her pocket. A fly flew in front of me and nagged me. It's fine now. He was probably beaten half to death and must have been taught a great lesson. What kind of girl should listen to a man obediently? This strange man actually jumped out of his own accord and wanted to teach her how to be a person. Then he should learn how to be a person first. Arbor smirked sarcastically and went forward to hold Emolien's hand. Suddenly thinking of something, Arbor hurriedly turned her head to look at Instructor Ma and said, I'm here to cancel my leave. Minor Ma was so angry that he didn't know where to vent. Before he could speak, he heard the little girl rebuke, The students of your academy are too outrageous. I'm here to cancel my leave, and he actually waited for me to come. Here, there, and here. You should pay for all the compensation. Arbor pointed at the floor tiles and the potted plants that were damaged during the fight. And the time I wasted, he should compensate me according to the price. What's his name again? Arbor finally remembered to ask for the person's name. Instructor Ma and the others didn't know what to say to her. They had seen the guilty party complaining first, but they had never seen such a vile act. This little girl smashed the person until he fell into a hole and couldn't climb out, and she still asked for compensation. The compensation isn't much, just 100,000 spirit coins. Qi Xianxian tugged at her sleeves and reminded her, Xiao Xiao, the Academy's compensation is converted into contribution points. Oh. Arbor looked at Instructor Ma expressionlessly. Then transfer 3,000 contribution points from that person's account to me. He got off easy. After that, she couldn't help but ask again, what's his name? Mentor Ma and the others all felt that encountering this guy was simply bad luck since their ancestors. Hua hua. At this moment, a voice came from outside the courtyard. He saw a man in a royal blue robe with his black hair neatly combed up. He quickly walked through the door and arrived at the edge of the pit in a few steps. At this moment, Su Shihua was also relying on his own strength to crawl to the edge of the pit bit by bit. When he looked up, he saw his elder brother, Imo Shikong, looking at him with concern. Su Shihua suddenly felt a stomach full of bitterness and grievances. All of it surged into his heart, and he wished he could cry out loud. At this moment, he no longer had that high-spirited appearance from before. He looked like a bald beggar. There was a bald patch on the top of his head, and not even a blade of grass could grow on it. He also felt a burning pain on his face. He couldn't have been disfigured by that ruthless girl, right? At the thought that his face might be ruined by the other party, Su Shihua couldn't help but panic. He kept raising his hand to touch his face. Although he was a man and didn't need to pay too much attention to his appearance, it didn't mean that he could accept a disfigured face. Big brother, big brother. Su Shihua quickly grabbed Mo Shikong's hand tightly. Mo Shikong's gaze was also somewhat complicated. His gaze turned and landed on Prince Mo and Arbor. These two were still as elegant as ever. Even if they were just standing in the crowd with indifferent gazes, there was a sense of alienation and unapproachable. Chapter 2949. Greetings, Crown Prince, Crown Princess. Mo Shikong turned around and cupped his hands in greeting towards Prince Mo and Arbor. Oh, Brother King Zheng has also come. Mo Yin nodded and responded absent-mindedly. King Zheng, Mo Shikong, reached out and pulled Su Shihua up from the edge of the pit. He turned his head to look at Arbor and asked in a low voice, how did my younger brother offend the Crown Princess to actually provoke the Crown Princess to kill him? Su Shihua's current appearance was truly a bit tragic. Mo Shikong almost couldn't bear to look straight at him. The Crown Princess' actions were too much. What kind of deep hatred could there be for her to act like this and continuously hit Su Shihua with God Power Pearls? Although Su Shihua's cultivation had already reached the 15th level of the Spirit Realm, he still hadn't broken through to the God Realm. How could he withstand being hit by the God Power Pearls again and again? No wonder he looked so miserable now. Being hit by the God Power Pearls like this, even if he didn't die, a layer of his skin would be smashed off. Big brother. Avenge me, big brother. Su Shihua finally straightened his body with great difficulty and uttered broken syllables from his mouth. He stared in shock and anger as he said, She tricked big brother. She tricked. A trace of anger and resentment flashed through Su Shihua's eyes. He used all his strength to grab his big brother Mo Shikong's hand and stuttered. If this woman hadn't suddenly thrown so many God Power Pearls at him, how could he have been beaten to the point where he had no room to retaliate? It was simply a joke. In Su Shihua's opinion, Arbor, who used the aura concealing talisman, was merely a little third-level spirit master. If Su Shihua wanted to crush a little third-level spirit master like this, it would be a matter of minutes. However, things didn't go as he wished. The result was that he, Su Shihua, was beaten up and fell into the pit like a dead dog, unable to climb out. This matter made Su Shihua unable to raise his head, especially in front of a few junior sisters who had rushed over after hearing the news, and who usually had great admiration for him. He simply did not know what to do. He was so angry that he was about to explode. His scarlet eyes stared at Arbor. Arbor, pa! Before Su Shihua could figure out what was going on, he was slapped hard on the cheek. With a crisp pa sound, the corner of his mouth was slightly crooked, and he staggered back a few steps. Only when Mo Shikong reached out to support him did he manage to stabilize himself. Big brother. Su Shihua raised his hand to cover half of his face that was in so much pain. He looked at his big brother with reddened eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was very obvious. Others have already bullied your younger brother like this. Don't you have anything to say? Mo Shikong's face was also very ugly at this time. He turned his head and looked at Prince Mo, who had personally slapped his younger brother, Su Shihua, across the air. Your Highness, my younger brother is young and insensible. He has made a fool of himself. When I go back, I will definitely teach him well. Brother Zheng really doesn't know how to teach sister-in-law. Ever since seeing Mo Shikong's appearance and the interaction between him and Su Shihua, Arbor finally understood who this man in front of her was. She finally understood why this strange man would suddenly make a move on her. It turned out that this Su Shihua was the elder brother of Princess Tao, who she had previously taught a lesson in the Despondent Pavilion. Indeed, like sister, like brother. Both of them were unreasonable people. Mo Shikong tightly pursed his lips and suppressed the anger in his belly. Chapter 2950. When he noticed the faint mockery on Xiao Mu's face, the anger in his heart shot up in a flash. He almost couldn't suppress it. Crown Princess, you have already used so many divine power balls to teach my brother a lesson. What more do you want? Mo Shikong's tone was very cold, as if he'd been fished out from the depths of cold water. Although he didn't say anything, his opinion of this young crown prince consort had plummeted to the freezing point. He always felt that this girl should be a shrew. If she entered the Mo family, she would definitely cause the entire royal family to have no peaceful days. Mo Yin's face also darkened, and her gaze towards King Zheng became extremely cold. Brother King Zheng, you don't understand the situation, and directly yelled at the crown princess. Do you think that all the responsibility lies on the crown princess? Was it not? Mo Shikong looked at Mo Yin with an ugly expression. He tightly clenched his fist and desperately suppressed his anger. But a wave of evil fire still burned from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't control it. It was too infuriating. Your Highness, to be honest, if the crown princess hadn't used so many divine power balls in succession, how could Hua been beaten so badly? In terms of strength, the crown princess won't even be able to touch a strand of a Hua's hair. Was it not? Mo Shikong coldly looked at Prince Mo's icy expression. He slowly lowered his eyes and said indifferently, Your Highness should know very well whether what I said is the truth or not. You don't agree? Mo Yin turned her head and coldly looked at Su Shihua, who shrunk his neck and stood behind his elder brother Mo Shikong, and asked very forcefully. Su Shihua was pricked by the cold air released by the crown prince for no reason. He couldn't help but tremble for a while, but he forced himself to nod repeatedly. Of course I don't agree. His thoughts were basically the same as his elder brother Mo Shikong. If Arbor hadn't cheated by using so many divine power balls, wouldn't it have been a matter of minutes for him to crush the little girl in front of him with his cultivation as a level 15 great spiritual master? Arbor smirked and looked at him casually. If you're not convinced, let's continue. Didn't you say you wanted to teach this crown princess a lesson? Come. Arbor waved his small hand at Su Shihua. He looked like he was calling for a cat or a dog to come forward. The trace of mockery in his eyes was almost clearly discernible. There was actually someone who was rushing to be beaten up? Mo Yin also expressed that she didn't understand. She smiled and squeezed the little fellow's little hand. She slowly walked back a few steps, leaving an open space beside the deep pit for the two to fight. Hurry up, Xiao Mu grumpily hollered at Su Shihua. Can't you generate spiritual armor? I'll also create a spiritual armor for you to see. Huh. Su Shihua was unexpectedly amused by the little fellow. You're just a little level 3 spiritual master. What kind of spiritual armor can you generate? The spiritual armor generated by normal people was a partial defense, such as the arms, chest, head, and so on. Su Shihua, for example, was able to generate spiritual armor on both arms. He thought that he was already pretty good. After all, some people could only generate spiritual armor for one arm. If he wanted to expand the range of the spirit armor, it would take a lot of effort to expand every part of the armor. Arbor looked coldly at Su Shihua, who had generated spiritual armor on both arms. Her small mouth inadvertently curled into a lazy arc. "You're a frog in a well. Arrogant fool." Chapter 29:51. Today, he would let this idiot know that there was always someone better than him out there. In the future, he wouldn't easily offend some people that he couldn't handle. Arbor sneered. In an instant, a faint transparent layer of spiritual armor covered her red battle clothes like a second layer of skin and quickly spread up. It spread from her limbs to her chest and back, then wrapped around her slender neck. It climbed all the way up until it completely covered her head. From head to toe, a full-body spiritual armor was formed in an instant. The light and thin full-body spirit armor clung to his clothes, almost as if it didn't exist. However, anyone with eyes could see that this was a peerless, full-body spiritual armor. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air and stared fixedly at Xiao Mu as if they were looking at a little monster. This little girl could actually form a full-body spiritual armor? Weren't spirit masters below level 5 unable to form spiritual armor on their own? Why was it that when it came to this little girl, it was as if the laws of heaven and earth didn't exist? Qi Xian jumped up excitedly and waved her little fist in the air. "Jojo is mighty. Jojo will win." Duanmu Qing and the others standing beside her wanted nothing more than to go up and cover Xuan's mouth. This guy who lacked a backbone, with this roar, everyone's attention was attracted to them. Full-body spiritual armor? Su Shihua looked at Arbor in front of him in shock. He simply didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. The little girl actually formed a full-body spiritual armor with a wave of her hand and covered her from head to toe. Before he could react, the little girl in front of him lightly tapped her foot and rushed towards him like a speeding cannonball. That speed could almost be described as light. She was as fast as a streak of cold light and arrived in front of Su Shihua with a whoosh. Su Shihua only had time to cross his arms in front of him and block her sudden punch. Bang! The little girl's fist landed on his crossed arms, and a crack instantly appeared on the spirit armor, covering his arms with a crisp crack sound. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this the speed and strength of a level 3 spirit master? It didn't look like it at all. Yeah. Is Su Shihua a rank 15 Great Spirit Master? That's right. Not only is he a level 15 Great Spirit Master, but he also has an 8th level Water Spirit. The young lady seems to have fierce firepower, but she might not be Su Shihua's match. Before the person could finish complaining, he saw the young lady throw 2 more punches. She punched Su Shihua's face. In order to block her old fists, Su Shihua had no choice but to cross his arms and guard his front. As a result, the spiritual armor that formed on his arms completely shattered with a crack under Qiao Mu's 3 punches. The onlookers standing in the front row could hardly believe their eyes. What? A level 3 Little Soul Master was able to shatter the defensive spiritual armor of a level 15 Great Soul Master? This was simply a joke. Impossible, impossible. The onlookers in the front row could not help but raise their hands and rub their eyes. Then, they opened their mouths wide in shock, because at the same time, they saw a horrifying scene. After Miss Qiao shattered the spirit armor on the other person's arm, she pulled out a huge black axe that was even taller than her. Chapter 29:52. With a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, she ferociously smashed down on Su Shihua's head. If she hit him, wouldn't Su Shihua's head split open like a melon ladle? Red and white would all be exposed. Everyone couldn't resist closing their eyes, and the more timid ones even raised their hands to block their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Shihua continuously retreated several steps and threw out defensive spiritual tools from his inner world, putting them on himself one by one. Su Shihua felt that it was absolutely impossible for him to receive the enormous might of the axe before him. Ahua! Mo Shikong's pupils contracted, and he cried out in alarm. His figure swayed, but just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Prince Mo. It's best that Brother Prince Zheng doesn't act rashly. Mo Lien said indifferently, if Brother Prince Zheng is itching for a fight, why don't I exchange a few moves with Brother Prince? The implication was that Prince Zheng absolutely couldn't be allowed to step forward and meddle in this matter. Not to mention that Arbor was disgusted with calling his parents when he couldn't win, and Mo Yin was also very disgusted. Obviously, everything was caused by him, but because he couldn't beat Xiao Qiao, he repeatedly pretended to be the victim. Wouldn't everything be fine if you didn't stir up trouble? He didn't believe that Jojo would rush up to fight him for no reason while he was walking on the road. 99% of the people who could cause such a big conflict with Xiao Qiao were their own doing. Mo Shikong's gaze was slightly angry as he glared at Mo Yin and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Brother Prince Zheng doesn't need to say anything." Mo Yin's gaze was still as ice, and she sneered, "Brother Prince Zheng, don't tell me you don't know who caused today's matter. Wanted to pat his butt and scram after stirring up trouble? Did he think that they were good-natured people who could be easily molded?" But Mo Shikong still wanted to say something, but that little stoic's axe had already landed. The huge black axe crashed into Su Shihua's outer defensive barrier and shattered it with a bang. Soon after, everyone saw the little stoic shattering Su Shihua's defenses one after another like a hot knife through butter. Su Shihua's body continuously emitted crackling sounds like firecrackers. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back a dozen steps before falling to the ground. He hung his head dejectedly and looked at Arbor in horror. Arbor pointed his sword at Su Shihua's throat. "Please show mercy." Mo Shikong roared angrily and hastily leaped in front of Su Shihua to block the little stoic's longsword. With a swipe of his right hand, Mo Shikong took out a golden token from his inner world and waved it slightly in front of the little stoic. He said gravely, "Crown Princess, this prince has the Emperor's death exemption golden medallion in hand. This prince is now ordering you to immediately stop all attacks. Kill him." Mo Yin's gaze chilled, and she seemed to murmur softly to the air. But the instant the command was issued, four incomparably swift shadows appeared around the little stoic. They circled around Mo Shikong's figure and leaped towards Su Shihua. For long swords simultaneously stabbed towards Su Shihua without the slightest bit of hesitation. Emperor's Shadow Guards? The most elite secret squad of the Underworld Court Guards? Mo Shikong's pupils contracted repeatedly. At this critical juncture, he obtained strength from who knows where, but his entire body abruptly burst forth with an intense divine power, blocking the four people's attacks one after another. Chapter 2953. Mo Yin's eyes darkened as she looked at Mo Shikong. With a wave of her hand, the four ghostly shadows quickly disappeared. The crowd could not help but rub their eyes. If it were not for the faint trace of blood at the corner of Mo Shikong's mouth, they would have thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The four of them disappeared as quickly as they appeared. If it were not for the fact that they had been staring at the scene, they would not have been able to catch a glimpse of the four figures in the blink of an eye. Has Royal Prince Zheng steeled his heart to become enemies with us husband and wife? Mo Yin's lips curled up in a mocking sneer. Mo Shikong's cold face was filled with anger. He could not help but cough up a small mouthful of blood. Su Shihua's eyes flashed. He scrambled to his brother's back and exclaimed, "Big brother! Damn it!" Even his brother was not a match for the four shadow guards. Who were they? Among the many people present, probably only King Zheng and Mo Shikong knew who these four people were. Not only did the Emperor send the Purple Forest Guards to the Crown Prince, but he also secretly rewarded the Hades Court Guards. That was not all. The Emperor's Shadow Guards, the most elite of the Hades Court Guards, had four of them by the Crown Prince's side. The Emperor's Shadow Guards were legendary. Every one of them was at least Mystique, Venerable rank, and above. They were the strongest transcendent god Shadow Guards. It was obvious how important this son of his was to the Emperor. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's gentle wave of his hand, Mo Shikong's life would have been lost at the Imperial School. Mo Shikong could not help but laugh bitterly. He turned his head and glared at his brother, Su Shihua. His two sisters-in-law were too domineering. In the Imperial City, not everything could be covered by Mo Shikong. Now that his brother had kicked the iron plate known as the Crown Princess, He did not know if he regretted it now. What Mo Shikong did not know was why Su Shihua regretted it. He was full of hatred. You cheated. Su Shihua reacted. He hid behind his brother and pointed a trembling finger in the direction of the little crown princess. You're not a little level 3 spiritual master. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. At first, everyone also felt that something was off. Now that Su Shihua had pointed it out, everyone wanted to slap their thighs and shout, "Yes! How is this the fighting ability of a 3rd-rank spirit master? What kind of rank 3 spirit master could smash a portion of a rank 15 great spirit master spirit armor with a single swing of his axe? Wasn't this a joke?" Everyone's gazes fell on Arbor in confusion. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Mo Shikong and his brother. His gaze coldly fell on Su Shihua. When this little girl emitted cold air, she was like a small moving ice sculpture. There was no trace of a person in her eyes at all. Everyone present couldn't help but shudder at the sight of such a young lady. Clang! The long sword was thrown to the ground by her, making a soft and crisp sound. "Kill yourself." Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. They thought that after Mo Shikong blocked the attack for his brother and got injured, this matter should be over. Who would have thought this was not over? Mo Shikong could not help but tremble in anger. At this time, he was still holding the death-free gold medallion issued by the Great Emperor, but now he only felt that the death-free gold medallion was very hot. Today will be the 10th chapter. First 2 chapters. After the 4 drip, he should be home at 3 o'clock. Calculating the time, it should be around 12 o'clock in the evening. Continue with the 8th chapter. Long wait. Mr. Author, are you feeling better? Chapter 2954. In front of the little crown princess, this death-free gold medallion given by the Great Emperor was of no use at all. The young crown prince consort's attitude was clearly stated. She wanted Su Shihua to commit suicide and let him know that not everyone's place could be so easily provoked. Many times, his big brother might not be able to protect him for a lifetime. Looking at the long sword that was lying quietly on the ground with a faint green light flowing around it, Mo Shikong's face turned purple with anger. Big brother, big brother. Su Shihua was a little panicked. He secretly glanced at the little crown princess's cold face, then hurriedly crawled forward and hugged his big brother's trousers. "Big brother, save me, big brother." How could this crown princess be so difficult to deal with? His big brother had already blocked the attack of the 4 hidden guards for him. His big brother had even vomited blood. What else did she want? And the few girls who originally came to watch the show with laughter also had ugly expressions. They were all junior brother Su's admirers and pursuers before. After all, with Su Shihua's family background as the younger brother of King Zhong, coupled with his outstanding talent and cultivation, many female disciples in the academy had taken a fancy to him the moment he appeared. The Su Shihua that the girls usually saw was naturally elegant and confident. How could he be as cowardly as he was now? And even hugging his big brother Mo Shikong's leg and crying. The girls' expressions changed at the same time. They instinctively felt that they were really blind in the past. They actually wanted to hook up with this kind of person. Crown Princess. Mo Shikong took a deep breath and raised his hand to press his frowning brows. My brother acted rashly in this matter. But what should be punished has been punished, and what should be beaten has been beaten. Crown Princess, if you continue to be so overbearing, isn't it a little inexcusable? Mo Shikong. The young crown prince consort had a cold expression on her face, so she directly called her by her full name. I gave you face time and time again because of Lian's mother. Don't think that your face is big enough to be able to point fingers in front of me time and time again. Mo Shikong only felt that his heart was slightly stifled. I gave you face and called you Brother King Zhong. I didn't give you face. What can you do? The little crown princess kicked the long sword on the ground. I must kill Su Shihua today. Her ferocious gaze landed coldly on Mo Shikong. She instantly turned hostile and said ruthlessly, "It's useless for anyone to stop me. Who dares to stop me?" Mo Shikong slightly clenched his fists after hearing Mo Shikong shout. The scene became very stiff in an instant. Everyone was baffled and stood there in silence. Even the onlookers felt the cold wind blowing and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Perhaps even Lady Chow Chow herself did not realize that once she was truly angered, everyone would become listless. Even Xian, and the others who were familiar with her were trembling in fear and did not dare to open their mouths if she wanted to slaughter Su Shihua. Then Su Shihua would have to lie down and obediently wait to be slaughtered. For a moment, the entire courtyard fell into an awkward silence. Holy Sun Mi, Yin is here. Outside the crowd, there came a small rustling murmur. Holy Sun Mi Yin, who was dressed in a holy white robe and cold and handsome, walked straight out from the middle of the separated crowd. Behind him were several priests in the same white robes, each holding a short walking stick in their hands. Everyone bowed to the holy son of the temple. Mi Yan's gaze landed coldly on Arbor. You can't kill him. Chapter 29:55. He has already obtained the quota to go to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm this time. From the moment he received the token to go to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm, he received the protection of our Sun-Moon Temple. Holy Sun Mi, Yin slowly raised a hand and said coldly, before we set off for the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm, he can't die. Arbor glanced at the Holy Sun, and her expressionless face instantly turned cold. Holy Sun Mi, Yin found that the little girl in front of him, whose eyes were as calm as a dry well, were like two ice beads in a cold pool, slipping into a black abyss little by little. Heartless, indifferent, pitch black, and harsh. There was almost no light in her eyes. Why? In her previous life, any random cat or dog who was unhappy with her and wanted to step on her a few times could find trouble with her without a word. Why? When she fought back, there would always be someone who appeared in front of those weak people with the face of a righteous messenger, looking at her with accusatory eyes, accusing her of being vicious and cruel. Was it her fault? Was it all her fault? She deserved to be suppressed, deserved to be found trouble with. She fought back and beat the other party like a dog. Was it her fault? When she was the weak party, which of these strong people's relatives and friends would sympathize with her and help her? Ha! It was simply ridiculous. Jojo, what are you thinking? Mo Yin immediately realized that his little wife's state was not right. He hurriedly went forward and pulled her back to his side, patting her back to comfort her. Don't let your imagination run wild. Jojo, leave this matter to me, okay? He lifted her little chin with one hand, making her silent eyes meet his. Her body was warm, as if the ice and snow around her had melted a lot. Arbor came back to her senses and looked up at Mo Yin. Mo Yin looked at her clear eyes, which were as clear as water. His slender figure was faintly rippling, his heart slightly relaxed, and he calmly called out, "Little Seven, roar," after a fierce dragon roar. Everyone felt a golden light suddenly appear in front of their eyes, which was exceptionally dazzling. After adapting to the glaring golden light with great difficulty, he slowly opened his eyes. A coiled golden dragon gently swept its tail and rolled up Su Shihua, who was hiding behind Mo Shikong, and threw him out. Su Shihua was flung to the opposite fence by a terrifying force of inertia, and a part of the fence collapsed with a loud crack. He collapsed to the ground in a daze and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Mo Yin and Xiao Mu across from him with an increasingly horrified expression. Were these two monsters? He had already admitted defeat, so why did they still want to kill him? To put it bluntly, there wasn't any deep enmity between them. It was just him who was blind and came to find trouble with the little stoic. Now that he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood and had been taught a lesson to the point where he had lost all face, why was he still unwilling to let him go? Why didn't this couple follow the routine? Mo Yin ordered coldly, "Kill him, Little Seven." This damned guy actually angered his Jojo to this extent, to the point where she was about to enter a demonic state again. Even death could not wipe out his crimes. The golden dragon immediately raised its head and roared angrily. A scorching red flame followed the soil under its feet and burned towards Su Shihua. Don't kill me. Don't kill Big Brother, save me, Big Brother." Chapter 29:56. Su Shihua's eyes were filled with horror. He got up on all fours and desperately ran out of the bamboo fence. Boom! The golden red flame was like a lion spitting fire. It moved forward rapidly and completely engulfed Su Shihua's body in an instant. The seventh yin circled in the air and roared angrily. Then, it turned into a golden pillar of light and sank into the crown prince's raised right hand. Ahwa! Mo Shikong finally reacted and hurriedly ran out of the bamboo fence. After a while, he came back with charcoal, whose head was crooked and whose body had been burned to a pulp. His eyes were filled with anger. He tightly grasped his brother's body and shouted angrily, "Crown Prince, if I want to kill him, who dares to stop me?" Prince Mo threw a cold look at Mo Shikong and said in a cold voice, "You can put this account on me. Your younger brother was killed by Gudu, the person I want to kill. If I say he won't live past midnight tonight, he will never be able to see the morning light of tomorrow." Everyone's hearts shrank, and they all took a step back, especially those who came with the intention of watching the fun. At this moment, they really wanted to slap themselves. Who asked you to come and watch the fun? Who asked you to court death? Now the Crown Prince of Shenzhou and King Zheng were sworn brothers who were about to fight. Maybe the Crown Prince's anger had nowhere to vent and would be directed at them. Be a good King Zheng. Mo Yin threw down this sentence and directly reached out to pick up Arbor, who had his head lowered. Then he turned and walked out of the door. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to glare at Minter Ma and the others who were standing at the door. They were all shocked by his sharp gaze. "Cancel my leave." Okay, cancel my leave, cancel my leave. I'll cancel it right away." Minter Ma replied repeatedly, and then wished he could slap himself. Was this the attitude of a mentor when talking to a student? He almost couldn't bear to look at this fucking fawning look. Holy Sun Me, Yin was so infuriated that one Buddha ascended to the heavens and two Buddhas left his body. Time and time again, he realized that his words were completely useless in front of Mo Yin and Arbor. This couple did not care about him at all. A little priest behind him said weakly, "Lord Holy Sun, actually we should just watch the show. There's no need to interfere." The little priest bit the words into his own mouth and couldn't say it. Because Holy Sun Me, Yin turned around and punched his head ferociously as he roared, "Shut up." The little priest cried silently in his heart. He felt that he was really too pitiful. He was clearly advising Lord Holy Sun not to make any more mistakes. Who would have thought that he would end up in such a miserable state? Holy Sun Me, Yin came and left quickly, mainly because he felt that he didn't have the face to continue being watched here. As for the Prince of Zheng, Mo Shikong, he lowered his head to look at his dying younger brother, who was charred black in his arms. His complexion was ghastly pale, and Mo Yin's parting words kept echoing in the depths of his mind. Be a good King Zheng. Be a good King Zheng. The threat in her words was so strong that it almost gushed out. Mo Shikong reached out and clenched his fists, and his breathing quickened. Chapter 29:57. The Crown Prince meant that if he continued to court death, he would think of a way to remove him from the position of King Zheng. Was he so much of an eyesore to the Crown Prince? Mo Shikong regained his senses and quickly ran towards the direction of the alchemy hall. Su Shihua was still alive. He could save him. He could definitely save him if his parents knew that Hua Di had died in the royal school like this. He wondered if they would cry until a hole appeared in the sky. When Mo Shikong thought of this, he couldn't help but secretly shudder. If Hua Di really died like this, then King Zheng's residence would never have a day of peace. Let's not talk about how King Zheng and Mo Shikong would go to the alchemy hall to beg the alchemist to save his brother. When Mo Yin carried his wife back to the room in the Donglin court, he kicked the door open and pulled his wife onto his lap. Without any explanation, he kissed her. He kissed the little girl until her somewhat dazed and unfocused eyes gradually became a little more focused. Two red clouds quickly flew up on her small face. Only then did he slightly release the restraint, allowing her to take advantage of the situation to gasp for breath. When did they return to the court? Sir Jojo frowned and raised his little hand to block a certain someone's lips. "What are you doing?" Kissing my own wife isn't a matter of course. Emolien's handsome face was taut as he said seriously. Sir Jojo glanced at him and snorted. He would never admit that he almost suffocated to death just now. Why did you come back? It was all his fault that he didn't accompany her to cancel her leave. Everything was not going well. I was looking for the shadow guards to ask something. Before Sir Qiao Qiao could open her mouth to ask, Crown Prince Emo, upholding his wife's words as the truth of the heavens, spilled the beans and confessed everything in full detail. The night before we went to Yunxiao Peak, I arranged for them to do something at Xiaoqi Garden. I left a trace of my soul and went to find Ming Yasi to fight that night. I asked them to cooperate with me. Yeah, in the end, he beat up Ming Yas so badly that he'll probably have to rest in bed for 2 to 3 days. You probably won't be seeing him for the next few days. Jojo stared at the man in front of him with his mouth agape. You beat him up? Yes. Emolien nodded and said with a look of disgust, It's a pity that this matter can only be carried out in secret. Even if we beat him up, we can't publicize it. Otherwise, not only will he suffer physical pain, his reputation will also be tarnished. The little fellow blinked his eyes and glanced at his exceptionally serious husband. He raised his little hand and touched his face. She suddenly reached out and hugged him, her little head swaying on his shoulder. Emolien, sometimes I wonder, what would I have done if I hadn't met you in this lifetime? She couldn't even think about it now. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. It felt like they had missed each other like this in their previous lives. Emolien was stunned. He hugged her tightly in his arms and slid his palm gently on her back. Even if it's 10,000 miles away, even if it's the 9 heavens, even if it's the Yellow Springs, it's still impossible to separate us. How is it possible that we haven't met? It's impossible. He hugged her soft body tightly and whispered in her ear. Impossible, Jojo murmured softly. She rested her head on his shoulder and remained silent for a long time. Jojo, can you promise me something? Emolien suddenly reached out and held her little face. He looked at her with a serious expression, his eyes shining brightly. Chapter 2958. In the future, when you feel that the night is coming and you can't see any stars, just look at me, okay? Arbor wanted to laugh, but looking at his serious expression, she couldn't laugh at all, even when I'm not by your side. You can look at the star I gave you. He carelessly touched the bottom of her neck and took out the little star from her collar, letting her hold it in her hand. Jojo. He sighed softly and rested his forehead on her sweaty little head. I don't know what kind of suffering and torture you've experienced in the past. Maybe I'm powerless to change it. But I want you to remember one thing. In the future, no matter how dark the night is or how long the road is, you'll have me by your side. No matter what you want to do, just do it. He raised his hand and touched her little face. I'll support you with all my strength. Arbor pursed her little lips, tilted her little head, and burrowed into his embrace. Emolien, let's have a little Emolien. I think he'll be like you in the future. He'll be cute when he's young, sensible when he's older, and know how to dote on his mother. That's me. I think that's pretty good too. When the time comes, there'll be another person to dote on me. Sir Jojo thought so, but he didn't continue. After all, he was a jealous lotus. It was possible that he would even be jealous of his son. Prince Mo's hand, which was holding his little wife, instantly froze. He looked down. He saw his little beauty's little face under the flickering candlelight, swaying as if she wanted to say something. It was so captivating. It caused his originally pure mind to explode with a loud bang. It transformed into a colorful, enchanting, and gentle scenery. This was intolerable. He originally thought that since his little wife was still young, he would grit his teeth and endure it. When little Guzzi grew up, he would swallow her in one gulp. He didn't expect his wife to ask for it herself. If he could still endure it, he wouldn't be a human wife. Whatever you say is right. Prince Emo carried his wife up and quickly moved to the side of the bed. Do you want to have a drink first? Arbor had the urge to laugh. Why did she feel that her husband was so nervous that even his hands and feet were a little choppy? Do you want a drink to boost your courage? Emolien, how could he say that? He looked at his wife pitifully. After a while, he said, I'm not scared. Let's blow out the light. Emollienzas, and the lights on the other end. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocks sounded from outside. Crown Prince Emo cursed inwardly. Just as her fingers were about to button up her coat, she heard the pounding on the door become louder and louder. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Arbor silently lowered her little head. Prince Emo glanced at his little wife and said speechlessly, "Baby, don't think that I can't see you snickering just because you're lowering your head." Arbor looked up. The smile on her face had already widened. This caused Crown Prince Mo's hand, which was holding the buttons of his outer robe, to pause slightly. Jojo. The Crown Prince was in a good mood now. He suddenly felt that the guy outside who was pounding on the door wasn't so annoying anymore. He moved to her side, took her little hand with a smile, and kissed it hard. Chapter 29:59. Nothing could compare to his Jojo's smile, which made people feel comfortable. Crown Prince Emo beamed as he gazed at his wifey. He leaned close to her and whispered, "How regretful, wifey. Looking at the time, we won't be able to make little Emo Lien today." The audacious Lord Qiao Qiao was actually blushing because of a few words from him. She suddenly felt that she should tease him back a little. But before she could do anything, bang! The people outside kicked the door open and rushed in one after another. "Jojo, are you all right? Jojo!" Chi Xian and the rest froze at the door. Looking at Crown Prince Emo and Sir Qiao Qiao, who were sitting in a row on the edge of the bed, their large hands clasped together as they gazed at each other, they felt like they had ruined someone else's happy occasion by foolishly barging in. Xiao Mu suppressed the smile on her lips and did her best to maintain an expressionless stoic face. "What could happen to me? We've lost face in the academy," little fatty exclaimed. "We were thinking if we lost you as well." When the little fatty met Crown Prince Mo's gaze, he suddenly couldn't continue speaking. Cough, cough. Actually, they were worried about Jojo. Jojo didn't look well just now, and they were all worried to death. Now that they saw that the little girl's face was expressionless, but she was obviously much more energetic than before, they were relieved. Prince Emo was indeed worthy of his name. Luckily, he was here and managed to coax Miss Xiao back. Duan Muqing looked at the two of them deeply and smiled. "Since Jojo is fine, let's gather at the plaza." Plaza? Something happened in the academy. Chi Xian wanted to walk up and hold Jojo's small arm, but seeing Prince Emo standing beside Jojo, she didn't dare to walk over, so Jojo jumped off the bed and held Emolien's hand as they walked towards the door. What happened? The academy is embarrassed. Embarrassed? That poor Qin Xiu is missing. His Highness Ming Bao from Ming Province is also missing. Everyone talked as they walked towards the plaza. When they arrived, they realized that the plaza was already surrounded by a large group of people. When Principal Yun and a group of teachers arrived, everyone silently shut their mouths and looked up at Principal Yun and his group walking up the stairs. The principal frowned deeply and looked at the students. He said loudly, "I believe everyone knows what happened in the academy. Just now, the academy sent people to search the inner city, but didn't find any traces of the two. I regret to inform you that student Qin Xiu and Ming Bao should have been abducted by unknown people." The academy square immediately went into an uproar. Everyone was whispering to each other, and they couldn't stop themselves from getting excited. "Principal, did someone sneak into our academy and abduct our students?" The hothead who spoke asked the question on everyone's mind. If someone was really able to sneak into the royal school and abduct them, then this enemy shouldn't be an ordinary person. His or her cultivation should be on par with Principal Yun's. Principal Yun looked at the student who asked the question and shook his head. What we can confirm now is that the two students got lost in the inner city. Chapter 2960. Now, the Academy has issued an emergency level 4 mission. We're calling for everyone to go out and search for them. Those who can find their 2 classmates in 3 days will be able to go to the mission center to collect the mission points. A burly man could not help but laugh when he heard this. We're losing people from the Divine Continent and the Underworld region. Don't tell me they'll all be found by us from Tsangzhou. The Crown Prince of the Tsangzhou, Rong Li, could not help but frown as he glared at Ba Shu. This Bashu was loyal enough, but sometimes he seemed a little stupid. At this time, it was best not to speak, but he had to open his mouth to provoke the students from the Divine Continent and the Underworld region. As expected, Bashu's words immediately led to a war of words. Seeing that things were not going well, Principal Yun immediately raised his hands and gestured for everyone to keep quiet. Everyone quietly quieted down and focused their attention on Principal Yun. This emergency mission requires everyone to work together to complete it. After all, we've already sent so many people out, but in the inner city, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. We found nothing. The purpose of this mission is to motivate all the students from the 3 continents to take the initiative and participate. We hope that you can take this mission seriously. After all, since you've entered the academy, your status is only that of student. There's no distinction between rich and poor. Today, you may be able to ignore your classmates going missing or even losing their lives, but you don't know when this kind of tragedy will befall you. If you extend a helping hand to others today, you'll receive help from others in the future. I hope you understand. Yes, the group of students shouted in unison. Even if they were not going for the mission points, they could not let others step on the heads of the Royal School students and behave atrociously. Qin cultivator student went to the inner city to buy zither strings. Ming Bao seemed to be going to the inner city to buy something too. Both of them went missing on the same day. Could they have been kidnapped by the same person? The students started to discuss enthusiastically as they discussed forming teams to search for the 2 students in the inner city. Qi Xianxian glanced at Arbor. Jojo, are we going? She knew that Jojo had never been on good terms with the Qin family. As for that Ming Bao, he did not have much contact with him either. However, since they had the same surname as Darkyas, they were most likely from the same family. Arbor considered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since it's a mission from the academy, then we'll take it and walk around the inner city." They were just doing their best. After all, the inner city was so big. One more patrol team wouldn't make much of a difference. Even if she didn't get along with the people from the Qin estate, there was nothing wrong with the academy assigning her a mission. Moreover, she had briefly interacted with that 5th young master Qin in the medical field, so she knew that this person was very fussy and didn't want to have too much personal contact with him. However, this was only a mission. Since all the students had accepted the challenge, their Seekong Planet Battle team wouldn't do that special treatment and would just accept the challenge. As for whether or not he could find it, that was another matter altogether. Qi Xianxian, on the other hand, was quite happy. She had accepted a mission and was going to take a stroll around the inner city. Who knows, maybe they would be lucky enough to meet these 2 students and complete a level 4 mission. How great would that be? Chapter 2961. How could Arbor know that the little lass was harboring this kind of hoping to get lucky mentality? After accepting the mission, they followed the large group of students and walked out of the academy. It was already dusk, and the oncoming wind was neither too fast nor too slow. Although it was a bit chilly, it wasn't bone-piercing cold. After all, they were about to enter April, and the season of blooming flowers was about to arrive. Arbor walked next to Mo Lien and felt the warmth in his palm as he held her hand. Mo Lien's physique was of the fire attribute, and she herself possessed a sacred fire. His hand was dry and warm all year round, so she especially liked it. Unlike her, her legs were always a bit cold, and when she was nervous, her palms would turn cold and damp, making her feel uncomfortable. Mo Lien reached out to pinch the little fellow's soft little face. "Chow Chow, how about we split into 3 teams to search the city since there are about 10 of us?" Right. 3 to 4 people in a team. We have to move faster, and we should be able to search the inner city before nightfall. Qi Xianxian quickly nodded and said. Arbor glanced at the little lass and silently twitched his mouth. Xianxian shouldn't be having some strange thoughts, such as perhaps our team can complete this level 4 mission, or in terms of luck, I only believe in my JoJo, and so on. The little stoic opened her mouth. Xianxian, we're just out for a routine stroll. She didn't need to be so proactive. In any case, there were plenty of proactive people. There were at least several hundred people who wanted to save 5th young Master Qin from this abyss of suffering, one after the other. After all, The benefits of being on good terms with the Qin estate were innumerable. Qi Xianxian quickly said, "Jojo, don't doubt luck. I keep feeling that we'll run into each other." "Where did you get this absurd confidence from?" Arbor cast her a speechless glance, then didn't bother to continue speaking. Qi Xianxian arranged for the teams to be split into 3 teams, purposely leaving Prince Mo and Arbor in one team. After receiving Crown Prince Mo's admiring gaze, she laughed heartily and ran off with her teammates. Arbor couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. He turned to Mo Lien and said, "Let's find a tea house and sit down." Whether or not he could find the zither cultivator and the underworld leopard was not that important to Arbor. In any case, if they were still in the inner city, they would definitely not be able to leave for the time being. After all, the dean had ordered the city to be sealed the moment the 2 students were confirmed to be missing. Right now, not to mention a person, even a fly would not be able to fly out of Wind Thunder City. Oh no, oh no. A cannibalistic barrier appeared at the end of West Street again and swallowed the children. A loud voice exploded in their ears. They saw that the passers-by and the uncles and aunties who had set up their stalls all raised their carrying poles and rushed towards this person with sticks in their hands. "What? Where is it? Where is it? Take us there. Everyone, be careful." This man-eating enchantment was very fierce. "We've already gone to Ethereal Peak to ask Principal Yun for help. As long as Principal Yun is willing to descend the mountain, he will definitely be able to get rid of this vile creature." Right. There must be a demon causing mischief. It can't be a ghost, right? No matter who it is, in any case, we must eradicate it completely this time. Master Silver, Little Four, is nearby. Chochio's sudden words made Arbor's brows twitch uncontrollably. What man-eating enchantment? It couldn't have been that little rascal's doing, right? Today ended at 10 p.m. Fragmented Dreams. Chapter 2962. Sir Jojo hurriedly tugged at her husband's hand. "Lien, let's also go over and take a look." Mo Lien nodded and looked at her in confusion. "What is it?" Seeing the little fellow's serious expression, it seemed like something rather important had happened. Everything was fine just now. To put it bluntly, the disappearance of that fellow hell leopard in 15 didn't have much to do with them, the little girl said expressionlessly. "Previously, I found Chochio's tree seed fragment Little Four in the heaven-level testing steel on Main Academy Street." Arbor took a deep breath. "It ran away." Later, because there were too many things to do, she didn't remember to go look for this little fellow. She didn't expect it to stir up trouble in the inner city. It really deserved a beating. Emolian couldn't help but laugh. The cannibalistic inner world that those city residents were talking about just now? It should be its doing. The little girl nodded her little head resentfully. This little fellow was seriously too mischievous. The 2 hurried in the direction of West Main Street as they spoke. There were already quite a few people standing there. Older brothers and uncles carrying hoes followed the crowd as they searched for the missing child. But how could a few dozen trifling, ordinary people detect something like a barrier? When Arbor arrived at West Main Street, she also sensed a trace of familiar energy fluctuation. Knowing that it was the fragment Little Four playing tricks, she hurriedly tugged at Mo Lien's hand and pulled him into a detour into an alley. At this time, West Main Street had already attracted a large number of people. Many Royal Academy students also hurried over when they heard that something had happened here. Arbor didn't want to attract attention. This Little Four was so mischievous, so she had to take this little fellow away before anyone discovered it. The 2 entered the back alley and didn't sense anything special at first. But after walking for a short while, they both stopped and looked at each other. Although the surroundings don't seem to have changed, it's very obvious that we've already unknowingly walked into a barrier, Mo Lien said with a smile. Can't Xiuqiu sense the movement trajectory of fragments? Summon it out and lead the way. Xiaomu nodded and summoned Xiuqiu. As soon as the little treant came out, it somersaulted twice and climbed onto Xiao Mu's shoulder before plopping down on its butt. It panted as it said, "Master, this matter is a bit difficult to handle." "What is it?" "This 4th child must have developed some intelligence and has its own thoughts." The little treant drooped its black bean-like eyes in distress. It stretched out a branch and scratched its head in distress. What if it really doesn't want to return to its original position? The sapling glanced at the little master's silver worriedly and muttered, Chocho can only grow into a towering tree if we gather all the missing fragments. When it said this, Chocho looked up at the sky again and put on a sad but bright little tree face. Arbor was speechless for a while. He raised his hand and stroked the leaves on its head. It will come back. Hurry up and sense its location. Chocho lifted 2 leaves and pointed in front. Arbor wanted to reach out and grab her husband's hand, but grabbed nothing. She couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. She turned her head and shouted, Lien. Lien was also annoyed at this time. He also wanted to grab his wifey's hand as he spoke, but didn't manage to do so. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into Little Four's trap. Chapter 2963. Looking around, he realized that he was no longer in the dark alley. Instead, there were many tall and lush trees growing around him. Suddenly, one of the tree vines that was hanging behind him moved. It moved very quickly, like a dancing black snake. With 2 whooshing sounds, it wrapped itself around Lien's arm. Lien raised the raven moon sword in her hand. She hesitated for a moment before slashing down. Within the tree shadow enchantment that Little Four had set up, if she destroyed it recklessly, it would definitely cause harm to Little Four. This tree seed fragment was a part of Little Ball. It would be bad if it was damaged, but if it wasn't, she wouldn't be able to leave for the time being. Lien felt a headache coming on. Looking at the tree vines that were wantonly attacking her, she leapt and dodged. Lien! Sir Jojo quickly ran a few feet forward. His little face instantly darkened. Little Four, come out! Master, don't worry about the Great Crown Prince. He will be fine. The Great Crown Prince's martial prowess was no joke. If Little Four insisted on seeking death, Little Ball secretly ridiculed in its heart. It could only light a candle for him. When spring came next year, it would burn some paper at his grave. Master, it's not far ahead. Chase. With Little Ball's howl, Arbor inexplicably increased its speed and rushed towards the direction it was pointing at. From afar, they could only see a towering tree standing in front of them. Under the tree, there was a large hollowed-out lounge chair with golden flowers. On it lay a fat baby wearing a big red doo-doo. 17 or 18 children, ranging in age from 5 to 8 years old, were eagerly surrounding the chubby baby, serving him tea and water as they called out, Your Majesty. Great King, have a banana. Great King, drink some water. Don't choke. Great King, are you hot? Do you want me to give you a fan or something? As Arbor approached, he heard these children flattering the Great King. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What was going on? She subconsciously glanced at the expressionless Chocho from the corner of her eye. No emotion could be seen in Chocho's 2 bean-like bright eyes. However, Arbor knew that Chocho's heart must be crumbling right now. Cough. Arbor pulled the little treant off his shoulder and put it on his arm. Chocho, I didn't expect you to have such a dark heart. So you've always wanted to be the great king of the mountain. Raise a group of little brothers and sisters to serve you. No wonder you enslaved Little Water and Little Earth. It turns out that you were subconsciously a great king of mountains. Several leaves rushed up to block Arbor's little mouth. Chocho only felt that its small tree face was about to burst into flames. It was about to be angered to death by this brainless fat baby in front of it. What was wrong with Fragment Little Four? It created such a frightening barrier and kidnapped so many children from the city just to make these children its subordinates? Bandits! Bandits! Shameless! Chocho couldn't help but curse at this brainless fragment in its heart. Hey, why aren't you kneeling in front of this great king? The fat baby suddenly straightened up and spoke in a childish voice. Arbor had an inexplicable urge to burst out laughing. Fortunately, she was used to her stoic face, so she restrained her laughter. Chapter 2964. Kneel. Meet this great king. The chubby baby coiled his 2 short legs that resembled lotus roots and looked at Arbor seriously. His gaze landed on the sapling Chocho's tanned face. You still dare to pull a long face in front of this great king? You go up and pluck off the hair on his head. Yes, great king. A wimpy child beside him immediately responded. He rolled up his sleeves and stomped up a few steps. Arbor's mouth twitched. She really didn't want to bully a baby. But the other person had already rolled up his sleeves to snatch Chio from her arm. If she didn't do anything, wouldn't she be too cowardly? Arbor expressionlessly picked up that wimpy child and watched him kick his leg in the air like a fish that suddenly lost its water supply and found it hard to breathe. Then, he burst into tears with a wah. The little stoic's face instantly darkened, and her head swelled. The little fat child with the red Duda was infuriated, and he leaped down from the large recliner at once. His small, chubby feet were bare as he ran toward Xiao Mu, smacking his lips. The sapling Chio raised two leaves to cover its black, beady eyes. It felt that the fragment little four in front of it was practically unbearable to look at. How could this guy be so stupid? He was actually butt naked. This child couldn't have been sealed inside the testing monolith for hundreds to thousands of years and turned stupid, right? Woman, how dare you? The chubby baby shouted as he looked up at Arbor with his arms akimbo. If this guy could grow a bit taller, perhaps he would be a bit more imposing. But now Arbor rolled his eyes and directly flung out a vine from his sleeve. He grabbed that wimpy child and hung him up like a dumpling before dragging him in front of him. What did you take, Malien? Hurry and let him out. The chubby baby widened his round black eyes and stared pitifully at Arbor. He then turned around to look at Chio and suddenly wailed, Big brother, save me, big brother. Chio speechlessly raised its hand to cover its eyes. Arbor reached out and flicked its chubby head. Shut up. I think you become bold, even daring to kidnap people. Don't you know that other people's families will worry when you kidnap them to play? Arbor slapped its chubby paw twice in exasperation at its failure to meet his expectations. How are you going to clean this up now? Big brother, fragment number 4 said pitifully. Can you ask this big sister to stop hitting me? Big. Call her master. Xiao Mu and Chio roared at it one after another. Fragment number 4 lowered its head like a little quail. Before it could even open its mouth, it was already tearing up. Little mistress, what do you think we should do? Big brother, can you fuse me in later? Get to the point. Chio roared at it with great vigor. I don't have any ill intentions towards them. Fragment number 4 stuttered. Tears fell from his eyes as he howled miserably. I am madam. I really want to find someone to play with me for a while. I didn't harm them. I even gave them good food and drinks. But you still can't kidnap them. Arbor glared at it in annoyance. Before he could continue lecturing it, he frowned slightly. Chapter 2965. In the next instant, the little monk who was making a fuss was released. Once the little baldy was released, he ran to the little fat boy with the red undergarment and said, Amit ba. He stretched out his white and tender hands and rubbed fragment little four's head. Benefactor, this little monk understands you very well. Arbor was speechless. Actually, it's because you're too lonely that you did such a foolish thing. The little fat boy with the red undergarment on his butt sobbed and suddenly stopped crying. He raised his head and looked at the little monk who had a compassionate expression and was enveloped in Buddhist light. Little master, the little fat boy cried loudly and threw himself into the little monk's arms. The little monk sighed and said, The world is empty and bitter, and everything is impermanent. The past is gone, and people must always look to the future. Little benefactor, don't be too sad. Arbor pressed his aching head and carried the little monk over and placed him under the tree. He then carried the little fat boy with the red undergarment over and placed him under the tree as well. I beg of you, don't cry. Arbor pulled Chio from his arm and placed him on the ground. He stared at fragment number 4 with a serious expression. Little 4, you knew who we were the moment you came out from the testing monument, right? Fragment little 4 shivered and nodded his head timidly. The little brats around them were not going to let it go. They kept calling him Great King and wanted to rebel and attack Sir Jojo. What a joke. How could they let their great king lower his head and admit defeat in front of a girl? They had to fight. Arbor was speechless as he looked at the little brats who were swarming towards him. He couldn't hit them and couldn't be bothered to scold them. He simply controlled the dosage and sprinkled the sleeping powder on them. Dong, 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 dong. The little brats fell in a circle, and the world finally quieted down. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Fragment Little Four looked at his little brothers nervously, then looked up at the little girl bitterly. Master Silver, what did you do to them? Miss Chow had a good sense of propriety. The dosage of the sleeping powder was very light. At most, it would only make the children sleep for 15 minutes. It would not have any effect on their bodies. Therefore, if she wanted to do something, she had to do it within these 15 minutes. Otherwise, her head would explode again. Little Four, you must listen to me now. Immediately returned to Paradise Planet with Cho-Cho. Seeing that the chubby kid was about to cry again, Arbor pinched his chubby cheeks. No matter what you do, I will respect your decision. Since you've already gained sentience, you should have your own thoughts. But you have to think carefully. Arbor patted him on the head. If you don't return to your original body, you'll always be like this. You'll never grow up again. Without this fragment, Little Four was only missing a small part to him. His growth would be slower in the future. But this seed fragment, it would forever remain in the form of a child. It would be impossible for it to grow for thousands of years. Fragment Little Four sobbed and said pitifully, I didn't think that I won't come back. I just want to play for a while more. After being accidentally sealed in the test monument in the middle of nowhere, Little Four had always wanted to come out. Chapter 2966. Once it escaped, its little mentality was that it didn't want to be fused with Big Brother so quickly. He really wanted to chase back the hundreds of years of time that had been sealed and then find someone to play with it for a few days. Oh, it was that simple. Arbor picked him up and flicked his little head. All right, Cho-Cho didn't say that it was going to fuse with you immediately. As for you, you can play for as long as you want, but you can't kidnap people anymore in the future. If you want to play with them, then work hard to become their little friends, instead of using the methods of bandits to kidnap them. The little chubby child nodded his little head as if he understood. Where's Ma Lian? The little fellow's face was stiff as he asked without batting an eyelid. The little chubby child weakly pointed at his fingers. He's so bad, he almost chopped me to death. If this man hadn't stopped at the last moment, it would probably have been injured and unable to continue maintaining the barrier in front of it. Arbor and the little chubby child looked at each other. So, I threw him out before, Fragment Little Four said immediately. Threw him out of my bounded domain. Out far away. Out far away. At least he wouldn't be able to find him so quickly. What a scary guy. He now understood a little why that man suddenly stopped and didn't try to destroy his barrier. It must be because that man suddenly remembered that he and Big Brother were of the same bloodline. If he hurt him, he would hurt Big Brother, which would then affect his own little master. That terrifying man had only let him go for the sake of his little mistress. Arbor really wanted to smack this little fellow's, but he gritted his teeth and held it in. At the side, Cho-Cho didn't care so much and directly pulled out a vine and smacked the little chubby child's butt. He snorted and said, You're not too stupid. You guessed correctly. Crown Prince didn't attack you for Master's sake. Otherwise, with your small body, do you think you can withstand 3 moves from others? Hurry and return to Paradise Planet with me. Don't cause trouble for Master anymore. Master still has to clean up this mess for you. You're really worrying people to death. After a few hundred years, you've grown old, but not wise. Why are you so foolish? The sapling activated its nagging mode and stretched out a branch to grab Fragment Little Four, pulling him back to Paradise Planet. Another branch stretched out and wrapped around the little monk's waist without warning, causing the little monk's mumbling of "this little monk can walk on his own" to disappear into the air. Arbor pressed his small head with a headache and glanced at the bear cubs lying on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he led the group of children out of the barrier and back into the alley. She flicked a pebble from her fingertips, and it landed on the wall with a "pa" sound. Then she disappeared without a trace. Very quickly, the alley was filled with students from the royal school. The leader of the group was Wu Huanxiu, the beautiful princess. She saw a dozen children lying in the alley and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. It's the children. Come and see. Is he your child? His voice was like a candle that had been lit, instantly attracting all the citizens in the city. Meanwhile, the little stoic had already gone far away. Following the sapling's guidance, she chased in the direction of Mo Lien's aura. Just as she came out from behind the alley, she narrowly bumped into a coarse woman with a fierce-looking face. I'm going to sleep, it's too late. Chapter 2967. The woman scowled and was about to curse, but when she looked up and saw her, it was as if she had suddenly seen a ghost. She hastily lowered her head and shrunk her neck as she walked towards a side door. When the woman stealthily walked to the door and closed it, she didn't forget to sneak a glance at Arbor. She was almost scared out of her wits by what she saw. She saw that Miss Chiao really was like a ghost as she stood in front of the side door. The woman's heart almost stopped from fright when she met Xiao Mu's cold and desolate eyes through the door crack that wasn't very wide. Bang! The woman forcefully closed the door with both hands and hastily fastened the latch. Afterwards, she panted heavily for air and subconsciously raised her sleeve to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead before slowly turning around. She then widened her eyes in horror as she looked at Arbor, who was standing in front of her and staring at her expressionlessly. Bang! The woman's legs turned to jelly from fright, and she leaned against the door, almost collapsing on the ground. Barely propping herself up, the woman trembled as she leaned against the door. She looked in horror at the little stoic in front of her and stammered, Miss, trespassing into other people's homes. What are you doing? You know me? The woman hurriedly shook her head like a rattle drum. You don't know me, but you look like you've seen a ghost. Arbor's eyes revealed this meaning, but he didn't feel like speaking. However, the woman clearly wasn't a smart person like Mo Lien or Duan Yu. She simply couldn't understand the little girl's gaze. She shuddered as she moved closer to the door. She stammered, Since you miss, if there's nothing else, please leave first. Arbor glanced at her suspiciously. He looked at her several times until the woman's heart was about to leap out of her chest. Humph! The little girl pursed her lips in boredom and turned around to pass through the inner wall. This time, the woman finally saw clearly. No wonder this little girl was like a ghost and silently stood behind her. It turned out that she had passed through the estate's wall. Startled, the woman hurriedly got up and ran towards the inner court. Madam. The middle-aged woman ran to the entrance of the inner courtyard and stood there, repeatedly calling inside. The door to the side room was pushed open with a creak, and a pretty maid with a round face walked out from inside. She glared at the biddy and said impatiently, Why are you shouting outside the door? Don't you know that Madam is busy? This old servant has something important to report to Madam. I'll have a trouble Miss Kai Hui to inform them. The round-faced girl, Kai Hui, couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. If you have something to say, just say it to me. Madam doesn't have so much free time to see a doorkeeper like you. What's with the noise? A woman with a snow-white complexion and slender fingers walked out of the house. Beside her was a muscular man with a bare upper body. The biddy blushed slightly, and she promptly knelt down and saluted. Greetings, madam. This old servant has something important to report to madam. This old servant saw the crown princess just now. The originally indifferent madam of the State Security Bureau was abruptly startled, and her entire body tensed up reflexively. What did you say? Who did you see? Chapter 2968. The Crown Princess, the old woman hurriedly said. Then she glanced at Madame Goen fawningly and said with a grin, But don't worry, madam. This old servant has already sent that little crown princess away. How did you send her away? Madame Goen sized her up suspiciously. The stoic-faced crown princess wasn't that easy to send away. Madame Goen vigilantly had the man beside her use his spiritual perception to search the surroundings. After confirming that there were no strangers lurking nearby, she sighed in relief. You did very well. Madame Goen nodded. Kai Hui, give her 5 spirit coins as a tip. Yes. The old maidservant took the reward and left while thanking her profusely. She even thought to herself, Fortunately, I saw that portrait in Madame's court before. That's how I recognized this stoic-faced young crown prince consort at a glance. Speaking of which, she had only caught a glimpse of her from afar. At that time, Madame was throwing iron darts in the small court, and there was a portrait hanging on the target. Later on, she secretly asked the old woman in the same area and learned who the portrait was. Fortunately, she had a good memory. If she continued to tangle with the little stoic crown princess, who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps it would really arouse the suspicion of this stoic-faced crown princess, and she would come in to investigate regardless. If she ruined Madame's plans because of her, Madame definitely wouldn't easily forgive her. That old woman cracked a smile and continuously tossed a spirit coin in her hand as she left with a chuckle. However, she didn't know that not long after she left, a person appeared on the treetop. Arbor knitted his small brows tightly and raised his hand to scratch his small head. In truth, she originally didn't want to meddle in this matter, but she didn't expect Schwan's crow's beak really hit the nail on the head. She had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Judging from Madame Gowen's sneaky behavior, she definitely didn't do anything good. Perhaps the Qin family's fifth young master and Ming Bao were abducted by this Madame Gowen. No one knew when she came to the Wind Thunder City. Her whereabouts were quite strange. She actually managed to hide from the Crown Prince's spies outside the Wind Thunder City. Arbor didn't know that the Madam of the National Security Agency had deliberately disguised herself before setting off for the Wind Thunder City. She kept a very low profile along the way and didn't cause any commotion. The carriage she used was also very simple. She didn't even use the main entrance when she left the imperial capital. If it weren't for the old woman's guilty conscience and dodging after seeing the arbor, she wouldn't have aroused Miss Xiao's suspicion. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Why did this Madam of the National Security Agency come to the Wind Thunder City instead of being a proper wife in the imperial capital? Did she catch fifth young Master Qin on the spur of the moment? Or did she come here specially? This small courtyard was not very big, so Arbor only casually walked around the courtyard and found the fifth young master tied to the bed in a small room. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Mr. Jojo wouldn't have known that the Madam of the National Security Agency had such a weird hobby. She liked to tie men up on the bed. What kind of hobby was this? Arbor glanced through the window and saw that the fifth young master's expression seemed to be in extreme pain. It was obvious that he had been drugged. Miss Xiao blinked and associated it with the previous incident where she treated the fifth young master. Could it be that the filthy aphrodisiac powder was also administered by this talented Madam of the National Security Agency? Chapter 2969. Sir Jojo floated in through the window and silently arrived beside the large bed. Looking at Qin Xiu's pained appearance for a long while, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his head slightly. He felt a light bulb flash through his mind. Oh, no wonder Madame of the Gowen Madam called out young Sir Qin on the spot at the palace banquet last time when she gave her a beautiful dream. As it turned out, she was thinking of this fifth young Sir Qin back then. That wasn't right either. The little girl tilted her head and associated it with Madame Gua of the Gowen Madam's disgraceful behavior back then. It seemed like she was doing something with several Qin young Sir Qin, not just fooling around with this fifth young Sir Qin in the fantasy realm. This Madame Gua of the Gowen Madam wasn't afraid of dying from a loss of blood. When the little stoic thought of this, she couldn't resist pursing her lips in disdain. Fifth young Sir Qin abruptly opened his eyes, which were brimming with bloodlust and hatred. When his gaze landed on the little stoic, he was instantly dumbfounded. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he opened his eyes with all his might. When he discovered that expressionless stoic face was still standing at the head of her bed and looking at him, he couldn't resist saying hoarsely, "Save me, save me." 1,000,000 spirit coins and a stalk of tearless grass. The little stoic didn't have any extra expression on her face, and her tone was indifferent, as if she was making a deal with him. Fifth young Sir Qin was slightly taken aback, and then he nodded with all his might with reddened eyes. Arbor replied with an "oh" before reaching out to pull him up from the bed. The dagger in her palm directly chopped off several ropes binding him. Her movements were extremely rough, without the slightest regard for whether a person without any cultivation could withstand her strength. Qin Xiu couldn't describe his feelings. He actually knew from the start that this stoic face was a heartless and cold-blooded person. Back then, the reason why she saved him was because Physician Chong repeatedly begged her and even offered a large sum of money. Arbor lowered her head to glance at this fifth young sir before swaggering outside while carrying him. You were poisoned with 8 types of X drugs last time. Was it the Ministry of the Goen's doing? Fifth young Sir Qin's expression was rather indignant. He was a grown man, yet he was being held in her hands like a little chick. Not to mention that he couldn't get over his embarrassment. He couldn't bear it mentally either. Moreover, her extremely puzzled expression was a little glaring. He didn't believe that Ling Gu wouldn't have told her the truth when she saved him in Langfang previously. How could he have never mentioned the name of the Madam of the National Security Agency? It was obvious that she had forgotten. Or perhaps it should be said that she didn't take the matter of saving him, Fifth Qin, to heart at all. After she was done, she completely forgot about him. Seeing that he pursed his lips and didn't speak, Arbor didn't bother to ask anymore. Anyway, her relationship with the Qin family was just like that. The Qin family's fifth young master was a good-for-nothing. If he had the ability, he might be as bad as his second brother. Arbor felt annoyed as he carried him. When he exited the room, he coincidentally bumped into Madam of the National Security Agency. Madame Goen was so nervous that her whole body trembled. She subconsciously hid behind the strong man beside him. Subsequently, she felt that her cowardice was truly a bit outrageous. Why are you here? Madame Goen's voice resounded in the small courtyard. You're trespassing on private property. Arbor sneered at her. If you're unconvinced, come fight me. Madame Goen instantly retreated several steps. Chapter 2970. Fuck. Madame Goen repeatedly cursed in her heart. However, when she recalled that damnable ugliness at the palace banquet last time, which caused her to not dare to leave the house for more than half a month, she inexplicably felt apprehensive when she saw Arbor now. This last was truly sinister, so she really didn't dare to confront her directly again. Arbor, I'm warning you. Madame Goen inwardly shuddered and couldn't resist scolding. You immediately put him down. Let's go our separate ways. Hurry and leave. I'll treat it as if I never saw you, Io. Before Madame Goen could finish her sentence, she was startled by Arbor, who suddenly flashed forward and hastily retreated several steps. How can you be so shameless? Arbor expressionlessly looked at her and said, Fifth young Sir Qin doesn't seem to like you. So why do you keep pestering him? Madame Goen was so angry that her face flushed red, and she couldn't resist roaring, What the hell do you know? He's already mine now. Fifth young sir is just shy by nature and isn't good at expressing himself. Arbor instantly loosened his grip, and fifth young sir felt like he was a pile of trash that the little girl threw away. When she peeked at him, it was as if she was looking at a pile of dirt, and she even hastily took out a small white handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her hands. Humiliation and anger instantly flashed past fifth young sir's eyes, and he exerted all his strength to move his limp limbs, but he felt powerless all over. You don't listen to her. Listen to her nonsense. Fifth young sir couldn't help but panic when he saw the little girl's cold expression and how she was about to leave. He reached out to grab a ribbon on her skirt and struggled with all his might. She's talking nonsense. I don't know what the hell you two are doing. The little girl looked impatient and disinclined to care. You guys settle it yourselves. She still had to hurry and find her Lien, so how could she have the leisure to fool around with this bunch of idlers? Why you can't cough? I was caught by her. She caught me. Why you clearly Dino? Fifth young Master Qin was so infuriated that his entire body was trembling. He was infuriated at this young lady's aloofness and decisiveness. And he was also infuriated that he didn't have any cultivation and was just a piece of trash. He was like a fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Wah! He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, which formed a dark red puddle on the ground. The little stoic halted her steps and lowered her head to glance at him. When she saw that this person was truly so infuriated that his entire body was trembling, she couldn't help but pace back and forth in irritation. In the end, she still felt apologetic, so she bounced back and picked up the fifth young master again. The little stoic expressionlessly shouted at Madame Gua, "Scram!" Madame Gowan was furious and couldn't help but curse. "Stoic face, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Men. As soon as Madame Gowan gave the order, 4 or 5 people who looked like secret guards immediately flew behind her. Arbor glanced at her and snorted. "You think you can stop me with just a few small fries? Aren't you too naive?" "What big words!" Madame Gowan sneered coldly. "Take him down. Be careful of her poison." Arbor tossed fifth young Sir Cheen to the side again and summoned that black ferrule from his conscience. Several small blue flames whizzed in the direction of the secret guards. Chapter 2971. A little spiritual master dares to be so arrogant in front of us. Before she could finish her sentence, one of the blue spiritual cleansing flames burned in front of Madame Gowan. Madame Gowan was enraged, and she waved her sleeve, wanting to brush away that leaping blue spiritual cleansing flame. However, that flame suddenly emitted sparks in front of her, and the intensity of the fire instantly soared. Caught off guard, Madame Gowan jumped in fright. Fortunately, that robust man beside her was sharp-sighted and nimble, pulling her into his embrace and using his muscular arm to block that blue spiritual cleansing flame. Arbor focused her gaze and saw that black spirit armor had formed on that man's arm. The blue spiritual cleansing flame couldn't burn through this man's spirit armor and only wrapped around the outer layer for a few seconds before quietly vanishing. Madame Gowan was unable to restrain her anger. She was a level 12 great spiritual master, but she was always so defeated in front of this little girl. This little girl clearly looked like a low-level little spiritual master. So why did she feel like her attacks were so swift and fierce? She couldn't help but feel a bit vindictive. Her desire to kill this little girl grew stronger and stronger. She was calculating. If she could kill this brat here without anyone noticing, she would be able to do so. It shouldn't be to the extent of being immediately discovered by the Crown Prince, right? As long as she acted quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately, she could send people to clean up the traces here afterwards. Madame Gowan's gaze was ruthless and gloomy as she stared at Arbor and said word by word, "Immediately scram from this courtyard and treat it as if nothing happened, and I can still let you off." Fifth young Master Cheen, who had been thrown to the ground by the little girl, couldn't stop trembling. He had already prepared for the worst, which was that the little girl would throw him away without a second word. In that case, he would have no way to survive. Rather than being humiliated by this hateful old woman, he might as well show his sincerity by dying. Miss Chow responded to Madame Gowan's words by slapping her across the air. This was simply fucking awesome. Fifth young Master Cheen, who had fallen to the ground, looked at Miss Chow in a daze. Then he barely supported his limp body and crawled back a few steps. What a joke. When has my Arbor ever retreated without a fight? Sir Jojo's heart also burned with true fury. She couldn't be more clear about Madame Gowan's gaze. This woman actually had killing intent towards her. Since that was the case, why should she be polite and talk nonsense with her? Just kill them. At this time, the anger and resentment in Gowan's heart had reached its peak. That slap just now had really made her lose all her face. With the new and old hatred added together, the anger in Gowan's heart burned fiercely. If he didn't do it, he would go all the way. He hardened his heart and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Get rid of this bitch right now." Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. They were well aware of the true identity of the little girl in front of them. Get rid of the Crown Princess? It felt good to make a move now, but what about after that? After the Crown Princess was taken care of, would things really end like this? After the Crown Prince lost his beloved wife, what terrible things would he do? When the time came, who would bear the consequences? One of the secret guards took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and said to Madam, please reconsider. Now that His Highness the Crown Prince had the purple forest guard in his hands on the surface, who knew how many forces he had in secret? Could he easily act as he pleased? If the crown princess lost a strand of hair, His Highness the Crown Prince probably wouldn't take things lying down. Chapter 2972. Goen was usually a coward, but she was too angry today. She was so angry that she wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with Arbor. Now that she was reminded by the secret guard, she also felt a little regretful. But the order had already been given. If she repeated it in 3 seconds, would she still want her face as Madame Goen? She turned her head and glared at the secret guard in front of her fiercely and shouted angrily, "Are you not even going to listen to my orders?" There was a hint of threat in her fierce eyes. Their lives were firmly in her hands. Don't forget that when they became secret guards, they had all handed over a wisp of their life souls to her. This also meant that no matter how high these people achieved in the future and how far they could go, even if they broke through the deity realm or even reached the transcendent realm, they would still only be her servants. She held all of their lives in her hands. If she wanted them to live, they would live. If she wanted them to die, they would die. This was no joke. Although the secret guard's face was covered, his body stiffened slightly. Madame Goen looked at them with a smug expression. "Why aren't you attacking?" The 5 secret guards surrounded Arbor and gritted their teeth. They could only accept the order and go forward to besiege her. Each of them summoned a large spirit beast beside them and pounced over without any explanation. Arbor's expression was calm. There was no anger. They were just serving their own masters. Since these people were working for Madame Goen, they naturally accepted her orders immediately. However, since they chose to attack her, she was not a good-natured person. She would show mercy and let them go. Since they were standing on the opposite side, then it was either you die or you die. Arbor looked coldly at these secret guards who had summoned their spirit beasts and rushed forward. She muttered, "Rustle, rustle." The soil under her feet immediately rolled up. For a moment, the ground that was originally paved with bricks bulged up. With that, a giant pincer suddenly emerged from the ground and snapped the neck of one of the spirit beasts. The secret guard, who was closely related to this spirit beast, did not understand what was going on at that time. He felt a surge of pain in his consciousness and spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion also withered. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. What kind of monster was this? It killed a spirit beast as soon as it appeared. What a powerful combat strength. The giant sand scorpion's huge head popped out from under the tumbling rocks. It waved its pincers and swept towards the limbs of a spirit beast next to it. The spirit beast was clearly frightened by its imposing manner. It spread its 4 hooves and cried out in alarm as it hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard. Arbor stared coldly at the people in front of him. He waved his hand and smirked. Everyone only heard rustling sounds coming from all directions, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. "What is it?" Madame Goen couldn't help but cry out, tightly clinging to the arm of the man beside her. "Scorpion, scorpion. There are so many scorpions." One of the hidden guards lost his composure and cried out in panic. Madame Goen turned around to take a look. Goosebumps instantly appeared on her skin, and her scalp became slightly numb. Countless sand scorpions, each about the size of an adult's fist, crawled out of the small courtyard from all directions. Fifth young Master Chen's scalp also exploded. He was still sitting on the ground right now. What if these scorpions couldn't differentiate between friend and foe? Chapter 2973. As it turned out, Fifth Young Master was truly overthinking things. Seeing those little things swiftly crawling around him, Fifth Young Master Chen's eyes revealed slight astonishment. It turned out that these scorpions could really distinguish between friend and foe. In reality, those scorpions might not be large in size, but each of them was a spirit beast that had awakened intelligence, so they naturally understood the giant sand scorpion's commands. Seeing that the scorpion swarm was about to spread to their feet, Madame Goen started panicking. She tightly clutched the man's arm and shrieked, "What do we do? What do we do now?" "Madam, the situation is not in our favor. We had better retreat first," that man hastily said. What kind of joke was this? If they were caught in the scorpion swarm, who knew if they would be gnawed until not even a bone would be left? Madame Goen was already panicking to the max at this time. so she nodded when she heard this. She directly pulled that robust man and turned around, abandoning her armor and leaving. The sand scorpion swarm engulfed several spirit beasts that were relatively slow to escape like a tide. After the scorpion swarm had spread, only a few spirit beast skulls were left on the ground. Miss Chiao stood in the middle of the scorpion swarm, looking indifferently at Madame Goen, who had escaped in a crooked manner and had to activate several teleportation talismans in succession before finally escaping the scorpion swarm's encirclement. A cold glint flitted across her eyes. At this time, Madame Goen was wiping her cold sweat as she heaved a sigh of relief while repeatedly panting. Thankfully, these things weren't too fast. They didn't catch up. The robust man nodded. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the back of her neck, and he said in a slightly trembling voice, "Madam, don't move." Madame Goen glanced at him in confusion. Seeing that his gaze was fixed on her, she couldn't help throwing him a coquettish glance. "Idiot, what are you staring at me for?" Madame Goen glanced at her figure narcissistically, and she suddenly caught a glimpse of a small black snake from the corner of her eye. She turned around in horror. The little black snake, which had been lying softly on the back of her collar, suddenly raised its head and tried to bite her nose. Madame Goen let out an extremely tragic shriek. Far away in the small courtyard, fifth young Master Qin couldn't help but shudder slightly. The old woman's scream was too tragic. It was as if she had been stung by a bee's tail. Her scream was earth-shattering. Xiaomu fished out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it among the small scorpions. Those scorpions seemed to be overjoyed, and they all swarmed forward, crawling in and out around Xiaomu in layers. Fifth young Sir Qin couldn't help shuddering, only feeling that the little lady before him was simply abnormal. Miss Chiao expressionlessly fed the little scorpions before returning them to Shaji Planet. The giant sand scorpion crawled over and obediently lay down beside Arbor. The scorpion's head, which should have been very ferocious, now seemed to be engraved with the word obedient. When fifth young Master Qin saw this scene, he couldn't help but raise his head again to glance at Arbor. Arbor happened to look in his direction and muttered, "Troublesome." He took a few steps forward and threw a bottle of liquid medicine on him. Fifth young Master spent a lot of effort, but he still couldn't pull the cork off that bottle of liquid medicine. It was truly because he had been on tenterhooks for most of the night after Madame Goen brought him here, and he was mentally and physically exhausted. Chapter 2974. On top of that, he had been fed bone-softening powder and drugged with aphrodisiac earlier, so his body was already in a half-crippled state. Now, he couldn't even open a tiny medicine bottle. Fifth young Master Qin subconsciously clenched his fist tightly, not even noticing that his fingers had left bloody marks on his palm. Arbor glanced at this person in a bad mood and muttered, "Troublesome" again. The little fellow walked up and bent down to snatch that medicine bottle from his hand. She directly pulled out the cork and squatted next to him. She turned his flushed face around with one hand and very roughly poured the medicinal liquid into his mouth with the other. The Zithershio's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that the little lady's ice-cold hand was actually a bit frightening. Take half a bottle of antidote a day, and take it for 2 days. After Miss Chiao expressionlessly said this, she picked fifth young Master Qin up from the ground. Don't forget the 1,000,000 spirit coins and tearless grass. Fifth young Master Qin was filled with displeasure, and he raised his head with difficulty to glance at her. Why do you dislike me? Because I'm a cripple?" He could tell that the little stoic was completely blunt with him. It could even be said that she simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. This attitude was completely different from how she spoke to people like Qi Xianxian. Even though her eternally unchanging stoic expression seemed to be frozen in time, he could clearly tell that whether it was her conversational attitude or tone, it was vastly different from Qi Xianxian and the rest. "What does it have to do with me, whether you're a cripple or not?" Miss Chiao irritably retorted. She couldn't be bothered to meddle in their Qin estate's affairs. If she hadn't happened to run into them today, she wouldn't have gone to look for them at all. To put it bluntly, the Qin estate's 5th Qin and Ming province's Ming Bao had nothing to do with her at all. Arbor lowered his head to glance at the person in his hand and creased his brows in displeasure. So troublesome, he still had to carry this person back to the academy to exchange for mission points. Fortunately, this trip wasn't completely fruitless. At least, he managed to capture the naughty tree seed fragments. Just as Arbor walked out of the courtyard with 5th Cheen, he bumped into eldest young Sir Cheen, who had come after hearing the news. Eldest young master was stunned at first, but then he smiled like a flower and waved the small fan in his hand. My Jojo, it's a small world indeed. The two of us are really fated." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. He wanted to walk around him, but when he saw the person in his hand, he hurriedly threw him over. "I'll return it to you." Xiao Mu didn't say anything else and turned to leave after throwing him out. "Remember to settle the account by tomorrow." 5th young Master Cheen's complexion was a bit dark, and he only managed to stabilize himself after his eldest brother reached out to support him. When he turned around, he could only see the back of the little fellow's head. What a heartless and callous fellow. 5th young Sir Cheen gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. All he could see was that bit of spirit coins. "Oh my Jojo, why are you running so fast?" Eldest young Sir Cheen blinked, and his figure flashed as he caught up to Arbor's footsteps. Subsequently, he reached out to stop her. A chance encounter is better than an invitation. "See, our fate isn't shallow. How about this? Let's have a meal together." "Who wants to have a meal with you?" Arbor looked at eldest young Sir expressionlessly. "I've been fasting recently." "Impossible." Eldest young Sir shook his head vigorously. "You can't do without 3 meals a day." Arbor. Chapter 2975. This person in front of her was really asking for a beating. Madame Jojo felt an itch in her little hands. As though he had seen through her intentions, eldest young Master Cheen deliberately took a few steps forward and grinned in front of Arbor. "Jojo, look. In any case, we're from the same star domain. Don't keep pushing me away like this." Humph. Arbor couldn't be bothered to say anything more to him and slid past him. Unexpectedly, she moved quickly, but this guy Qin Xian was even faster. No matter how she moved, he was like a hot potato that stuck to her hand and couldn't be shaken off. No matter how much she tried to get away from him, he always stayed by her side. The little fellow could see his grinning face when she turned around, and she couldn't resist swinging her little hand at his head. "What are you doing?" Arbor angrily threw a punch, but eldest young Master Cheen hastily reached out to block it. "Jojo, you saved our family's old 5th. Eldest young Master Cheen said with a smile. "I have to show some appreciation, right?" "No need for appreciation." Miss Chow waved her small hand. "Just settle the consultation fee you owe me as soon as possible." Eldest young Master Cheen silently twitched his mouth, and he turned to look at his pale-faced 5th brother. "Jojo, look at Shio's current condition. It's not good. You can't leave him to die. Let's find a place to sit down and have a meal first. Then you can treat him properly." Eldest young Master Cheen grinned and winked. "Don't worry. I won't shortchange you for a single cent of the consultation fee." Arbor glared at him when she saw that this person refused to let go and had a rascal expression that said, "I won't let you go until you treat my 5th brother." Eldest young Master Cheen smiled fawningly at her. "Jojo, let's go." Eldest young Master Cheen flashed to 5th young Master's side and nodded at him to support him. Old 5th's health hadn't improved ever since he was drugged and tortured by that old fogey from the National Security Agency. He had taken plenty of medicine at home to recuperate, but the results weren't good. Now that he had the opportunity to grab little Jojo and show him to Lao Wu, it was naturally a good thing. Eldest young Master Cheen was very confident in Arbor's medical skills. The 3 of them left the alley where the villa was located and circled around to the street. They found a relatively quiet restaurant and walked in. Arbor checked Qin Shio's pulse expressionlessly and then said, "Just take the medicine I gave you on time." "Really?" Eldest young Sir Qin sat on the side, propping up his chin with one hand as he gazed unblinkingly at the little stoic. He said with a grin, "Jojo, my 5th brother was previously assassinated by that old woman from the state security. You know how many kinds of drugs you have in your body?" 5th young Master Cheen's handsome face flushed red, and he turned his head to look at his big brother, who didn't watch his mouth. Was he really his biological brother? Sir Jojo's face was cold. He sat upright and still and said expressionlessly, "I don't understand." Eldest young Master Qin. Fifth young Master Qin glanced speechlessly at his elder brother. Eldest brother. Last time at Langfang, she was the one who helped. Eldest young Master Qin turned to look at his younger brother. Ah, that's right, Physician Chong also mentioned it to me last time. Xiao Xiao was the one who cured you in Langfang. Then that's it. Jojo must be very familiar with your illness. Jojo, how do you think my fifth brother's illness needs treatment to be completely eradicated? Chapter 2976. Arbor glared at him impatiently. Why are you so long-winded? I already said that he only needs to finish taking the medicine I gave him, and he'll be completely cured. Why do you have to ask the same question again and again? He was simply trying to find a topic to talk about. The little fellow felt that her saliva was about to dry up from explaining to this person. It was incredibly annoying. She picked up a cup of tea and took a sip before continuing expressionlessly. The messy medicinal powder in your younger brother's body has already been neutralized, so it won't cause him any major harm in the future. On the other hand, his internal organs have accumulated quite a bit of cold, heat, and evil qi. It hasn't been accumulated for a long time. He should take more licorice and other things and train his body. He shouldn't look so weak that he'll be blown away by a gust of wind. Bones and muscles can all be trained. Even if he's just a mortal, it's essential to strengthen the body. If he's this weak, it'll be difficult for him to even leave behind a descendant. Could it be that he wants to be an embroidered pillow that looks good on the outside, but is useless? A cough, 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 cough. Eldest young Sir Qin choked on his tea and lowered his head to cough violently several times. On the other hand, fifth young Sir Qin, who was sitting on the side, was alternately stifled and agitated by Arbor's words. His pair of beautiful, moist eyes stared fixedly at Arbor, so angry that he was speechless. Not only was this young lady savage, but she also had a venomous tongue. She spoke for half a day and insulted him from beginning to end. One moment, she said he was weak, and the next moment, she said he was an embroidered pillow. She was openly and covertly insulting him. Also, she was a young lady, yet she talked about a man's descendant with an expressionless face. Didn't she think it was too much? Arbor glanced indifferently at the fifth young sir and took out a small box the size of a ring from his pocket. He pushed it in front of the fifth young sir and turned to ask the eldest young sir, "Do you have white maple in your family other than tearless grass? Take out some if you have it. This walnut pill isn't for sale to the outside world." The little stoic said expressionlessly, "It can nourish the blood, nourish the marrow, and strengthen the muscles and bones. It's suitable for you." In the end, she still wanted him to nourish his body. Was he that weak in her eyes? The fifth young master was so angry that he was speechless. Eldest young master's mouth twitched. He took out several herbs from his inner world and placed them in front of Arbor. The little stoic reached out to take them and unceremoniously accepted them all. She glanced at eldest young master and felt that she had taken many things from him. Then she kindly asked fifth young master, "Do you want the dragon tendon bone repairing pill?" The fifth young master was enraged. Scram. On the side, eldest young Sir Qin couldn't help but cover his face. My God, his gentle and elegant fifth brother was actually angered by a little girl to the point of spouting such malicious words. There was really no one else like him, Humph. The little stoic snorted coldly and then stood up to stride away. The eldest young master hurriedly stood up as well. He stopped the little girl and said with a smile, "Jojo, let's eat before you leave. Don't be angry. Things haven't been going well for our fifth brother recently, and he's not in a good mood." "I'm in an even worse mood." Sir Jojo grumpily turned his small head away, but then his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw Mo Yin's figure appear at the restaurant's entrance extremely quickly and arrive in front of them in less than a second. Sir Jojo happily bounced to his side. "Lian, where did you go just now? You still dare to talk about it?" Mo Yin was enraged at the mention of this. Chapter 2977. That fragment little four was truly a good-for-nothing. Not only did he throw him out of the boundary, but he was also thoughtless enough to directly throw him out of Wind Thunder City. He made him run all the way back and even wasted some time. Arbor raised his hand to touch his handsome face that was somewhat frozen from the cold wind the entire way. Seeing his dark face, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did Little Four throw you to?" "Outside the city." Arbor blinked. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you." Emolian nodded, feeling a bit angry when she thought of that swindler. Greetings to the Crown Prince. As soon as Emolian turned around, she met Qin Xian's spurious gaze, and she immediately became displeased. Why was this guy here? It couldn't be that he harbored some unrealistic thoughts about his wifey, right? Emolian reflexively grasped Arbor's small hand tightly. She looked at Qin Xian and Qin Xiu with a cold face. Then her gaze paused on Qin Xiu, and she asked in surprise, "Jojo, you found Fifth Qin?" "That's right." Arbor nodded his small head. "I found him by chance not long after we came out of the boundary." Emolian recalled Qi Xuan's previous words and felt that her Qiao was indeed an extremely lucky person. "Jojo, then you can go to the mission center to exchange your points after we return." Emolian grasped his small hand. "Let's go back to the academy." Since they found him, there was naturally no need to stay in the inner city. Fifth young Master Qin pursed his lips and didn't say anything, but his gaze swept over Emolian very coldly. As expected, in these people's eyes, he, good for nothing, was merely an item needed to provide mission points. The little stoic was greedy and sharp-tongued, but most importantly, she was vain. Looking at it now, this stoic face's taste wasn't that great. She probably followed the Crown Prince because of his noble status and wanted to curry favor with him. The little stoic was disinclined to care about what fifth young Master Qin was thinking. Her husband pulled her small hand, and the two of them walked toward the staircase. Qin Xian sighed and looked at the backs of the two people as they left. His gaze was somewhat complicated. "I want to eat wontons." Emolian lowered her head and smiled at her. "I'll cook it for you when we get back." Sir Jojo nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "By the way, did that holy Sun Mi Yin say when he will set off for the secret realm?" 3 days later, Emolian smiled. "Do you want to fuse with the fragment, Little Four?" Arbor shook his head. "Let Little Four play for a while. Whether it wants to merge with Chio or not, it's up to it." Emolian raised her hand and stroked her little head. "The Sun Moon Temple is near the Red River Canyon. We have to take the water route to get there. Just the Du Chunjiang alone will take about a day's journey. Flying is naturally prohibited above the Du Chunjiang." Arbor immediately looked at him curiously and asked, "Why is it prohibited from flying?" Emolian shook his head. "I don't know. It's been like this for years. Some people also say that it's because there are immortals in the river with boundless magic power living under the water. If cultivators who pass by dare to use their spiritual power to forcefully ascend into the air, they will be destroyed without a trace." Arbor curiously followed Emolian out of the restaurant, and the two of them headed for the Royal Academy. Before they could walk 2 steps, Arbor suddenly stopped and shouted, "Oh no, I forgot to bring my points back." "What points?" "Wait for me." Arbor's figure flashed, and he once again returned to that small restaurant. Chapter 2978. In less than a few seconds, Arbor ran out with a person in her arms, and our dear Qin Xian chased after her, both amused and exasperated. Jojo, you can't be like this." Eldest young Sir Qin wordlessly followed after her and reached out to rescue fifth young Sir Qin, whose complexion had darkened. Prince Mo's handsome face also darkened, and he hugged the little fellow to his side while kicking fifth young Sir Qin in passing. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xian hastily pulled his younger brother back and dodged that kick. Then, he glared at Prince Mo and said irritably, "Your Highness, my younger brother is only a mortal. How can he end up well after you kick him?" Sir Qiao took a step forward and said seriously, "Are you thinking of robbing our Seekong Star Battle Team's mission points?" Qin Xian was even more speechless. "No, don't worry. You're the one who earned the points. I absolutely won't interfere. Hey, no one's fighting with you over it." Arbor nodded and extended a fair and tender small hand with a serious expression that said, I have to bring the points back. If it weren't for the little stoic's expression being too serious, the three men would have thought she was joking. It turned out that this little fellow was serious. She seriously wanted to bring the points back to the academy. Emollien's eyebrows twitched, and she coughed lightly and said, "Actually, 15 only needs to report to the mission center after returning. There really isn't a need to trouble your dainty hand to carry him back to the academy." Lady Xiao blinked her eyes and retracted her hand. She then looked at the three of them with an expressionless face. Her face was serious and serious. Oh, if it weren't for his fifth brother's truly ugly expression, eldest young, Sir Chin would have burst into laughter. This little thing was still so amusing. At this time, Arbor also realized that she had made a blunder, but her stoic face absolutely wouldn't let others see any trace of vexation. The next day, Lingu dragged a large cart full of spirit coins to the entrance of Donlin Garden. She instructed the servants to move boxes of spirit coins from the cart and pile them up in the courtyard. When Xiao Mu came out, she saw that the entire courtyard was piled up to the brim. The little fellow casually flipped through them and turned to look at Lingu, who was looking up at the sky. "Why did you send so many?" In terms of medicinal ingredients, eldest young Master Qin Xian had given her enough yesterday. All that was left was 1,000,000 spirit coins. So, he decided to pay them off. At this time, the things piled up in her courtyard were priceless gems and jade wares, expensive calligraphy and paintings, precious Lingji mushrooms, and so on. There were hundreds of spirit coin chests, which added up to about 4 to 5 million spirit coins. Arbor glanced at Lingu and did not say anything. He took the 1,000,000 spirit coins and turned around to leave. "Hey, wait a moment." Lingu couldn't help but call out to her. She pointed at the other chests on the ground and said, "These are all gifted to you by my young master. I only take what I deserve." Xiao Mu threw down this sentence and entered the room by herself, not paying any more attention to him. After Lingu returned with her head drooped, she told Fifth Young Sir Chin everything that had happened. Fifth Young Sir was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. This girl was pretending in front of him. She clearly loved money, but she didn't want it when he gave it to her. Fifth Young Sir was fuming inside. When Lingu asked him with trepidation, "Young Sir, how should we deal with these?" Fifth Young Sir sneered. "Burn them all." Chapter 2979. Although Lingu had a pained expression, since the young master had spoken, she could only do as he said. There were so many good things, such as Lingji mushrooms and snow lotuses. The young master actually burned them all in a fit of anger. In the end, it was all that stoic-faced girl's fault. She should have just accepted them properly. Lingu secretly raised her eyes to glance at the fifth young master. Seeing him enter with a cold expression, the door to the side room was tightly shut with a bam. At the same time, in a private residence in the inner city, Madame Goen's ear-piercing curses could be heard. The maidservant Kai Wei pushed open the door with fear and trepidation. She was almost hit by a cup that flew straight at her. She quickly knelt on the ground and cried, Madam, please calm down. Why is it only you? Where's Kai Wei? Where did she go? I asked her to cook some bird's nest porridge. Why is she still missing? Is it because my words no longer have any effect now?" Kai Wei shuddered and quickly went forward on her knees to curry favor. "Madam, don't be angry. Later, Kai Wei will go to the small kitchen to take a look." "Why aren't you going?" Madame Goen roared angrily. Kai Wei shuddered and didn't dare to say anything. She quickly got up from the ground and walked backward to the door. "Wait," Madame Goen coldly shouted with a gloomy expression. "Yes, madam. Give me the bronze mirror over there," Madame Goen said again with a gloomy expression, unwilling to give up. Just now, she had already taken several kinds of pills to restore her appearance. Thinking about it, it should have taken effect by now. Kai Wei shuddered and quickly advised softly, "Madam, it's better for you to recuperate peacefully now. Give it to me." Madame Goen's expression instantly changed, as if she was very dissatisfied with Kai Wei for daring to refute her to her face. Kai Wei quickly crawled over, took out a bronze mirror, and handed it to Madame Goen. Madame Goen took a deep breath and looked at herself in the bronze mirror. She almost fainted from what she saw. His originally tender and fair face was now darker than charcoal, as if he had been roasted in a furnace for several days. It was so dark that it was almost comical. He also had a big red nose with a black malignant tumor growing on the tip of his nose. It was as big as half a finger and was extremely conspicuous. Madame Gowan was so angry that she threw the bronze mirror to the ground and threw everything around her that could be thrown. She couldn't believe that even after her emergency treatment, her face was still affected by the poison. That damned little black snake. Of all the places it could bite, it actually bit her nose. Arbor, Arbor, I'm going to kill you, Arbor. Arbor. Mrs. Gowan screamed as she fell and hit the ground. Her hatred for Arbor had reached its peak. Kaiwa didn't dare to be rash. She stood to the side timidly, not daring to say anything. What are you waiting for? Invite the best alchemists and alchemists in the city. She wanted to treat her face. How was she going to go out and meet people with such a dark and poisoned face? Yes. Kaiwa hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed out of the door. The current madam was really too scary. She could explode in anger at any time and vent the depression in her heart on any little girl. She didn't want to become that unlucky cannon fodder. Chapter 2980. 3 days later. Prince Zheng's estate, Princess Consort. A young maidservant with a long face and slender eyebrows quickly walked into the main hall and bowed to Shi Yongyin, who was sitting at the head of the table. How is it? Shi Yongyin used a wet handkerchief to lightly wipe the pastry crumbs from the corner of her mouth as she asked with an indifferent gaze. Prince has invited all the famous doctors in the imperial capital, saying that he wants to diagnose young Master Hua. That maidservant cleverly moved forward and lowered her voice to speak to Shi Yongyin. All the famous doctors are helpless. Shi Yongyin sneered indifferently and gently put down the teacup in her hand. She stood up and said, "Let's go to the Hua courtyard to take a look at second young master's condition." A moment later, Shi Yongyin had just stepped into the Hua courtyard with her maidservant Fu when they heard loud cries from inside, mixed with Su Shihua's father's angry yell. "Kong, are you just going to watch someone beat your younger brother like this? Who exactly is your biological brother? Don't you feel distressed seeing Hua in such a half-dead state? No. Bring father into the palace immediately. I want to see his majesty. I want to explain this situation to his majesty." Su Shihua's father cursed. Why can he do whatever he wants just because he's the crown prince? How can he beat my Hua in such a state? On my Hua. Shi Yongyin's eyes revealed traces of mockery. This family was truly too amusing. There was actually such a brainless fellow who wanted to enter the palace to reason with his majesty. Father. Mo Shikong's tired voice came from inside the room. Shi Yongyin had someone push open the door forcefully. She strode in with her head held high and her back ramrod straight. "Prince, you wouldn't be so muddle-headed as to listen to your father's words and bring him into the palace to see his majesty and plan to complain about his highness the crown prince, right? Woman, do you have any manners? Why did you come in so rashly?" Su Shitao turned back from the bedside and glared at Shi Yongyin. She had never been on good terms with her sister-in-law. Ever since she, her parents, and her second brother came to the Zheng Palace, she felt that she was under her sister-in-law's control. She even had to look at her sister-in-law's face when it came to food, clothing, and other necessities. This made her feel very unhappy every time. Mo Shikong looked at his wife unhappily. "Yongyin, what kind of attitude is this? Your Highness, honest words are unpleasant to the ear and beneficial to your actions. Please don't think that this concubine's words are unpleasant to hear." Shi Yongyin couldn't help but sneer. "If you insist on doing things your own way and insist on bringing father-in-law to the palace to complain, then you'll have no choice but to do so. I'm afraid that you will soon be implicated by your short-sighted father. What kind of person was His Majesty? How could His Majesty be in the mood to listen to you? Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince was His Majesty's biological son. His biological son. What kind of father would not help his own son and even side with outsiders like them? So what if Su Shihua is dead? Could it be that their Zheng palace was going to risk their lives against His Highness the Crown Prince for a mere Su Shihua? Wasn't this a joke? Shi Yongyan's gaze coldly stared at Su Shitao. Younger sister Tao, this matter was completely caused by you. You should properly reflect on yourself. You must not be so willful in the future. Su Shitao's eyes were red with anger. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Eldest brother!" Mo Shikong also stared at Shi Yongyan with an unhappy expression. He discovered that she seemed to have changed into a different person today. Her words were blunt and very impolite, making him somewhat embarrassed in front of his parents and younger sister. Chapter 2981. Shi Yongyan sighed and bowed to Mo Shikong. She said faintly, "Your Highness, please don't mind this concubine's words. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. This concubine is completely thinking for the sake of your Highness. If today your Highness brought father-in-law into the palace to complain to His Majesty, how do you think His Majesty will deal with this matter?" Mo Shikong pursed his lips and didn't speak. Although he didn't speak, his heart was clearer than anyone else. His Majesty certainly wouldn't say anything. His Majesty secretly loved his son so much that he even gave such an important elite force like the Emperor's Shadow Guards to the Crown Prince. This was the difference between close and distant relatives. No matter how much Mo Shikong sacrificed and did, in His Majesty's heart, he was different from Mo Lien. Your Highness, we can only use medicine to protect young Master Hua's heart for the time being, and then find a way to help him recuperate. An old doctor who took Su Shihua's pulse said. He injured his natal meridians, and his skin was severely burned by the fire. No one can guarantee whether he can wake up or not. Mo Shikong's face was very ugly. In fact, the words of these old doctors were basically the same as what the old doctors of the Imperial Academy said. This meant that Su Shihua himself couldn't possibly recover to his original state. After all, if it was him, Mo Shikong, who spat out that golden dragon fire, even he might not be able to completely withstand it, let alone Su Shihua, who was extremely arrogant at such a young age. Su Shihua had always thought that his own cultivation was considered outstanding among his peers. Xiao Mu had surpassed him and even defeated him effortlessly, making him feel emotionally and physically that he couldn't accept it at all. Your Highness, you also heard the doctor's words just now. I hope you will consider it carefully. Shi Yongqian lowered her eyes. After saying this, she walked out of the door with her servant girl, Fu. Suhi and his daughter were left angrily staring at Shi Yongqian's back. Eldest brother, look at what sister-in-law said. How can she push all the blame onto me? Su Shitao suppressed his anger and said, this matter was clearly caused by that crown princess. The reason why second brother became like this was also because of her. Enough. Mo Shikong didn't want to listen to Su Shitao's nagging anymore, so he turned to Suhi and said, Dad, you heard what Wang Fei said just now. Second brother's current situation is very bad. Forcing him to stay will only add to his pain. Suhi wished he could slap his eldest son's face. He glared at Mo Shikong and shouted at him, Are you going to leave me to die? It's not like your brother can't be saved. You want to give up the treatment? Father. Mo Shikong knew that with his second brother's current state, his father and the others would definitely cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang themselves, causing the entire Jing mansion to have no peaceful days. His heart was stifled, but he still said, Father, I don't want to give up either, but the problem is that it's useless even if I don't give up. Second brother's injuries have already spread to his entire body, and all his internal organs have been damaged. When Su Shihua's mother, Liang Shi, heard this, she started sobbing softly. The more Su he listened to the crying, the more annoyed he became. He shouted at him, Shut up. In any case, you must do your best to save Hua-er. If you can't, then enter the palace and ask His Majesty for the best medicine and the best doctor. Suhi said self-righteously. He was beaten by the crown prince. No matter what, His Majesty should do something. Chapter 2982. When Shi Yongyan received the news, she was almost angered into laughter by this naive eunuch's strange words. She really had the face to force her husband to go to the imperial palace to ask for a pharmacist and medicinal herbs? Could it be that the great emperor really didn't know that this had happened? The great emperor's spies were all over the divine continent. His Highness the Crown Prince had almost beaten Mo Shikong, this good-for-nothing younger brother of his, to death. How could the great emperor not know? The great emperor still hadn't said anything. What did that mean? That meant that he didn't want to care at all. It was hard for this He to keep saying that he wanted to go to the great emperor to complain. What did he want to complain about? He wanted to tell the great emperor, Io, your son beat our Su family's child to death. It was simply ridiculous and brainless to the extreme. In front of Shi Yongyin stood two men in black who didn't speak with their hands hanging down. Go, Shi Yongyin said faintly and put the porcelain cup in her hand on the table. A cold light flashed through her eyes. These two bodyguards, trained by the Shi family, were naturally very obedient to Shi Yongyin's words. The two people quietly came to Hua Courtyard. Looking in from the side room's window, they saw Liang Shi crying and sitting by the bed to take care of her son. Su He and Su Shitao were no longer there. Zheng Wang should also be in the study at this time. One of them shot out spiritual power from his finger and pointed at Liang Shi, this ordinary person. Soon, they floated in through the window and saw Su Shihua lying on the bed like a charcoal on the verge of death. The two of them looked at each other, and then one of them nodded slightly at the other. They quickly walked forward and pulled up the brocade quilt that covered Su Shihua's body and suddenly pressed it against his face. That bodyguard pressed one hand on Su Shihua's face. At first, Su Shihua didn't have any movement. Later, he slowly began to struggle. He was already burnt to a crisp. His breathing was faint and intermittent. If it wasn't for the doctors forcibly using medicine to keep him alive, he would have already died. At this time, with a brocade quilt on his face, he couldn't even breathe. Su Shihua struggled in the man's hands for less than a minute before he was completely powerless. After another 2 minutes, the Shi family's guard realized that his subordinate was completely motionless. Only then did he slowly loosen his grip and place 2 fingers on Su Shihua's neck to test him. He then turned around and nodded at the other guard. Not long after the two returned to report, before noon, Mo Shikong angrily came to Zheng Yuan with a manservant called Xiaobao to find her. As soon as Mo Shikong entered the room, he kicked the coffee table next to him and shouted angrily, Shi Yongyin, did you do that to Hua? Shi Yongyin looked at the man in front of her coldly. Princess Consort Zheng was originally an average-looking person. In addition, her forehead was narrow and slightly sunken. Her nose was sharp and narrow, but her mouth was quite big. She was born with a mean and ungrateful appearance. No man would be satisfied with such a wife. If it weren't for the Shi family's wealth and influence, King Zheng wouldn't have been willing to marry such a wife. In the 3 years since the couple got married, they had always treated each other with respect. This was the first time the couple had met each other with red faces and thick necks. Mo Shikong looked at the woman's face in front of him, and a trace of irritation and disgust flashed through his eyes. Shi Yongyin, do you have no brain? Am I brainless? Or is Wang Yi indecisive and doesn't know his limits? Chapter 2983. Shi Yongyin looked at Mo Shikong calmly, but a complicated and disappointed look flashed across her eyes. She originally thought that the man she married was just not decisive in his actions, but now it seemed that he was simply soft-hearted and short-sighted. Ever since they found that disgusting family, King Zheng's residents had been in a lot of trouble. In fact, she really couldn't understand her husband's thoughts. In terms of blood ties, there was a slight connection. Blood ties were the deepest fetters that couldn't be severed from the beginning. But wouldn't it be ridiculous to talk about how deep blood ties were? King Zheng was an orphan since young. He followed Her Majesty the Empress from the age of 3 and was raised by her until he was a little over 10 years old. It could be said that King Zheng spent much more time with Her Majesty than Her Majesty's biological son, Emolian. Ever since Her Majesty's accident 17 years ago, the entire divine prefecture was in turmoil for a period of time. In recent years, divine prefecture finally became peaceful, and their days slowly became better. King Zheng had been thinking about it since a few years ago and began to search for his family. Family? Shi Yongyin couldn't help but snort. It was simply ridiculous. What kind of family was a parent who could abandon you without hesitation when you were fleeing for your life when you were young? Instead of saying that the Su family brought their children to the imperial capital to search for their family, it was better to say that it was King Zheng who sent people to find their family and then brought them over to provide for them. Shi Yongyin really couldn't understand how much affection could there be between these so-called family members who had never lived together since young. However, King Zheng was a stubborn person who was foolishly filial to the extreme. You sent people to deal with my second brother, and now you dare to say such things. Do you really think I'm afraid of your Shi family? Your Highness. Shi Yongyin stood up from the chair and looked at him coldly. Yongyin is doing this for your Highness's sake. That Su Shihua is already in this state, and your Highness still wants to waste manpower, resources, and energy on him. In the end, not only will it be a waste of effort, but it will also drag down our entire residence. What kind of situation does your Highness think our residence is in now? From 3 days ago until now, your Highness, have you calculated how many spirit coins and herbs you have spent on that living corpse? There are so many people in the residence, and the expenses are already high. Your Highness, you also know that ever since you brought second brother and third sister over, the palace's expenses have increased by several times. If it wasn't for this concubine using the dowry stores to supplement the budget, do you think this palace would be able to survive? This is the reason why you sent someone to deal with my second brother. Mo Shikong trembled with anger. In your eyes, is that money more important than my second brother's life? Princess Consort Zheng used the handkerchief in her hand to wipe the corners of her mouth, and a cold smile appeared on her harsh face. Yes. The Prince of Zheng raised his hand and was about to slap Princess Consort Zheng's face. Princess Consort Zheng raised her head and looked at him coldly. If Prince continues to let Su Shihua drag things out, the entire prince's estate will be dragged to death sooner or later. I'm just helping His Highness solve a big problem. Could it be that Prince will really listen to father-in-law's words and enter the palace to ask His Majesty for medicinal herbs and pharmacists for the sake of Su Shihua, this living dead? Everything this concubine does is for the sake of your Highness. Your Highness insists on going against the crown prince for the sake of the Su family. The gains do not make up for the losses. Chapter 2984. Presumably, your Highness has clearly seen His Highness the Crown Prince's temper after this period of time. Do you really think that you will have a good time after falling out with His Highness? Shi Yongyin clenched her fists tightly and did her best to control the anger that was swirling in the depths of her heart. There had to be a limit to being brainless, right? Mo Shikong furiously glared at the woman in front of him and suddenly recalled the icy words Mo Lien left behind before leaving. Be Prince Zheng properly. Be Prince Zheng properly. Damn it. Mo Shikong felt repulsed, irritated, and gloomy. His identity as Prince Zheng could really be removed at any time, right? Right now, Crown Prince Mo's words were like a sharp sword hanging over his head. It could drop down at any moment and snatch everything away from him. Snatch it away. Mo Shikong had difficulty breathing, and his heart was so stifled that it was almost about to explode. He fiercely glared at Shi Yongyan before abruptly flinging his sleeves and turning to leave with large strides. If my parents ask about this matter, you can explain it to them yourself. Princess Consort Zheng was so angry that she plopped down on the wooden armchair. Her chest heaved up and down as she panted heavily. In the end, it was her, the wife, who was in the wrong. Could it be that everything she did was not for the sake of Prince Zheng and Prince Zheng's estate? On Lady Jojo's end, she naturally did not know that after Mo Shikong brought Su Shihua back to the imperial capital, he went through a lot of trouble to find someone to treat him and caused a great commotion in Prince Zheng's estate. Even if she knew, she would probably just purse her lips and say, "It's a waste of effort." As for Seventh Yin, this little fellow, although his dragon form was nothing special, his strength absolutely could not be underestimated. The little fellow was still in the late-stage infant stage and had yet to enter the growth stage. If he spat out a mouthful of blazing dragon's breath, he could definitely kill a level 15 great spiritual master. Lady Jojo was completely uninterested in what Prince Zheng's estate was up to. She, Imol Yin, Duan Yu, and the others were ready to set off early in the morning and arrived at the learning area plaza, leading a row of white-robed priests. Holy Sun Mi Yin was already standing at the front of the square, on the most eye-catching arena. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a compassionate expression on his face. It was as if he was shrouded in holy light just by standing there. Arbor secretly rolled his eyes, then turned to Prince Mo and whispered, "Did they say when they would depart?" Prince Mo knew that the little fellow was a little impatient and could not help but secretly hold back his laughter, saying softly, "For this trip, other than the two of us, we will also select 30 people from the academy to go with us. We will probably only depart when everyone is present." Little Fatty, who was known for his information, squeezed his way forward and said, "Hey, I heard that there are more than 30 people from our academy." This time, the Sun Moon Temple was especially generous. Not only did they choose 30 people from our academy, but they also chose 30 people from our academy. It seems like they've even selected some students from other academies. In addition, they seem to have selected some people with special talents from the Divine Land and brought them along. Little Fatty rubbed his chin and muttered, "I suspect that this trip will definitely be dangerous. Is everyone here? Let's start the roll call now." Mu Ro Xuan, Gui Xuan, Long Min on the side. The little priestess added with a grin, "Those whose names are called, please walk to the front." Chapter 2985. Zhongli Jiwei, Chen Baojia. The young men and women whose names were called each gracefully flew onto the large stage and stood still, their expressions rather complacent. But that was to be expected. To be able to break through the top 30 rankings in the previous arena competition, not only did they have strength, but luck was also indispensable. The little stoic expressionlessly looked at them. When Nether Leopard's name was announced, everyone was stunned and whispered to each other for a while. Soon after, they saw a person jump up from the back of the crowd like a monkey and rapidly run up the large stage. Excuse me. Thank you, excuse me." Ming Bao ran up the stage with a grin and cupped his hands at Chen Baojia, Zhongli Jiwei, and the other standing next to him. Chen Baojia swept him a glance and deliberately leaned closer to Zhongli Jiwei, muttering softly, "I wonder who he is. Everyone is outside looking for him like a net, but he's actually enjoying the show and doesn't mind it blowing up." Previously, everyone thought that Ming Bao was the same as 5th Young Master Qin and was abducted while shopping in the inner city. In the end, reality proved that this guy had gone crazy from playing and forgot to return to the academy. Although the vice president had already harshly reprimanded him, the students who went out to look for him were all very gloomy and dissatisfied. They only felt that this guy was too unreliable and didn't know his limits at all. The students of the Divine Province and Sangzhou kept muttering in their hearts. As expected, an uncivilized place like Ming Province produces all these baffling talents. "His Highness Yasi is coming down," someone called out softly. Everyone's gazes turned to the steps. Arbor and Imol Yin's group were standing in the front row, so Ming Yasi naturally saw them when he passed by. This was Miss Qiao's first time seeing Ming Province's crown prince after returning. Seeing that his complexion was a bit pale, as expected, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. The strangest thing was that one of Ming Yasi's arms also seemed to be broken, and it was still tied up in a sling. Ming Yasi's gaze coldly swept over Emolian. Sir Jojo also couldn't resist raising her small head to look at her husband. Earlier, her husband had said that he had left behind a wisp of his divine soul and led a group of hidden guards to cause trouble for Ming Yas. Her husband also said that he would beat Ming Yas up to the point where he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 2 or 3 days. Looking at it now, it was true. Although Yas could walk normally now, his arm was still broken. Judging from the state he was in 3 days ago, he might be in an even worse state. Jojo silently retracted his gaze and waited for the priestess to call the 30 students onto the stage. Holy Sun Mayan said reluctantly, Crown Prince of godly land and Crown Princess, please come up. The little fellow held her husband's hand and stomped up the arena. She asked impatiently, when are we leaving? They were so long-winded and even held a roll call ceremony. The efficiency of the Sun Moon Temple was really bad. Holy Sunmi Yin glanced at her with a fake smile. Then, he ignored the little girl's question and said in a deep voice, in this trip to the Sun Moon Mystic Realm, there are dangers as well as opportunities. There are some things that I want to make clear to everyone before we leave. If everyone is willing to go to the Sun Moon Mystic Realm with the temple, please sign an oath first. I guarantee that if there are any dangers on this trip, I will take full responsibility. Our temple won't take any responsibility. Holy Sunmi Yin said coldly. Chapter 2986. Sure enough, the Sun Moon Temple was crafty enough. They want to be a hands-off shopkeeper and not manage the accounts at all. Because among the people heading to the Sun Moon Secret Realm, there were the Crown Prince of the Divine Province, Prince Chun of the Tsang Province, and the Crown Prince of the Ming Province, as well as many outstanding disciples from large patrician families. It was hard to guarantee that if something happened to these people, the elders of their families wouldn't vent their anger on the temple because of these disciples. The Sun Moon Temple was naturally not that stupid, nor did they want to directly face the wrath of the emperors of the three provinces, so they thought of this method in advance. If they signed an oath, then they would naturally bear the full responsibility if something happened to them, and it would have nothing to do with the temple. Zhongli Zhuwei's eyes flickered slightly, and then she said faintly, in that case, even if we encounter danger in the secret realm, the temple won't lend us a helping hand. Chen Baojia also couldn't help but chuckle. The temple truly has a good plan. Sir Jojo took the oath from the temple's priest and glanced at it before throwing it on the ground with a plop. Holy Sunmi Yin was infuriated by the little stoic's attitude. Ignoring the priest's tugging, he turned to glare at Jojo. What? You don't want to enter the secret realm? What kind of bullshit oath is this? Qi Xianxian grumpily shouted from the side. What do you mean by life and death in the secret realm? And the temple won't take responsibility if you encounter danger. And those who enter but aren't disciples of the temple can only choose to bring out one secret treasure when they come out of the secret realm. The rest of the treasures must be handed over to the temple. Bah, you're so shameless. Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes and snorted. You want to find people to work for your temple again, but you won't give them any benefits. No one is a freaking fool. Holy Sunmi Yan's face darkened, and he said indifferently, after entering the secret realm, life and death are naturally up to fate. This time, the temple isn't only bringing in 32 Royal Academy students. In addition, there are also dozens of students from several different academies in the three provinces. In addition, we have recruited many talents from Ming Province, the Divine Province, Song Province, and even several large tribes outside the three provinces to enter the secret realm together. After entering, everyone must temporarily obey orders until we give everyone time to act separately. This is not an oath written specifically for a student of the royal school. Holy Sunmi Yin says coldly. Instead, every non-believer of my shrine has to sign such an oath before entering the secret territory. In other words, if you don't want to sign, then don't go. Everyone had spent so much effort and finally obtained a precious spot. How unwilling would they be to give it up now? Bullshit, the little stoic said indifferently, and everyone's gazes uniformly shifted to her. The little fellow was too lazy to speak, so she tugged at her husband's sleeve. Emol Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still said, the two of us are using our spots to exchange for the life of your holy maiden. Don't forget, this oath is not an oath. We will not sign it. Emol Yin said indifferently, if you don't bring us in, then hand over your holy maiden. Kill her. Arbor nodded his small head and said seriously. Holy Sunmi Yin was so infuriated by these two that his heart and lungs hurt. Chapter 2987. The rest of the people looked at the Divine Land Crown Prince and the Crown Princess with a strange expression, and they secretly glanced at Holy Sunmi Yan's face. Arbor would be stupid to sign that oath. It was clearly written in the oath that she had to hand over all her treasures, and only one could be kept. Bah! How could she hand over the treasure that was in Sir Jojo's pocket? That was just bullshit. Although she wasn't sure if this oath would have any binding effect on her galaxy. Why would she take the risk? She and her lotus were the two places that the people of the Divine Hall used to buy the lives of the Holy Nun. She had to figure out what a bunch of muddle-headed guys were thinking. Holy Sun Mi, Yin glared at Arbor angrily. After a while, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Isn't the matter of the Holy Nun already over? Little Crown Princess turned hostile and stared coldly at Holy Sun Mi Yin, saying, I don't want to turn the page now. What can you do to me? You. What a load of nonsense. Shut up. Arbor roared at him impatiently, and then shouted into the air, Where are the guards of the Crown Princess? Everyone twitched the corners of their mouths inexplicably. Bam! 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 Several figures immediately flew out from their hiding places and stood in a row behind Little Crown Princess. Goth and return the mining rights contract of Chess Mountain's spiritual mine to the Divine Hall. By the way, capture that Yaowang Holy Nun for me, the Crown Princess. I, the Crown Princess, want her to die right now. Yes. Qi Xian Xian, Duan Mu Qing, and the others expressed their helplessness at the same time. Their Lord Xiao Xiao was truly a strange little fellow. She could really turn hostile without any hesitation and didn't care about Holy Sun Mi Yan's old face at all. Holy Sun Mi Yan only felt that the anger in his chest was about to erupt like a volcano. He looked around and saw that the other 30 people on the stage didn't say anything. Instead, they were all looking at him as if they were watching a show. It seemed that regardless of whether or not any of them had any grudges with the Little Crown Princess, everyone's thoughts were the same at this moment. They were all standing by the side of the Little Crown Princess who had turned hostile, Holy Sun Mi, and took a deep breath. Call them back. Seeing that those one-track minded hidden guards were really going to capture Yao Guang Sanus, Holy Sun Mi, Yin was so furious that his lungs were about to explode. His mouth trembled as he couldn't help but roar. What? The two of you are under special circumstances, so you don't have to sign it. However, the other's oath. Xiao Mu hollered at the flabbergasted young priest. The priest's hand trembled, and he quickly handed a new oath to Arbor. The little stoic expressionlessly skimmed through it again. Then, she took out a cinnabar brush from her inner world and circled a few words on that oath before making a cross. You can be responsible for your own life and death, but the others must move together with you and listen to your commands. There's no need for bullshit like that. After entering the secret realm, each of you will act separately. If you can, then you can. If you can't, then go and capture that Yaowang Sanus. What are you waiting for? Enough! Holy Sun Mi Yin tore off that refined and noble appearance of his and roared furiously. If you want to act separately, then so be it. Do you think that the temple has to go with you? You can only take one treasure from the secret realm. This condition absolutely couldn't be reduced. Into the 6th watch, chapter 2988. Arbor pursed her small lips and looked at the red-faced Holy Sun Mi Yin. She humphed and said, Ridiculous. She had to argue with Sir Jojo until her face turned red. It was truly too boring. Sir Jojo originally didn't want to insult her, but she had to come to her and beg to be insulted. Holy Sun Mi Yan's chest felt stifled, and he didn't want to continue looking at the little stoic. After everyone successfully signed that oath, Holy Sun Mi Yin couldn't resist looking at Arbor and Mo Yin. The more he looked, the more he found them pleasing to the eye. These two people didn't sign an oath, so they naturally weren't bound by the laws of heaven and earth. If they found more than one treasure in the secret realm, wouldn't that be letting these two people off easy pa-pa? Holy Sun Mi Yin immediately tossed this thought to the back of his mind. How could they have such great luck? It was already pretty good to be able to find one or two treasures in a secret realm filled with traps. Although these two people's cultivations weren't bad, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be abused by the secret realm's traps, formations, and spirit beasts. Humph humph. Holy Sun Mi Yin held his head high and plastered that holy and haughty mask on again. He said gravely to everyone, Since no one has any objections, Then let's prepare to set off. Our first stop is the Great North-Facing Forest's Northern Transportation Formation. Holy Sunmi Yin took out a large air transportation spiritual tool and summoned everyone onto it. This air transportation spiritual tool's appearance was a bit like a scabbard and could accommodate about 40 people. There were 32 students in the academy, plus the Holy Sunmi Yin and a few priests. There were 39 people in total. Therefore, it was quite crowded inside. Sir Jojo expressionlessly sat in the innermost corner with her hands on her knees. She sat obediently next to her husband in a very upright sitting posture. When the air transportation spiritual tool started, it jolted slightly. Zhongli Jiwei's gaze swept over and saw His Highness the Crown Prince instantly reach out to support the little Crown Princess' soft waist. It was so sore that a mouthful of sour water was stuck in her chest, unable to move up or down. Damn it! Did this couple have to be so lovey-dovey? The little Crown Princess was sitting upright. Could it be that she would fall from the air transportation spiritual tool's jolt? The Crown Prince's attention was always on that woman. She was so angry that her chest hurt. Arbor felt a strong gaze directed at her. She raised her head in displeasure and looked at Zhongli Jiwei with a frosty gaze. The corners of the little fellow's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Zhongli Jiwei felt a chill in her face, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chen Baojia, who was sitting next to Zhongli Jiwei, hurriedly gave Arbor a very stiff smile and then pulled Zhongli Jiwei's sleeve. Everyone on the air transportation spiritual tool sat there with different thoughts in their minds. Some of them secretly looked at Arbor and Mo Lien, while others looked at each other and whispered to each other. In any case, the students had successfully set off on their journey. Before they left, Principal Yun looked at them kindly and reminded them kindly. Everyone must remember that you only have one life. Treasures were indeed good, but life was even more precious. Don't put yourself in danger because of some worldly possessions. Sir Jojo sat for about 5 minutes, then took out an orange from his inner world and pulled his husband's sleeve. Mo Lien couldn't help but smile. She reached out to take the orange and peeled it with a smile. The little guy was in fact a foodie. Chapter 2989. Even though she had never admitted this point. But reality proved that as long as the little fellow was idle and had nothing to do, she would always be holding snacks or fruits in her hands. What did she like to eat when reading books? What did she like to eat when watching competitions? Even when she was training, she never forgot to eat after coming out of closed-door cultivation. The first thing she did was expressionlessly look for food. Mo Lien snickered inwardly. After perfectly peeling an orange, she handed it to Sir Jojo. Sir Jojo accepted it expressionlessly. Qi Xian, who was sitting on the other side of her, silently twitched her mouth. Jojo, this little foodie, was seriously a bit adorable with her stoic expression. Sir Jojo glanced at Qi Xuan's odd expression from the corner of his eye and took out another orange from his inner world and handed it to her. The two of them started eating in the last row. After finishing the orange, they switched to a banana. After finishing the banana, they took out some dried fruit and started nibbling on it. Then, they took turns eating pastries and candies. In the end, they even started munching on melon seeds. Duanyu, Duanmu Qing, and the others who were sitting in front of them all twitched their mouths as they secretly suppressed their laughter. These two girls, they were completely treating this as an outing. Holy Sunmi Yin finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Set the table." Those two words were sonorous and forceful, almost causing people to choke with laughter. Although Lord Holy Sun's cultivation had reached this spiritual venerable realm, he was used to eating 2 meals a day. So in essence, Lord Holy Sun was also a bit of a foodie. If he wasn't in closed-door cultivation, he would eat every day. Because it was a bit crowded with 39 people, it was completely impossible to set up a small table from the side. Hence, the white-robed priests sat around Lord Holy Sun, each of them holding a bowl of food and handing a bowl of rice to Lord Holy Sun. They silently watched Lord Holy Sun eat gracefully and unhurriedly like this. Sir Jojo glanced at him and silently took back the pile of snacks. He took out his all-purpose food box from his inner world and took out a large pot of fresh fish soup. He also took out 3 to 4 plates of stir-fry and had Duanyu, the little fatty, and Duanmuqing turn around to carry them for him. Jojo Sama started eating expressionlessly. Qi Xuanxuan's mouth twitched. She stuffed a mouthful of rice in her mouth and almost burst out laughing. The little fatty hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth and cried out, Don't spit. We still have to continue eating later." Mo Yin was so amused by the little guy that she was about to cramp up. This little stoic had always been expressionless, but inexplicably, her entire body was brimming with comedic talent, making people want to smile knowingly. Holy Sunmi Yin chewed the food in his mouth without tasting it. He only felt that his nose was filled with the aroma of the fish soup and all kinds of stir-fried food. He lowered his head and looked at the rice, steamed buns, and a plate of cold frozen duck meat in his bowl. That plate of frozen duck meat was old and dry. He instinctively wanted to throw it away. Kacha! Holy Sun Mayan was so angry that he broke the chopsticks in his hand. Seated behind the saint, eldest young Master Qin couldn't help but rub his forehead. Why the hell did he have the urge to burst out laughing? How many spirit coins? Holy Sunmi Yin suddenly spoke. He just couldn't understand. They both came out for training, so how could that neurotic little stoic still take out warm food? Chapter 2990. Just how freaking much of a foodie are you to be able to store so much food in your inner world? The little priest next to Sir Holy Sun cautiously reminded, "Sir, that stoic face often sells at exorbitant prices. Our family really doesn't need to spend so many spirit coins to buy that stoic face's sky-high price dishes." Uffed. The two young masters of the dough family couldn't help but stifle their laughter. In reality, the two of them had wanted to laugh since the beginning, but because they had to take Holy Sunmi Yan's face into consideration, they endured with great difficulty. At this time, Sir Jojo had already eaten his fill. He took that pot of fish soup from Duanyu and held it himself. Then, he handed him a clean pair of chopsticks and a bowl of rice, indicating for him to eat. Hearing Sir Holy Sun's inquiry, the little stoic expressionlessly said, "1 pot is 200,000 spirit coins. A small bowl is 20,000 spirit coins." Cough, 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 cough. Before Qi Xianxian could spit out the rice in her mouth, she was hastily stopped by the quick-witted little fatty. "Don't spit on Ancestor Xianxian, don't spit." They still had to continue eating, big sister. Holy Sun Mian's expression was dark and gloomy. He stifled for a long time before saying, "Your price is even more expensive than the sky-high holy rice sold at Dragon Flame City's Kaidai veranda." Arbor aloofly looked up at him like he was looking at a pauper. "You can't afford it, so what are you asking for?" It was simply a waste of her saliva. Everyone, the little priest couldn't resist secretly reminding Sir Holy Sun, "Sir, actually, we don't have to talk to the little stoic." Was there something wrong with this Holy Sun? Why did he have to tease and talk to the stoic face? Every time, he would be angered to the point of vomiting blood. Wasn't he sick? Smack! The Holy Sun coldly ordered after slapping that priest's head, "Shut up. Give me a small bowl." The Holy Sun said furiously. Everyone couldn't resist wanting to laugh. The little stoic expressionlessly filled a bowl of fresh fish soup for Sir Holy Sun and had Luyu pass it over. The Holy Sun took a sip and immediately sensed the difference. This fish soup felt like it was freshly cooked in a restaurant. He could taste its fresh aroma, and his tongue felt like it was about to melt. Compared to his lukewarm rice, this bowl of fresh fish soup was a little hot. After the saint finished his bowl of fish soup, he turned his face away and stopped talking. Over at Duanyu's place, they took turns eating lunch in threes before finally stopping. Arbor put away the bowls and chopsticks and let the diligent Xiuqiu wash them. The saint suddenly asked with a cold face, "Do you have steamed buns for sale?" It turned out that the saint had not eaten his fill. The saint added, "The kind that's piping hot. 500 spirit coins for 1 bun. You should become a robber. It suits you better." Everyone ridiculed inwardly. Subsequently, they heard eldest young Master Qin say, "Give me 2. When he turned around and saw Qin Ju looking at him with a pitiful expression, eldest young Sir Qin choked and hastily said, "Give me 4. 6. Omega Katoka said calmly. Eldest young, Sir Chin silently took out his money pouch and took out 3,000 spirit coins to give to the little stoic in exchange for 6 piping hot meat buns. The stoic face expressionlessly put away the money and took out a pot of spiritual tea from her inner world, pouring a cup for Emolien, Duan Yu, and the others. Sir Holy Sun, who was currently chewing on a meat bun, couldn't resist the urge to spit at her. I bought your steam buns, so you should also give me a cup of tea. Chapter 2991. Eldest young, Sir Chin, twitched his mouth. According to his understanding of the little stoic, this Sir Holy Sun was clearly looking for trouble again. 1 cup of spiritual tea is 10,000 spirit coins. 3 cups. Eldest young, Sir Chin, decisively paid again, attracting the gazes of the Gu families Gu Yishuan and the others like they were looking at an idiot. For people in their cultivation realms, what could they do if they didn't eat or drink for several days and nights? Did they have to buy the exorbitant price of the stoic face's tea and rice here? The eldest young Sir blinked and said with a grin, I just love to see the little stoic's mischievous appearance when she scams people. Everyone, based on his understanding of the little stoic, although she didn't have much of an expression right now, she should still be quite happy on the inside. She was happy. It was worth it to spend some money to make the stoic face happy. Young Sir Omega Kitoku silently accepted a cup of spiritual tea. After taking a sip, he was slightly startled. Sir Holy Sun angrily flung 20,000 spirit coins at the little stoic. 2 cups. His liver was on fire, and 1 cup was simply not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Gu Yishuan looked at these people as if they were lunatics. Sir Holy Sun definitely had a serious problem. Say, he didn't get along with the little stoic, but he just had to stick close to her and look for trouble. Say, they had similar temperaments, but every time he was angered by this stoic face, the veins on his forehead would bulge. They didn't look like friends at all. 10 cups. At this time, another person spoke up. Everyone turned to look and saw that the one who spoke was Ming Province's crown prince, Ming Yasi. Akir twisted the handkerchief in her hand with a slightly distorted expression. She looked like she couldn't sit still and kept glaring at Jojo. In reality, most of the people who originally forked out money to buy the spiritual tea did so in order to make the little stoic happy. Unexpectedly, they immediately felt something was wrong after taking a sip. This really wasn't some ordinary tea. It really was spiritual tea. After Sir Holy Sun finished drinking a cup, he actually muttered to himself, there's a reason why it's expensive. This spiritual tea was simply worlds apart from the ones he had eaten in the past. Sir Holy Sun couldn't resist looking back at the little stoic. At this time, the little girl was completely silent. She leaned against the last row and flipped through the yellowed ancient book in her hand, reading page by page. Qi Xian was currently wiping her purple light treasured sword and caressing it lovingly. 2 days ago, Prince Mo returned the newly forged weapons to Qi Xian, Duan Muqing, and the others. Everyone's hearts were filled with amazement. In such a short period of time, the Crown Prince was able to refine all 7 weapons to such perfection. Duan Muqing's Emerald Misty Sword was actually refined into a level 15 divine weapon by Prince Mo. It was simply breathtaking. As for the weapons in Qi Xuan's and the others' hands, they had all been refined to the next level. This time, they were all grade 10 god artifacts and above. Mu Roshuan's face darkened as she sat silently in the corner. Ever since she returned to the academy 2 days ago, she had maintained this state of silence. She didn't want to talk to anyone, and she didn't have the slightest interest in talking to anyone. At this time, looking at Ming Yasi, who was sitting 2 seats in front of her, her gaze flickered unexpectedly, and her heart was filled with displeasure. When she recalled her mother, Mu Qingya's reminder, she felt a burst of irritation for no reason. She didn't have any feelings for Ming Yasi at all. She wouldn't leave her future fate in the hands of a strange man like this. While the little stoic was busy eating, Mu Roshuan merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Chapter 2992. Now that she had calmed down, he couldn't resist glancing at her. For some reason, he didn't feel anything when he saw this stoic face in the past. but recently, the more he looked at her, the more vexed he felt. He felt that this girl was very pretentious, no matter what she did, as if she was a source of light. Just sitting there and quietly reading a book always attracted people's attention. Bam! All of a sudden, a huge force slammed into their flying spirit tools, causing them to jolt slightly and dive forward. The little stoic, who was holding the book in her hand, was caught off guard and almost rolled out. Emolien was quick to react and quickly reached out to grab his wife, pulling her back to sit next to him. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, who was sitting in front of the little stoic, had already turned around and reached out to support her. The little stoic sat upright and still with a taut face, pulling back Qi Xianxian, who almost rushed out with her small face taut. Qi Xianxian cursed under her breath and raised her hand to rub her chest. On the other side, Zhongli Jiwei and Chun Baojia weren't so wonderful. They were knocked a few steps forward by this sudden force and crashed into the people sitting in the front row. Zhongli Jiwei was fine, but when she crashed into Dark Yasi, she was forcefully pushed back by the shrieking Akir and glared at several times. Chun Baojia was even more unlucky. She flew into the stocky Ba Shu's back and was pulled into his embrace by the laughing boorish man. Ba Shu's bearded face magnified infinitely in front of her eyes. Chun Baojia even felt that man's large palm pinching the soft parts of her body. Chun Baojia shrieked and raised her hand to slap Ba Shu's face without thinking. A level 9 spiritual cultivator like Chun Baojia's slap was no different from scratching an itch to the level 12 great spiritual cultivator Ba Shu. Ba Shu grabbed her hand and used his arm to clamp her slender waist. He teased, "Little sister Baojia, you were the one who threw yourself at me. Why are you hitting me?" At this moment, something was ramming into their air transportation spiritual tool with great force. Everyone on the air transportation spiritual tool was caught off guard and knocked around. Who would have the time to care about Ba Shu and Chun Baojia? Taking advantage of the turbulence of the flying spirit artifact, Ba Shu deliberately pushed Chun Baojia to the left corner and pressed his body against Chun Baojia's chest. With a teasing smile on his face, he purposely rubbed his body against Chun Baojia's soft body. Ba Shu's beady eyes were filled with lust as they rubbed against each other fiercely. "Ah!" Chun Baojia's voice trembled as she screamed. Her long hair was disheveled as she looked towards Prince Imo. Her eyes were filled with hope and a plea for help. Who on the Crown Prince's side would care about her? The few of them were so shaken that they could barely sit still. Duan Muqing summoned the Emerald Misty Sword and pierced through the flying spirit tool that had opened a small gap. With a Qi La sound, the ear-piercing cry of a large bird came from outside. Holy Sun Mi Yan's face completely darkened. He leaned against the window and took a look. A flock of birds. They're all level 4 or level 5 spirit beasts. Don't be nervous. Stabilize the flying spirit tool first. Don't panic, Holy Sun Mi Yan said. Chapter 2993. His words were directed at the little priestess who was controlling the flying spiritual tool. The little priestess's face was a little pale. She pushed the control panel back and forth, trying to stabilize the flying spiritual tool so that it could continue flying. However, there were countless birds blocking the path ahead of the air transportation spirit artifact. Looking out of the control panel's window, he could only see birds crashing into their air transportation spirit artifact non-stop. He couldn't see the road ahead at all. Prince Imo reached out and carried Lord Jojo onto his lap. Lord Jojo sat there obediently. His black eyes rolled around, and he silently took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Emolien immediately reached out and took it. She waved her hand and opened the left window a little, and the porcelain bottle between her fingers bounced out. The porcelain bottle instantly shattered, and the powder inside floated out. After killing several birds that had rushed in, the window was closed again. The flock of birds outside seemed to have gone crazy. After bumping into the flying spiritual tool a few more times, they suddenly began to kill each other. Outside, dark feathers flew chaotically for a while. Soon, the flock of birds' numbers plummeted because of the infighting. The little priestess, who was controlling the flying spiritual tool, finally saw a little of the road. Her fingers pressed on the control panel a few times, and she hurriedly drove the flying spiritual tool out of the flock of birds in front of them. The air transportation spiritual tool jolted heavily, and Chun Baojia's scream was blocked by a big mouth with a strong smell. Her breath was stuck in her throat, and she could only let out a few muffled screams. Her eyes were filled with horror as she looked at the bearded man who was wantonly touching her body. Chun Baojia was anxious, angry, and hateful. She was angry because no one helped her. She was anxious because her chest felt cold, and the cloth on her body seemed to be getting thinner and thinner. She hated that her cultivation was too low. Her body was tightly bound by the rough man in front of her, and she couldn't break free for a while. In the chaos, she was pressed into a corner by a rude man who was molesting her in front of everyone. Chun Baojia's tears kept rolling in her eyes. She turned her face left and right, trying to avoid the man's mouth. Ba Shu, on the other hand, was aroused by her. He couldn't stop caressing her body. It wasn't until the flock of birds had retreated and the flying spirit artifact had stabilized that Ba Shu finally let go of Chun Baojia's body with a wicked smile. Then he said to her in a low, rough voice, "Next time, don't throw yourself at a man so casually. Not everyone is as polite as I am." Chun Baojia was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She got up and raised her hand to throw it at Ba Shu's face. However, she didn't expect that the air transportation spiritual tool would shake violently again, causing her to stumble and fall into Ba Shu's arms. Ba Shu teased her as he reached out and grabbed her waist, rubbing a certain part of his body against hers. Chun Baojia's tearful little face suddenly stiffened, and her body couldn't help but tremble with anger. Shameless, shameless bastard. She was a pure and unmarried girl, yet she was being teased like this. Now, no one had the time to care about those two people. Holy Sun Mi Yin said with a calm face, "Everyone, pay attention. The air transportation spiritual tool is about to fall. Open the spirit artifact cabin and let everyone down." It seemed that the flock of birds had damaged the air transportation spiritual tool, so everyone had no choice but to fly off the air transportation spiritual tool first. Fortunately, the flock of birds had already been dispersed. Prince Mo hugged Sir Jojo, and the two of them were the first to leave the damaged air transportation spiritual tool. Soon after, Duan Yu, Duan Muqing, and the rest also jumped down. The sixth watch ended. Chapter 2994. Because Chun Baojia was flustered, she stepped on nothing for a moment, and her body swayed and fell down. Ba Shu hurriedly took a few steps forward and pulled Miss Chun into his embrace with his big hands. A gust of wind blew against her face. Embarrassed and angry, Chun Baojia pushed Ba Shu away with all her strength. Unfortunately, her cultivation had been suppressed by Ba Shu. In front of a 12th rank spirit master, she couldn't do anything at all. Therefore, Miss Chun was hugged by Ba Shu and flew down from the air transportation spiritual tool. The gust of wind in her ears blocked Chun Baojia's curses back into her throat. Zhongli Jiwei was secretly pleased with herself. In fact, she had long noticed that Chun Baojia was being humiliated by Ba Shu. She was just watching from the sidelines. Chun Baojia usually put on a holy and kind face, as if she could talk to anyone and get along well with any young lady in Dragonflame City. But in fact, she was very good at pretending. Seeing her suffer a few hidden losses today and being molested by Ba Shu's beard, Zhongli Jiwei's heart was filled with a twisted pleasure. She deserved it. She let this woman fight with her for the crown prince position. She thought she was so great just because she was the prime minister's daughter. Let's see if she still has the face to fight with me for that position in the future. Zhongli Jiwei was secretly pleased. It was as if she could get rid of Chun Baojia and keep the crown prince in her pocket. If Lord Jojo knew, he would spit on her face. She didn't know where her confidence came from. In fact, the crown prince couldn't even remember whether she was round or flat. Zhongli Jiwei, on the other hand, wanted to enter the Eastern Palace and become the most honorable woman in the Divine Continent. Everyone flew down from the sky. Everyone's cultivation was above the spiritual realm. Naturally, they wouldn't encounter any danger after flying for a while. Below them was the north-facing forest. But because of the air transportation spiritual tool, they had to land in advance. Therefore, they didn't land near the transportation array in the north. When Sir Jojo landed on the ground, he stepped on the little tail of one of the spirit beasts. The little beast was so shocked that it screamed and tried to run away. Unfortunately, its tail was stepped on by Jojo, and it almost lost its tail when it jumped. Then, it immediately rolled on the ground and screamed twice. The moment Xian landed, she coincidentally saw Jojo's dumbfounded expression. She couldn't help but laugh. Lady Xiao expressionlessly raised her little foot and looked at the little spirit beast that was rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum. What was going on? She definitely didn't mean to step on it. When the little spirit beast realized that its tail had been freed, it hurriedly got up and rolled towards the underbrush. After a short while, it poked its small head out of the underbrush and threw a certain shiny object to Xiao Mu's feet with a wave of its small paw. Then, it squeaked at her again, raised its little tail, turned nimbly into the bushes, and quickly ran away. Emolien was speechless. Why did he have the feeling that his little wife was flirting everywhere she stepped on the little beast's tail, and the little beast actually gave her a gift before it left? This was too much. Xiao Mu expressionlessly stretched out her hand and sucked, and that shiny object landed in her palm. It's actually the crystal core of a 10th grade fire spiritual beast. Emolien was speechless. Chapter 2995. The little fellow casually picked up a level 10 fire spirit beast crystal core. This luck simply made everyone's eyes red with envy. What kind of fucking dog's-it luck was this? She casually landed and stepped on a small beast's tail, yet she still received a spirit beast crystal core as a gift. Did she have to be so outlandish? The Gu family's Gui Xuan took a deep look at Arbor. He reached out to pick up a waist pouch that had fallen to the ground and stuffed it back into his waist. Wearing a pair of black boots, he strode forward a few steps. Meanwhile, Zhongli Jiwei's deliberately faked cry of surprise came from the other side. "Aibeo, Baoji, how did you do this?" Zhongli Jiwei pursed her lips and did her best to suppress the smile on her lips. She deliberately raised her voice and cried out in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. They saw Chun Baojia hiding behind a pine tree with an ashen complexion. She was practically naked. At this moment, she was taking out clothes from her inner world to cover her chest in a panic. She repeatedly screamed, Don't look over, don't look." Everyone was flabbergasted. "You're a level 9 spiritual cultivator. Don't you know how to use your spiritual energy to protect your body and block out the gales when you land from the air transportation spirit tool? How did you end up in such a sorry state with no clothes covering your body?" This was too hilarious. Bashu smiled vulgarly and took out a black cloak. He walked to Chun Baojia's side with a hypocritical expression and draped it over her. Miss Chun put it on first. Under everyone's gaze, Bashu draped the cloak over her shoulders and conveniently pulled her naked body into his embrace. Chun Baojia felt a wave of revulsion in her heart. She was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. She repeatedly pushed Bashu's body and shouted angrily, "Let go, let go." If it weren't for this vulgar man taking advantage of the situation to strip her clothes, would she have ended up in such a sorry state? Now, he was still fine and even dared to pretend to be a good person in front of everyone. Shin Baojiao wished for nothing more than to slap him. However, this guy had been secretly and vulgarly using his spiritual pressure to lock down her cultivation, making her unable to resist at all. Everyone looked at this unbearably unlucky Miss Chun and couldn't resist turning back to glance at the expressionless little stoic. Everyone cursed in their hearts. This is probably the true portrayal of luck and misfortune. Some people could just casually land on the ground and step on dogshit luck. However, some people were just so unlucky. Even after jumping off an air transportation spiritual tool, they would still end up in a sorry state. Arbor naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. She silently put away the crystal core that the little beast gave her and walked forward. The group followed behind her noisily for a while. They felt that the road was overgrown with dead branches and broken trees everywhere. It seemed to be quite difficult to walk. Mo Yin's mouth twitched, and she reflexively glanced at Duan Yu beside her. Our dear Duan Yu was immediately tempted. He coughed lightly and said seriously, "Jojo, how about we have Holy Sun Mayan lead the way?" The little fellow paused and looked at them in confusion. "I'm not leading the way." Everyone was at a loss for words. Holy Sun Mayan also reacted at this time and grumpily rebuked Sir Jojo. "You don't know the way and always like to be the first to rush. Why are you leading everyone blindly?" Sir Jojo expressionlessly said, "I didn't ask you to follow. You like to walk blindly, yet you're blaming me, humph." Chapter 2996. Move to the back. Holy Sun Yin angrily swung his sleeves and walked to the front, leading the group towards the transportation array in the north. Since the place where they landed wasn't far from the transportation array, it would only take them less than an hour to walk there. To these spirit realm cultivators, such a small distance was nothing at all. When Holy Sun Yin led the group to the transportation array in the north of the north-facing Great Forest, they saw from afar that many people were already standing near the transportation array. It seemed that the Divine Palace had really spent a lot of money to invite many students from the academy to participate in the training in the secret realm. "Get out of the way, quick! Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" A tiger's roar came from the back of the group, making them jump in fright. Everyone subconsciously scattered in all directions to avoid the roar. Holy Sun Yin narrowed his eyes and immediately saw a white tiger chasing after a young man who was small in stature but abnormally fast. The tiger was running towards them. This young man's legs were so fast that he arrived in front of them in a few turns. Without saying a word, he hid behind Holy Sun Yin and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Big brother, save your brother!" The white-robed young priest next to Holy Sun Yin couldn't help but shout, "Who's your big brother? Don't randomly claim to be relatives." "Hey, little barbarian, why are you running? Didn't we agree to only fight and not run? Why are you scared now?" A slightly familiar delicate reprimand subsequently entered Xiao Mu's ears, causing her to subconsciously blink her eyes. A cyan shadow flew out from behind the tree. Her long hair was braided and thrown behind her head, and a pair of exceptionally bright eyes looked around with vigor. When her line of sight fell on Arbor, the girl's eyes lit up with a whoosh, and then she screamed, "Little junior sister." This little junior sister could be said to be earth-shattering. The moment he called her little junior sister, a group of people came out from behind the trees and rushed over. Some of these people were holding spatulas in their hands, while others were holding half a drumstick. At a glance, they looked like a group of people having a picnic. The guy holding the drumstick immediately threw away the greasy drumstick in his hand. He excitedly wiped his hands on his body and dashed toward Arbor. "Oh my God, it really is our little stoic face. Ah, stoic face, it's truly a small world. I didn't expect that the junior sister that I've been thinking about for so long would suddenly appear in front of me." Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. He was a little confused and felt that his eyes weren't enough a large group of people ran over. The long-braided girl running at the front was senior sister Liang Qingqing. The idiot with greasy hands behind him was Wei Nanfeng. Afterward, senior brother Situ, who was full of smiles and resembled a willow in the breeze, quickly walked over. There was also classmate Bailey Shi, who was similarly stoic and expressionless. Yushio, Lightning, Haitang, Dark Flower, Dark Current, and Charming Night. Not a single one was missing. Everyone was here. Just as Wei Nanfeng had said before, it was truly a small world. She didn't expect that the friend she hadn't seen in a long time would suddenly reunite here. Doya walked up very excitedly and reached out to hug the little fellow. "Little junior sister, are you all right?" She had truly missed her too much during this period of time. Unfortunately, Icebound City was isolated from the rest of the world, so she never had the chance to come out. Chapter 2997. The little stoic suddenly smiled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at this group of people in front of her. Doya felt as if there were a myriad of flowers before her eyes, and even frost flowers were blooming along with her. She was incredibly delighted. Oh my, Her little stoic junior sister was actually smiling so cutely at her. Her heart was about to melt. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, it's truly great to see you." Aoye and his group couldn't help but want to cry. Their recent experiences were simply indescribable, and they felt bitter just thinking about it. Originally, Man wanted to follow the Crown Princess to the 6 prefectures, but an accident happened once they arrived at Shuntian Prefecture. Afterwards, they were forcefully bought and abducted back to Fire Smelting City and Icebound City, so they couldn't train with the Crown Princess for a long time. The days of being cut off from the rest of the world were too unbearable. Yushio and his group silently shed tears. Arbor looked at their bitter faces and couldn't help but want to laugh. His small lips curled up as he cracked a smile. "Are you also here to participate in the Sun-Moon Secret Realms training?" Only then did everyone realize that the little stoic and the others must have come here for the same purpose as them. Liang Qingqing was instantly overjoyed. "Oh, my little junior sister, this is truly great. We haven't had fun together for a long time. This time we must go together, ah." Wei Nanfeng couldn't resist rolling his eyes. "Do you know how to speak? What fun. It's clearly training." The little fellow nodded happily. "What treasure do you want? I'll find it for you." She spoke as if the entire secret realm was already in her pocket. Holy Sunmi Yin fumed and glared at the little stoic, irritably glaring at her. Then his face filled with suspicion as his gaze swept over Qi Xianxian, Liang Qingqing, and the others. Originally, this stoic face already had a dozen or so allies. If the dozen or so freaking people from Fire Smelting City and Icebound City were added, wouldn't the stoic face's allies reach nearly 30 people? Was this appropriate after entering the secret realm? There were only about 40 people from the Temple of Light that had entered the secret realm. The stoic face's allies could already catch up to their employer, the temple. Holy Sunmi Yan's handsome face was gloomy as he carefully examined the little stoic and her allies. The more he looked at it, the more his head hurt. The strength of this allied legion did not seem weak. "Do you guys like elixirs or spirit artifacts? If only I could find a few divine artifacts." When the little stoic saw that her family's allies had arrived, she also added a few more sentences. But as these words fell into Saint Sunmi Yan's ears, the more he heard, the more he felt something was wrong. This stoic face was really not reserved at all. It was as if the Sun-Moon mystery realm was opened by her family. She acted like she was rich and overbearing. It was as if she could just wave her small hand and let her allies take whatever they wanted. Hee. Holy Sunmi Yin sneered sinisterly. At this time, Crown Prince Mo had also walked up. He nodded at Situ, Yi, and the others and said, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Crown Prince Lien is right. Wei Nanfeng nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Let's not stand here and block the way. Let's go back and continue the barbecue. We can chat while we eat." The group didn't wait for Holy Sunmi Yin to speak and went around behind the tree in a hubbub. They had originally set up a small camp at the back and were barbecuing when they heard Liang Qingqing's exclamation of little junior sister, so they all ran over. Now that everyone had returned to that small camp, they all laughed out of anger with a single glance. Broken dreams. Make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 2998. You guys. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but stare blankly at the group of people sitting in front of the grill. They had previously washed and peeled the food and placed it on the grill. Just because they went to see little junior sister, they all ran away. However, they did not expect that when they returned to their original position, there would actually be someone occupying their place and openly enjoying their food. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Wei Nanfeng chuckled and said sarcastically, "I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen such shameless people. I say, brothers, this food doesn't seem to be yours. You can actually eat it with such a clear conscience." There were currently 7 to 8 people sitting in front of the grill. To be specific, there were 7 brawny men and a graceful woman with a red veil over her face. Those 7 brawny men were currently eating the food on the grill without even lifting their heads. However, that woman in red stood up, and her gaze suddenly brightened when it landed on Wei Nanfeng. "Yo, this little brother, don't be so angry. Our dear Wei Nanfeng practically ducked behind the little stoic out of reflex, looking at the people around him. He really wasn't the only one who reflexively moved like him. The most hilarious was still the little stoic. She also reflexively extended her small hand to block the woman in red and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Mo Yin twitched her mouth and lamented in her heart. Where did this bunch of scoundrels get this bad habit? They reflexively ducked behind his wife when they encountered a woman who was stirring up trouble. It simply made one's heart stifled. The woman in red was startled, and she sized up the little stoic before saying with a chuckle, "Little sister, you aren't looking for a beating, right? Hurry and move aside. Don't obstruct me from chatting with these little brothers." As she spoke, she turned her gaze and saw the Qin family's young masters walking over with Ming Yasi and the others. This woman's eyes clearly brightened, and she walked towards eldest young Master Qin with a turn of her feet. The eldest young master immediately dashed to Arbor's side. "Stoic face, save me. Bah, who wants your life?" The woman in red ridiculed in her heart, and her gaze swept over them. "Oh, you're all together? Who are you?" Arbor sized her up. At this moment, Holy Sun Mi Yin heard the news and came forward, introducing them to both sides. They're students of the royal school. Holy Sun Mi Yin turned to Arbor and said, "This is Queen Fu Sha of the Dafeng tribe." "Oh." The little stoic replied indifferently before glancing at the 7 brawny men who stood up and walked behind Queen Rosa. The 7 of them had the same arrogant expression. Liang Qingqing could not help but frown and said, "Your men ate our food. Compensate me." Queen Fu Sha raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and laughed. "This little sister is right. Since we ate your food, we naturally have to pay for it." As he spoke, he took out a purse from his waist, counted out 1,000 spirit coins, and handed them over with both hands. Liang Qingqing only glanced at her with a faint smile, but didn't reach out to take it. Since Queen Fu Sha is the leader of a tribe, she must have seen the world. The food we put on the grill is worth at least 8,000 spirit coins, if not 10,000. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Queen Fu Sha was startled, but then she laughed. "Oh, as it turns out, you encountered a group of people who are selling at a cheap price. Don't think that this queen is afraid of you just because you have more people." Liang Qingqing raised her eyebrows. "What? As the leader of a tribe, are you trying to snatch other people's food and refuse to acknowledge your debt? Little sister, don't say such unpleasant words." Fu Sha giggled and covered her mouth with her hand. "When we just arrived, there wasn't a single person in front of the grill. How can you prove that the food was left behind by you guys?" "You." Liang Qingqing exploded in anger. However, after thinking it over, there really was nothing to prove that they left behind all the meat and poultry on the grill. Qi Xianxian tugged on the little stoic sleeve and asked quietly, "Jojo, are these the friends who waited at the city gate when you first arrived at Shuntian Prefecture?" Sir Jojo nodded. Qi Xianxian beamed with joy. Then today is truly an unexpected reunion. At this moment, Liang Qingqing and the others were also curiously sizing up Qi Xianxian and the others. Now wasn't a good time to introduce each other's identities or speak. She was busy negotiating with that whatever queen, so when she heard this, she only smiled at Qi Xianxian and nodded in greeting. "Since there's no way to prove it, then who said there's no way to prove it?" Arbor said aloofly. "Oh." Fu Sha's lips turned up slightly. "How do you want to prove it?" Just as she finished asking this, the sound of people falling to the ground came from behind her. When Queen Fu Sha turned around to look, she was a bit stupefied. What was going on? The 7 strong men who were fine just now were all on the ground now. Their heads were tilted, their limbs were twitching, and white foam was even coming out of their mouths. This clearly looked like they had been poisoned. Queen Fu Sha turned around with a swish and glared at Arbor. She shouted harshly, "You poisoned them?" Xiao Mu calmly nodded her small head. "In order to prevent others from secretly eating it, we've smeared poison on our food beforehand." Mo Yin and Duan Yu couldn't help twitching their mouths. Everyone else was instantly speechless. "What kind of freaking taste do you have?" How could you be so ruthless to yourself just to prevent others from secretly eating Queen Fusha's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets? Little miss, do you need to go to this extent? The little girl nodded in all seriousness. One antidote pill costs 100,000 spirit coins. 7 pills are a fixed price, so I'll give you a discount of 680,000 spirit coins. No bargaining. Everyone, ha 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 ha. Liang Qingqing was in a good mood and laughed heartily. My heavens, their little stoic was seriously too amusing. When she opened her mouth earlier, she only asked for 18,000 spirit coins for food expenses. When it came to the stoic face, the no bargaining price was 680,000 spirit coins. Ha ha ha. Looking at Queen Fusha's eyes that were spitting fire, everyone could imagine how dark the face under the veil was. Holy Sunmi, Yin was actually in the mood to watch a good show. He also didn't know what was wrong with him. It seemed like he really was in a good mood when he saw the little stoic dissing people. What was going on? It seemed like he was in a strange mood. For example, he was used to being frequently dissed by the stoic face. One day, he suddenly discovered that it was really quite satisfying to sit and watch the situation unfold while smiling as the stoic face dissed others. Holy Sunmi, he increased his brows slightly, inexplicably feeling that there might be something wrong with him. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Yin coughed lightly and said while holding back her laughter, Jojo, antidote pills are hard to make. Isn't it too cheap to sell them for 100,000 spirit coins per pill? Chapter 2999. As soon as the little fellow opened her mouth, Queen Fusha threw the entire purse into Arbor's arms with a smack, not giving her any leeway to change her words. There's 680,000 and several thousand inside. Don't bother with the change. Give me the 7 detoxification pills. She finally saw the signs. If she hesitated for half a second, that stoic-faced lady would definitely raise the price. Fusha couldn't help but praise herself for being quick-witted. At the same time, she also saw Holy Sunmi Yin, who was standing to the side, looking at her approvingly with an experienced gaze. Arbor put away the purse and took out the 7 detoxification pills with an expressionless face. These detoxification pills need to be dissolved in water and swallowed. Give me 7 cups of clear water. Queen Fusha gathered 7 cups, bowls, and plates of different shapes and sizes and asked a water spirit to fill them with water. Only then did Arbor put the 7 detoxification pills into the 7 containers. He expressionlessly watched Queen Fusha busily feed the pills to his subordinates. About 3 minutes later, the 7 brawny men opened their eyes and woke up at the same time. Queen Fusha's expression was somewhat joyful. Are you all okay? It was good that they woke up. Her 7 subordinates would be of great use in the future, so they couldn't be killed by poison in such a muddle-headed manner. The 7 brawny men's expressions changed, and they abruptly pushed Queen Fusha away and jumped up, running toward a nearby tree as if they were flying. Blurg! One of the brawny men began to vomit while leaning against a tree. The other brawny men also began to puke while gasping for breath. Queen Fusha only felt a sour stench waft in her nose, and she felt nauseous. Queen Fusha's shoulders shrugged slightly. She turned around and saw her 7 subordinates vomiting dizzily while leaning against a tree. Unexpectedly, she also couldn't help but run to the other side and vomit as well. Arbor was baffled and muttered to himself. She didn't eat a vomiting pill. Everyone present was an almighty with profound cultivation. When they heard this, they all looked at Sir Jojo as if they were looking at a little monster. As it turned out, the reason why those 7 unlucky fellows vomited was because they didn't take any antidote at all, but vomit pills. Queen Fusha was also funny. Her subordinate took the vomit pill and ran off to vomit, and she actually followed him and vomited. The 7 burly men vomited for about half an incense stick's worth of time. Their stomachs were filled with acid, and they were seeing stars. In the end, he sat down on the ground and panted heavily. He felt as if there were fragments of stars flying around him. So dizzy the 7 men's stomachs were almost empty, but when they turned their heads and saw their companions' faces, they couldn't help but feel nauseous. They turned their heads and began to retch again. Holy Sun Mi Yin was speechless as he looked at Queen Fu Sha's group of 8. Inexplicably, a trace of sympathy emerged in his heart. Back then, when he was at his most unlucky, he only lived in an empty house without anything. The little stoic wouldn't go so far as to feed him a strange medicine like a vomit pill. But now, looking at the queen and her party's misfortune, it seemed that the little stoic wasn't so unreasonable to him back then. Liang Qingqing suppressed her laughter with difficulty. She cleared her throat and said in deadly earnest, I think it's getting late. The temple's holy sun. Shouldn't we set out? Holy Sun Mi Yin glanced at Liang Qingqing indifferently. Wait a bit longer. There are still people who haven't arrived. Chapter 3000. Oh. Everyone reflexively glanced in Holy Sun Mi Yan's direction. This Sir Holy Sun had been unperturbed since the beginning, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Could it be that the temple had sent an even more formidable expert aside from this Holy Sun? While everyone was thinking this, they vaguely heard the elegant sound of wind music drifting into their ears from afar. When they looked up, they saw a sky full of flowers drifting down. For the 5 young women in white muslin slowly descended from the sky, while surrounding a young lady in white clothes with her skirt fluttering in the wind, as if a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. Arbor glanced at them and couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Every time that Holy Daughter appeared, she would always have people scatter flowers to welcome her respectfully. However, there wasn't such a grand display today. There were only 4 to 5 young girls flying around her with their own petals and halos. Compared to the first time they met in the imperial capital, when she was surrounded by hundreds and thousands of people, this was indeed a scene that paled in comparison to the first time. Greetings to Holy Daughter. Everyone from the temple bowed in greeting. Holy Sun Mi Yin glanced at Nia Yaowang apathetically and nodded at her. Yaowang, have the people from the other 3 academies all arrived? Holy Daughter Nia Yaowang stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Holy Sun Mi Yin. She nodded and said, the people from Flying Sword Academy, Hong Estate, and Blue Ocean Academy have all arrived. Go count the number of people. Holy Sun Mi Yin said indifferently, if everyone is here, then we'll set off. Nia Yaowang nodded. From beginning to end, she looked straight ahead and didn't shift her gaze even half an inch toward Arbor. She didn't know if it was because she was scared by the little stoic's previous beating or if she really didn't want to pay attention to her. But she completely ignored the stoic face. Since she ignored Arbor, Arbor naturally wouldn't take the initiative to pay attention to her. Seeing that Holy Daughter Nia Yaowang led people to the side to count the number of people, Miss Qiao stood to the side and waited calmly. Before long, Nia Yaowang returned to the Holy Sun's side and nodded at that person. Everyone is basically here, except for Madame Gua and a few others who haven't. Sorry, I'm late. A voice suddenly interrupted Nia Yaowang's words. Immediately after, everyone saw a plump lady with a black veil covering her face, leading a burly man and an old man with a black beard forward. Arbor recognized that sturdy man. He was precisely the one he had encountered in the small courtyard that day when he rescued 5th young Master Qin. The black-bearded old man had a pair of dignified tiger eyes. Arbor had never seen him before. The old man's cultivation seemed to be quite high, but he couldn't tell what realm he was in at a glance. When Madame Goen walked up to the Holy Sun, she finally saw clearly that the little stoic was standing to the side. Madame's face immediately darkened. Without saying a word, she summoned a spiritual weapon from her mind and threw it at the expressionless Sir Jojo. This damned little stoic, she'd used a spirit weapon this time. Let's see how she dodged it. Arbor stretched out his hand and pushed out a circular ripple-shaped pattern, directly using the water spirit to imprison the spirit weapon Madame had thrown inside. The friction between the air currents produced a series of clattering sounds. For a moment, that spirit weapon was immobilized inside the water spirit circle and couldn't break through that circle's barrier, no matter how hard it tried. Madame Goen's face immediately darkened to the extreme. She clenched her teeth and activated the spirit weapon in her hand, wishing for nothing more than to slit a large hole in the little stoic's neck on the spot. It would be best if she could be taught a lesson on the spot. Chapter 3001. Bang! Prince Emo slightly narrows his eyes. With a light flick of his sleeve, the spiritual weapon sent over by Madame Goen is quickly pushed away. Unable to withstand the gravity, that spiritual weapon suddenly flies backwards. With a chi sound, it passes through several trees before finally collapsing high up in the sky. A perfectly good spiritual weapon has actually turned into a piece of scrap metal in an instant, falling to the ground with a dong-dong sound. Madame Goen is so angry that her eyes turn red. Emolien. This guy is simply too infuriating. Does he even put this Anne of mine in his eyes? In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he actually acted so recklessly. Most importantly, he completely destroyed the spiritual weapon that she had painstakingly taken out. Madame Goen looks at the spiritual weapon lying on the ground, which has already lost its radiance. She inwardly grinds her teeth in anger. Emolien coldly glances at her. Goen, this crown prince has given you face. Don't be ungrateful. Madame Goen's face immediately turns deathly pale from anger. Seeing this, Holy Sun Mi Yin hurriedly steps forward and stops Madame Goen. Since Madame Goen has already arrived, then let's set off. Madam? Holy Sun Mi Yin slightly shakes his head at Madame Goen. His meaning is very obvious. He wants her to quickly calm down, lest she really suffers a big loss. Madame Goen immediately calms down slowly, looking at Prince Emo and Arbor in front of her, and then glancing at the unfriendly crowd beside the two of them. Madame Goen takes a deep breath and slowly lets go of her killing intent. She indifferently says, "Then let's set off, bang." Suddenly, a ball of divine power bounces in front of Madame Goen at a speed comparable to light. Madame Goen didn't notice what happened at first, but when she clearly sees that it's a ball of divine power that has jumped in front of her, her expression suddenly changes greatly. And an old man beside her slightly waves his hands, pushing Madame Goen behind him. A powerful defensive force erupts from his body, fiercely catching the power of the ball of divine power. When the two collided, the old man's face turned slightly pale. He stood straight in front of Madame Goen and retreated 3 or 4 steps. Under the protection of the short-bearded old man, Madame Goen passed through safely, but her face was a little pale from anger, and her chest couldn't help but jump up and down because of this sudden accident. She took a deep breath, her gaze seemingly dipped in poison as she glared at Xiaomu. The Crown Prince Consort is too audacious. This damn girl actually threw a ball of divine power at her without saying a word. If Mr. Zhao wasn't here today, the National Security Agency would definitely suffer a great loss. The little crown princess looked at her coldly. Suddenly, she waved her hand, and the startled swan dagger, which was hidden in the air, suddenly attacked Madame Gui's neck. No sooner said than done. At that critical moment, the black-bearded old man, Mr. Zhao, pushed Madame Goen behind him and summoned an extremely powerful water spirit energy with one hand. In an instant, the startled swan dagger that was flying over was sealed in a block of ice by this Mr. Zhao. It couldn't stop trembling and was actually unable to break out of the ice block's encirclement in a short period of time. Emolien frowned slightly. She raised her finger and a flame rushed over, directly burning the block of ice that was wrapped around the startled swan dagger. After burning for less than a minute, that block of ice suddenly cracked, and the startled swan dagger jumped out. With an even faster speed, it flew towards Madame Goen's neck. Chapter 3002. Rip. It was a light sound. Madame Goen only felt a slight chill on her neck. When she touched it with her hand, she discovered that the little stoic's startled swan dagger had cut a long gash on her neck. The little stoic stood outside the crowd like this and coldly looked at her. She said indifferently, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." For some reason, Madame Goen's heart suddenly chilled. She only felt that the little girl in front of her was sinister and vengeful, simply not like a normal little girl. No, she couldn't be this impulsive. This little stoic didn't seem to have a high cultivation, but when it came to actual combat, her abilities were much higher than hers. She had to carefully plan before continuing to attack. Otherwise, she would be tricked every time. Just thinking about it made her extremely unwilling. When Madame Goen thought of this, she took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions with all her might, returning to tranquility. Holy Sun Mi Yin pressed his aching head and hastily stepped forward. He stood between the stoic face and Madame Goen and said in a low voice, "All right, don't make a fuss about anything. Now that everyone is here, we'll leave through the transportation portal. Let's go to the nearest three-river pier to board a boat first." Since the Holy Sun said this, the others naturally nodded in agreement and clustered around him as they walked toward the transportation portal. There were several transportation portals in this great north-facing forest. This forest was truly too large, so transportation portals had been set up in all directions. This greatly facilitated the people who came here to experience the world. Holy Sun Mi Yin led everyone directly to the great north-facing forest from this transportation portal, near the three-river pier. The people who walked out of the tactical matrix followed behind Holy Sun Mayan. After looking around for a while, they followed Holy Sun Mayan and walked towards the Sanjiang Wharf. This place wasn't far from the three-river pier, and it was less than a 10-minute walk. From afar, they could see boats coming and going at the pier. The boatmen were busy loading and unloading goods, and it was bustling with activity. Arbor followed not far behind Holy Sun Mi Yin. As he pulled Mole Yin along, he couldn't resist looking around curiously. There were at least 200 to 300 people in their group, so it was impossible to say that they weren't eye-catching. They suddenly walked over from the direction of the teleportation formation, which immediately attracted the attention of many young men on the pier. "The boatman we contacted is just ahead," Holy Sun Mi Yin said indifferently. "Follow me." Holy Sun Mi Yin had already chartered a boat and agreed on the return time with the boatman. Therefore, he easily found the boatman that he had made an appointment with. Not long after everyone boarded the ship, the two-storied ship began to move forward slowly. Holy Sun Mi Yin sent someone to inform everyone, "We will be able to enter Du Chunjiang's range in about a day." After entering the Du Chunjiang, be careful. This is a no-fly zone. If you force your way into the air, you'll have to bear the consequences. Their days were finally stable, and the little stoic finally had time to catch up with Sidu, Yi, and the others. She introduced Qi, Xian, and the others to them. Liang Qingqing said excitedly, "We have been stifled in the fire refining city for a long time. It was not easy for the Sun Moon Temple to select people to enter the secret realm to gain experience, so we volunteered to come. But I didn't expect to meet little junior sister here. TSK. Now that I think about it, everything is really guided by fate." Situ, he also couldn't resist chuckling. What junior sister Liang says is very reasonable. The next morning, a boatman came and banged on the door vigorously. "Sir Holy Sun is calling for everyone to come out quickly." Chapter 3003. When Arbor and Mo Lien walked to the deck hand in hand, they saw a sea of heads. Everyone was standing still on the deck. Holy Sun Mi Yin was standing at the front, gazing at the distant riverbank. The ship only needs to stop at 10-Mile Pier to pick up 2 experts. Holy Sun Mi Yin said to everyone, "Up ahead is Dukhan Riverbank. The people of Spring City should be conducting a large-scale sacrificial ceremony. There are a lot of people, so don't disembark if you can." Holy Sun Mi Yin coughed lightly and said, "Those who really can't hold back and want to watch the show, don't go too far after disembarking. After we pick up the people, we'll set off immediately in about 2 hours. Don't leave yourselves behind at that time." After saying that, he deliberately found the little stoic in the crowd and looked her up and down. Thereupon, the priests next to Holy Sun Mi Yin, as well as some students from the Royal Academy, all looked at the little stoic in unison. The stoic face didn't have the slightest expression, but Sir Jojo's heart was galloping. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Holy Sun Mi Yin's eyesight? Why did he deliberately sweep his gaze over and focus on Sir Jojo? It's as if this sir is stirring up trouble everywhere. This sir is clearly very easy to talk to. Liang Qingqing and the others couldn't resist covering their mouths and snickering. "Since we're stopping for 2 hours, and it looks quite lively up ahead. Jojo, how about we disembark and take a stroll? Sir Jojo's large eyes were spirited as he looked around. He coughed lightly and said with a reluctant expression, "Since you guys want to disembark and take a look so much, then I'll accompany you guys for a stroll." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. You say it like you're reluctant, but you're actually very excited on the inside. Spring City's large-scale sacrificial ceremony was currently in full swing. Many young men and women crowded around the riverbank with offerings on their heads. It was a noisy and boisterous scene. The elder in charge of the sacrificial ceremony was a cyan-robed elder. He held a long staff and muttered a long string of words. Soon after, he shouted in a clear voice, "Let the sacrificial ceremony begin." Woo-woo. The heavy sound of drums was played, accompanied by the roars of 2 rows of bare-chested, brawny men, which sounded very rhythmically. Arbor's group landed on the riverbank, but they didn't squeeze into the crowd. Instead, they walked around the stalls along the riverbank. Qi Xianxian couldn't help but whisper, "Are they holding an early spring ceremony?" The little stoic naturally wouldn't care about their sacrificial offerings. Everyone was in a good mood today. Whenever they saw something delicious or fun, they wanted to buy it. This was especially true for Spring City's local specialty, soy sauce pork ribs. Qi Xianxian, this glutton, tasted it and felt that it was very good. Thus, she bought a lot of it and distributed it to everyone. As the group strolled around, they heard the drumming of the sacrificial ceremony becoming more and more urgent. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a heart-wrenching cry. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. A group of muscular men with bare arms carried trays of sacrificial offerings forward. Although the crowd was crowded, they still maintained order. When the muscular men walked past, everyone moved to the sides, leaving a path in the middle that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. At this time, Qi Xianxian and the others saw that 3 animals, 5 grains, and all kinds of rare and exotic fruits were arranged on the offering trays like flowing water. The cry came from the crowd. An old woman staggered forward with the sacrificial procession and reached out several times, wanting to grab the offering trays. Unfortunately, she was short and couldn't reach the large trays that the muscular men were carrying over their heads. Chapter 3004. Arbor and the rest saw from afar that there was a young girl tied up on the tray. She was kneeling there with an ashen face and a depressed look in her eyes. The old woman cried along with the group, mournfully calling out the young girl's name. However, even if she screamed until her throat was hoarse, no one would pay attention to her. Seeing this, little Fatty's spirit was shaken. He rubbed his fists and shouted, "I'll go over and find out what happened." His reputation of being a nosy person was not for nothing. In less than 10 minutes, little Fatty squeezed out of the crowd. With a sigh, he said to Arbor, Qi Xianxian, and the rest, "Do you know? Today, they're worshipping the immortals in the river. They have prepared so many resources and are planning to throw them all into the Duchun River when the auspicious time arrives." However, in recent years, there's been a bad habit in Spring City. Every other year, they will use living women who are 25 years old and have not yet married as sacrifices. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Liang Qingqing could not help but shiver. She cursed in her heart and said, "What? Are they discriminating against older unmarried girls?" She, Liang Qingqing, was 21 years old this year. According to the rules of Spring City, she would be in danger in 4 years. She might even become a sacrifice for the immortals in the river. Lord Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes and looked at the little fatty curiously. The city is so big, so there must be a lot of unmarried women who have reached the age of 25. Why did you capture that lady as a sacrifice? Little Fatty touched his nose and coughed. It's strange. This Spring City is really weird. They choose their sacrifices based on their beauty. Among the 25-year-old unmarried girls, they choose the prettiest girl. Liang Qingqing suddenly shivered. She secretly compared her appearance to the girl on the tray. She felt that she was more beautiful than the girl on the tray. She suddenly felt lucky that she was not from this weird Spring City. Otherwise, in 4 years, it might be her turn to become a sacrifice in the river. Little Fatty chuckled and glanced at Liang Qingqing. As if guessing what she was thinking, he hurriedly said, "Don't panic. This is only for ordinary people." Thinking about it, a level 5 fire spirit master like Liang Qingqing would not be so easily subdued and become Du Chunjiang's sacrifice. Even so, Liang Qingqing and the others were still unconvinced. They rubbed their fists and were eager to give it a try. "I'll go save that poor girl. Why should a good-looking girl become a sacrificial offering in this river without getting married at the age of 25? The little fatty hurriedly stopped Liang Qingqing. "Hey, don't. Let's wait and see." The main thing was that he didn't know the situation. If he acted rashly, it might not be of much help to others. However, Liang Qingqing was an impatient person. "Didn't you already ask around? There's no time to lose. You guys wait here. I'll go alone." After saying that, Liang Qingqing was about to squeeze out of the crowd and walk towards the sacrificial procession. Arbor immediately grabbed her arm and said with a serious face, "Let me do it." Everyone was speechless. The little girl's expression was eager to try. Naturally, they didn't want to spoil her mood. She wanted to see what kind of god this immortal in the river was. He actually tricked so many people to come and pay their respects. Arbor didn't say anything and quickly walked in front of the sacrificial procession. Chapter 3005. And at this time, the elderly presiding over the sacrifice had already impatiently ordered 2 people to go forward and pull that old woman away. The old woman couldn't resist wailing loudly, "You can't do this. I beg you, let my daughter go." Liang Qingqing still couldn't hold back and followed closely behind the little stoic to the sacrifice team. "Hurry and release her." These people were truly too excessive. She wasn't their daughter, so they didn't feel any heartache even after throwing her into the river. To put it bluntly, these people only dared to lay their hands on commoners. If it was someone with true status, they naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be manipulated as they wished. When the elderly presiding over the sacrifice heard this, he glanced at them coldly. "Someone disperse all the unrelated people. Continue with the sacrifice." With a light swish, the 2 burly men holding the living tray above their heads felt their shoulders go numb. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they involuntarily fell backward. He was very clear that he had fallen into someone's trap, but he simply couldn't control himself. He could only watch helplessly as he fell backward with a bang, landing headfirst on the ground. The girl on the tray naturally lost her balance and fell down. When Liang Qingqing saw this, she couldn't help but be amused. She quickly rushed forward and supported that girl, allowing her to steady herself. An attack talisman flew up from Arbor and directly pounced at that gloomy elderly man. "Since someone must be the sacrifice, why don't you go?" That elderly man was dumbstruck. Before he could react, he felt his body being forcefully pulled by a force, and he flew uncontrollably toward the riverbank. "Ah!" The elderly man yelled in alarm. The people around him all reached out in a flurry, wanting to grab him, but they simply couldn't resist that pulling force. The sacrifice team instantly fell into chaos. Everyone screamed in disarray and fled toward the back of the crowd. In just an instant, the staff in the cyan robe elder's hand flew out, and he uncontrollably rolled toward the riverbank. After a loud splash, what made everyone dumbfounded was that the old man really rolled into the river. Prince Imo couldn't help but grimace. He raised his hand to cover his face. He didn't see anything. His wife definitely didn't cause any trouble. Duan took a step forward and calmly turned to sweep a glance at Imo Lien. He couldn't resist frowning strangely. "What's with that expression of yours? Was this guy trying to hypnotize himself that he didn't see anything?" Mu Xingqian's figure flashed, and he used spiritual energy to separate the crowd before hastily rushing to the little stoic and Liang Qingqing's side. "What are you spacing out for? Quick! Big Brother Mu can't be thinking that the little stoic will suffer, right?" Duan Yu couldn't resist muttering. According to his understanding of the little fellow, the next one to suffer would definitely be the enemy on the other side. Less than a few seconds after the elderly man fell into the river, the entire Du Chunjiang suddenly flared up. Everyone retreated several steps in terror. Someone shouted, "The immortal in the river has been infuriated," and everyone fled in all directions in a hubbub. At the same time, a huge wave surged out of the river and splashed toward the riverbank with a splash. At first glance, everyone saw the old man being lifted up by the water and tumbling out of the river. Chapter 3006. With a second glance, she was horrified to see a large water snake suffused with an oily green glow burrowing out from behind the elderly man and swallowing him into its stomach in one gulp, not giving him the slightest chance to react. That water snake spat out a bolt of lightning that landed in the water, creating a sizzling electric current that struck towards the riverbank like a bolt of lightning. Qi Xianxian cursed in her mind and reflexively reached out to pull on the little stoic's arm. However, in the blink of an eye, the little stoic had already acted. Several defensive talismans landed in front of them, blocking the lightning that was snaking towards them at lightning speed. At this time, Mu Xingqian had already rushed over and threw out a dozen fireballs without any explanation. They danced in the air as they collided with the water snake that had suddenly burrowed out of the river. After a few sizzling sounds, everyone could clearly see that when the fireball touched the scales of the water snake, the flames disappeared. The little stoic blinked and couldn't help but lament softly. "This large water snake can't be the immortal in the river that Spring City worships, right?" Liang Qingqing nodded. "It's very possible." She grabbed the little stoic's hand and retreated, involuntarily exclaiming, "This water snake nests in this river all year round, so it should be the overlord of this area." Just as she finished speaking, a row of sword-toothed fish leaped out from the riverbank. They leaped half a meter high and pecked through a stone tablet on the riverbank in a few moves. Upon seeing this, Arbor involuntarily creased his brows, thinking that this guy had quite a few helpers. However, it was fortunate that these things could only stay in the water. Once they came ashore, they were like tigers without fangs and were nothing to be afraid of. The sacrificial ceremony had long ended. Everyone wasn't an idiot, and those who could escape had already fled without a trace. The remaining sacrificial procession had also thrown away the sacrificial offerings in their hands and mostly fled. Mu Xingqian circled a defensive talisman with his hand and blocked Sir Jojo, Liang Qingqing, and the others. Mo Lien and Duan Yu also hurried over. However, before the two of them could make a move, they heard a delicate rebuke from afar. Immediately afterwards, a sword light landed in the water, creating a huge splash with a bang. The big water snake roared and swung its tail. With a boom, its tail swept across the surface of the water, rolling up a huge wave. At this moment, Holy Sun Mi Yin had also stepped on the water surface and hurried over. When he saw the situation on the riverbank, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch as he felt a little uncomfortable. What's going on? Didn't they say they shouldn't cause trouble? Why did it still cause such a huge commotion? He propped up a defensive spiritual barrier with both hands, blocking out the watery light that filled the sky. He had already stepped on the water's surface and swiftly arrived beside the little stoic and the others. Holy Sunmi, Yin couldn't help but roar. "What are you doing?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the giant water snake in the river was clearly enraged by everyone's repeated provocations. Be careful. This water snake is a level 10 divine beast. The woman who reminded them was the one who had dropped the sword light from the sky. The little stoic glanced at her before shifting her gaze to the woman next to her. She stared intently at the newcomer and racked her brain. Why does she look so familiar? So it's Princess Jing of the Pangu clan from the Aurora Sandfield. Mo Lien nodded indifferently. It was only now that she realized the expert's Holy Sunmi Yin was waiting for were actually these two people from the Pangu clan. The little stoic, who didn't recognize people, suddenly came to a realization and stared fixedly at the woman next to Princess Jing of the Pangu clan. She is? Chapter 3007. She really looked very familiar, but Arbor couldn't recall where she had seen her before. The little stoic calmly blinked her eyes. She saw that woman's eyes seemed to be poisoned with venom when she glanced at her. The little stoic racked her brains for a long time. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she couldn't resist saying, "Oh, you're that idiot who sent several hundred people to kill me near Mount Dai's zone in Poland Prefecture, right?" What was her name again? The little stoic already couldn't remember clearly. What was going on? Wasn't this woman already dead? Because she had personally executed this person, her impression of her was rather deep. She was very clear that she wouldn't show mercy. Back then, at the entrance of Wanlu Town's Shunlian, she had slashed a bloody wound on her neck. She made a bloody cut on the woman's neck. Judging from the way she dealt with people, there was no way she could have survived. But this person was actually alive. Not only was she alive, but her cultivation had also advanced. Evidently, this woman who had come back from the dead already had a cultivation realm above hers. Even with her heaven-defying cultivation speed, she still wasn't as fast as the other parties. The little stoic blinked, and her fair and tender face subconsciously tensed up. One had to know that back in Wanlu Town, this woman's cultivation was clearly far inferior to hers. The unhappy little stoic suspiciously swept her gaze over that woman. At this time, the latter finally lifted her head and looked straight at Arbor with a faint smile on her face. Her pitch-black eyes seemed to contain two malicious vipers as she stared coldly at her without saying a word. Suddenly, a heavy pressure rushed toward Arbor. Without any warning, the little girl only felt her breathing turn heavy, as if her body would be crushed by a tall mountain at any moment. In the blink of an eye, Prince Imo pulled his wife into his arms to protect her, a trace of anger surfacing in his eyes. At the same time, Mu Xingqian also narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he instantly rebounded the pressure released by the other party. Cough! The woman took a few steps back before she managed to stabilize herself. Her face was flushed red from holding back her anger. Jing Minyao. Princess Jing frowned. She was very displeased with her third younger sister for finding trouble for no reason. Did Jing Minyao forget the pain after the wound healed? She had already died once, but she was still so willful. Wang Limeng did not know how to teach her daughter. Now that the crown prince of Shenzhou was standing in front of them, what good would come of attacking his little crown princess rashly? Jing Minyao's brainless approach was ridiculous. Do you want to die? The crown prince was furious. With a slight movement of his hand, he pulled Sir Jojo down. The little guy's gaze circled around Jing Minyao's body with a trace of curiosity. This person could not die for the time being. As a curious child, she wanted to find out why this person came back from the dead. In reality, faint ripples were surfacing in Xiao Mu's heart right now. Even those who had their throats slit by her were able to come back to life. It was clear that this family had a secret treasure that no one knew about. If she seemed to have grasped a strange inspiration, but before she could continue thinking, that hissing water snake swung its tail and swept toward the shore. Splat! The tail slapped the riverbank, directly smashing 200-year-old trees into pieces. Chapter 3008. Jing Linyao's attack and reaction speed were extremely fast. A long sword leaped up from her back with a whoosh, and the instant it flew forward, it ignited flames in front of her and built a tall wall of fire. When the fire soared up, the huge wave that the water snake sent out collided head-on with the wall of fire. The instant the water and fire came into contact, the fire seemed to be instantly extinguished by the torrential water. That water current was about to pounce on them regardless of anything. The little stoic calmly covered herself with an eggshell defensive barrier and expressionlessly gazed at the stream of water that swept towards her with a splash. Mu Xingqian's fingertips swiftly moved, and he threw over a dozen earth spirit talismans. Earth walls rapidly rose from the ground and were toppled one by one under the impact of the huge wave. It wasn't until the water current toppled 3 earth walls that it ran out of momentum and slowly came to a stop. The water current spread to their feet. They looked down and then looked up at the water, snake perpendicular to the river surface. That pair of lantern-sized eyes were currently staring fixedly at Arbor's group. The sinister intent in its eyes made people slightly apprehensive. Arbor creased his brows. This water snake had been entrenched in Duchun River for who knew how long. Judging from today's situation, it probably wouldn't end peacefully. Mo Yin patted the back of the little fellow's hand and whispered, "Wait here." He was just about to go over and personally dispose of this beast. But to his surprise, the huge-tailed water snake used its triangular eyes to carefully stare at them before suddenly plunging its head into the water and falling silent at once. Mo Yin, Arbor, and Duan Yu's group looked at each other, bewildered. What was going on? They hadn't even started fighting yet, but that water snake suddenly slipped away. Then why did it cause such a huge commotion earlier? Holy Sun Mi Yin also sighed in relief and said, "It's not easy for beasts to advance to divine beasts. It seems that this water snake is also smart and intelligent. It should know that if you gang up on it, it won't be your match." Arbor glanced at Holy Sun Mi Yin suspiciously. "You are not it. How do you know what it is thinking?" He spoke as if it was true. What did he even say about being worried that they would gang up on him? That was why he ran away. Holy Sun Mi Yan's face was full of righteousness, and his eyes were calm. Although this Holy Sun's guess is not correct, it is not far from it. "All right." Holy Sun Mi Yin directly interrupted the little stoic. "It's getting late. Since these two from the Panga clan have also arrived, then let's board the ship and continue our journey. I think it's better for you to set up some defenses on that ship," the little stoic said dryly. "Protection? That water snake must have dived into the water and waited for an opportunity to strike. I think that as long as we give it a chance, it will come back and continue to cause trouble for us." Holy Sun Mi Yin grumpily retorted, "You are not that water snake. How do you know it will still lurk in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take action? Enough. Let's talk after we return to the ship." Holy Sun Mi Yin harumphed and turned around to leave swiftly on the water's surface. Sir Jojo pursed his lips and quietly said, "That's my intuition." Qi Xianxian glanced in the direction that Holy Sun left. "Ignore him. I think this person won't shed tears until he sees the coffin." Mo Yin was a bit amused. "In that case, let's also return to the ship first." Arbor nodded and looked back. Chapter 3009. The sacrificial maiden that Liang Qingqing had saved earlier had already escaped with her mother. The few of them didn't pay much attention to it. They were just casually saving someone, so there was no need for others to come forward and thank them. If they left, then so be it. It was quite worry-free. Arbor and Mo Yin's group returned to the ship and saw that the two sisters, Jing Lin Yao and Jing Min Yao, had also boarded the ship. Miss Qiao looked at Jing Min Yao meaningfully and secretly tugged at her husband's sleeve. Mo Yin nodded slightly in understanding and pulled her little hand to the stern of the ship. The two found a secluded spot at the stern of the ship and then whispered to each other, "Wife, why are you always tugging at me and not letting me deal with that woman?" Prince Mo rubbed his little wife's head. "Now that this person is a level 3 divine master, it will be somewhat difficult for you to deal with her." Yet Xiao Mu was perplexed no matter how much she thought about it. How did she get promoted so quickly? Do you still remember the clan's secret technique that I mentioned to you before? Arbor suddenly understood. You're saying that this Jing Min Yao was cultivated using a secret technique. She used mithril to comprehend one of the 5 spirit origins, skipped the spirit realm, and went straight to the divine realm? Emolian nodded with a straight face. Arbor blinked and patted Emolian's chest. "Don't worry, I will run if I can't beat her." Emolian inexplicably wanted to laugh. She reached out and pulled her to her side. She lowered her head and rubbed her little face. "Little liar, when have you ever run away when you fight?" In the end, didn't she get really angry when she fought with her opponent? The stronger the opponent, the stronger she became. Arbor moved her little mouth, wanting to say something to defend herself, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was indeed as Emolian said. She pretended to cough and then said, "Emolian, what treasure does the Jing clan have?" "Are you talking about Jing Minyao's resurrection?" Emolian said softly. "I've always heard that the Jing clan indeed has a treasure that can pass down the yin and yang fortune called the soul congregation bell. This soul gathering bell can gather a person's soul, reverse the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and bring back the dead." Rumor has it that people who've been dead for more than 10 years can be revived with the help of the soul-convening bell. As long as the body is intact, resurrection is not a problem at all. A trace of excitement flashed across the little stoic's face, and she reached out to grab Mo Lian's arm at once. "What's wrong, Jojo?" Soul-gathering bell. "I." She finally knew what the spark that flashed through her mind was. She wanted this soul congregation bell. Since the soul congregation bell could bring the dead back to life, then her senior sister, who had been sealed in the ice coffin for many years, could use the soul congregation bell to revive senior Su Shan Shan? MHM. Arbor nodded her little head vigorously. Mo Yin muttered to himself for a moment before nodding and saying, "Perhaps it can work. But Jojo, let's put this out in advance. Senior sister Su has passed away for many years, and no one can say for sure or guarantee something as ethereal as a soul. Whether the soul congregation bell can gather senior sister Su's soul again, whether it can truly wake senior sister Su up, this matter is still more of a legend after all." Arbor's large, watery eyes curved slightly. She actually understood Mo Lian's meaning. He wanted to tell her not to have too much hope. "We will do our best for this matter." Chapter 30:10. But as for whether we can succeed or not, that will depend on the will of the heavens. Mo Lian held her little hand and said softly, "What I mean is, even if we really can't save senior sister Su, you can't be too disappointed." He was really afraid. Thinking about the 2 years she disappeared, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. He was afraid that the little fellow would be disappointed and sink into her pessimistic mood again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the light in her eyes. So at this moment, his heart was full of hatred for Jing Minyao. If she hadn't come back from the dead, Jojo wouldn't have coveted the Jing family's sacred weapon. The little fellow held his large hand and nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, I will adjust my mood and definitely won't let myself sink into it." Mo Yin nodded and said softly while holding her little hand, "It said that this soul-gathering bell can only be used 3 times. And as far as I know, when the bell was in the Jing family's hands, there were only 2 chances left. This response was wasted on Jing Minyao, so there's only 1 chance left." Arbor subconsciously clenched her little fist. "I wonder who has this thing now. Princess Jing?" Although Princess Jing was a scheming person, Arbor actually admired her magnanimous temperament. Compared to Jing Minyao's incompetence, this Princess Jing was simply the Jing family's glory and hope, the perfect example of a bad bamboo producing good bamboo shoots. "Let's test it out first." Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and chuckled. "Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities along the way." Arbor thought that was right and pulled her husband back to the deck. The moment they stepped onto the deck, they saw Jing Minyao leaning against the railing and staring at them silently. Arbor didn't speak to her and walked straight to Holy Sun Yin. "Hey, look at the sky. It's going to rain tonight. Tell the boatman to hurry up. Don't get caught in the middle of the river. With the storm, the boat will... Hey. Shut up." Holy Sun Yin really wanted to reach out and cover the little fellow's crow mouth. "What are you saying? Wasn't the weather perfect? Why would there be a storm? Do you think you're an emissary of the heavenly faction? Do you think you can just say that the wind will blow and the rain will fall, just because you say so?" Peepa. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning rushed down and struck the side of the mast, scaring the boatman. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at the calm Lady Si Chiao with strange and indecipherable expressions. Holy Sun Yin opened his watery eyes wide. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky. Immediately, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Hurry up, the storm is coming." Chiao Mu hollered at that Holy Sun Yin and grumbled. "With your ship's sailing speed, the secret realm will have already ended by the time you reach it." This time, nobody treated it as a joke anymore. Holy Sun Yin rushed all the way to the small control room and roared at the captain. Old he, stay calm." The storm arrived in less than a quarter of an hour. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Everyone silently chanted in their hearts, "Stoic face, you jinx. You're too smart. Crack." An S-shaped lightning split open a crack in the horizon, and the dark night was instantly illuminated by the lightning into a snowy day. Chapter 30:11. Cuckoo. The familiar chirping instantly stimulated Arbor's senses, causing her to be on guard at once. She raised her hand and gently swiped it, and a delicate crow repeating crossbow appeared in Arbor's hand. From the horizon, the coo-coo sound could be clearly heard. Arbor looked up and saw 7 or 8 giant birds with black wings and sharp beaks flying in the direction of their ship. At the same time, the entire Du Chunjiang was filled with a layer of intertwined lightning. This lightning was intertwined in the sky above Du Chunjiang, dark purple with a hint of inky color, as if it could fall down at any time. Holy Sunmi, Yin was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself, "The sky above Du Chunjiang is forbidden to fly. No living thing can fly above Du Chunjiang." So what's going on with those big birds that suddenly flew over? Arbor coldly glanced at Holy Sunmi Yin. "Isn't this your bird?" Hearing her angry tone, Holy Sunmi Yin couldn't help but retort, "How is this my bird?" "Don't deny it," Arbor said coldly to him. "You know very well what kind of shady business the Sun Moon Temple is doing in the dark." Holy Sunmi Yin was even angrier. He opened his mouth and was about to refute when he saw the little girl turn her head away, looking like she was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore. He couldn't help but feel suffocated. Arbor stretched out her arm and steadily held the crow repeating crossbow. She directly shot a crow gold arrow from it, aiming at the nightcaw bird in the air. With a swoosh, the crow gold arrow was like a white light cutting through the night sky, flying towards the leading big bird like a meteor catching up with the moon. It hit the target in one shot. The big bird let out an ear-piercing chirp, struggling to flap its wings, and suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! It crashed into the water. At the same time, the nightcaw birds that were originally hovering back and forth in the sky were bombarded by the sweeping thunder and lightning above Du Chunjiang. For a moment, there were sharp chirping sounds. 7 or 8 nightcaw birds rampaged in the air and were constantly shot down by the thunder and lightning. Xiao Mu's gaze was a bit hesitant as she met Mo Lian's gaze. Was there something wrong with the nightcaw bird's brain? Why did he appear in Du Chunjiang, a place where flying was prohibited? Who were they trying to attack? Or perhaps some idiot had hastily gathered them and completely forgot about the fact that Du Chunjiang was forbidden from flying. Arbor shifted his gaze to Nie Yaoguang and glanced at her. Naturally, he could not tell anything from her expression, but Arbor had a strange intuition that this matter was most likely caused by this brainless saintess. "Hey, look, what kind of ghost bird is that? It can even swim in the water." A Hongfu Academy student who was leaning against the railing of the deck couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw that the few big birds that had fallen into the river had already retracted their wings slightly. They swam wantonly in the water and pecked at the bottom of the ship. All the students secretly cursed in their hearts as they stared with their watery eyes at the edge of the ship's railing and looked down. "Shit, these damn birds are pecking at the bottom of our ship." Just as the nightcaw bird was about to move, the storm that could no longer control itself finally swept over with a ferocious momentum. A thick bolt of lightning coincidentally struck the head of one of the nightcaw birds, causing it to fall into the water. Chapter 30:12. Suddenly, a large, slippery water snake's tail burrowed out from the bottom of the water and directly whipped back the nightcaw bird that wanted to peek out of the water. This nightcaw bird was probably beaten senseless. After it fell back into the water, it didn't emerge for a long time. The river water boiled like boiling water, and the level, 10 divine beast that had appeared on the riverbank earlier suddenly appeared again. With a thrill of revenge, it fiercely swept its tail at their ship. Smack! 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 The water snake's tail, which carried a trace of electricity, heavily whipped the ship's railing and directly pierced through it. The students who were originally standing beside the railing hastily retreated. Everyone reflexively activated their defensive spiritual weapons to withstand the violent wind and rain outside, in addition to the occasional flash of lightning. This was truly a trap. They encountered this kind of trap on their first night at Du Chunjiang. It was all the little stoic's fault for jinxing things. Truly, whatever she said came true. Whatever came was unlucky. Look at the current situation. Fuck, it was simply unbearable to the extreme. At this time, everyone was caught in a dilemma. If they continued to let this water snake wantonly destroy their ship, everyone would have to go into the water. If they wanted to fight this water snake, they would have to tread on the waves and rise into the air to deal with it. However, with the lightning above their heads glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey, no one could fully concentrate on the battle under these circumstances. Arbor aimed at the water snake's tail and fired 2 arrows. The crow gold arrows created sparks when they rubbed against the large water snake's scales, infuriating it on the spot. It hissed and stared fixedly at Xiao Mu with its cold, triangular eyes. It raised its long tail high up and smashed it at the people on the deck. "You're courting death." Arbor narrowed her eyes and suddenly leaped, about to jump into the river. Prince Simo, who was constantly paying attention to his wife's every move, jumped in fright when he saw this and hastily reached out to pull the little fellow back. Mu Xingqian was also startled and blocked Arbor with his hand. "Younger sister, what are you doing?" "Of course we're going to kill it, pull out its teeth, and give them to Lotus as refining materials." Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. This little girl spoke as if she wasn't going to kill a level 10 divine beast, but was only going to deal with a small, low-level spiritual beast. Wasn't he overconfident? Didn't they see that Holy Sun Mi Yin, a spiritual venerable, was still considering how to attack? You suddenly want to jump into the river after slapping your head. How much confidence do you have in yourself? Wait. Emolian grabbed her little hand worriedly to prevent her from jumping down. The Holy Son of the Divine Hall is here. Before we enter the secret territory, the Divine Hall should have the responsibility to protect us. At this moment, Holy Sun Mi Yin was holding up a defensive barrier. Hearing this, he couldn't help but want to spit on Emolian's face. What about the responsibility to protect them? Then who would protect the people in the Divine Hall? At this moment, Holy Sun Mi Yin saw that both of them were looking at his face. He was so angry that he didn't know where to vent. The wind and rain are getting heavier. Let's talk inside the cabin first. Boom! The bottom of the boat seemed to have been hit by something heavy, and the whole boat couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, the boatmen all looked as if they were mourning for their loved ones. They shouted at Holy Sun Mi Yin, "Lord Holy Sun, it's not good, it's not good. You're the one who's not good. Your whole family is not good. Go to sleep. Come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 to catch up on the chapters." Chapter 30:13. What happened? Holy Sun Mi Yin grumpily roared. One of the boatmen said while trembling with fear, "Lord Holy Sun, the ship is moving sideways. Water is entering." Everyone silently cursed in their minds. This was terrible. Water was entering the ship. Could it be that they had to freaking swim across such a huge Du Chunjiang? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The Holy Sun was furious and roared. "What are you all standing around for? You. Go down and see if you can salvage the situation. You, all of you come with me. Hurry and deal with that water snake." The little stoic looked up at her husband. When Holy Sun Mi Yin pointed at a series of "you," just now he pointed at Sir Jojo. But didn't her husband say that the temple could resolve this kind of situation by itself? Why did he have to drag Sir Jojo in? The little fellow suspiciously swept Holy Sun Mi Yin a glance. The latter grumpily turned around and shouted at her, "Hurry up! Mushroom, what mushroom? Hurry and come over." The little fatty, who was called to repair the ship, nimbly moved his chubby body and ran off with several temple priests. The remaining people temporarily followed Holy Sun Mi Yin to the railing and used the power of the 5 spirits to attack the night-caw birds and large water snakes below. This time, no one could continue to conceal their strength. They collectively attacked the things in the water and attracted their attention, no longer damaging the ship's hull. That level, 10 divine beast was extremely powerful. Amidst the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, it nimbly moved like a bolt of white light. From time to time, it would burrow out from the bow and swing its tail. From time to time, it would also stick its head out from the side of the ship and deliver a fatal blow to the people repairing the ship below. Many boatmen lost their lives in its hands, and miserable screams could be heard from below from time to time. Arbor coldly swept Holy Sunmi in a glance. Have her people go down. Fight it at close range. This large water snake was so slippery that it could most likely dodge a long-range attack. In this way, not only would the people on the deck be wasting their spiritual energy for nothing, it wouldn't be of much use. At this time, Holy Sunmi Yin was also enraged, and he turned to glance at Mo Lien and Duan Yu. Yu and Yu, come down with me. Sir Jojo glanced at Holy Sunmi Yin expressionlessly. Following the direction of Holy Sunmi Yan's finger, he moved to the side. Then, Holy Sunmi Yan's finger fell on the face of another person beside him. That person was the black-bearded old man beside Madame Goen. He was a level 5 Divine Realm expert, Mr. Zhao Guochang. Holy Sunmi Yin was slightly dumbfounded. He was clearly pointing at the little stoic just now, but this damn doll actually dodged to the side without any trace of politeness, directly entrusting the mission to that black-bearded elderly man. Zhao Guochang's complexion was also very unsightly. He had already expended a lot of divine energy to resist Qiao Mu's divine energy ball just now. On top of that, he had also expended quite a bit of divine energy from attacking the great water snake earlier. If he could avoid going down to face the water snake, it would be best not to go down. Mr. Jojo threw a contemptuous glance at Holy Sunmi Yin, as if saying, "Are you all right? I'm still a baby. How could you ask me to do such a dangerous thing?" Holy Sunmi Yin couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners. When he was selecting people, he naturally selected the strongest to go with him. Although this damn doll's realm didn't look like much, it was obvious that she had plenty of good stuff on her. Chapter 3014. With this little fellow assisting him from the side, his battle prowess would definitely increase by several levels. Duan Yu couldn't resist wanting to laugh. He took out a raven bone fan from his sleeve and leisurely fanned himself. What? Mr. Zhao doesn't dare to go down? Mo Yin didn't say anything and merely looked at that elderly gentleman with a faint smile. Zhao Guochang was a bit angry out of humiliation. Ever since he broke through the scope of a God Realm cultivator and made a name for himself, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. This junior in front of him made him extremely angry, but he couldn't flare up for the time being. Mu Xingchen summoned a long sword from his conscience and walked to the railing. He turned a glance at Zhao Guochang. "Sir, please." Simply baffling. Zhao Guochang glared angrily at these juniors, but he couldn't vent his anger at all. Simply abominable. What were they trying to do by forcing a duck onto a perch for? Madame Goen's expression flickered, and she quickly said, "What are you all doing? Mr. Zhao is old." He pfft. Duan Yu suddenly laughed and shook his head in disdain. "So he's a cowardly bandit. All right then, let's go." Let alone a God Realm expert who couldn't bear to hear such words. Even a random Mystic Realm cultivator wouldn't allow someone to crown him with the words cowardly bandit. Zhao Guochang couldn't help but be enraged, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Go!" This meant that he was convinced. Mo Yin glanced at him with a spurious smile. She leisurely removed her black velvet cloak and jumped onto the railing with a whoosh. Zhao Guochang's brain heated up, and he also jumped onto the railing and jumped down first. It was a miserable storm below, and the waves were as high as a 2-story building. As soon as he went down, his whole body was drenched. The night-caw birds cooed, and their eyes flashed with green light as they swarmed towards him. Madame Goen was very anxious and shouted sternly, "What are you all still standing there for? Quickly go down and help Mr. Zhao." From this, it could be seen that Holy Sunmi Yin was a kind person. Almost without saying anything, he also jumped down. Qin Xian, Qin Xin, and Ming Yasi also leaped onto the railing. They cast a sidelong glance at Duan Yu and Mo Lien, who were standing on the railing and admiring the scenery, and silently cursed in their hearts. Shameless, shameless. After tricking the others down, these two actually had the nerve to continue watching here. Mu Xingchen was also an honest child. He originally wanted to jump down with Holy Sun Mi Yin, but Duan Yu tugged at him. Hence, he stood there in a daze and looked back at the two of them. After Zhao Guochang and Holy Sun Mi Yin jumped down, they were surrounded by a large flock of night cowbirds. At the same time, that huge water snake also came out from one side and stared at the two of them with a pair of creepy triangular eyes. Chila! A bolt of lightning swept across the water. This water snake was clearly a fellow with thunder spirit energy, so it could fearlessly advance and retreat with a sense of propriety and avoid the lightning bolts that filled the sky. Zhao Guochang reinforced 3 layers of defense on his body, and his water spirit struck back, colliding head-on with the oncoming lightning bolt. Chi-la, chi-la. Sounds made people's hair stand on end. That lightning bolt abruptly broke through his water spirit, and an L-shaped sawtooth wriggled out from within, crashing towards Zhao Guochang's body with a whoosh. Chapter 30:15. At the same time, Prince Simone narrowed his eyes and moved like a rainbow, flashing across the moon. Raven Moon was dyed with a speck of pitch-black cold light, and it cleaved a scarlet flame chain towards the water snake Zhao Guochang in front of her. After a loud splash, a scarlet wall of fire rose up from the water and burned fiercely in the night. At the same time, Duan Yu's raven-bone fan also moved. Thousands of cold specks flew out and formed a circular encirclement, abruptly attacking Zhao Guochang's chest. These two people suddenly attacked, almost without warning. Following this set of movements, they flew down and rushed behind Zhao Guochang like lightning. Zhao Guochang was shocked almost instantly. He simply couldn't believe that these two people would attack him for no reason under everyone's watchful eyes. However, there was no time for him to ponder. Raven Moon's sword light had already broken through Zhao Guochang's defenses and arrived in front of him. Zhao Guochang's eyes darkened, and he shouted angrily. A scale-like defensive item quickly formed on his chest, and he shouted, "Punk, you want to kill me? You're still too chi." A scorching flame attacked Zhao Guochang's chest. He originally thought that this godly armor could absolutely block any attack from these two juniors. Unfortunately, Zhao Guochang truly overestimated himself. Bam! He was sent flying by that fierce flame and retreated several steps. When he looked back in horror, he saw the water snake's sinister head peeking out from behind his head. Its gaping maw sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Guochang's body suddenly shrank, only to hear a kacha sound of bones breaking. Accompanied by sharp pain, Zhao Guochang only felt that his left shoulder was almost completely torn off, the pain causing his whole body to tremble. "Mr. Zhao!" Goen couldn't resist shrieking. Mr. Zhao, this deity realm expert, was her greatest reliance on this trip. Now, Mr. Zhao was beaten half to death by two juniors before they even entered the mystic realm. How could she endure this? Mr. Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat. With a roar, he stretched out his other uninjured arm and used all his strength to support the water snake's ferocious head. The big water snake hissed twice, and its body couldn't help but twist twice, throwing out huge waves. Its pair of triangular eyes coldly stared at Zhao Guochang in front of it. Zhao Guochang was in so much pain that his body trembled slightly. Just as he was about to call for his spirit beast, the thousands of cold lights had already arrived in front of him. Without any delay, they shot into his body. With a series of muffled sounds, Zhao Guochang's body was like a sieve that had been shot through. Small light spots appeared on his body one after another. Then, like a ball that had leaked air, his body began to gasp for air. Holding a long staff, Holy Sun Mi Yin stared blankly at the scene before him. Fuck! There was almost no room for him to react. It had only been 3 minutes since Mo Lien and Duan Yu joined hands, yet Zhao Guochang was already shot into a sieve. His entire body was covered in blood and bubbling with blood. No, this wasn't right. Holy Sun Mi Yin blankly thought. Just now, he clearly told everyone to join hands to deal with that big water snake. But why did the two of them? How did they attack Zhao Guochang? Before this, the two of them didn't give any warning, and he had never seen them discuss it with each other. This tacit understanding was too terrifying. That's it for now. We'll continue at midnight. Prepare to burn incense for the new year. Pray that I'll be prosperous in the coming year. Chapter 30:16. Sir Jojo watched the scene before him with sparkling eyes. He abruptly turned around and punched Madame Gowen's face. No one will protect you now. Madame Gowen was startled, and she reflexively bounced back before reflexively blocking with her hand. Bam! The defensive shield on her hand was instantly shattered by Arbor's punch, and she was sent flying backward by the force of the impact. Madame Gowen crashed heavily into a wooden window on the side of the ship and flew in through the broken window before smashing onto the ground. She was dumbstruck for a moment. What? She was actually punched into the cabin from the outside by the little girl? Everyone stared at the little girl dumbfoundedly, unable to speak for a long time. The little girl's bad habit of taking action as soon as she said she wanted to. It was simply shocking. Wait, shouldn't they be allies right now? Evidently, in the little girl's eyes, people like Madame Gowen couldn't be considered her allies at all. Previously at the Three River Pier, the little girl hadn't been able to find a chance to deal a vicious blow to Madame Gowen due to the protection of that deity realm expert, Mr. Zhao. However, this didn't mean that she had forgotten the previous incident. Even Queen Fu Sha, who didn't mind the commotion, couldn't help but shudder. She didn't expect this girl to be so ruthless. Moreover, it had been a while since the incident, yet she was still bent on teaching Madame Gowen a lesson. Xiao Mu stomped over and circled into the cabin through the hole in the window. She coldly said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Everyone, fuck, it was clearly such a vicious incident. But why did they feel like laughing? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Why do these words sound so familiar? Didn't the little fellow already nag about it when she was teaching Madame Gowen a lesson? Could it be that the lesson from the first half wasn't over yet, and it continued until today, and the lesson only ended in the second half? Queen Fu Sha twitched her mouth with an odd expression. She recalled that they had merely eaten the other party's barbecue, but the freaking little stoic made them vomit for a full 10 hours. 10 hours! Now, whenever her subordinates saw someone barbecue, their hair would stand on end and they would keep a respectful distance. This was simply throwing up psychological trauma. In the future, even if the barbecue was placed in front of them, they probably wouldn't be able to eat it. What a shameless little pervert. Queen Fu Sha cursed in her heart. At this time, Arbor had already walked to Madame Gowen's side. Looking at her frightened eyes, he twirled the long sword in his hand. "I'll let you go again and again. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You, what do you want? You, don't act recklessly. If the great emperor knows, if you know, then you know." Arbor plunged his sword into Madame Gowen's thigh. Madame Gowen was in so much pain that she sat upright. She twisted her body in fear and crawled backward. "You, don't come over, don't come over." Arbor reached out and gently pulled out the sword from her leg. He asked coldly, "Have you thought about how you want to die?" A few drops of dark red blood fell from the sword, but there was not a single red mark on the sword. Madame Gowen's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at the little girl in front of her. "Yellow goat. Huangyang." Madame Gowen seemed to have thought of something and shouted loudly. Chapter 30:17. Arbor glanced at her contemptuously. "Don't shout. It's useless even if you shout until your throat breaks." The little fellow used her sword to draw 2 lines in front of her chest. "I'm afraid that Mr. Zhao of yours is already dead. Now it's your turn." Arbor saw that she had one hand behind her back. She knew that she was up to no good and that she was definitely up to something. Sir Jojo only looked at the woman in front of him expressionlessly. He did not say anything. Duan Muqing stepped in from outside the hole and hurriedly called out to her. "Jojo, is there some trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Madame Gowen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly straighten her body and roared, "Little slut, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Madame Gowen's eyes were filled with vicious anger. She stretched out her hand and waved a handful of powder. Duan Muqing hurriedly rushed forward. He originally thought that the little girl would be caught off guard and suffer a great loss. Who knew? The little girl was already prepared. She calmly took out a black frying pan from her inner world and slapped it directly on Madame Gowen's face. With a loud bang, Madame Gowan let out a miserable cry and fell backwards. Her big head heavily knocked against the deck of the boat, making a loud thud. The frying pan swatted away most of the powder, leaving only a small portion floating in front of Arbor. However, Sir Jojo was very guarded against this woman. He had already set up several layers of defense around himself without leaving a trace. Therefore, Madame Gowan's little bit of powder was unable to break through her defense and be absorbed into her body. At this time, Duan Muqing had already arrived in front of Arbor. He anxiously grabbed her arm. "Jojo, are you all right? What can happen to me?" Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. He used the frying pan to slap Madame Gowan's face again. "The one who's not all right is this fellow." Duan Muqing looked at the little fellow in front of him speechlessly. He coughed lightly and nodded. Looking at this lady's pitiful appearance, it was obvious that she did not get any benefits from Jojo. Madame Gowan suddenly burst into tears. Crown Princess, you can't kill me." "The Crown Princess? I am the Crown Prince's aunt. If you kill me, how can you face the Empress in the future?" "Crown Princess, I know I was wrong. Why don't you spare me this time, Crown Princess?" Madame Gowan cried with snot and tears. The scene was a bit funny. Xiao Mu's cold gaze swept over her, and she involuntarily creased her brows when she saw this fellow crying to this extent. She had never seen such a situation before. If this National Security Agency insisted on fighting with her to the end, she would just kill her. But now, he was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy while crying out loud. It was really a bit of an eyesore. The little fellow pursed his little mouth and forcefully flung his sleeve that was grabbed by Madame Gowan. He expressionlessly turned around and walked towards the deck. Stinking shameless thing. He was already so old, but he was still crying like a baby. In the future, when he saw Sir Jojo, he had to hurry and take a detour. Don't talk nonsense all day. Arbor had just arrived on the deck when she saw the big water snake creating a 3-meter-tall splash of water. It was like a raging wave that came towards her. She did not panic at all. She only glanced at the wave indifferently. Then, she raised her small hand and drew a circle of defensive array glyphs around her. "Sleep. Come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning." Chapter 30:18. Bang! While water splashed everywhere, Arbor had already flashed out like a bolt of lightning. The teleportation talisman flashed and disappeared, allowing Arbor to suddenly stand on the ship's railing. The river breeze brushed against Arbor's face, and her skirt fluttered. Arbor's black hair fluttered slightly, and the 3-foot-long sword in her hand glinted coldly. Her icy eyes had already met the great snake's gloomy eyes. Hiss! The little white snake on her wrist swiftly slithered and abruptly opened its towering mouth, biting at the oncoming great water snake. That great water snake certainly didn't expect the little girl to have a great void, great snake, sacred beast coiled around her body. It seemed to be taken aback for a split second, and its snake head abruptly tilted to the side as it retreated in alarm. However, it was already too late. The little white snake's towering snake head had already lifted up, and its mouth bit down on the great water snake's vital point like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. "Gee!" The great water snake hissed and swayed its body repeatedly, retreating with all its might in alarm, wanting to continue retreating back into the river to hide. At this time, the little white snake had already transformed into a great void serpent several dozen meters long. So how could it allow this guy to continue escaping? The little white snake opened its mouth and bit down on a square inch below the great water snake's head. In less than a few seconds, black smoke billowed out from the water snake's body, eyes, and mouth in wisps. That appearance was a bit frightening. After Emol Yin and the others finished dealing with the night-caw birds below, they turned around to look at the ship's railing. They saw the little stoic standing there like an expressionless little puppet. Her pitch-black eyes didn't move in the slightest under the night sky. And a great white snake several dozen meters long was loosely coiled around her several times in several coils of its tail. Its abdomen moved as it swallowed the water snake in front of it inch by inch. Holy Sun Mi, Yin couldn't help but shudder at that terrifying appearance. The students of the other academies couldn't help but scatter like birds and beasts, shivering as they hid behind the destroyed cabins and by the broken wooden windows, watching the scene in front of them in horror. Fuck! What kind of beast was this beside the little stoic? It could actually swallow a level 10 divine beast alive without any hesitation? Wasn't this too cruel? On the other hand, Xiao Mu creased her brows, seeing that the white snakelet had already swallowed 2/3 of the large water snake. Its stomach rumbling, she couldn't resist stroking the white snakelet as she muttered to herself. Too full, spit it out. Finally, the little white snake swallowed the big water snake whole, including its skin and bones. The snake's belly bulged, and it even burped a few times. Crown Prince Mo and Duan Yu looked at each other, both at a loss for words. Burp. The little white snake suddenly shrank inch by inch, and its body returned to its original slender appearance. However, its abdomen was still bulging, as if it was several months pregnant. Burp. Its pitiful pair of large, watery eyes looked straight at Xiao Mu. Arbor couldn't help but knock on its head. I told you to eat too much, but you didn't vomit when I told you to. You got indigestion from being greedy, so who are you blaming? Sir Jojo quickly took out several bottles of digestion pills from her inner world and fed the little white snake one by one. As she fed it, she discovered that the little white snake's head slowly drooped down and curled up in her hand, unmoving. Arbor jumped in fright and quickly poked it with her finger. Ming Ming! Ming Ming! The little fellow was a bit anxious and poked it with her finger again. Chapter 3019. Ming Ming. At this time, Mo Yin and Duan Yu had already jumped out of the water. Under the night wind, the water droplets on their bodies were slightly flung off, and with the evaporation of spiritual energy, the water droplets on their clothes instantly dried. Jojo, don't be anxious. Mo Yin flashed to her side and gently grasped her hand. The little white snake swallowed a level 10 divine beast's flesh and crystal core, so it needs some time to digest. I reckon this sacred beast is about to advance, Duan Yu said. Master, it looks like Ming Ming is about to advance. Put it on planet Shaji for its advancement. The sapling Qiuqiu's words soon confirmed their conjecture. Xiaomu nodded and fed the white snakelet several more pills to aid in digestion and advancement. Only then did she put it away on Shaji planet and have the sapling Qiuqiu find an open space for it to prepare for its advancement. Qiuqiu solemnly said, Master, Ming Ming will probably need to sleep for a while. That divine beast is very helpful for its advancement, but it needs some time just to digest it. At this time, Arbor also discovered that the great ape on Fish Orchid Planet was pounding its chest and stamping its feet while howling at the sky. Arbor expressionlessly communicated with the sapling mentally. What is it doing? Qiuqiu chuckled mischievously. The great ape is at the pinnacle of spirit beasts, so it needs some divine beast bloodline to advance. Realization dawned on Arbor. He didn't expect that the little white snake would swallow a level 10 divine beast in one go, so it naturally couldn't squeeze out any bloodline. Arbor was a bit curious. Does a spirit beast have to have a divine beast bloodline to advance to a divine beast? Of course. The sapling quickly explained to the little Master. Master, divine beasts aren't everywhere. Normally, they need a bloodline inheritance. It's even harder to find a sacred beast bloodline. Even if their ancestors have a sacred beast bloodline, not every one of them can become a sacred beast. The probability is still very small. However, if the ancestor does not have such a bloodline, then there's not even such a small probability. Arbor nodded. Oh, tell it to stop howling. We'll find another one for it later. She had many small beasts that were top-grade spirit beasts by her side. If that was the case, she would have to find a few more divine beasts for them to advance. Master Silver, little white snake has gone to evolve. Do you want to bring Qiuqiu out with you? Your master isn't that weak, the little stoic said expressionlessly. Soon after, she thought for a bit and brought out the blue spirit snake emperor, who is currently frolicking in the 100 Poison Valley on Fish Orchid Planet. The little blue snake was dumbfounded. When it raised its little snake head and saw its little master, it couldn't help but shiver. It shrunk its head like a human and quickly closed its mouth to hide its two fangs. Little Masta couldn't be thinking about Snake-Tooth again, could she? It took so long for it to grow back. Sob, 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 Xiao Mu expressionlessly said. What are you cowering for? Isn't it just taking 2 drops of your venom every 3 months? It doesn't hurt. The little blue snake blinked its dog eyes cutely and rolled around in her hand like a corpse. Then, its snake body stiffened with its belly facing the sky without any integrity. Duanyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this. He exchanged a glance with Mo Lien next to him. Were the beasts by Jojo's side also lacking in integrity? Mo Lien gave him an especially annoying look. Thankfully, his Sir Jojo didn't like little beasts that acted cute. Otherwise, these stinky things might have to compete with him for favor. Chapter 3020. Emolian was about to pick up the little blue snake and toss it away. The little blue snake seemed to have sensed an unprecedented crisis and hastily coiled itself around Arbor's wrist. It obediently coiled itself into a circle and stopped moving like a corpse. Arbor was amused. He looked down at the little blue snake before looking up at Mo Lien and Duanyu. We swish. Thump, thump, thump. A series of urgent sounds came from the bottom of the ship. They soon saw the little fatty's nimble body dashing forward as he shouted. There are several hundred to 1,000 sword-toothed fish digging into the ship below. I think the bottom of the ship is going to be pierced through very soon. Everyone was grief-stricken when they heard this. It wasn't that they were afraid. If it were any other time, the worst that could happen was that the ship would sink and they would just fly up into the air. But in this current situation, with such dense thunderclouds hovering above Du Chunjiang, they would dare to hack you to death if you dared to fly up into the air. Who dared to fly up recklessly? That would be asking for a beating. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump. The sounds of the ship's bottom being pierced gradually grew louder in the stormy night, causing everyone's nerves to tighten to a critical point in an instant. Holy Sun Me, Yin rushed onto the ship despite the torrential rain and solemnly said to everyone, Everyone, conserve your spiritual energy and pay attention to your defenses. When we enter the water later, we will need a defensive barrier to support us. Who knows how long we will struggle in the water? On the side, Qi Xianxian rolled up her small sleeves. Let's fight it out with them. How could a group of spiritual cultivators like them be afraid of several hundred sword-toothed fish? What a joke. Crack. The boatman shrieked in panic. The bottom of the ship is leaking. Arbor turned to look at them with a frown. This ship employed more than a dozen normal boatmen. If they entered the water, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. The teeth of the sword-toothed fish could chew them into pieces at any moment. Holy Sun Me, Yin hastily said, Hurry and gather around. Follow behind us. When we fall into the water later, try your best to find wooden planks for cover. Crack. Kacha kacha. Some of the sword-toothed fish jumped up and jumped onto the deck of the boat. Everyone was about to kill them. Arbor suddenly said, Wait. Akira had long found her an eyesore. Upon hearing this, she sternly shouted, Wait, what? Don't you see that these sword-toothed fish are about to chew up our treasures? What are you waiting for? Kill him. Akira stepped forward with her sword and cut the sword-toothed fish in half without saying a word. At the same time, a stream of venom spurted out from the belly of the sword-tooth-long fish, flying straight towards her face. At the same time that Akira cried out in alarm, she felt her body being pulled back and involuntarily fell over. ACI quickly pulled her to the back, but a young girl from the Hong Fu Academy standing beside Akira was out of luck. A portion of the splattered venom landed on her face and hands. She screamed in pain and subconsciously covered her face with her hands as she screamed. As if her face was burned by fire, it quickly turned red, swollen, and rotted. A piece of flesh from her chin fell to the ground with a plop, causing Akira to widen her eyes in horror. This venom was so terrifying. Arbor quickly stepped forward, pulled out a silver needle, and pricked the girl a few times. Then he stuffed a pill into her mouth and said with a solemn expression, Swallow it. The other students from the Hong Family Academy gasped in astonishment. Chapter 3021. The girl reflexively swallowed the pill, and the rotting condition on her face improved slightly. It didn't continue to worsen. However, when everyone saw her face, they couldn't help but gasp. Her face was completely ruined. Not only was her originally delicate and pretty face extremely swollen, but there were also 2 holes in her chin and cheeks that exposed her ghastly white bones. Akir shrunk her neck in fright. She took a step back and hid behind Yas. However, several students from the Hong Academy couldn't resist reprimanding her angrily. Why are you hiding behind him? If you hadn't recklessly swung your sword to chop this sword-toothed fish just now, how could this have happened? Brainless guy. Jinx. Jinx. Akir was also extremely aggrieved. How could she have known that the sword-toothed fish was so disgusting that there was actually a bag of poison hidden in its stomach? How could it give someone such a thing before it died? Did they think she was willing? It wasn't like she did it on purpose. The disfigured girl covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Arbor was a bit vexed and couldn't resist shouting, "All of you, shut up." She threw a medicine bottle to the girl. "Apply it once in the morning and night. You'll recover after a month." Everyone looked at her in a daze. They saw that the little stoic still didn't have much of an expression, and her gaze was even colder as it swept over the sobbing girl. Her gaze was really cold. This was what everyone thought in their hearts. That girl dazedly clutched the medicine bottle in her hand and raised her head to glance at the little stoic. At first, she was frightened by the little stoic's cold gaze, and then she felt as if a warm current flowed into her heart. The girl inexplicably felt that although the stoic face in front of her was young, for some reason, it made people want to trust her unconditionally. Thank you." The girl pursed her lips, her voice as weak as a mosquito's bite. After this incident, Akir also quieted down. She shrunk her neck and hid behind ACI and Ollie without saying anything else. The boatmen shivered as they lay on the ground and said to Holy Sun Miyin, "Sir Holy Sun, save us, save us." Not only were the sword-toothed fish's teeth formidable, but the venom in its stomach was even more frightening. They were just ordinary people. If they were bitten by the sword-toothed fish, they would definitely die. However, if the venom accidentally splashed onto them when they were slaughtering the saber-toothed long fish, then with their identities as ordinary people, they might not even be as good as the young girl and would die in a matter of minutes. Holy Sun Miyin's expression was also rather grave. He turned to look at the little stoic and asked gravely, "Do you have any methods?" Inexplicably, he felt that this little girl, who was full of treasures, should have a way to help everyone out of this predicament. The little fellow raised her eyebrows and glared at him. "Didn't you bring this disaster upon yourselves? Now that you can't control yourself, you want to ask me for help?" "Holy Sun Mi," Yin said. "Is there a misunderstanding? Now we're all in the same boat. Was he crazy to attract these things to harm everyone, including himself?" "Humph." The little stoic rolled her eyes at him. "You don't know how to cause trouble, but don't tell me other people can't." Holy Sun Mi, Yin reflexively glanced at the silent holy nun, Nye Yao Wang. For some reason, he had an intuition that the little stoic was targeting the holy nun. Chapter 3022. Holy Nun Nye Yao Wang, on the other hand, was looking down without any expression on her face. When she saw the holy sun's gaze, she bowed and said respectfully, "Holy Sun, let us go down and slaughter the sword-toothed fish." The moment she said that, the few priests of the temple looked at her as if they had eaten a fly. What kind of joke was this? Since she knew that the sword-toothed fish had poison in their stomachs, she still wanted them to go down and die. There were not only hundreds and thousands of sword-toothed fish gathered below, there were probably close to 7 to 8 million of them. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Not to mention, so many sword-toothed fish. The few priests stared at Holy Nun Nye Yao Wang as if they were looking at a lunatic. Is there something wrong with your brain? Even with so many people going down together, they might not be able to handle so many sword-toothed fish, much less 30 to 40 of them from the temple. The holy nun's expression was calm. With a flip of her hand, she took out an exquisite ball with multicolored light flowing around it. "You all only need to assist me. Once I keep all these sword-toothed fish into this exquisite ball, there will naturally be no danger left. Whoa, the exquisite ball in the holy nun's hand is a storage spiritual artifact. Everyone's eyes lit up as they landed on her hand. That storage spiritual artifact looked like it was overflowing with light. From the outside, it looked very beautiful. On the other hand, Emolian merely glanced at her before curling his lips slightly and shifting his gaze away. The little fellow tugged at her husband's sleeve curiously. Lien, is her exquisite ball very powerful? The material is not bad, but the forging standard is a little bad. Emolian whispered in her ear. This exquisite ball is made from deep-sea cold iron, and there are more than 10 kinds of good materials in it. Previously, when we were forging weapons for Little Fatty and the rest, if we could have 3 or 4 of them, we could have forged their weapons into level 15 divine artifacts. What a pity! Arbor blinked. In that case, the material of this exquisite ball is good, but the forging is not satisfactory? Emolian nodded and murmured something into her ear. Afterwards, he winked at her with an expression of watching a good show. A faint smile appeared on the little fellow's stoic face, and he nodded his head with a grin. Seeing that Nye Yaoguang was so confident, Holy Sun Mi Yin nodded and said, "Since that's the case, everyone in the divine palace will follow me down. Assist the Saintess in keeping these sword-toothed fish into the exquisite orb." Saintess Nye Yaoguang was a little excited, even though she didn't show it on her face. She thought to herself that if she could subdue these sword-toothed fish that had sharp teeth and could spit poison, she would naturally be able to kill a lot of enemies in the water in a matter of minutes. She subconsciously glanced at Arbor, then turned around and led the Holy Sun and the others to the bottom of the cabin. Duan Yu glanced at Emolian and thought, "The Saintess, this fool, is probably going to run out of luck." At this time, Madame Goen had already shakily crawled over with one leg. That robust man, Huang Yang, hurried to her side and quickly reached out to support her. He whispered, "Madam, I was held back by someone just now." Madame Goen quickly waved her hand at him, indicating for him to stop talking. She warily glanced at Emolian and Arbor, who were standing at the side of the ship, and shuddered all over. "Tomorrow at 6 p.m., don't wait for me." Chapter 3023. Right now, she was truly a bit fearful of this stoic face. She secretly made up her mind to avoid provoking this little stoic if she could in the future. After suffering so many losses at her hands, Goengua had learned her lesson. She was the dignified madam of Goengua. If she could avoid provoking this couple, she would naturally be able to live a good life with a handsome man. However, she had a bit of a screw loose previously and just had to target this stoic face. The stoic face wasn't an easy bone to chew, just based on her cold and stern appearance just now. Even the Emperor couldn't be provoked. If she hadn't wailed loudly in the end and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy, perhaps she really would have been killed by this stoic face. Madame of Goengua believed that in the end, the little stoic didn't stop killing her because she was soft-hearted. Why didn't she kill her? Because a coward like Madame of Goengua wasn't worth it for her to make a move. For some reason, Madame of Goengua had such a clear thought in her mind. She shuddered and supported the robust man, Huang Yang, by the arm. She whispered to him, "How is Mr. Zhao?" Huang Yang weakly shook his head at her. The shock in his heart hadn't passed yet. Prince Amo really didn't give Madame of Goengua any face and killed Mr. Zhao with a single blow. The Crown Prince was warning Madame of Goengua that if she continued, her outcome wouldn't be any better than Mr. Zhao's. Mr. Zhao truly had 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck, just because he wanted to protect Madame of Goengua. The couple viewed him as a thorn in their flesh. Although Huang Yang felt that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess were ruthless in their methods, he had nothing to say in response. After all, the two sides had different standpoints, so their opponents were naturally different as well. If Madame seized this rare opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be so ruthless towards the Crown Princess. Although the Crown Prince and Crown Princess were ruthless, they merely struck first to gain the upper hand, winner takes all. Wasn't Madame admitting defeat now out of fear of being beaten? Huang Yang sighed and helped the limping Madam of Goengua to sit down on the side. He warned, "Madam, I'll help you bandage your wound first. When it enters the water later, this blood might attract ferocious beasts in the water." Madame Goen nodded listlessly and didn't say anything. She just let the gazelle do whatever it wanted. The little stoic reached out to stroke the strands of hair that floated in front of her forehead and absent-mindedly turned her head to glance at the Madam of the Ministry of State Security. Like a startled little beast, Goen sat up straight and shrunk back to the railing. Arbor looked at her coldly and then retracted his gaze. Madame Goen only felt a bone-chilling coldness. She touched her forehead and found that it was full of cold sweat. She was so frightened by this glance that she almost peed. Everyone on the ship was anxious and restless. A few students from the academy could not help but lower their heads to look into the water. From their point of view, they could only see the five-colored light of the exquisite ball faintly flickering. It seemed that the Saintess was currently absorbing the saber-toothed fish. It would be much better if I could take away all the sword-fang fish. Even if they entered the water, they would not have to face the siege of thousands of sword-fang fishes. The little stoic reached out to hold the railing and looked down. She then blinked and shrunk into her husband's arms. "They're here!" Boom! A huge tremor stole up from the bottom of the ship. Everyone, who was brimming with anticipation, was instantly stupefied by this sound. They only felt the ship violently shake and tremble. The ship, which was riddled with holes, disintegrated in an instant. Chapter 3024. Caught off guard. Everyone fell into the water like dumplings. Sir Jojo stretched out his leg and stepped on a small piece of floating wooden lattice window. He looked around and saw that Mo Lien was busy keeping the broken pieces of the exquisite ball. Countless sword-toothed fishes jumped up and down beside his feet. When they touched the wall of fire that rose from his feet, they hurriedly retreated. Xiao Mu waved her hand, and a blank storage talisman emitting a purple light flew out from her inner world. It circled around her before abruptly stopping in front of her. The peerless purple talisman shone brightly. At the same time, countless sword-toothed fishes were sucked into the talisman and circled in the air. Waves of sword-toothed fishes were all sucked into the peerless purple talisman. The flustered boatmen had just thought that their lives were over when they saw such a shocking scene in front of them. For a moment, they did not know if they were overjoyed or overjoyed. They looked at Sir Jojo in a daze and could not say a word for a long time. After Arbor sucked the last sword-toothed fish into the purple talisman, she stretched out her hand and pinched the talisman in her hand. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their gazes landed on the expressionless young lady and thought to themselves, "This young lady looks cold, but her heart is not cold." This action really saved the majority of people. At this moment, many people fell into the water because there were no wooden planks to step on. Luckily, all the sword-toothed fishes in the water were sucked away by Arbor. Hence, there was no more trouble. At the same time, Saintess Niaowang, whose hair was in a mess, rushed out from the bottom of the boat with a pale face. At this moment, she was dripping with water. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or because she was trembling in fear. Her face was very pale, and her body could not stop trembling. Recalling her previous actions, Niaowang's face was pale. Behind her, Holy Sun Mi Yin and more than 30 god disciples also jumped out. Their faces were also very pale. When they were underwater, Saintess Niaowang had indeed kept most of the saber-toothed long fishes into the exquisite ball. Everyone was overjoyed and felt that the Saintess was very reliable. She had actually thought of such an idea. And the result? In the end, halfway through, the Saintess's expression changed greatly. The exquisite orb in her hand had actually exploded. It exploded. Holy Sun Mi Yin and the followers of the Divine Halls were caught unprepared. While setting up multiple defensive shields, they tried their best to escape and were almost besieged by the fishes. It was a close call. Before they even returned to the Red River Canyon, 5 or 6 of the God's disciples of the Divine Hall had already died. He did not die in the hands of a spirit beast or a divine beast. If this were to spread out, people would laugh their heads off. He was actually killed by the exquisite ball in the hands of the Saintess. With a sullen face, Holy Sun Mi Yin glares at the unreliable Saintess Nie Yaoguang. At this moment, Nie Yaoguang's face was also green and white. He still had lingering fears. She was about to open her mouth to defend herself when she saw the little girl with a stoic face use a storage talisman with a purple glow to keep all the saber-toothed longfishes. What are you doing?" Nie Yaoguang shouted angrily. Heavens, these little things that she had taken a fancy to were all taken away by that stoic-faced girl in one go. The Saintess simply wanted to beat her chest and stamp her feet. These were the things that she had taken a fancy to first. The Saintess's expression became more and more unsightly. One moment, it was white, and the next, it was black. Chapter 3025. Arbor swept her a glance and looked at Nie Yaoguang like she was looking at an idiot. Was this person an idiot? Didn't she see that she had harvested several batches of fish from Dukhan River? The holy nun was so angry that she wanted to pull out her hair. She blurted out hysterically, "This sword fong fish is what I want." Ever since she met the little stoic, the holy nun was actually gnashing her teeth in hatred. However, she had been restraining herself and didn't flare up. She also tried her best to maintain a calm attitude and turned a blind eye to the little stoic. But now she couldn't tolerate this. Why did this damn stoic face want to snatch everything? She even wanted to poke her nose into these sword fong fish that she had her eyes on. Arbor looked at the holy nun with pity. She just knew this person was an idiot. Otherwise, how could she ask such a stupid question? "Your family's fish?" Xiao Mu gazed at her indifferently. The holy nun choked. This naturally couldn't be her fish. It was just that she had her eyes on it. Since it's ownerless, what are you yelling about? You want it. Just because you want it, it must be yours? If she wasn't an idiot, then what was she? The holy nun naturally wasn't in a good mood when the little girl looked at her like she was an idiot. She took a deep breath. "Crown Princess, then what do you think if I buy 10 sword fong fish from you?" She would most likely die from anger if she spoke to this stoic face. The holy nun felt that rather than continuing to pester this stoic face endlessly, she might as well strike a deal with her. She was determined to obtain this sword fong fish. She had to obtain it. Arbor gazed deeply at the holy nun and said meaningfully, "The holy nun is so impatient to obtain this sword fong fish because you want to nurture it into a mutated sword fong corpse fish, right?" The holy nun's face clearly stiffened, but it was only for a moment. Nie Yaoguang quickly returned to her senses and said faintly, "I don't know what the crown princess is talking about. You want this sword fong fish only because its teeth are hard and it carries poison inside its body. If you can cultivate these little things and breed them in large batches, you will be in charge of everything in the water in the future." The Saintess looked angry and could not help but say, "Crown Princess, I'm talking to you about serious matters. Must you speak to me in such a tone? Not for sale." With a hook of her finger, Xiao Mu took out a sword fong fish with a protruding belly that was thrashing about in her hand from her storage talisman. She gazed apathetically at the saintly nun before her. Doesn't saintly nun think that this chubby little thing is quite interesting? Interesting? Interesting your sister. The Saintess was so angry that her stomach was about to explode. Her pair of black eyes stared fixedly at Arbor. Her eyes were filled with a dark light. "Such interesting little fellows. I can't let you harm them." Whoosh! The Saintess released a white light from her hand. The crescent-shaped blade made a circle in the air and slashed toward Arbor's neck. Holy Nun Mi Yin was shocked and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Arbor looked at her expressionlessly with a trace of coldness in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the curved blade in front of her with one hand. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The little girl's hand was as hard as jade. She grabbed the curved blade that the Saintess released and clasped it tightly in her hand. "Let go!" Nie Yaoguang was so angry that his face turned black. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "This is intolerable." Chapter 3026. Under the command of her spiritual conscience, that scimitar moved at will and continuously twisted in Arbor's hand, trying its best to break free. However, how could Arbor give it this chance? She gazed icily at that saintess Nye, and the words she spat out were extremely icy and merciless. You are looking for death. Everyone who drew their swords against her wouldn't have a good ending. At this time, the little girl's toes were on a half-broken window frame, and she was floating on the river. Her plain-colored robes were gently fluttering in the river breeze. Her appearance was like an ice sculpture, cold and merciless. Madame Gowan shuddered slightly. She still remembered that she had previously courted death like this, throwing a spiritual weapon at the little girl in a futile attempt to kill her. But in the end, the unlucky one was herself. This saintess of the temple probably wouldn't have it easy either. Bang! The scimitar in the little stoic's hand didn't seem to be able to withstand that enormous force. Not only did it bend, but it also made a cracking sound in the little girl's hand. Crack! The saintess instantly felt an unbearable pain in her conscience. She reflexively fell backwards and missed a step, falling into the water with a splash. Holy Sun Mi Yin was taken aback. He quickly flew up and raised his hand to pull the saintess out of the water. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was heavily injured. Holy Sun Mi Yin checked her breathing, and his gaze relaxed slightly. Fortunately, she was still breathing. At least she wasn't dead, so everything was still manageable. He turned to look at the little stoic and said sullenly, "Crown Princess, please don't lower yourself to the saintess's level if she has offended you." Arbor's expression froze, and she tossed away the scimitar that had turned into scrap metal. "Hand it over." Holy Sun Mi Yan's heart involuntarily sank. He finally understood the little girl in front of him. Whoever came to provoke her, she would kill that person to settle the matter once and for all. It had to be said that this kind of mentality was extremely troublesome. Such a lousy temperament was definitely spoiled by someone. Although this saintess was courting death, since she was a member of the temple, Holy Sun Mi Yin felt that he had the responsibility to protect her safety. Naturally, he couldn't watch as the little girl slapped Saintess Nye Yaoguang to death. If she killed the saintess just like that, not only would he, Holy Sun Mi Yin, lose all face, but would the Sun Moon Temple still have any face left? Holy Sun Mi Yin took a deep breath and felt that he needed to have a good talk with the little girl. Although he wasn't very confident in his heart. After all, he truly understood this little stoic's temperament thoroughly after interacting with her during this period of time. This little girl was definitely not someone who was easy to talk to. Just look at the previous madam of the National Security Agency. It had been a while, but she still wanted to get rid of her. The main thing was that she had many accomplices, so it was not good to provoke her. Thinking of this, Holy Sun Mi Yan's face darkened. He wished he could shake the saintess awake and slap her. "You fucking caused so much trouble, yet you still want me to clean up your mess. You're simply too hateful." Holy Sun Mi Yin was currently scheming on how to plead with the little stoic to stop causing trouble for the saintess. However, he didn't know that the eyelids of the saintess he was supporting in front of him twitched slightly, and the finger resting on her side also flicked lightly. "Stoic cough, Crown Princess." Holy Sun Mi Yin had just called out to her when he saw an attack talisman flying at him. Chapter 3027. Holy Sun Mi Yin was startled and subconsciously retracted his finger. Then he remembered that the holy nun was unconscious. If he retracted his hand, the holy nun would fall backwards? Holy Sun Mi Yin didn't hear the sound of falling into the water. He looked down and was shocked. He saw that the holy nun, Nye Yaoguang, had already woken up. She was staring at Arbor with a pair of scarlet eyes. She suddenly pounced towards Arbor like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Holy Sun Mi Yin couldn't stop her in time. Because the two of them were originally standing on a log, the holy nun suddenly jumped away, causing the log to lose its center of gravity and sink into the water. Holy Sun Mi Yin almost reflexively leaped into the air. At the same time, the lightning above his head seemed to have found the target of punishment and fiercely struck down on his head. Crack! A bright light flashed in the dark night. Holy Sun Mi Yin was caught off guard and was hit by the power of the lightning. He fell into the river with a splash. The sudden sound of thunder made many people jump up in fright. At the same time, several students of the Han Academy also jumped up about 10 feet. This was great. The lightning was like an exploding pot, crackling as it gathered and attacked the person's body. Everyone was like grasshoppers, jumping back and forth on the floating objects on the river surface. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Saintess had already jumped in front of Xiao Mu with a plop. She stared at her coldly with a pair of glowing red eyes as she crouched down on a piece of driftwood. She was like a crazed wild beast, as if she wanted to bite Xiao Mu's throat in half with a bite. Xiao Xiao. As Mo Lin flew over, he naturally became the target of the lightning bolt's concentrated bombardment. Arbor didn't panic at all. She just looked coldly at the holy nun, Nie Yaoguang. Tisk, her cold voice slightly raised, appearing particularly clear under the night sky. So it's a corpse puppet that is evolving. I really underestimated you before. She hit it really well. At this time, the holy nun's appearance had changed a bit. Not to mention her eyes had turned red. There were even short fangs protruding from the corner of her mouth. Tianyun's experiment began to make progress. Xiao Mu felt rather gloomy in her heart. This Saintess usually looked like an ordinary person. No one would think that she was different from the rest. Moreover, she might even be able to control the corpse poison in her body. That was why she was able to release the corpse poison with such precision, causing her body to undergo a transformation. Boom! Nie Yaoguang seemed to have gone berserk. He punched down, and the river water turned into a piece of sky, sweeping towards Arbor. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. By the time Mo Lin, Duan Yu, and the others flew over one after another, Arbor's figure had already been washed away by that monstrous wave. Saintess Nie Yaoguang's eyes glowed with a crimson-red light. Roar! After a sharp howl, some of the lower-level spirit masters spat out blood, and their eardrums hurt. Holy Sun Mi Yin, who had just come out of the water, looked at Holy Nun Nie Yaoguang in shock. He didn't know what to think, but his expression was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Heavens! What kind of monster was that? Holy Sun Mi Yin suddenly recalled the little stoics' mocking words to him. Weren't these night-caw birds summoned by your temple? I am possible. How is that possible? How could their temple of light, their sacred temple of light, be corrupted by this kind of dark and evil creature? Chapter 30:28. Holy Sun Mi Yin was extremely conflicted. He felt that the little stoic must be slandering him, but he also felt that with the little stoic's aloof and arrogant personality, she would disdain to lie. Holy Sun Mi Yin only felt his entire body turn ice cold, and he hastily kicked his legs and paddled forward. Meanwhile, Mo Lin, Duan Yu, and the others swiftly moved on the river surface. Following closely behind were bolts of lightning that struck around everyone. Because of their leaping movements, the lightning enveloping the river surface collectively erupted, and the others also met with misfortune. The nether leopard that had just surfaced was instantly struck into the water by a bolt of lightning. The feeling of the electric current sizzling chaotically in his body, was especially satisfying. Qin Xian grabbed Qin Jiu's arm and scuttled out of the water. Before he could say anything, he was nearly struck by a bolt of lightning. He hastily tossed little Jiu out and also dodged to the side. That bolt of lightning just happened to land between the two of them, directly pulverizing a dilapidated piece of wood. Qin Jiu sprawled on the water surface and didn't dare to move, but his entire body involuntarily shuddered. Fuck! This bolt of lightning was truly ferocious. Where's second brother? Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist asking. Qin Jiu sprawled there and repeatedly shook his head. No, I don't see second brother. Damn it, eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist gritting his teeth and turned to glare at the Saintess gravely. Qin Jiu didn't dare to move at all and repeatedly asked, Big brother, what's up with that woman just now? The eldest young Sir shook his head and turned to look at the people beside him. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. This bolt of lightning only floats on the water surface. I think it's more appropriate for us to hold our breath and swim for a while, the two young Sir from the Dou family hastily said. It's all that damn stoic face's fault. Zhongli Jue was almost struck by a bolt of lightning, and she angrily punched the water surface. If she hadn't angered the Saintess, why would the Saintess transform into a monster and cause everyone to be in a mess? Enough! What's the use of complaining over there? Chun Baoja shrieked in exasperation. Hurry and swim forward. A scene appeared on the Du Chun River. All the people who had fallen into the river sank into the water under the intertwining lightning. They paddled with all their might, trying their best to escape. On the other hand, Emol Yin, Duan Yu, and Duan Muqing's group had shouldered 70 to 80% of the lightning bolts. It couldn't be helped. This group of people committed crimes against the wind and openly leaped in midair, completely ignoring Du Chunjiang's clear order that prohibited flying. It caused waves of thunder and lightning to bombard them with extreme indignation. They quickly chased after him, and Jojo subconsciously started to swim in the water after being hit by a huge wave. As soon as the little fellow entered the water, he felt like a fish in water. In the past, she didn't understand what was going on, but now she had some understanding. This probably had something to do with his bloodline. Therefore, when she was in the water, it was as if she was walking on flat ground. She could even breathe freely without any discomfort. Unexpectedly, a few rotten corpse crocodiles came out from the side and bit at her hands and feet. Arbor looked back and saw Yao Wang popping out from behind her like a ghost. His pair of red eyes emitted an eerie, cold glint in the water, and his viciousness was threatening. Yet Xiao Mu merely pursed her small lips indifferently. With a light stomp of her foot, she shot out like an arrow. Those zombie crocodiles opened their mouths and bit down on empty air. The saintly nun's face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 3029. Arbor was actually able to escape from the mouths of several corpse crocodiles. She was actually able to move so quickly in the water. Wasn't that strange? Saintess Yao Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief as she quickly paddled forward. At the same time, she commanded even more corpse crocodiles to chase after Arbor. After Arbor entered the water, the more she swam, the more she found the feeling. Her small arms moved in the water as if she was walking. She stepped on the water and floated further and further away. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "This Saintess is definitely a person with a twisted mind." Her exquisite orb was not broken by Lord Jojo. So was there a need to chase after her, to kill her out of humiliation? Previously, her lotus had said that the exquisite ball was made of the best materials, but the method used to make it was inferior and couldn't hold too many things. It was absolutely impossible for the Saintess to try and take in so many ferocious, sword-toothed fish. The exquisite ball's self-destruction was inevitable, so her lotus was prepared to pick up the scraps of materials from the very beginning. The Saintess was confused by the explosion of the exquisite ball and couldn't find a way to vent her anger. She actually looked for Master Jojo to vent her anger for no reason. She was simply crazy. Arbor kicked her legs and slid far away. She kept paddling forward. In the vast Du Chunjiang, to be honest, she also didn't know where she was going. Logically speaking, she should be heading towards the Red River Canyon. However, Master Jojo said that it was dark and there was water everywhere. He really couldn't tell where she was. At this time, the Saintess who had chased after Arbor for a long time, but still couldn't catch up to her, the blood-red light in her eyes slowly receded, and she seemed to have returned to her normal state. She punched the water and kicked the water. With a splash, she rushed to the surface of the water. She coughed twice and spat out the cold river water in her mouth. A pair of pitch-black pupils flashed with a cold light as she stared at Arbor's departing figure. There was definitely something strange about this woman. Otherwise, how could she enter the water so quickly? Even when she activated her special bloodline, she still couldn't deal with her. Yao Wang hammered the river water twice with great force. His face was filled with anger as he let out an angry roar towards the sky. After swimming for a while, Sir Jojo looked back and saw that Yao Wang had stopped chasing after him. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. The corpse crocodiles were still chasing after her relentlessly. Sir Jojo was a little annoyed, so he simply turned around and ran back. He released a few icicles from his palms and stabbed them into the heads of 2 corpse crocodiles. When the other corpse crocodiles saw that the situation was not right, they actually wanted to scatter and escape in all directions in a very human-like manner. How could Arbor allow them to escape? He immediately erected walls of water in all directions and ran through them without any hindrance. Dozens of icicles were cast down, and the remaining corpse crocodiles were dealt with as well. After the corpses were burned to ashes, Arbor collected the crystal cores in the heads of 2 corpse crocodiles and looked around blankly. So annoying. There was water everywhere. Was she going to soak in the water for the whole night? Forget it. She should return to Paradise Planet first and let Sapling contact Emolien and the others. With a thought, Arbor was about to enter Paradise Planet when she suddenly realized that she had lost contact with Chio Chio. The little fellow's face immediately became gloomy, and it was so gloomy that it swam back and forth in the water. Could it be that this Du Chunjiang not only forbade flying, but also forbade spirit? Chapter 30:30. Arbor tried 2 more times, but still couldn't get in. She couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Forget it. It's not hard to stay in the water anyway, so I'll just keep going. She wandered aimlessly for an entire night. Gradually, the horizon became a bit brighter. After soaking for an entire night, although she didn't feel uncomfortable, she still felt that she had to go ashore as soon as possible. This Du Chunjiang is really a damn place. Sir Jojo didn't like it very much. When a bit of red light faintly appeared in the distant horizon, the sky finally brightened. Arbor looked around blankly. She saw that the water was still, as if even the lightning above her head had disappeared. But she was surrounded by the river, and she was a little girl who didn't know where to go, so she could only continue forward with a confused expression. She swayed in the water and walked for about an hour before she finally saw a fishing boat on the river. The old man rowing the boat looked to be in his early 60s, and he slowly came over with a bamboo pole. There was also a young girl sitting at the bow of the boat. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, and her hair was combed into a big shiny braid. She was singing a folk song at the top of her lungs. Arbor's pitch-black eyes narrowed. She then raised her small hand above her head and waved at the old man. "Grandpa, there's someone over there." The young girl sitting at the bow of the boat suddenly cried out, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. The boatman hurriedly rowed the boat over and handed the bamboo pole to Arbor. Arbor stretched out her foot and lightly tapped the pole. With a flip of her body, she easily landed on the boat. At the same time, the blue spiritual cleansing fire slightly evaporated her body, and her clothes instantly became dry. The young girl couldn't help but clap her hands and cheer. "Miss, you're really skilled." Arbor nodded slightly at her and cupped her hands at the boatman. "Old man, many thanks." The old boatman was a loyal and honest person. When he heard this, he hurriedly blushed and waved his hands. "Miss, where are you going? Why did you fall into the water at Du Chunjiang?" "Yesterday, there was thunder on Du Chunjiang all night. Could it be related to this girl? I'm going to the Red River Canyon." "Ah, that's perfect. Our little village is the only way to go to the Red River Canyon. Why don't you follow us back to the village before heading to the canyon?" "But miss, it's very dangerous for you to go to the canyon alone." That big braided girl was very talkative as she chattered. "But looking at the girl's skills, I reckon it won't be difficult for you to cross the canyon." "Miss, are you going to the shrine?" "The shrine is in the depths of the Red River Canyon." The old man smiled helplessly and nodded apologetically at Arbor. He then scolded his granddaughter. "Nyonyo, you asked so many questions at once that I don't know how to answer." The big braided girl called Nyonyo naughtily stuck out her tongue and said, "Miss, you don't look very old." "I'm 19, what about you?" 16. "Ha, then I'll call you little sister." Nyonyo giggled as if they were close friends. "All right." Arbor nodded. He didn't care too much about the title. She had some doubts in her heart and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, is this not the center of the river?" She remembered that their boat was destroyed halfway. It was reasonable to say that she drifted for an entire night and didn't know the direction, so she shouldn't be able to travel too far. But this pair of grandfather and granddaughter were only ordinary people, so they shouldn't be able to travel too far. Chapter 30:31. The elderly man was taken aback, but then he said amiably, "We fish for a living, so we usually only move around the riverbanks. We naturally don't dare to go to the center of the river. There are layers of lightning there day and night, so normal people don't dare to rashly take risks." Arbor couldn't help but be dazed. She asked softly, "Then, how far is this place from your little village?" Nuno laughed heartily. "Just an hour by water. We'll arrive very quickly." "Then how far is this place from the center of the river?" "Those treasured ships used by immortals take more than half a day to sail. Small boats like ours might not even arrive in 2 days." Nuno continued, "It's very far, at least 500 kilometers." Arbor couldn't help but be dumbstruck, unable to react for a long time. In that case, she had foolishly drifted more than 500 kilometers in the water in a single night. She didn't feel anything at all. She looked back blankly, thinking that it was no wonder she hadn't seen Mo Lien and Duan Yu's figures until now. She must have drifted too fast, so they simply couldn't catch up to her. But she really didn't feel anything at all. She didn't realize at all that she had traveled so far. Arbor instantly blushed with shame. She looked back at the boundless water and asked, "Sister Nyonyo, from Duchun River to Red River Canyon, will we definitely pass by your village?" "Definitely." Nyonyo nodded vigorously. "Then we must pass by. Immortals can't fly in this area." Arbor nodded. "Why?" "Us older generations all say that there are immortals protecting the surrounding citizens in the river. The living people and sacrifices thrown into the river during Spring City's sacrificial ceremony have only raised a large water snake for many years." Arbor shook her head speechlessly, thinking that they definitely didn't know the reason. So she recounted everything she saw and heard on the way to Nyonyo. Nyonyo clicked her tongue repeatedly as she listened. She treated it as a fantasy story and listened with great interest. "Little sister, your group is truly too amazing." The elderly man also kept sighing. "So it's just feeding a ferocious beast. Those sacrifices that Spring City had consecrated for so many years were actually thrown to a beast. It truly left one speechless." "Sister, Shally Village is just up ahead." Arbor nodded and thought. Nyonyo said that Little Village is the only way to Red River Canyon, so I'll wait at ease and wait for Mo Lien and the others to arrive. The old man pushed the bamboo pole to the shore. After the three of them went ashore, Arbor saw that although the village was small, it was very lively with people coming and going. "Nyonyo and Grandpa are back." A fat woman greeted them with a smile, and her curious eyes wandered around Arbor. "Sister Kufu, who is this little girl?" Mrs. Fu looked at Arbor curiously and couldn't help but ask. The main reason was that this little girl's appearance was too exquisite. In the surrounding villages, they had never seen such a delicate little girl. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at her. Nyonyo smiled and pulled Arbor to her side. "Relative, Sister Fu, we're in a hurry to go home. Make way, bah." The fat woman looked at the direction the three of them left and spat, her eyes darting around. "This little girl is really good looking. I wonder where she's from. If she doesn't have any background." The fat woman looked up and almost fell over in fright. She saw a purple figure quietly appear in front of her. Chapter 30-32. The fat woman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Langjun in front of her had long eyebrows, and a hint of emerald green was faintly discernible in his black pupils. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he was elegant and graceful. The light in his hand disappeared, and the woman stared blankly as he stored a boat that could accommodate more than 30 people into a talisman. She couldn't help but be shocked, and she took a few steps back. When she finally reacted, the woman hurriedly prostrated herself on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed. "Immortal, please spare my life. Immortal, please spare my life." The purple-clothed man looked at her indifferently. The light in his hand expanded, and a faint shadow of a small person wearing a crimson bridal dress and a phoenix coronet slowly paced on his palm. Although the light was extremely faint, the facial features were very detailed, allowing people to see it very clearly. The woman couldn't help but tremble. Her mind seemed to explode, and she couldn't help but tremble all over. Wasn't this the little girl with a delicate and cold face that she saw just now? Looking at the appearance of this immortal-like man, could it be that the little girl ran away from the marriage, and he chased after her? He was chasing after his wife. Just now, she had the idea to introduce this little girl to the village head's foolish son and earn a generous commission. Her mother, it turned out that this little girl's background was so great. Her husband was an immortal-like figure. Damn it, damn it. Fortunately, she didn't make a move. Otherwise, her entire family might not be able to keep their lives. The woman broke out in a cold sweat in shock and fear. In her daze, she heard the man's cold voice. Have you seen it? The woman nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. She replied repeatedly, I just walked over. I went to old Mr. Wong's house at the east end of the village. It's his house. There's a big plum tree at the door. The man glanced at her indifferently and reached out to take back the strolling little person. A cold breath brushed past the woman's face, and in an instant, he was far away. The woman fell on her butt and sat on the ground. She repeatedly wiped the cold sweat on her head and then subconsciously touched her neck. Fortunately, she didn't continue to court death. Why did she feel that her neck was sticky? The fat woman wanted to look down, but her head suddenly fell from her neck. She didn't see anything as her body fell straight to the side of the river. Perhaps even in death, he still couldn't figure out how he had been killed. Nyonyo and the old man slaughtered 2 fish, steaming one and braising the other. Only then did they finish their work. The 3 of them sat around the small square table. The door to the courtyard was kicked open. Arbor frowned. He got up and walked out of the house. He saw the man standing at the door. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at him. Her heart couldn't help but shrink slightly, and her entire body stiffened for a moment. She opened her mouth and said, "Why are you here?" A bolt of lightning was suddenly released from his hand, heading straight for the grandfather and grandson pair. "What are you doing?" Arbor hurriedly stepped in front of them, using the water spirit to block his spirit lightning, and took 2 steps back. A pair of big, clear eyes instantly turned red with anger. The man raised the corner of his lips and sneered. "You've never been a sympathetic person. When did you become so soft-hearted?" Arbor looked at him coldly. "You speak as if you know me very well. We're not close." "Not close." He sneered. "Probably not in this life." Arbor's eyes suddenly widened, staring straight at him. Chapter 30-33. At that moment, the little girl had the urge to run away. It was as if she had been seen through from top to bottom, from inside to outside, and she was caught off guard. She tried to secretly bring the old man and Nyonyo back to Paradise Planet, but to no avail. Seeing Omega Kitoku's cold gaze fall on the 2 people, as if he was going to attack someone else, Arbor made a prompt decision and put the 2 people into a storage talisman. She didn't have time to explain anything to them. At the same time, Omega Kitoku had already rushed forward and grabbed Arbor's wrist. In the next second, he snatched the storage talisman that she didn't have time to put away. "Tisk!" The second young master sneered and shook his head. "I didn't expect that my JoJo would be so kind one day." "Why? You have no enmity with them. So why do you have to be so aggressive?" Arbor looked coldly at the storage talisman floating up and down in the man's hand, and her heart was in a mess for a moment. What was this person trying to do? "Let's find a place to talk. There's nothing to talk about between us." Xiao Mu warily took a step back and tried to pull her wrist back from his grasp with all her might. However, his movements were very big, and he dragged Sir Jojo to his side. Xiao Mu used a Herculean effort to prevent herself from rolling into his embrace. Her almond-shaped eyes were glaring angrily, and they contained deep indignation. "What are you doing?" "Talking about why you've been so wary of me since we first met. We didn't know each other at that time. Why do you always want to keep a respectful distance from me?" Why his fingers seemed to brush her sideburns, and he said lightly, "Why do you want to run away?" Arbor saw that his eyes were deep, and a jade light flashed in his eyes. Although he was very good-looking, he inexplicably made people feel terrified. Her wrist stiffened slightly, and then she tried even harder to pull out his hand. "Let go of me." The lives of ordinary people are as insignificant as ants, aren't they? A few wisps of purplish blue light suddenly appeared between his fingers that held the talisman. Take a guess. If I destroy this talisman, will the person inside still be able to keep his life? Chow Mu snorted and looked at him silently, not saying a word. You must be thinking that with the quality of the purple talisman, it's impossible for me to destroy it. Gongzi Omega Katoku suddenly smiled. His eyes seemed to be shining. He looked very gentle, but it made people feel cold. That's you. The second young master finally loosened his grip and let go of her wrist. He lowered his head to look at the bruise on her white wrist caused by his fingers and frowned in dissatisfaction. Just because you can't destroy it doesn't mean that I can't. Now, do you still want to run away? He flicked the talisman in his hand and looked at her indifferently. Huh. Chow Mu coldly swept him a glance, and her figure slightly retreated 2 steps. Up to you. Gongzi Omega Katoku's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the delicate girl in front of him and smiled. Jojo, is it really okay for you to be so cruel? Arbor looked at him coldly. After a while, she looked up and looked around. Since they're here, why don't you let them show themselves? Gongzi Omega Katoku curled his lips and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. Chapter 30-34. You're useless. You've already been discovered by the little girl. Why don't you come out? Second young master said indifferently. 5 people came down from the eaves, laughing heartily. Only one of them, a handsome young master who was waving a fan, had a slender figure, while the other 4 had rather strange appearances. Little girl, you've got guts. A short and fat man chuckled. Arbor glared at young master Omega Katoku angrily. Did this bastard need to find so many people to catch her? She was a mere level 11 spiritual master. Did he need to find 5 godly realm experts to catch her? He was crazy. Jojo, you'd better be obedient. Don't think about running away. Young Master Omega Katoku smiled faintly. You can't run away. Go ahead and kill her. Arbor said coldly. Ayaya, little girl, it's not good to be so cruel. A gorgeously dressed woman with fiery red lips said softly as she twirled 3 orchid fingers. Xiao Mu chuckled. I can't even protect my own life. So why should I go to the trouble of worrying about other people? No one wants your life. Young Master Omega Katoku's eyes darkened. Little girl, as long as you obediently leave with us, I can guarantee that second young master will definitely not touch these people. As that delicate and beautiful woman spoke, she threw a large coquettish glance at Lady Qiao Qiao. Lord Jojo felt his hair stand on end. Young Master Omega Katoku glanced at her coldly. Do you think your eyes are unnecessary? That woman pouted and stomped her feet coquettishly. Annoying, you're so fierce. That little girl is pretty. It's normal for me to take a few more glances. This time, even the Taoist friends beside her couldn't help but shudder. It was obvious how mushy this person's expression was when he spoke. Are you threatening me? Arbor looked at her coldly. How can this be a threat? The woman said in a delicate voice. In this little village, there are at least 200 people. What does that have to do with me? Arbor said coldly. When dealing with people, one should act according to one's ability. If it's just a small matter, I'll help if I can. If I have to sacrifice myself to help them, then forget it. I'm not the savior of the world. It's better to rely on the heavens than me. When the woman heard this, she was slightly stunned. She blinked her eyes, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Wow. Little girl, you're too interesting. Sister really likes you. Shameless bastard, don't talk to me. Second young master wanted to laugh. He curled his lips and said, Looks like you won't get what you want, Jojo. There's no use stalling for time. Sir Omega Katoku looked at her aloofly. Emol Yin and Duan, you really can't make it over in a short amount of time. Arbor rolled his eyes. The 6 of you against 1 is an unfair advantage. Despicable scoundrel. You want me to leave with you? Dream on. Sir Omega Katoku raised a brow. That woman couldn't resist chuckling. Oh, beautiful little girl. Then what do you want to do? How about we make a bet? She couldn't even open Paradise Planet right now, so she couldn't summon any helpers. She could only use her wits and not brute force against these people. If she took a gamble, she might still have a chance to escape. Second young master stared straight at her like this. When he saw her large, lively eyes darting back and forth, he felt as if his heart was lightly scratched by a soft feather. It was very itchy. He clearly knew that she was stalling for time and waiting for help, but he actually didn't really want to go against her. Chapter 30-35. Little Miss wants to fight one-on-one. The woman twisted her waist and winked at her. All right, then I'll play with you. Arbor glanced at him. We agreed to fight one-on-one. If you don't keep your word and gang up on me, what do you think? Everyone's mouth twitched. That short and fat wintermelon laughed heartily. Little Miss, don't worry. We keep our word. Since we agreed to fight one-on-one, we naturally won't lie to you. Hearing that, Arbor nodded. All right then, come over a little. The little fellow hooked her little finger at that coquettish woman. Let's find a slightly more spacious place to fight. You can't run away. Young Master Omega Kitoku said indifferently. Who said I'm going to run? Arbor snorted coldly. Do I look like the kind of person who would run away before the fight even starts? That coquettish woman burst into laughter and nodded repeatedly. All right. Little Miss, we'll fight however you want. So what if I win? That coquettish woman giggled. Arbor felt that the thick layer of powder on her face was about to fall off. If you really beat me, then I'll help you escape. Ling, young Master Omega Kitoku's face darkened as he looked at her warningly. That coquettish woman called Ling pursed her lips and rolled her long eyelashes. We're a group of adults. We can't just bully a little girl who's just reached marriageable age. The short and fat wintermelon waved the purple gold hammer in his hand and laughed heartily. Ling, don't go easy on me. Tisk, fatty, look at what you're saying. What do you mean by going easy on me? All right, enough with the nonsense. You come here. Arbor impatiently interrupted him and hooked her finger at that coquettish woman again. All right, then I'm coming, little miss. That woman's face was all smiles. Her slender waist twisted slightly, and she floated in front of Arbor. Arbor didn't say a word and took the lead to send a bunch of attack talismans flying over. Although the woman was smiling, she was already prepared. She raised her hand and made a circle, and a white light flowed past her eyes like water. Taking a closer look, he found that it was a soft sword that was glistening with water. A stream of condensed water spirit power covered the body of the sword, suddenly stirring up streams of water light, blocking most of the attacking talismans. The remaining ones exploded beside the woman, but they were instantly blocked by the divine armor that floated up from her body. A full set of godly armor. The short and fat wintermelon's pupils shrank slightly, and the dark light loomed in his eyes. Ling, this fellow, had only followed young master for less than half a month, and had never revealed his strength in front of others. Normally, they would often hear the young master praising this person to be very outstanding, but they had never seen her fight with anyone. On the contrary, they were used to being disgusted by her every day. Unexpectedly, after seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Oh my God, this guy's godly armor looks like it has already risen to the mystic grade. A small old man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but exclaim. He asked the short and fat wintermelon, Fatty, how old do you think this guy is? He should be around my age. The short and fat wintermelon carried his purple gold hammer and said. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then they looked at the woman in front of them, who was holding 3 orchid fingers and couldn't help but shudder in disgust. Holy shit, as old as Fatty, then he has to be around 200 years old, dressing up like a little girl all day long. This guy must be mentally abnormal. Chapter 30-36. That woman grabbed Arbor's arm. Wait, Arbor suddenly stopped her. The woman's expression faltered slightly, and she really did stop her attack. This isn't fair at all, Arbor said expressionlessly. I won't accept it even if I lose. The woman called Ling's side. Little girl, then how do you want it to be fair? The short and fat wintermelon and the others shuddered, feeling unaccustomed to that woman's soft voice. Arbor's heart also shuddered for no reason. He said with a stoic face, You're clearly at the transcendent God realm, but you lowered your realm and lied to me that you're at the transcendent God realm. The woman raised her eyebrows with a grin. Then tell me, how should we fight? The short and fat Wintermelon and the others were practically stunned. They were absolutely cursing in their minds. This old hag actually didn't object. The little girl had clearly guessed correctly. She was actually at the Transcendent God Realm. An old monster at the Transcendent God Realm. Ling, the second young master, felt that she had gone a bit overboard. She should subdue the little girl as soon as possible instead of standing here and indulging this willful and reckless little girl. Ling blinked. It's fine, Xin, don't worry. The little girl can't run away. Xin, everyone shuddered in disgust again. The little stoic turned her head away in disdain. How about this? You punch me once, and I'll punch you once. We'll use 3 punches as a standard. Whoever leaves this circle first loses. Puffed. Everyone couldn't resist sputtering with laughter. Seeing the little girl's glare, they involuntarily coughed and hastily held back their laughter. The little girl actually wanted to compete with Ling purely in strength? Wasn't this a joke? A little spiritual cultivator like you is the biggest joke in the world, competing in strength with a transcendent god realm. How much are you courting death? Courting death, little girl. I can't hurt you. Xin will kill me. Speak properly. Xian couldn't bear it anymore and glared at her. So fierce. Ling pursed her lips and smiled sweetly at Arbor. Jojo, can't you be obedient? Stop talking nonsense. Can you beat me? The little fellow looked like she was jumping up and down, eager to give it a try. All right. I'll use 10% of my strength to fight you. Arbor chuckled, drew a big circle on the ground, and jumped in first. You first. Ling felt like laughing. He nodded and threw a punch. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past the little girl's face. The little girl had cast a double talisman on herself, and her small body did not move at all. When it was Jojo's turn, the little guy naturally activated a few speed and strength talismans and threw them all at Lingfeather. Didn't pay attention at first, but he was pushed near the white line by the little girl twice in a row. Now, what kind of messy talisman is this little girl opening? It seems rather strange. Are you still not going to use your strength? Jojo said coldly. If you don't use your strength, you're going to lose. As she spoke, she proudly placed another gravity talisman on herself and blinked. You can't push me away. Xian's heart stirred, and her gaze fell on this little girl without blinking. Ling's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. How naughty. Thus, he used 50% of his strength and swung it at the little girl's body. Xian felt her heart shrink, as if something bad was going to happen. She was about to stop it. She saw that the power fell on the little girl. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her figure flew out in an instant like a kite with a broken string. Halfway through, she nimbly flipped and escaped. Chapter 30-37. Little stoic face was so cunning. This thought flitted across everyone's minds. She had deliberately put all kinds of talismans on herself at the beginning to give people the illusion that they could not do anything to her if they did not have some skills. In reality, the stoic student had been thinking about running away from the beginning. What nonsense was she spouting about? How could this lady surrender without a fight? In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, in front of 6 deity realm experts and above, she could just laugh at them. Who would want to fight with them? At the cost of a small injury, Sir Jojo borrowed Feather's turbulent power to fly far away. If she did not run now, when would she run? Everyone only saw the small figure turn slightly and run away like a wisp of smoke, leaving as fast as lightning. Feather widened her eyes in shock and blinked. She could not help but exclaim, Heavens! The little girl is too shameless. How could she deceive me like this? Before Feather could finish her rambling, Sir Omega Kitoku glared fiercely at her. The second young master waved his sleeves and chased after her in the direction of Arbor, using his divine sense to lock onto her figure first. Everyone hurriedly chased after him, following the little guy's figure as he flew off. As Sir Jojo ran, she ate pills along the way and slapped all kinds of speed, increasing talismans on herself as if they were free. 1, 2, 3, her speed increased bit by bit. She felt the strong wind blowing against her face, causing half of her face to hurt. Sir Jojo was so miserable. She did not cultivate normally, but she was really unlucky at the crucial moment. No, Lady Chow Chow could be considered to be diligent and hardworking normally, but this second Qin was a pervert to begin with, and he even brought along a bunch of old freaks. Sir Jojo instantly felt that she was so miserable that she was about to explode. This was not her fault at all. It was definitely because of bad luck. When one's luck was bad, it was useless to say anything. The little fellow's mind was filled with these ridiculous thoughts, but the speed at which he was running did not change. He ran all the way into the distance, constantly trying to see if he could sneak into Paradise Planet to hide. After a few failed attempts, Sir Jojo could not help but feel helpless. Qin Xion's cold voice sounded in his ears. "You can't escape. Why aren't you stopping?" "Bah, I'd be a fool if I stopped." Lord Xiqiao turned around to take a look, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Damn, Omega Kitoku was getting closer and closer to her. Was this still too much? Arbor did not dare to be distracted. She ran all the way forward. Seeing that the terrain in front of her was getting higher and higher, she rushed forward without a care. It wasn't until he reached the edge of a cliff that his footsteps suddenly stopped. Even so, there were still several small pieces of gravel falling down from his feet. When he looked down, the fault was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He couldn't see the end of it. "Jojo, where do you think you're going?" Qin Xion's figure flashed and stood 5 steps away from her, looking at her indifferently. "Run. I'm running to death. This place is really not good. Why is it still in the no-fly zone?" The short and fat Wintermelon caught up with her, panting. "Miss Chow, you should stop. You can't run away." What a joke. Second young master had already locked her divine sense. Where else could she run to? Lady Jojo turned her head and coldly glanced at Qin Xion, a trace of a sneer appearing at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 3038. At this moment, Qin Xion's heart skipped a beat, as if it was being ruthlessly torn apart by a ruthless palm. She felt extremely uneasy. "Wait a minute," Qin Xion blurted out. The little fellow jumped down the fault without any explanation. Her swift and resolute manner of wanting to get rid of him instantly pierced the second young master's broken heart. She would rather die than stay by his side. It was as if that tattered little figure appeared in front of his eyes, wriggling with all her might. Even if she could not walk, she still wanted to escape far away. It was clearly not like this before. Why did the two of them end up in such a laughable state by a freak combination of factors? The Omega Kitoku's eyes instantly turned malicious. The dark green luster in the depths of his eyes rose and fell, dark and treacherous. Ling ran over as well. Seeing this, he could not help but cover his mouth and exclaim, "Ah, the little girl's temper is so fierce." The second young master ignored him and jumped down the fault as well. Ling and the others were also stunned. They did not expect the second young master to jump down with the little girl. They hesitated for only a second before jumping down as well. The fault was very high from the ground below. When they jumped down, it was as if they had fallen into a bottomless pit. They were mercilessly pulled down by a suction force. "We've been tricked." The Omega Kitoku was pulled down halfway by the suction force. He immediately reacted. Frowning slightly, he tried his best to break free from the suction force below the fault and float up. It was a pity that the area around Du Chunjiang was restricted from flying. As soon as he had a thought, he floated up into the air and saw a layer of thunderclouds floating in the sky. Then, without any explanation, it struck towards his head. It really was very effective. At the same time, Arbor, who had used a black-level invisibility purple talisman to hang at the bottom of the cliff, slowly revealed herself. She released a wisp of wood essence from her fingers, which grew into a vine and flung it towards the top of the cliff. She took the opportunity to climb up and stood on the edge of the cliff. She looked down coldly. Just now, it was actually just a smokescreen. Why would she disregard her own life and foolishly jump down when she could not float? Under normal circumstances, Omega Kitoku would never fall for this trick. After all, he still had her divine sense locked. So how could he fall for her petty tricks? It was obvious that his mind was in chaos, and he had lost his usual calm judgment. But why was it like this? who would follow their pet to the grave when it died. This is not normal. Lady Qiao Qiao frowned slightly. Then, she turned and ran toward Du Chunjiang. As long as she jumped into the water, with her inhuman speed in the water, even if the Omega Kitoku had a spiritual weapon, it would be impossible for him to catch up with her. Xiao Mu calculated in her mind before running in Du Chunjiang's direction. Calculating the time, Imo Yin and the others should be arriving soon. At this moment, thunder continued to rumble in the Duchun River. An afterimage of a ghost face appeared between the lightning layers. Like a tornado, it swooped down from above. It landed on the surface of the water with a loud boom, enveloping the area within a radius of several miles. This layer of golden light was so dazzling that Prince Imo and the others could not help narrowing their eyes. After Jojo was swept away by the current, Imo Lien, Duan Yu, and Mu Xingqian took the lead in chasing after him. They chased after Jojo's aura, but a wave of zombie crocodiles appeared midway and blindly bit at them. After dealing with this wave, they were soon trapped by the Golden Light Formation. Chapter 30-39. Upon closer inspection, this golden light was originally a confinement formation made up of 128 jade talismans. After the talisman array suddenly enveloped them, the light of thunder and lightning began to sizzle within its range. Boom! Coupled with the lightning bolts that came crashing down from the thunderstorm outside, the lightning bolts inside this confinement formation sizzled chaotically and hacked at the three of them. Mo Yin swept away a wave of lightning with a wave of her sleeve, and her expression darkened. This small confinement formation's layout was very exquisite. Normally, there would always be a time when the talisman energy inside the formation was depleted and the lightning would naturally disappear. But it was different now. The thunderclouds above, Du Chunjiang outside were gathering, as if they were endlessly replenishing this confinement formation. This would be a bit troublesome. The three of them looked at each other, bewildered. Mo Yin said coldly, "Come, gather your power and hack at one point." Duan Yu and Mu Xingqian nodded in unison. At this time, our dear Duan Yu didn't bother to bicker with Prince Mo anymore. He flashed forward and raised his hand to release a wisp of sacred energy. Following Mo Yin's wisp of energy, he swept it towards a floating jade talisman above the confinement formation. Bam! A corner of that jade talisman shattered, and the entire jade talisman formation started floating and shaking. It rearranged itself and circled around again with a whoosh before completing its arrangement. Mo Yin's eyes flickered. This talisman formation will automatically repair itself. That's right. Mu Xingqian nodded. Based on the talisman energy contained in this talisman formation, this talisman master should be a black-level great talisman master or above. I'll use a spirit fire formation to trap a few pieces. You two use your power. Mo Yin nodded. Mu Xingqian flicked his finger, and a dozen fire spirit talismans flew over. These fire spirit talismans charged into the jade talisman formation without any hindrance and immediately enveloped several jade talismans inside. Upon seeing this, Mo Yin and Duan Yu promptly stepped forward. A bewitching flame rose from each of their hands and soared into that fire spirit talisman formation. After a loud bang, those jade talismans instantly turned into jade powder and dissipated into the air. Thus, the trapping array was broken. However, the lightning layer above became more and more agitated, and a layer of thunder and lightning struck down. What are you striking for? Isn't it better to save your energy and strike when you break through? Duan Yu grumbled irritably as he reached out to set up a defensive barrier. When he looked at Mo Yin, he saw that the brat had blocked the lightning bolts with a layer of black flames, completely unaffected. Let's go. Mu Xingqian was an impatient person. He summoned a water-type spirit artifact and beckoned the two of them over. As soon as the spiritual tool entered the water, it automatically sank into the water and turned into the appearance of a large carp. After Duan Yu and Mo Yin entered together with him, the spiritual weapon started to move rapidly, speeding forward. However, the speed at which the spirit tool traveled through the water was far slower than the speed at which the three of them were flying through the lightning zone. However, now that he was ambushed and had to fight against the lightning, his speed was inevitably much slower. It would be faster to sit in this spirit tool and chase after them. Moreover, it could effectively avoid many obstacles. Who's scheming against us? Duan Yu asked with a frown. It was obvious that the talisman formation was waiting for him and Mo Lian. If it weren't for Mu Xingqian, a great talisman practitioner who was familiar with talisman formations, perhaps he and Mo Lian would have to waste some more time inside that trapping array. Of course, the person who set up this array should be very clear that it was absolutely wishful thinking to completely trap them with just that talisman formation. Chapter 3040. He was merely stalling for time. Duan Yu abruptly looked up and met Mo Lian's eyes. Eldest brother-in-law, hurry up. Jojo is definitely in trouble. Mo Lian naturally thought of this as well. This person did everything possible to stop them here, so he must be targeting Jojo. Mu Xingqian also wanted this spirit tool to hurry up, but unfortunately, this spirit tool wasn't very useful. Duan Yu glared at Mo Lian. A divine weapon master doesn't even have a spirit tool that can quickly enter the water? Prince Mo really wanted to spit on his face. After holding in for a while, he squeezed out a word. Poor my ass. From Duan Yu's understanding of this person, it must be that this punk looked down on ordinary materials and would only think of making something when he obtained the best materials. Perhaps it was because he was lazy. Moreover, with his status, he simply didn't need to be like a normal spiritual weapon master who had to make some spirit tools to sell for money in his spare time. He simply didn't need to. Can you forge it faster? Duan Yu grumpily asked. How can that be possible? There's not enough time to forge it on the spot. Mu Xingqian shook his head and was about to reject Duan Yu's outlandish and rude request on behalf of his brother-in-law. However, Mo Lian nodded. All right. Mu Xingqian was flabbergasted. Sir Jojo swiftly returned to Little Li Village and ran along the original path towards the river. How terrifying. Why did she seem to sense that person's aura slowly approaching? Sir Jojo quickly slapped an invisibility talisman on himself and rummaged through a small bag as he ran. Paradise Planet couldn't be used right now, and his divine conscience was locked by the Omega Kitoku, so he couldn't open his inner world at all. Thankfully, ever since he was tricked by the Academy's teachers, Sir Jojo liked to carry a small bag with him whenever he went out. Inside were plenty of emergency talismans and life-saving pills. She ate and ran as fast as she could. In a flash, Sir Jojo rapidly returned to the entrance of Little Li Village and quickly ran along the original path towards the river. Damn, it was almost too late. She could almost feel that person's aura had already extended into the village. So fast. She chewed on a pill in her small mouth and rummaged through her bag. She remembered that 2 days ago, when the 9th Jade Talisman of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome opened, an Earth-level demonstration talisman with spirituality floated down. She had probably stuffed it into her bag as a backup. Hurry up and search. Search got it. Ever since Arbor opened the 9th talisman of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome, he hadn't had the time to study it properly. She had only looked at this demonstration talisman a few times and had never drawn it. After memorizing it a few times, Jojo made up his mind and slapped the talisman onto himself. Qin Xian's figure instantly appeared at the entrance of Little Li Village. She looked around, and her cold gaze swept across the few pedestrians at the entrance of the village. He could clearly feel Jojo's aura just now. How did he disappear in an instant? Xian, the little girl can't have run too far. Ling chased after her all the way. He stopped in his tracks and blinked. Why has his aura disappeared? Qin Xian turned her head and glared fiercely at him. I swear, I didn't do it on purpose. Ling raised 3 fingers above his head and swore solemnly. Who knew that the little guy would be so cunning? He actually didn't hesitate to hurt himself and run away. Shut up. Qin Xian interrupted him in annoyance. Look around. Chapter 3041. All right, the few of them split up and searched in all directions. Ling chased in the direction of the river. He brushed past a 5 or 6-year-old child. She paused and turned back to look at the dirty child with a hand full of mud. Then, she quickly left. The little boy was wrapped in a very old and tattered jacket. He was squatting by the roots of a tree and playing with the mud. After Feather had run far away, he raised his head slightly and looked in the direction she had left with a lightning-like gaze. Then he retracted his gaze and patted the shabby clothes on his body. It would have been better if he didn't pat it. Now that he patted it, it was so dusty that the child coughed twice and quickly covered his mouth with a small hand. Damn it! Master Jojo gloomily straightened his small body and staggered a few steps forward. This very spiritual Earth-level demonstration talisman was called the Transformation Talisman. As the name suggested, after buying this talisman, one's appearance would change accordingly. Master Jojo only had this one transformation talisman. Naturally, she didn't know what kind of change it would cause. She thought that she could turn into a small animal or something. However, it turned out that the extent of this transformation was only from a 16-year-old girl to a 5- or 6-year-old child. The transformation time was more than 7 days. Speaking of which, it was quite tricky. Right now, she was just an ordinary farmer's child. Naturally, she had to pretend to be more realistic. There was no need for him to walk as if he was flying. The little girl waddled forward for a short distance. Sure enough, she saw Ling turn back and look at her with a deep gaze. Don't think that Master Jojo is a fool. He doesn't know that you are hiding in the dark to watch the real person. She had picked up this dirty and tattered cotton-padded jacket from someone's drying rack. It fit her perfectly. Her disguise was so perfect that Ling, who had only seen her once or twice in his life, would definitely not be able to recognize her. Even if her parents were standing in front of her, they might not be able to recognize her. You want to recognize Lord Xiao Qiao's identity with your bear-like appearance? Ling secretly laughed at his own suspicions. Then, he turned and searched in the direction of the river. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief, but his slender eyebrows furrowed. With Ling's interference, she couldn't even sneak to Du Chunjiang's side. Forget it, I'll find a safe place to stay first. Omega Kitoku and his men searched the vicinity of the village. When they reunited, there was a hint of hesitation in their eyes. She can't run that fast. Could he have jumped into the river again? The short and fat man asked as he swung his purple golden hammer. This little girl had a fiery temper. Rather than being caught by them, she might as well jump into the river herself. There's no sign of her at all by the river. Ling Yao cast a seductive glance at the short and fat wintermelon. The short wintermelon immediately quivered and shut his mouth. Did you see anyone along the way? Speaking of which, I didn't see many people. You guys saw it just now? Under that tree, there was a little brat playing with mud. Ling suddenly stopped talking and looked at Omega Kitoku in astonishment. That's not right. When we used our divine sense to lock this area, it seemed that there was no sign of this brat. Let's go and find her. Omega Kitoku reacted and led his men back to the village. How many times could a group of adults be deceived by a little girl who was neither too young nor too young? Chapter 3042. I knew there was something strange about this little brat. Feather stomped her feet and exclaimed, "To think that I took a few more glances at her. I didn't expect that I would still be fooled by her. Isn't it because you're stupid?" Everyone silently ridiculed her in their hearts. At this time, Arbor had already slipped into the backyard of Farmer's house. She took a boy's clothes and casually tidied herself up. She glanced at herself a few times in the water tank and hurriedly tidied her hair a little. She looked at herself worriedly and thought to herself, although my body has become smaller, I should still be able to recognize her if I look closely at her little face. The little fellow took out a herb from a small bag hidden in her cotton-padded jacket. She squeezed the juice from the root onto her palm and smeared it on her face for a while. Then, she ran to the water tank and looked at her reflection. She was so ugly that she almost cried. Her entire little face had an abnormal yellowish color, as if she had a layer of yellow paint. Even she felt disgusted looking at herself. If she walked out like this, she was sure that no one would recognize her. Not to mention, with her current appearance, even her own mother wouldn't be able to recognize her, let alone Omega Kitoku. She confidently walked out of the small courtyard and coincidentally bumped into Feather, who was searching for her. The little fellow walked past her expressionlessly, her footsteps a little unsteady. Although her face didn't show any expression, her heart was a little broken. Why was she always meeting this annoying fellow everywhere? The two of them walked past each other, the little fellow stumbling. Feather suddenly turned around and smiled at her back. She called out sweetly, "Jojo." Jojo, Sama's expression didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat. He turned a deaf ear and pattered over. When she looked up, her mood was even more broken. Omega Kitoku and the guy with the purple golden hammer had actually followed her and were walking towards her. Jojo, Sama ran over expressionlessly. She believed that with such a sallow face, even her Lotus wouldn't be able to recognize her. Not to mention Omega Kitoku. As long as Jojo Sama didn't say anything, who would know that this miniature version of a short winter melon was Jojo Sama? Jojo, Omega Kitoku's voice was actually very magnetic and had a hint of affection. It was quite pleasing to the ear. However, when Jojo heard this, she only felt a chill run down her spine, making her hair stand on end. Impossible. There was no way this guy would recognize her. The little fellow took large strides and calmly walked towards the direction of Du Chunjiang at the village entrance. "Stop pretending." Omega Kitoku's voice came from behind her head. "Even if Jojo turns into ashes, I'll still recognize him." Arbor, he must be tricking her. If she didn't calm down now, she would definitely be caught red-handed. Jojo, Sama had absolute confidence. It was impossible for Omega Kitoku to tell anything from his yellowish face. You want to trick Jojo? Dream on. The little fellow continued to run forward with big steps. Ling almost laughed out loud. Why did she feel that this little fellow was so interesting? You've already revealed yourself, yet you're still lying to yourself in such a hilarious manner. Omega Kitoku flashed and blocked Arbor's path. He looked at her with a half-smile and said, "Jojo, I really do recognize you." Jojo, Sama hated that he couldn't slap his face. Couldn't this guy not recognize her? Why was he so annoying? Every time she was full of confidence, she felt like she was being slapped in the face. Chapter 3043. She had already disguised herself into such a ghastly appearance. So how could someone still see through her at a glance? It was completely illogical. Last time, she also thought that her disguise was perfect. In the end, let alone Mo Lien and Duan Yu, even senior brother Sidhu could recognize her and greet her. Why the heck was this? This disguise was even more perfect than last time. What did this petite body look like? Her face was also smeared beyond recognition. What was going on? Sir Jojo was perplexed no matter how hard he racked his brains. His pair of pitch-black, watery eyes stared fixedly at Omega Kitoku for a long while. What exactly do you want? His words were tantamount to admitting his identity. On the other hand, Ling was grinning without saying anything, but the short and fat winter gourd who was wielding the purple gold hammer almost dropped it to the ground. His eyes widened as he sized up Arbor from head to toe. Fuck, wasn't this little fellow's disguise too different? The second young master was truly impressive to be able to recognize her in this state. Arbor glanced at him impatiently. Because of your nonsense, we're even going to miss the time to go to the mystic realm. I just want to have a good chat with you. I have nothing to do with you. Second young Master Chin arrived in front of her with a flash and tapped her sallow forehead with a finger. We can talk, I promise. Arbor expressionlessly looked at him and asked after a long pause, "How did you recognize me?" Ling couldn't resist sniggering. She then called out coquettishly, Little miss, you couldn't have been recognized like this before, right? Just when you think your disguise is perfect, you'll be slapped in the face and recognized at any moment." The little girl expressionlessly looked at her. Nonsense. Ling couldn't resist guffawing. Shin, this little miss is quite interesting. Arbor couldn't be bothered with them and turned around to face Sir Omega Kitoku with the back of his head. This lord is tired and can't be bothered to play a game of cat and mouse with you guys. The second young master reached out and picked her up. The little girl suddenly felt that she was a distance away from the ground. Her almond eyes stared at him, full of dissatisfaction. She roared, "What are you doing? Your legs are short and you walk slowly. We still have to hurry on with our journey. Carrying you will speed up our journey." The second young master said indifferently. Arbor's mind was filled with the words, "You have short legs, short legs, short legs, short legs." On the second young master's face, you couldn't see any charming expression. It was definitely the face of a gentleman. "Your legs are short. This young master will help you." Ta ha ha ha. Ling's unbridled laughter filled the entire village. She lowered her head to look at his legs and chuckled expressionlessly. "Let me ask you, if I don't walk out by myself, what are you going to do?" Arbor asked indifferently as he looked at the second young master, who was only an inch away from him with a pair of cold eyes. "Don't you know? Beast!" Sir Jojo cursed in his heart. He stretched out his little hand and said impatiently, "Give it to me." The second young master glanced at her and placed the storage talisman that he snatched away earlier on in her palm. "Shin, you and the little miss have such chemistry." Chemistry my ass," Sir Omega Katoku and Sir Jojo said at the same time. However, the words they said were naturally different. "Little miss, why are you so fierce to Shin? He's a very nice person." Ling blinked. Chapter 3044. The little girl naturally responded with an expressionless chuckle. In Ling's eyes, anyone could be considered a good person. A pervert like Omega Katoku was actually a good person in her eyes. Jojo couldn't understand. However, the little fellow didn't know that her signature expressionless chuckle was simply adorable. "You have to swear that you won't touch a single blade of grass or tree here," Arbor said coldly. Chin Exine lowered her head to look at her and nodded without saying a word. Finally, after Zither Gongzi finished writing the oath, Lord Jojo put the oath away and looked at him expressionlessly. Jojo's heart softened. Second Gongzi reached out and patted her little head. Arbor snorted and tilted her head to avoid his hand. "Don't be so careless." Ling almost laughed out loud. His eyes wandered around her body playfully. "With your small body, it's impossible for anyone to have the thought of being careless." Jojo turned her head and tightly pursed her little mouth. She didn't say anything. "Jojo can't even be bothered to talk to you." Speaking of which, although this village was small, there were still hundreds of families. If they were all buried in Chin Exine's hands, it would naturally be a great injustice. The main thing was, why should she bear the infamy of being the main culprit? Most people were extremely ignorant. When the time came, she would definitely be accused of being a femme fatale. One person would spread to 10, and 10 would spread to 100. Who knew what would happen in the end? When that time came, it wouldn't just be rumors of her being arrogant and despotic in the small imperial capital. She would be able to stop them at any time. Although she didn't care that much about her reputation, who would want to be secretly cursed behind her back wherever she went. It was better to put an end to these troublesome matters as soon as possible. Jojo, second Gongzi, reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair on her cheek behind her ear. "You must think that it wouldn't be difficult to trick me into writing the oath and then escape, right?" Arbor looked ahead expressionlessly. She couldn't be bothered to look at his face. "You don't have a chance." Jojo Sama was furious. She was indeed harboring such thoughts, but she had long predicted that her actions would be seen through. But don't say it out loud. It really made Jojo angry. "You think you're the smart one? You think you're the only one who knows how to cause trouble? Can you stop threatening me with those random people I don't even know?" "Okay, I won't do it again." Mr. Omega Katoku's voice was gentle. For a moment, Arbor thought he was hallucinating. What? He said okay? He actually agreed? Shouldn't he have said, "Stop dreaming. If you dare to run away again, I'll find a random city and use the lives of all the people in the city to threaten you"? Jojo chuckled. "I won't lie to you," Chin Xin said softly. "As long as you don't act like a hedgehog when you see me and talk to me about everything, I'll do anything for you in the future, okay?" Don't think that I don't know that you're trying to coax me like you're coaxing a pet. I don't believe you." Xiao Mu's beady black eyes swiveled around. "My lotus is about to catch up." Mr. Omega Katoku couldn't help but sneer. "Not so fast." Once my Ren is here, you're dead. Jojo, Sama said expressionlessly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Wait for me to get help. Mr. Omega Kitoku suddenly moved closer to her. His jade-like handsome face gradually enlarged in front of her. Chapter 3045. Sir Jojo instantly shut up and retreated vigilantly. This scoundrel actually dared to come so close. Did he want to die? The little fellow glared with her pitch-black eyes and angrily said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? If you keep blabbering on and on, I'll use my own method to shut you up." Arbor! Exclamation point. No one had ever dared to be so impudent to this darling. Jojo, the little emperor, was blabbering on and on. This fellow really wanted to die. The little emperor glared at him a couple of times, glaring back. Then he retracted his gaze and turned his little head away. They quickly left the village and headed in the direction of the Red River Canyon. On the other hand, Arbor was rather taken aback and felt a bit strange. It seemed that this Omega Kitoku was still heading in the direction of the shrine. But if he wanted to forcefully take her away, shouldn't he have found a better route? Since they were heading in the direction of the Red River Canyon, then Prince Mo and the others would catch up sooner or later. She didn't know where her Lien went, nor did she know what Sapling and the others were up to. It didn't look like it was because the spirit realm was advancing. So why couldn't she contact Sapling no matter what she did? Don't worry. Mo Lien and Duan Yu won't catch up that quickly. Don't worry my ass, Arbor grumpily thought. Because flying was prohibited, Omega Kitoku and the others could only use their divine power to increase their speed. They arrived at the entrance of the Red River Canyon in the evening. Arbor strongly requested a certain someone to put her down and climbed up a boulder that was half the height of a person. Looking down from here, they could see a deep V-shaped valley that stretched far ahead with no end in sight. The crimson rock walls were tall and dangerous, with ancient vines winding around them. They could see the afterglow of the setting sun shining at the end of the narrow path in the distance. They were standing on higher ground. If they wanted to pass through the Red River Canyon, they first had to descend from the top of this cliff. In the past, floating in the air was no problem at all, but now Jojo, Sama looked at Omega Kitoku with an expressionless face. Where's the temple? It's said to be at the end of the Red River Canyon. Second young master lowered his head to look at her and asked gently, Jojo, aren't you going to change back? With your short stature, it's not convenient for you to go down. Do you think I'm a monster? Could he transform just like that? Arbor had a cold expression that said, I don't understand what you're talking about. He turned his head and a vine drilled out of his wrist and climbed along the rock wall. I'll go first. Everyone was speechless. With your small arms and legs, by the time you reach the bottom of the cliff, the sky will probably be dark and bright again. Mr. Jojo glanced at them. Before he could take a step forward, his arm was grabbed by the second young master. Don't mess around. Chin Exine looked at her helplessly. I'll carry you. Get lost. Was he, Jojo, a loser who needed someone to carry him? Ling looked at him, overjoyed. How about Big Sister carries you? Jojo, Sama looked down at his small arms and legs and nodded reluctantly. All right then. Seeing that you're a girl, I'll tolerate it. Ling smiled and winked at Chin Exine. Seeing that he looked like he was about to explode, she hurriedly said, Exine, don't worry. This time, I'll take good care of the little girl. I won't let her slip from my hands again. Chin Exine glanced at her indifferently. No need. Chapter 3046. The little girl jumped on a feather's back and lay there, looking at the second young master warily. Although she had shrunk, there was nothing awkward about being with Chin Exine. However, from an emotional point of view, she was still unwilling to have any further contact with him. Being able to endure the intimacy of touching her head was already Lord Jojo's limit. The young master of Omega Kitoka looked at her helplessly and nodded. All right then. Do you think you can still object? Arbor glanced at him and pulled Feather's hair. Let's go. Feather immediately called out seductively. Hey, don't pull my hair. Who pulled your hair? The little girl's hand froze. Then she snorted and retracted her hand. Jojo, don't tell me you waited for me to climb halfway and then retracted the vines and let me fall. Feather carried the little girl and jumped off the cliff, grabbing the green vines released by Arbor with one hand. The little girl said expressionlessly, "Do you think I'm as despicable as you, a few shameless old monsters ganging up to capture a child?" This child's words were really infuriating, Feather thought bitterly. Adults bullying children, old men bullying babies, men bullying women, despicable. Sir Jojo snorted and turned his head to look into the distance. This area was filled with copper-colored cliffs, and at first glance, it was magnificent and magnificent, especially now that she was on the cliff, looking at the narrow valley in the distance. The mountains on both sides were majestic and grand, and it looked as if a sword had broken through the path below, outlining a deep valley between heaven and earth, stretching all the way to the front. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She felt that the world was so big, and human strength was so insignificant. What is Jojo thinking about? Let go of my divine sense, Arbor said impatiently. I want to go to the inner world to find something to eat. Hungry, Feather chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he took out a carrot from his inner world and handed it to the little girl. Arbor. She impolitely extended her fist and punched her on the head. This old monster was actually feeding her with carrots? Was Jojo a rabbit? Even a rabbit could bite when it was anxious. Violence, Ling muttered. As he spoke, he had already climbed down the cliff. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt the weight on her back lighten. Turning her head, she saw the Omega Kitoku hurriedly reach out and pull the little girl down from her back, carrying her to the side. Let go. The little fellow stomped its short legs and roared in annoyance. Impudent fellow, you actually dare to grab Lord Xiao Xiao. Who gave you the guts? Second young master put her down and stroked her little head. It's already late. Let's go to the cave abode ahead to rest for the night. We'll leave when the sun rises. Arbor looked at him in confusion. What a strange fellow. He actually dared to stop. Was he waiting for her lotus? Don't worry. With Emolyen's IQ, it will take at least a day and a half for them to get here. She wanted to slap him. Arbor said angrily with a cold face. What exactly did you do? Do you want to know? Omega Kitoku lowered his head and glanced at her. He waved his hand and said, Come with me. It wasn't that she really wanted to follow him. It was just that after a day of being in the water, jumping off a cliff, and running for so long, Xiaomu also looked a little tired. Since Omega Kitoku said that he wanted to rest for the night, then so be it. Chapter 3047. I'll let her rest for the night and find a chance to escape tomorrow. With that thought in mind, Lady Xiao Xiao walked into a cave near the cliff. Wait a minute. Second young Master Qin lifted her up, causing a certain someone to fly up and kick him in anger. There was now another footprint on her light-colored robe. Second Sir didn't take it to heart. He turned his head and nodded to a tall and thin man beside him. That person immediately understood and stepped into the cave. Soon, they heard the hissing and roaring of snakes. After a series of swift and decisive actions, that tall and thin man stepped out of the cave and cupped his hands towards Sir Omega Kitoku. You can go in now, sir. Arbor kicked him. Put me down. Don't be noisy. Aren't you tired? Second Sir carried her into the cave and frowned slightly. Ayaya, there's a bloody smell. Ling took out a bottle from his sleeve and sprinkled it here and there. After a while, the bloody smell faded and a faint fragrance wafted out of the cave. The fragrance powder from a fragrance shop has pretty good ability to remove the smell. Ling put away the things complacently. When he turned around and saw the little girl's disdainful expression, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? It stinks. She felt nauseous and wanted to vomit when she smelled the inferior fragrance powder. As she spoke, she really stomped her feet and ran out to vomit. Ling had a blank look on his face as he sniffed around. He sniffed around and sniffed around. Where's the stench? Isn't it very fragrant? Hey, little fellow, the fragrance powder from the fragrance shop is very expensive. Just this small bottle of fragrance powder costs 500 spirit coins. Arbor vomited for a while. When she turned around, her face was slightly pale. It was obvious that she wasn't faking it. How are you? Second Sir looked at her worriedly and turned to glare at Ling. Go get rid of that smell. Ling looked wronged and said pitifully, How do I get rid of it? Go get some hay to clean up the smell. Oh. Ling pulled the tall and skinny man out of the cave. Not long after, he chopped a bundle of tree branches and brought them in. After burning for a while, Lady Chow Chow walked back into the cave with a look of disgust on her face. She took out a medicinal herb from the small bag she carried with her, crushed it, and sprinkled the medicinal powder all over the walls. Only then did she feel much better. Expensive doesn't mean good. Mr. Jojo looked at Ling with disdain. What kind of good spices can be sold in that shop? Her incense-making skills are really not that good. It was hard to imagine that there would be a group of people in the capital following him. It was simply hilarious. Ling blinked. Little girl, do you have any good spices to sell? Oh, right. You're an alchemist, so you must know a lot of ways to beautify your skin. Tell me about them. You're an old monster. You're already so old, yet you're still thinking about beautifying yourself. You're simply shameless. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. Do you want a special beautifying cream? It improves the quality of the skin and nourishes the skin. It's most suitable for people who are always on the move outside, exposed to the wind, sun, and rain. Yes, yes, yes. Ling's eyes suddenly brightened, and she nodded repeatedly. 1,000,000 spirit coins for a bottle. Everyone's lips twitched as they subconsciously glanced at the second young master. Omega Katoku was baffled. It wasn't like this little girl had been selling things for a day or two. Why was she looking at him? Chapter 3048. It's so expensive. Can it be cheaper? Ling blinked and asked with a pained expression. Shameless. You want to cheat me of my money. You're an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. How can you lack money? Haha, don't be funny. 990,000 is the lowest price, Arbor said expressionlessly. You just said that expensive doesn't necessarily mean good. It's different if it's expensive. I definitely have my own reasons for being expensive. Arbor interrupted him coldly. Are you buying it or not? I only have one bottle. Bye. Ling felt pained as he took out the money. Can you give me something extra? The short and fat man's eyebrows and mouth twitched. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt indescribably strange. Does this kid have any self-awareness as a hostage? He's actually peddling business among us. Forget it. You're so long-winded. Since you carry me all the way here, I'll give you a 3-day beautifying pill. What does a 3-day beautifying pill mean? Arbor looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. It means that you could try it for 3 days. Once you take this beautifying pill, you can feel the unique beautifying effect for 3 days. After 3 days, you'll return to your original appearance. You can buy a permanent beautifying pill for 2,000,000 spirit coins. Everyone was speechless. You're not only evil, but you're also good at doing business. A 3-day trial period? You're obviously setting a trap for Ling, who loves to show off, to jump into it. Okay, I'll try. Ling nodded and reluctantly took out money to buy a bottle of beautifying cream and a beautifying pill for a 3-day trial. If you use it well, you can introduce it to your old sisters. Arbor said expressionlessly. Our shop is near Huachi Street in the south of the city. It's called Heavenly Pill House. You can go there and take a look when you have time. This time, even Ling couldn't help but twitch his mouth and look at Arbor, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is an old sister? Okay, let's go to sleep. Arbor was exhausted after a long day. He stretched out his small hand in front of the Omega Katoku. Betting. This group of people had sealed her divine sense and prevented her from using her inner world. Apart from a few things she could use in her small pouch, she couldn't take out anything else. Aren't you hungry? Mr. Omega Katoku raised his hand and patted her head. Let's eat first. Sir Jojo originally wanted to reject this fellow, but after thinking about it, he realized that he would only have the strength to run if he was full. Thus, with a stoic expression, he stomped over to the fire and sat down. Apart from young master Omega Katoku and Ling, the other 4 God-State warriors were the short and fat man, Fei Zhuang, the tall and thin man, and the twin brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li. Among them, the fat guy who was at the 7th level of the God realm had the highest cultivation. At this time, the 2 brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li, were sitting in front of the fire, busily roasting 2 wild game. The fat guy had pulled out the tendons and skinned the snake that had been entrenched in the cave before, planning to make snake stew or something for everyone. Arbor was a bit disdainful, but when the snake stew was served, the aroma was very tempting. She took the small bowl that the fat guy handed over and drank 2 mouthfuls. She realized that this person's cooking was really good. As a result, Chow Chow's tensed brows relaxed a little after eating the meal. Ling secretly winked at young Master Omega Kitoku, using his eyes to signal to him. Can you tell? This is a little foodie. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Sir Jojo carried his bedding to the dry haystack in the corner of the wall. He lay down and rolled around in the bedding. Too lazy to pay attention to anyone, he simply went to sleep. Chapter 3049. In the middle of the night, Sir Jojo rubbed his eyes in a daze, sat up, and walked out of the cave with his short legs. Under the pitch-black night sky, only a faint ray of moonlight shone on the person outside the cave. Chow Mu's footsteps paused, and she expressionlessly walked past him. She ran a bit further, and after she finished relieving herself, she walked past him again with a wooden expression. Chow Chow. Second young master sighed faintly. I remember everything now. Chow Mu's body stiffened in fright from his sudden words, and her hair stood on end as she looked at him warily. The young master of Omega, Kitoku, waved at her. Seeing that she was still 18 steps away from him and didn't want to come over at all, he walked to her side, pulled her hand, and sat down on a stone stool. Do you remember too? Sir Jojo had a strange expression that said, I don't understand what you're talking about. She sized him up from head to toe. I remember everything about you. Although some of my memories are still blurry, I can piece together a lot of information when I string them together. Stop pretending. He glanced at her. You recognized me the moment you saw me at the entrance of Seacone Planet's Chin Estate. Jojo looked at him coldly. After a while, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Nonsense. Is it really nonsense? He flipped his hand, and a small person dressed in bright red walked around in his palm. Although the figure was very faint, the facial features were especially clear. Arbor had goosebumps all over when she saw it, and she almost jumped up from the stone stool. She reached out to grab the figure. What is this? This is half of your soul. Has your soul been very unstable ever since you reincarnated? That's because your soul self-destructed in your previous life. Arbor's pupils contracted. She was dazed for a while before she couldn't help but ask, How did you know? This is just my deduction and guess. Actually, my memories of this period are also very vague. Omega Kitoku stared at her intently, his fingers twitching slightly. Finally, he couldn't help but rub her temples. Jojo, you're back. Shouldn't we let bygones be bygones? Think about how grateful you were to me when I carried you out of the tunnel. If it wasn't for that woman from the Sure family, we would have been married, and even why are there so many ifs? Arbor reached out to grab the wisp of soul in his palm. There are no ifs. There will never be ifs. She thought that Chin Xian wouldn't give it to her so easily, but unexpectedly, he didn't stop her. Instead, he silently watched her take back the broken shadow soul body. With such a bad personality, you deserve to be single your whole life. Jojo snorted. How many other soul remembrance like this do I have outside? Chin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This is your soul remembrance. You should know best. But she didn't remember anything. Lord Jojo glanced at him unhappily, thinking, how could he not know about it? She subconsciously pulled out the crescent-shaped jade pendant hanging around her neck. Ever since her master gave her this soul-calming chill jade, her soul had been much more stable. Chapter 3050. Was it because she had self-detonated her soul before? But she really couldn't remember anything. Jojo, Omega Kitoku looked down at her and said softly, No matter what happened in the past, at least for now, I want to get along with you. Can't we start from the beginning? Start from the beginning? Arbor's gaze wavered slightly, and he thought, it's easy to start from the beginning, but many things can never return to the way they were in the beginning. Firstly, the mood is completely different, and secondly, the people I see, hear, and meet are also completely different. This is the so-called things remain the same, but people change. Oh. Suddenly, A burst of ghostly wails and howls came from all directions. Xiao Mu looked up and saw men and women dressed in native attire sliding down the mountain wall one after another like agile monkeys. They held weapons in their hands as they yelled crazily. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were surrounded in the middle. Sir Jojo looked at these monkey-like natives expressionlessly and didn't say anything. She was just a child at the moment, and if anything happened, the adults would take the blame. Qin Xian frowned. This area should be the territory of the Red River tribe, but looking at the attire of these natives, they clearly looked like aliens and weren't from the Red River tribe. Oh. Hundreds of natives surrounded the two of them, and the commotion was so big that it drew Ling and the others out of the cave. If you don't want to die, scram, Qin Xian said coldly. Xiao Mu was at a loss for words as those natives waved their hands and feet in front of them. Who are you people? Ling touched his handsome little face and shouted angrily, "Why did you come to disturb my sleep in the middle of the night?" Oh. A woman who looked like the leader of the natives revealed her black belly and held a cane in her hand. The moment she raised it high, all the voices disappeared in succession. The woman who looked like the leader pondered for a while and suddenly said word by word in stiff imperial capital language, "This mountain is mine. This tree was planted by me." The corners of Ling's mouth twitched. His head was shrouded in black fog. He raised his eyes and glanced at the second young master's darkened face through the crowd. At this moment, the native female leader had already read out the words "leave" behind the toll. Suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, in the void, a circular vortex suddenly appeared, as if an endless stream of air was being sucked into it. The few natives were caught off guard for a moment. Their faces were slightly pale as they stabilized their bodies. They were almost pulled over by the airflow. The Aborigine leader was shocked and quickly knelt down with his clansmen. As he kowtowed, he muttered some words that no one could understand. In the void vortex, a long strand of black hair suddenly brushed out, followed by a slender hand that reached out and grabbed the edge of the void, pulling it slightly to the left and right. Half of her body peeked out from the hole. Under the night sky, there was a hint of coldness and seduction. Prince Mo's cold gaze fell on everyone present. His pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Qin Xian. "So it's you who is playing tricks." Although the young master of Omega Kitoku didn't show it on his face, he was very shocked on the inside. Not for anything else, but Mo Yin's method of tearing open the void and suddenly appearing was really shocking. Chapter 3051. Prince Mo leaped out of the tear in the void. This was clearly a bit frightening. For a moment, everyone was caught off guard and did not react. They stared at him in a daze. Lady Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. She stretched out two small hands eagerly, but then she lowered her head and looked at herself in distress. He was so small, and his body was like a little bean sprout. Mo Yin appeared in front of Sir Jojo in a flash. She reached out and picked him up. Her eyes were full of confusion. "Jojo, how did they do this to you?" This was not caused by anyone else. It was Lady Qiao who had dug a hole for herself and willingly jumped into it. What would Sir Jojo tell him? No. Bang! A strange-looking spiritual weapon that looked like a big-headed carp flew out of the tear in the void and landed on the ground with two thuds. Soon, a white figure flashed out of it. His body swayed a little, and then he stood aside with narrowed eyes. Then, Mu Xingqian used his speed to escape from the big carp spirit weapon. He rushed to the side of a tree, leaned against the tree, and started vomiting. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Sir Jojo looked at Mo Yin in confusion. "It's nothing. He's probably dizzy and wants to vomit." Mo Yin touched his little face and looked at him worriedly. "Jojo, wait for me here." She then put the little guy down and looked coldly at the people from Omega Kitoku. A bundle of black fire instantly lit up in his hand, and Mo Yin arrived beside Second Qin and the others in the blink of an eye, making a move without saying a word. At this time, Second Qin had already recovered from his slight shock, and he looked at him with a rather grave expression as he asked, "You comprehended the power of nothingness for the other three special powers outside of the five spirits?" He tore open the void and rushed over. No one could imagine how he did it. The power of nothingness had disappeared for nearly 1,000 years. The talent of the crown prince of the divine land was simply demonic. Catch my Jojo? You sealed her divine sense, didn't you? Emolian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him, and with a thought, a silver longsword jumped out of his hand. You were the one who set up the trapping formation in the Du Chunjiang to stop us, right? Emolian narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Explode." Boom! The self-destruction of a spiritual weapon was already unstoppable, let alone a divine weapon. On the side, Ling's expression shifted slightly. Just as he wanted to charge over, he was blocked by Duan Yu, who flashed forward. The young man was dressed in white and looked elegant and handsome. He blinked his peach blossom eyes and said to her with a smile that was not a smile, "You want to gang up on me? Your opponent is me. You think you can stop me?" Ling was still grinning. With a twist of his finger, a narrow and sharp dagger landed in his palm. 10 moves. Duan Yu curled his lips and said with a nod, "If I can last 10 moves, what will you say, lady boy?" Hee. Ling's eyes narrowed into crescents. "Little big brother, you can talk after you fight." Sir Jojo, who was originally expressionlessly watching from the side, suddenly shifted his eyes in Ling's direction. The more he listened to the two's conversation, the more he felt something was amiss. Suddenly, Sir Jojo glared with his hands on his hips and pointed at Ling. He looked up and asked Duan Yu, "What? What did you say? You called her a ladyboy? And you called her ladyboy. Could it be she's a man?" Chapter 3052. Duan Yu's handsome face darkened, and he suspiciously sized up the little fellow. "You think he's a girl?" Arbor was flabbergasted. "Ah, my dear Chiao, could it be that you were taken advantage of by this punk?" "No," the little fellow expressionlessly replied. Duan Yu abruptly burst into laughter and looked her up and down, his gaze involuntarily revealing a hint of mockery. "That's true. How could someone take advantage of you with your childish appearance?" Xiao Xiao's face was expressionless. Her wooden face was expressionless. "Don't think that your freaking laughter can cover up your amused expression. Then can you tell me why you became like this?" As Duan Yu spoke, he had already pulled out his handy raven bone fan and flew it towards Feather. "Do you think I'll tell you?" "Ha ha." Sir Jojo pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Clang clang. 2 crisp sounds clashed, and a faint trace of hesitation involuntarily slipped through Feather's eyes. This punk in front of him looked like he was at the God Realm, but the power he contained was far above the God Realm. There wasn't much of a difference between him and him. What was going on? Could it be that this punk also used an aura sealing talisman or something similar, and used a smokescreen to lower his cultivation realm? When Fei Zhuang and the twin brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li, saw this, they were about to fly over when the surrounding natives started making a ruckus again. A native elderly walked up and suddenly prostrated himself on the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he whimpered about something unknown. This elderly man spoke a string of words, but Sir Jojo expressed that he didn't understand a single word. Tang Quan and Tang Li's path was blocked by several hundred natives and couldn't pass at all. A vicious glint flashed through Tang Quan's eyes, and he was about to impatiently split these natives apart. Unexpectedly, Mo Lien, who was fighting with the young master Omega Kitoku, turned around and mumbled something to that native elderly man. That old geezer immediately revealed a deeply grateful expression and bowed several times toward Mo Lien. Behind him, the native female chief also knelt down with the group of natives and piously kowtowed several times to Crown Prince Mo before retreating to the side with her people. Everyone looked at our dear Mo Lien in bewilderment. Lady Xiao Xiao's face was also filled with confusion. Jojo's Lotus actually knew how to speak the native language? Who knew what he was babbling about earlier? But those natives' expressions when they looked at him were all very reverent, practically worshipping him as a god. Right now, Mo Lien didn't have the time to explain too much to other people. His entire mind was focused on second young Master Qin. The moment he raised his hand slightly, a few faint wisps of black flames floated up from his side, slowly condensing and shrinking. The black flames were like blooming, ink-colored lotuses floating around his body, and very quickly, they bloomed in clusters. Omega Kitoku's expression changed slightly, and the moment he took a few steps back, he saw the ink-colored lotuses streaking across his eyes like shooting stars, all gathering in front of him. Suddenly, there was a loud tremor, and all the ink-colored lotuses bloomed to the peak at the same time. Suddenly, as if they couldn't withstand this huge force, they all shattered and turned into fine powder, shooting towards the young Master Omega Kitoku from all directions. Young Master! The thin red blood vessels in Tang Quan's eyes were about to burst. This time, not to mention the second young master, even if Ling was in front of him, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Ling was also secretly shocked and exerted strength in his feet, flying towards the direction of Omega Kitoku. Chapter 3053. However, the Raven Bone fan in Duan Yu's hand had already turned into a streak of light and transformed into a sharp sword, charging towards Feather's back with a terrifying demonic fire. If Feather wanted to dodge, he would definitely not be able to reach young Master Omega Kitoku in time. As a result, he could only grit his teeth and forcibly endure Duan Yu's strike. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at second Qin's side and reached out to catch more than half of the ink-colored lotus flower powder in front of him. His expression abruptly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. His figure swayed. The second young master was not in a much better state. Although Feather had swiftly blocked for him, there was still a huge disparity between his cultivation and Mo Yen's. Even with Feather blocking in front, the remaining portion of energy flew towards him, causing his expression to turn unsightly. The instant he supported Feather and retreated swiftly, young Master Omega Kitoku whistled and suddenly threw out a transportation talisman matrix. That talisman matrix flickered, and the people in front of them disappeared at the same time. Mo Yen stopped after 2 steps and reached out to stop Duan Yu, who wanted to give chase. At this time, the dumbfounded Mu Xingqian had also rushed over with a pale face. He couldn't resist asking, "They ran away?" "They ran away." Duan Yu nodded and glanced at Mu Xingqian. "Are you all right, big brother?" Mo Yen instantly cast a glance at Duan Yu. This punk called him big brother so intimately. He really didn't freaking treat himself as an outsider. Arbor expressionlessly watched young Master Omega Kitoku and his group flee rapidly before shifting her gaze to Mo Yen and Duan Yu. She shook her head helplessly and inwardly criticized. Men are actually quite belligerent. While she was pondering, Mo Yen had already rushed to her side and picked her up. She looked at her strangely and asked, "Jojo, are you feeling unwell? Did those people from Omega Kitoku capture you? Did they do anything to you?" Arbor glanced at Prince Mo. "I don't think they would dare to do anything to me." "Then why do you look like that? What's wrong with my appearance?" The little guy snorted and raised his little head slightly. With a calm expression, he said, "Isn't that good?" Puffed. Duan Yu very shamelessly laughed out loud. Mu Xingqian, on the other hand, sized up Arbor with a dumbfounded expression and cried out involuntarily, "Sister Yu, how did you do this? How could this be? Did they give you some kind of poisonous medicine that harmed you?" "Big brother, you can rest assured." Duan Yu snickered and interrupted the nervous Mu Xingqian. He said with a chuckle, "Based on my many years of experience interacting with Jojo, I can tell that Jojo is a very good person. This little guy must have made a talisman and cheated himself." Mr. Jojo looked at them expressionlessly. Mu Xingqian couldn't resist twitching his mouth and looked at his sister curiously. "Sister, is what Duan Yu said true? What the hell would he know?" Mr. Jojo harumphed haughtily. "Jojo, that time when you didn't recognize your family and didn't even recognize us, it couldn't be that you also used a strange talisman to turn yourself into that state, right?" Duan Yu suddenly felt like he had discovered the truth, because he saw Mr. Jojo's increasingly stoic face looking at him expressionlessly. Based on his understanding of the little guy, even when the little guy's heart was crumbling, he would always put on a front. "Nonsense!" Mr. Jojo roared. Chapter 3054. Waving her small hand impatiently, The little fellow glanced at the sardonic Emolien. Hurry and release my divine sense shackles. Emolien nodded and gently brushed her small head. Just as she was about to leave with her in her arms, she saw the native tribe's female leader jogging over. She knelt down in front of Emolien with a plop, repeatedly kowtowing and chanting some gibberish that people couldn't understand at all. Arbor's head was filled with black lines as he looked at that native tribe's female leader before looking up at Lien, who was hugging him. Prince Emo was unperturbed as he chattered with that female leader before turning to Duan Yu and saying, "They invited us to their tribe to stay the night." Duan Yu glanced at that simple and crude cave and nodded. "That's fine too." That female leader and her entourage appeared very happy when they agreed, and they kept chattering with Emolien in a strange language along the way. Emolien would occasionally reply to her, which made that female leader dance with joy. "What are you talking about?" Arbor asked expressionlessly. Could they not speak the bird language that Sir Jojo couldn't understand? Emolien couldn't help but want to laugh as she hugged Jojo and softly explained, "Their female leader is called Dewa, and that elderly man is their tribe's sage, Hook." Cough. Did they want to rob us just now? Arbor blinked, looking like a curious baby. The female leader, Dewa, had already finished reciting the words, "This road is opened by me," but she suddenly became terrified. It was unknown why. Lady Chow Chow was still thinking that whoever dared to rob her, she would beat them up. In the end, her violent side did not have a place to show its power. When Emolien looked down at this Jojo, she couldn't help but recall the pile of babies moving gold ores she saw inside the Tower of Punishment. They climbed up the gold ores one by one, their eyes sparkling with the light of gold as their small hands and feet continuously moved the gold ores. So interesting. Her heart was about to be melted by this little imp. Emolien lowered her body and said with a smile, "They came from the desert outside the Forgetfulness River and traveled all the way here. With such a large group of people, they naturally wouldn't dare to enter the city rashly." Arbor nodded. He knew very well that if these hundreds of people were to march into the city at the same time, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the city guards. It might even lead to a large-scale conflict. They planned to stay at the Red River Tribe's place for a while and hand over the documents to the nearby cities. Because we're lacking in resources and this Red River Canyon belongs to the Red River Tribe, we have to pay rent to the Red River Tribe if we want to hunt anything. So they wanted to do a free trade. However, as soon as the trade started, I tore through space and appeared. Emolien muttered in her ear, "The natives believe in the heavens and think that this is a warning from the heavens for their evil deeds." Arbor nodded. No wonder they all respected Emolien like she was a god. Could it be that they thought that Emolien, who tore through space, was an emissary sent by the heavens? "How do you know the language of the natives?" "I don't know too much." Emolien winked at him and said with a smug expression, "Jojo, do you admire your husband's ability?" Sir Jojo nodded his small head. Emolien laughed. "Did Jojo use a strange talisman to make yourself like this?" Sir Jojo nodded his small head again and then suddenly reacted. Chapter 3055. Sir Jojo was actually tricked by Jojo's lotus. Jerk! How could he speak like this? One question was linked to another completely unrelated question, causing her to be unable to react in time and freaking answer truthfully. Such a deep trap, simply impossible to guard against. The little fellow scowled and leaned her head on his shoulder. "I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Too lazy to talk to you guys." She clearly heard Big Brother and Duan use muffled laughter behind them. How could they be so loathsome? However, Emolien shook her with a smile. "What's sleep? We've reunited after a long separation. So shouldn't we have a good chat?" "How was it long?" It had only been a day. The little fellow glanced at him. "What do you want to say? Weren't you curious why hubby can communicate with the natives? Let me tell you, your husband has learned a lot since he was young." Prince Emo boasted repeatedly in front of his wife. "I know everything from astronomy to geography, and I've read extensively. There's nothing I don't know." Sir Jojo pursed her lips. "Go ahead and brag. Don't you feel awkward making yourself sound like you're omnipotent?" "What's with that expression?" Prince Mo rubbed her small face. Why aren't you saying that hubby is so awesome? Sir Jojo was exasperated. She looked up at him and pinched his face. Very thick. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Xingqian couldn't hold back his laughter and coughed to cover it. Big brother, you vomited for a long time just now. Are you feeling better now? Sir Jojo turned to ask. Much better. It would have been better if he didn't mention it, because Mu Xingqian felt a bit awkward. After all, he actually vomited from the bumpy air when he thought of this. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but take a deep look at Emolian. This brother-in-law of his truly concealed his strength and was very frightening. The three types of power that wandered outside of the five spirits were the power of the dark netherworld, the power of deprivation bestowed by the gods, and his brother-in-law's power of nothingness. It was said that the power of nothingness could form terrifying flames of nothingness in the later stages, capable of incinerating everything in the world. Brother-in-law was already in control of the sacred fire, which was feared by many. If he were to comprehend the fire of nothingness, he would be unrivaled in the world. Sir Jojo moved his little hands and feet and expressionlessly said to Mu Xingqian, who was deep in thought, "Big brother, come here for a moment." Mu Xingqian hurried over. "Sister, what's the matter?" Mr. Jojo took out an antiemetic pill from his inner world and handed it to him. "Take it. You won't feel nauseous after taking it." Okay. Mu Xingqian still had a headache and nausea, but he wasn't as dizzy as before. His symptoms were naturally caused by the tearing of the void. Not everyone could be as careless as Duan Yu, who was unaffected by the tearing of the void. The female leader of the natives stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Emolian before muttering a few words in her language. Emolian nodded at her and then said to everyone, "Their tribe's gathering place is just up ahead." Arbor lay on his shoulder and squinted sleepily. "I'll sleep for a while first." Okay. Her current body was that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Speaking of which, after this body shrunk, some of her bodily functions seemed to have returned to a 5- or 6-year-old child. It was truly worrying. That female chief muttered something, but Arbor had already blocked it. Chapter 3056. Sir Jojo was woken up by a series of noisy noises. When he opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Outside, many natives had already come out of their tents and were preparing piping hot steam buns and rice porridge. The clamor didn't stop. Sir Jojo turned over and saw Prince Emo lying on his side, next to her with one hand propping up his chin and looking at her with a grin. She rolled her eyes and expressionlessly turned over again, planning to continue sleeping. However, Emolian didn't let her continue sleeping. He picked her up and said with melancholy, "Sigh, it's really worrying that wifey has become so small." The little fellow's face flushed red, and she couldn't say anything for a long time. "Jojo, what do you want to eat for breakfast?" "Shrimp dumplings and bird's nest porridge," the little fellow said expressionlessly. "Wow, hubby really understands wifey's heart. He's already prepared it for you." Although the little fellow didn't show it on her face, she was smiling on the inside. She pursed her lips and commanded, "Put me down." "That won't do. You're so short that even walking 2 steps is so slow. You're not even as tall as the basin rack. Hubby should wash you while carrying you. You're the short one. Your entire Mo family is short." Sir Jojo ridiculed in his mind and harumphed. "Put Sir Jojo on the stool." Emolian held back his laughter and nodded reluctantly. He still obeyed and fetched a stool for the little fellow and placed it in front of the basin rack. The little stoic expressionlessly started washing up. As she washed, she roasted in her mind. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have dug a hole for myself. Jojo, since you transformed into this appearance, why didn't you take the chance to escape?" "I was waiting for you." Arbor wiped his face with a wet handkerchief and casually tossed it into the basin before jumping off the stool. Emolian's figure flashed and arrived next to her. He stretched out his arm and pulled her into his embrace again. "Your husband prepared a sumptuous breakfast for you early in the morning. Are you happy?" Emolian carried her out of the tent with a grin. His footsteps paused, and he lowered his head to whisper to her, "Chow Chow changed her mind and stayed because of those people from Little Lee Village, right?" Arbor was silent for a while, but he still nodded. If I don't show up, Omega Katoku will most likely bring people to massacre the entire village. Oh, why do you say that? Mo Yin's eyes flashed as she lowered her head to look at her little face. Arbor's heart tightened, and he felt that his voice was a little hoarse. It was because she understood Second Chin's personality better than anyone else. Back then, they had been together for such a long time. Bits and pieces of memories could be blurry, but some of the pain engraved in the bottom of their hearts could not be erased. She didn't want to lie to Jojo's run. She didn't want to lie to him about anything. So she said, "Didn't I tell you before that I had a very long dream?" Mo Yin's breathing subsequently tightened as he nodded his head. In my dream, he was there, that person. In my dream, Omega Katoku was a very stubborn person. Although I wanted to leave the people of Shaoli Village behind and escape by myself, it's not impossible. But in the end, I still can't gamble with so many people's lives. I know that person's personality. If it was him in my dream, he would have attacked. He would not hesitate to use the lives of the villagers to threaten me. I also thought about it carefully. Should I leave all of this alone, or should I stay for the sake of those villagers? I don't know. Chapter 30:57. In the end, I followed my heart and stayed. However, if that person wants to use the lives of those villagers to threaten me, I can't guarantee what choice I will make. A large part of the reason she stayed behind for the sake of the old grandpa, and Nyonyo was for the sake of these villagers. She was this kind of person. As long as someone showed her a trace of kindness, she would return it with 10 points or more. Moreover, she also had her own pride in her heart. She didn't want to implicate some strangers because of her. But now, something seemed to have changed a bit from her previous life. Sir Jojo blinked in confusion as he recalled what Sir Omega Katoku said to him. No matter what the past was, at least now, I want to get along well with you. Could they really continue to get along well? All right, Jojo, don't think about it anymore. Mo Yin gently touched her forehead. I know what you will choose. You little fellow, who is stubborn but soft-hearted, will definitely choose to stay. I will support you no matter what you do. Mo Yin shook her body and said with a smile, just do what you want to do. Don't go against your heart. Arbor smiled at him. Jojo's lotus was the best. It was so easy to talk to Jojo's lotus. Morning, Jojo. Morning, younger sister. Sir Jojo turned around and saw Duan Yu and Mu Xingqian coincidentally walking over from outside the tent. When they saw them, they waved and greeted her. Sir Jojo's mood instantly brightened up. Who cares about those things that haven't happened yet? Why should I care so much about them? Different situations call for different measures. She had many friends and relatives by her side in this life, so it couldn't be as desolate as in her previous life. Morning, eldest brother. Morning, Duan Yu. Sir Jojo expressionlessly waved at them. Do you want to roast meat? I can roast some for you. Mu Xingqian's eyes lit up, and he was about to nod with a smile when he felt someone poke his waist. Duan Yu said with a grin, Yeah, how could I let my chow roast meat? What's more, with your short stature, it's not convenient for you to do such heavy work. Jojo, leave the ingredients to me. I'll do it. You're the one with 5 shortcomings. Your entire Rome family has 5 shortcomings. Sir Jojo's stoic face was expressionless as he took out ingredients from his inner world and handed them to Duan Yu. He looked at him in confusion and asked, Duan Yu, is my barbecue really that hard to swallow? How could that be? Duan Yu blinked before turning to smile at her. Jojo's barbecue is delicious. It's just that you're so young now, so it's not appropriate for you to barbecue. On the side, Mu Xingqian put on an indifferent expression and glanced askance at Duan Yu. He couldn't help but chuckle in his mind. Your Highness, do you know how exaggerated and unrealistic your expression is? Sir Jojo nodded. Let me think. My roasted meat shouldn't taste that bad. Peach Blossoms and the others are fighting over the food I roast. Duan Yu's mouth involuntarily twitched. Just how much did the venerable celestial want to die? Husband? Mo Yin coughed lightly and nodded in all seriousness. Jojo's roasted colorful divine fish is especially delicious. When we're free, I'll have Jojo roast it for you guys. I'm thanking your entire family. Duan Yu silently swept a glance at Mo Lien before carrying the ingredients to where the natives were gathered. When the native sage saw Mo Lien and the others coming over, he quickly stood up with his clansmen. Chapter 3058. The native female chief was deeply grateful, leading her clansmen to hurriedly thank Mo Lien and the others. Jojo, Darren, and the others naturally couldn't understand the native female chief, who was passionately chattering in front of them. Listening to the end, Jojo turned to look at Mo Lien. What did she say? She was praising your husband for his benevolence, for being the husband of the great divine province, and for having a beautiful wife, saying that the two of us are especially compatible. Jojo, Darren looked down at his own short arms and legs, and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Her husband felt that he couldn't understand the native female chief's words, so he blindly translated it. With her small appearance, how could she be especially compatible with her husband, a match made in heaven? Did her husband think she was retarded? It's true. Mo Lien looked at her especially seriously. I never lied to my Chiao. I wrote a letter to the city lord of the nearby Spring City. In 5 days, they should be able to move into the city and settle down. Mo Lien said with a smile. So this Dewan sage are especially grateful to your husband. As soon as I told them that you are my wife, they naturally praised you to the heavens. Jojo, Darren's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Mo Lien continued. Let's stay here for another day or two. This is the only way to the Sun Moon Temple. You can rest assured that Holy Sun Mi Yin will definitely pass by here with his people. Let's just stay here and wait for them. Arbor, so Holy Sun Mi Yin and the others were still floating in the Duchun River? Why did she suddenly feel that Holy Sun Mi Yin was a bit miserable? Jojo, what's wrong? No cough, nothing. Arbor waved her small hand and was carried by Mo Lien to the small table to sit down. Soon, a sumptuous breakfast was served. Arbor didn't have the heart to care about anything else, and focused on eating her shrimp dumplings and bird's nest porridge. As for Holy Sun Mi Yin, just let him float. 2 days later, the female leader of the Aborigines warmly received a messenger from Spring City. That night, she bid farewell to the Crown Prince and followed the messenger from Spring City, leading all the Aborigines to migrate to Spring City. On the 3rd day, close to the evening, this empty tent camp finally welcomed a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. When Holy Sun Mi Yin saw Mo Lien and the others, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Ah, Prince Mo, Prince Chunyi, you're all here? It turned out that these people were much faster than them. In the past 3 to 4 days, Holy Sun Mi Yin had been drifting on the Duchun River. At first, he swayed in the wrong direction and then turned back. After repeating this several times, he finally determined the direction. That was why he rushed over so late. Moreover, he had not been doing well these past few days. On one hand, he was worried about the whereabouts of Mo Lien and the others. On the other hand, he was worried that something might have happened to the temple. He firmly believed that the mutation of the Saintess had nothing to do with the temple. It was most likely that the Saintess had secretly joined some evil cult, which was why she got into trouble. How could such a mutated monster appear in their Sun Moon Temple, which was bright and virtuous? Impossible. Holy Sun Mi Yin led a group of people who had soaked on the river for a long time and finally climbed ashore with great difficulty. They walked towards Mo Lien and Duan Yu. Thankfully, you are all fine. Everyone, take a look again and see if any of your companions are absent. We plan to rest here for 3 days. And then Holy Sun Mi Yin paused, and his odd gaze landed on Arbor. He couldn't help but exclaim, You, how did you become like this? Chapter 3059. Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at Holy Sun Mi Yin. Who are you? Prince Mo, Duan Yu, and Mu Xingchen couldn't resist twitching their mouths. This little fellow's tricks were quite deep. She pretended to be so serious, as if it was real. Holy Sun Mi Yin was evidently taken aback by this little stoic face, and he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, You, aren't you Chiao, Miss Chiao? Nonsense. The little girl's face was cold as she said indifferently, Don't try to claim kinship with me. I don't know you. We don't know each other at all. Holy Sunmi Yin glanced at Prince Mo before looking at Duan Yu and Mu Xingqian in confusion. You're the one spouting nonsense. Do you think I'm stupid? This stoic face of yours doesn't change no matter where you go. Do you think other people can't recognize you? Arbor. She hurriedly turned to look at her husband and asked with a straight face, Is it true? Mo Yin tugged at the corner of her lips. It was truly difficult for her to restrain herself, but she nodded. Yes. Sir Jojo reflexively rubbed his face, feeling melancholy and vexed. It was simply baffling. So it was like this? The reason why Sir Jojo could be seen through at a glance every time was entirely because this little face was stoic. Stoic? Was it really so easy to recognize a stoic face? The little fellow looked at the crown prince in bewilderment before glancing at Duan Yu, who was stifling his laughter. She silently turned to Holy Sunmi Yin and said, Holy Sun, your eyesight is quite good. Sir Holy Sun. Fuck, why did he inexplicably have the urge to burst into laughter? This child must be dim-witted. After being exposed, she still said such hilarious words. Arbor also felt a bit stifled. If possible, he really didn't want to talk to this Holy Sunmi Yin. The feeling of having your identity exposed at any moment was truly too unpleasant. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Xingqian hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over for his little sister. By the way, Saint, have you seen our other teammates? At that time, everyone was floating around in the Duchun River, so we didn't have time to care too much. The Holy Sun looked at Mu Xingqian with a sincere expression and said, Among your teammates, there are a few whose realms aren't particularly high. I reckon that they will float in the Duchun River for a longer time. Everyone was speechless. Is Lord Say not joking? Mu Xingqian also coughed and said, Since that's the case, let's do as the saint said and rest here for 3 days. Very good. The son of God nodded and turned to look at Arbor's expressionless face. Miss Jojo, what are you doing? Why did it become like this? Arbor let out a long sigh. It's a long story. Go and rest first. Who told you that? Whoever said that was an idiot. Sir Jojo snorted inwardly and complained in a small voice. Mo Yin couldn't help but turn her head. She felt that this little fellow's act of pretending to be old was especially interesting. Holy Sunmi Yin and the others were indeed extremely tired and nodded. Fortunately, this was originally a temporary gathering place for the natives, so they had set up quite a number of tents. They didn't take them away when they left. Thus, Holy Sunmi Yin and the others had a place to stay. Arbor watched Holy Sunmi Yin and the others enter their respective tents before turning to look at Mo Yin. Do you think he's pretending? Chapter 3060. I don't think he's pretending. Mo Yin shook her head and said, If he was pretending, then he could have hidden behind the holy nun when she mutated. I noticed his expression at that time. When he saw Nye Yaowang mutate, he was more surprised than anyone else. From this, it could be seen that Mi Yin probably didn't expect this. When a person encounters a special event, their most realistic reaction will not be overlooked. Mo Yin recalled the situation on the Duchun River and said with certainty, at that time, he subconsciously fought with the corpse crocodiles summoned by the holy nun. Furthermore, with Mi Yin's arrogant and cold temperament, he should disdain to wallow in the mire with the holy nun. I think, Mo Yin said softly, he probably doesn't know. Moreover, he should be very conflicted right now. He must feel that something has happened to the sanctuary, so he rested for 3 days. Firstly, it's to wait for the other people stranded on the Duchun River to come. Secondly, he will definitely send people to the sanctuary first to find out what's going on. Arbor's eyes brightened slightly. Hearing this, he nodded and said, Lian smart. Being praised by his wife, Crown Prince Lian, whose tail was itching to fly, nodded with a smile and said, That's natural. Your husband, I, am extraordinarily intelligent. Then what should we do now? Wait and see. Prince Mo squeezed her small hand and indicated for her to look at the tent at the side. A priest lifted the tent curtain and walked out quickly. He nodded at the two of them awkwardly and then left quickly. Holy Sunmi Yin also walked out. Seeing the two of them still standing outside, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Then he smiled awkwardly and said, we've been delayed for quite a while on the road this time. I asked Radiance to return to the sanctuary to take a look. I don't know if there's any change in the mystic realm. Mo Yin winked at Jojo. The latter nodded knowingly. With a cold expression, he said in a stiff voice, Holy Sun, please do as you wish. The saint snorted and said, Let's rest. Arbor glanced at his back and turned to ask Prince Mo, What's wrong with him? His face was still fine when he came out, but now it had turned sour. Did he not want to see Sir Jojo? Mo Yin stifled a chuckle. He shook his head and said without batting an eyelid, The Holy Sun will feel uncomfortable inside when he sees us being so sweet. Why? Think about it. He's an old bachelor who has been single for hundreds of years. How comfortable can he be when he sees us tormenting his nerves? When Sir Jojo heard this, he nodded his head seriously. That's true. She paused, and then said, Then I'll try not to appear in front of him in the future. At this moment, Holy Sun Mi Yin, who was sitting in the tent, almost spilled the tea that he had just poured out. Who? Who are you calling an old bachelor? Holy Sun Mi Yin gritted his teeth and stood up furiously. He flung his sleeves and walked out of the tent. He lifted the tent flap and poked his head out to take a look. There was no sign of that hateful couple, standing in front of someone else's tent and calling him an old bachelor without the slightest scruple. Only that wicked couple would do such a thing. Holy Sun Mi Yin's handsome face darkened. He slammed down the tent flap and walked in while panting with rage. He decided not to say a word to this couple tomorrow. Seeing them annoyed him. Chapter 3061. Arbor naturally didn't know what Holy Sun Mi Yin was thinking. After she was carried back to her tent by Mo Yin, she slept until the middle of the night. Suddenly, she was awakened by a familiar voice. Master, 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 master. This demonic voice was her tree. It was her Chio-Chio. Chio-Chio was finally moving. The little fellow flipped over and sat up, her large movement instantly startling Crown Prince Mo, who was beside her, awake. What's wrong, Jojo? Prince Mo also sat up. A candle lit up in the corner of the tent, illuminating the little fellow's face. He originally thought that she was having a nightmare. Seeing that she looked normal now, he was slightly relieved. He asked softly, What's wrong, Jojo? Chio-Chio spoke. Arbor blinked and tugged at his sleeve. Set up a defensive barrier. Okay. Mo Yin waved her hand, and a defensive barrier was drawn outside the tent. The two of them then hid inside Paradise Planet, looking at the lush trees, green mountains, and clear waters of the Star Sector. Lord Jojo breathed a sigh of relief. She had been on tenterhooks for the past 2 days, not knowing what had happened in the Star Sector. Chio-Chio? Master, master, master. Chio-Chio's screams resounded through the entire space. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened to the little fellow. Arbor expressionlessly walked towards the source of the sound. From afar, she saw that strange-looking trant jumping under a peach tree in front of her. It looked like it was having an epileptic seizure. It couldn't stop dancing. Xiao Mu gazed at it exasperatedly before looking up at her husband. Mo Yin chuckled. Reaching out, he picked her up and walked quickly to the little tree, dancing crazily. What happened, Chio-Chio? Calm down. Master, Chio-Chio can't calm down, master. Chio-Chio suddenly turned around. Just as it was about to complain to its little master, it saw its little master's short figure. Chio-Chio couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ah, master, why is it like this? How did you become like this? Who is it? Who did this to you when Chio-Chio wasn't around? Chio-Chio will definitely avenge master. Wah wah wah. While the little trant was roaring, the little dirt lump, the little water droplet, and the rest of the little ones also swarmed towards her like a swarm of bees. They all gathered around their little master's tiny body to surround her. Sir Jojo stared expressionlessly at the tree that was howling like a ghost. After it finished howling for a while, he said with a stoic face, Shut up. Everyone was speechless. Why, my Joe? A red shadow flashed through the crowd and quickly arrived in front of Arbor. He reached out and snatched her away. Holding her in his arms, he said, Wow, Jojo, how did you become so small? She was so small and adorable. Shichin smiled as he looked her up and down. What kind of strange talisman did you use? No. Sir Jojo tried his best to maintain a stern expression. He waved his arms and legs. Put her down. Prince Mo, who had his little wife snatched away in a moment of carelessness, hurriedly snatched his wife back. Holding her in his arms, he took a few steps back and looked at the venerable peach blossom immortal opposite him with a wary expression. Go and carry your own wife. These words were definitely hurtful. Everyone present was single, not to mention a wife. They hadn't even seen a strand of her hair. Dao Wuji, who had had many wives in the past, felt that his heart had been pierced enough. Chapter 3062. Master, the sapling hastily called out again. It propped up its sapling body and pattered over to Xiaomu. It cried out tearfully, Master, Qiuqiu might be dying soon. Nonsense. Look, little ball's body has mutated. Master, look, little ball has an eye on its body. It's so scary, so scary, so scary. The little guy was like a demon again. He kept saying the words so scary, his voice lingering in everyone's ears. Arbor was really annoyed by his shouting. He clapped his hands and hit him on the head. Shut up, Master. Little ball looked at her pitifully and straightened his body. Master Jojo's height now was not even as tall as Little Tree. Little Tree Ant had an eye on its trunk. It was black and white, and it looked really creepy. No wonder Little Ball was screaming for help as if the sky was falling. This thing did look quite scary, Master. Master, what do we do? Is Qiuqiu about to die? Little Tree Ant started to cry as he spoke. He looked at his little master with misty eyes and a pitiful expression. He won't die. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. Then he pulled Little Tree Ant to his side and leaned closer to study the eye. Jojo. Emolian hurriedly reached out and pulled Little Tree Ant to her side. Her expression was serious as she said, Be careful. They didn't know what the hell this thing was. It actually grew on Little Ball's trunk. It was as if it had grown in Little Ball's body from the beginning. Right now, it was peacefully closing its eye. There was a faint light in its eyes, and it looked at them with a scary look. Qiuqiu, this thing makes people panic. The little water droplet shuffled its small body and retreated behind Xiao Mu and Mo Lien step by step. Master, has Little Ball mutated? I won't. Arbor narrowed his eyes and stared at that eye for a long time. He couldn't help but hit his little head. What's wrong? Mo Lien quickly reached out and grabbed her little hand. I think. Arbor tilted his little head and looked at the eye on Qiuqiu's body. He thought carefully and said, I think I recognize it. Huh? Little Tree was a little excited and hurriedly asked Arbor, Master Silver, you recognize it? What is it? Do you know? Magiris, Magiris. Arbor murmured and could not help but hit his little head. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Really, Master? Little Tree looked at her hopefully and asked, Then do you have a way to take this ugly thing off my body? Xiaomu shook her head with a stoic expression. My intuition tells me that you did this yourself. What? The Little Tree Qiuqiu's black bean-like eyes immediately rippled with steam. Master dis Little Ball. Master said that Little Ball did this himself. Did this mean that Qiuqiu had sucked in this strange eye on its own? Impossible. Little Ball didn't remember anything like this at all. Wah 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 wah. Little Ball suddenly fell to the ground and rolled around shamelessly. Little Ball can't live anymore. Master doesn't love Little Ball at all. Chapter 3063. Sob sob sob. Qiuqiu has eyes. Xiaomu was exasperated as she looked at this little thing that was lying on the ground and fooling around. She glanced at it exasperatedly. The ground is so cold. Don't you feel uncomfortable rolling around? Qiuqiu doesn't feel uncomfortable. Qiuqiu only feels pain all over, and it's so unbearable everywhere. The little Tree Ant wailed as it rolled around Xiao Mu's feet, rolling back and forth. Arbor looked down at it helplessly. Get up first. Let me think about how to solve this. Master, you really have a way to solve this eye on my body. Qiuqiu sat up and looked hopefully at its little master. For some reason, as long as its master said he knew something, the little Tree Ant felt that its little master definitely had the ability to solve it. The little Tree Ant Qiuqiu had such blind faith in its little master. Arbor waved at her and simply sat down on a stone bench under the peach tree. The little treant Chio hurriedly trotted over with a fawning expression. "Master, have you thought of anything?" The little master said it recognized this eye and even knew its name, so it must have really seen it before. Arbor thought carefully for a while, then looked up and down at the eye for a long time before saying mildly, "This should be a tree seed." "What?" Chio squealed, then shook its head like a rattle drum. "Impossible, impossible." Arbor didn't give it a chance to continue deceiving itself, and said mildly, "No tree seed can hurt you. You know that. You must have felt that this tree seed was useful, so you sucked it in." "Chio, Master, what kind of expression is that? Is it really appropriate for you to look at Chio with such disdain?" Arbor looked at it mildly. "It's especially appropriate." She could now guarantee that this tree seed was sucked in by Chio, who had courted death, and it had been sucked in through her conscience, so she vaguely felt a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't quite remember where he had gotten this tree, but he could still vaguely recall the name Magic Eye. Little Tree looked at her pitifully. "Master Silver, there's really no way to save Chio. Chio now felt that the half-dead Ren-Er's eye on its body, which was rolling its eyes, was truly frightening. It could not even accept looking at it, much less going out to meet others in the future. Sob. "Master, think of a way, think of a way." Little Tree hugged her and wailed loudly. She felt particularly miserable and pitiful. There was actually such a thing growing on her body. Just looking at it made her feel disgusted. "Is this the reason why I lost contact with you these past few days?" Chio nodded vigorously. "Master, it's all because of these eyes. When I realized that something was wrong, the entire star field was no longer under my control. This demonic eye was truly surprising." Arbor reached out a finger and boldly stroked that eye on Little Tree's body. That single eye with distinct black and white blinked quickly. The white of the eye rolled up, and the dim light swept across Arbor deeply. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Miss Chow's hand had reached out extremely quickly, and no one had been able to stop her. Chapter 3064. Therefore, they were really shocked. At this moment, everyone was looking at this little girl with disapproving gazes. Truly too unreliable. How could he be so bold and reckless? Wasn't she afraid that this supercilious person would open its eyes and swallow her small hand? Evidently, Arbor didn't think that this weird-looking supercilious person in front of her would attack her at all. In fact, after her small hand reached out to stroke it, she could still feel this Little Tree's jubilant mood. The little stoic pursed her lips and glanced at Chio, who was still lying on the ground hugging her leg. "Get up. Master. Chio thinks that Chio can still be saved. Master, save Chio. Save Chio." The little stoic chuckled. "Since you created it yourself, you have to take good care of it in the future." Chio stared flabbergasted at its little master. While little master didn't love it anymore, little master really didn't love it anymore. Not only was little master dissing it now, but she was also saying such resolute words to it. Wah. Little master. All right. Arbor looked at it expressionlessly and said, "Get up first." "Won't get up." Chio won't get up. "If Master still doesn't save Chio won't get up for the rest of my life." Then continue lying down. The little stoic turned around and broke into a run. "We're busy outside, so we're going out first." "Wah!" Chio let out an earth-shattering wail and pounced on Arbor's leg. "Master, save Chio. Save Chio." Arbor looked at this little guy with a dark expression. Why did she feel that this lousy child was so funny? Emolien also looked at it speechlessly. Although Chio's usual behavior was a bit unreliable, it had never been as anxious and uneasy as today. It could even be said that it was fretful. "Master." "All right." Arbor picked it up from the ground and said earnestly, "Don't look down on this little tree. Look, it's now growing on your trunk. It's like you have an extra eye." The little treant stared at its little master, flabbergasted. Master, if you have an extra eye, wouldn't you become a monster?" Arbor pursed his lips and glanced at it with disdain. "You're a tree that has become a spirit. You can jump, run, and sing. You've been a monster for a long time. Everyone was speechless. Ha 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 ha. Dao Wuji laughed out loud. Damn, listening to the conversation between the little girl and the tree, why did it feel so funny? The little treant exclaimed and was about to continue howling. Arbor pressed down on its mouth. All right, think about it. From now on, you'll have another little brother. Isn't that great? Chocho looked at her with tears in its eyes. Master, is there really no way to save him? Arbor's mouth twitched. To be honest, it's quite difficult to save him. Look at this white-eyed Renner. He's already fused with your wood spirit's original source. It could be said that he's living by attaching himself to you and hasn't offended you or provoked you. You can't dig him out and let him die for no reason, right? We'll get used to it when we see it, huh? Arbor rubbed Chocho's treant head hard. Don't be afraid. Master is here. Chocho drooped its little head and looked listless. Chapter 3065. Chocho. Arbor wanted to tease this little fellow, so he took out a pill from his inner world and handed it to Chocho. Here, this is Master's new spirit intensification pill. It's good for you. In the future, you don't need to chew on that tough spirit jade anymore. With the spirit intensification pill's assistance, you can advance faster in the future. Chocho rolled and crawled up from the ground, hastily reaching out to take the spirit intensification pill from little Master's hand. Blinking its eyes, it asked, Master, then what should I do in the future? What do you mean what to do? Chocho forced a bitter expression and looked at the little stoic tearfully. There's an eye on my stomach. It pointed at the magic eye tree species on its tree trunk that was rolling its eyes. I'll definitely be laughed at to death if I walk out. Arbor coughed lightly and took out a small red doo-doo from his inner world, beckoning Chocho over. Chocho hesitated, feeling like something bad would happen if it walked over. Seeing its hesitation, Arbor couldn't resist giving it a sidelong glance. Hurry over. Oh. Chocho shuffled over to Sir Jojo, and its eyes swiveled. Master, what do you want to do? Master wants to make you a small garment. This way, it can cover the white eye on your stomach. Chocho! Exclamation point. Its branch pointed at its own tree trunk, then pointed at the large red garment in Arbor's hand, and it let out an earth-shattering shriek. Master, you want you to wear this? Cough. Emol Yin couldn't resist coughing softly. Jojo, holy child me, Yin is walking towards her tent. Okay, hurry and leave. Arbor shook the small red doo-doo on his body and helped Chocho wrap it around the tree trunk. He patted its head and said with satisfaction, Looks good. You earned Chocho. This was originally meant for my child. I'll let you wear it first. Child? Everyone couldn't resist looking at her simultaneously. It turned out that Sir Jojo had already thought this far ahead. Was she already secretly sewing children's clothes? Arbor's little hand paused. He raised his hand expressionlessly and patted Chocho's little head. All right, you're a boy. You have to be strong. Don't make a scene and roll around on the ground. Chocho lowered his head and looked at his little red doo-doo, although the whites of her eyes were covered. What about the crimson red undergarment? Would it be too much? It was a mistake. But this should have been personally made by Master, right? Looking at the crooked stitches and the black lotus embroidered on it, it was obvious that this was the Master's signature work. It's better to wear it. I don't want to destroy Master's heart. Emol Yin held the little fellow's hand as they stepped out of Paradise Planet and back into the tent. She reached out and hugged her, rubbing her head against the top of her head. Jojo, you might laugh at me if I tell you. The little guy lowered his head and rubbed his toes on the ground. I feel like I missed out on too many things in the past. In this lifetime, I want to experience all of my life's experiences. I don't want to leave behind any regrets. Okay. Emol Yin reached out and cupped her little face. He lowered his head and gazed deeply at her, smiling slightly. You definitely won't miss out on anything again. Crown Prince, Crown Princess. The moment Holy Sun Mi Yin lifted the curtain, he saw the two of them looking at each other like they were abusing dogs. He was immediately stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, feeling stifled and having a heart attack. Chapter 3066. It was him who was blind. He came in for no reason to make his presence known, but in the end, he was forcefully stuffed with dog food. Ah, poo-poo-poo. Holy Sunmi, Yin kept a straight face and tried his best to keep a straight face as he said aloofly, "The two of you, I have something important to discuss with you. Please come out." After saying that, Holy Sunmi, Yin turned around and walked out, slamming down the tent's curtain with a crash. Xiao Qiao raised her head and looked at her husband. What happened to him? The old illness of a century-old, lonely old man flared up. Crown Prince Mo whispered into her ear before sneaking a kiss on her small cheek with a smile. He then pulled her small hand and walked out of the tent. Xiao Qiao, when we return to the capital, it will be almost time for the wedding. What present do you want? Sir Jojo reached out and gently placed her hands on his cheeks. She looked at him with shining eyes and said, "How about a little Yinlian who looks exactly like you?" Ha ha ha. Prince Mo guffawed. Holy Sunmi Yin, who was sitting in the tent next door, could hear the two's hearty laughter. He pursed his lips and muttered, laughing for no reason. Duan Yu sat across from Holy Sunmi Yin with a teacup in his hand and asked with a grin, "Is Lord Holy Sun jealous?" "Why would I be jealous?" Holy Sunmi Yin irritably retorted. When he looked up and saw Mo Yin walking in with Arbor in her arms, he coughed and said, "All right, since everyone is here, let's talk business. It's not a good idea for us to keep waiting here. I plan to organize a few people and head to the mouth of Dukun River to search for the others. What do you guys think?" "I have no objections," Mu Xingchen said aloofly. "I also have no objections." Duan Yu shrugged. "Right now, let's try to piece together a list of the people who aren't present and see how many people we need to search for. There's no need to search for my little companions." Arbor said aloofly, "I've already contacted them. They'll arrive around this evening." Holy Sunmi Yin turned to glance at her and nodded. "Then we don't need to care about the people from Seacombe Planet. The people from Fire Smelting City and Ice Sealed City were also settled. The rest of you, take a look and see how many of your companions are not here yet." Everyone is talking at once. Holy Sunmi Yin draws up a list of names. When he is done, he puts down the pen and blows the ink on the paper dry. According to the list, there are still more than 10 people from Flying Sword Academy, Blue Ocean Academy, and Hong Mansion Academy who haven't arrived yet. In addition, Mu Rochuan of the Mu family is still missing. "Miss Jojo, are you going to look for Miss Mu?" Arbor glanced at Holy Sunmi Yin coldly. "The world is so big. Where can you find her? The matters of the Mu family have nothing to do with me. Don't look for me." This Sir Holy Sun really touched his sore spot. Mo Yin glanced at him dryly. "Holy Sun, we aren't even on the same team. Where is young Master Mu?" Holy Sunmi Yin looked at Mu Xingchen again. Mu Xingchen stealthily peeked at Arbor as if he wanted to say something. "Eldest brother, go look for her if you want. No need to look at me," Arbor said aloofly. "Lien and I will not participate in the search and rescue." After saying that, he hopped down from Mo Yin's lap and stomped out with his back straight, slamming the curtain behind him. Mu Xingchen sighed. He also knew that the knot between Jojo and the Mu family couldn't be resolved so quickly. Everything could only be done slowly. "I'll participate," Mu Xingchen said. Chapter 3067. Lady Jojo returned to her tent, kicked off her shoes, and climbed onto the soft couch. She sat there cross-legged, unmoving like a mountain. Jojo, Mo Yin lifted the curtain, walked in, and sat down next to her. "Jojo, are you unhappy?" "No." "Are you angry with Big Brother?" "I'm not angry with him." Arbor sat up straight, looking at Mo Yin with a straight face. "I know. He's lived with that mother and daughter since he was young. It's impossible for him to change his mind so quickly. Moreover," Arbor said mildly, "he was raised by that woman. After so many years together, he should have some feelings for her. That he can't let go of his sister shows that my big brother values relationships. Why should I blame him?" Mo Yin leaned closer to her and reached out to pull her into his arms. "My Jojo is so sensible." Arbor tilted her head and glanced at him. She couldn't help but secretly find it funny. This man always used the tone of coaxing a child to coax her. "Since you're not angry, let's find Big Brother for a meal later." Although Big Brother promised Holy Sun to go with her to search and rescue at Duchun River, I'm sure he's feeling uneasy right now. He's worried that you're angry. Arbor put down her two short legs and nodded. Mo Yin chuckled and hugged her onto his lap. Jojo is so obedient. Holy Sun Me, Yin watched as Arbor and Mo Yin left after sitting for a while. He couldn't help but turn to look at the others helplessly. Then what does everyone say? I think we should split into 3 teams and concentrate on searching for them once. It'll be good if we can find them. If we can't, we'll rest for a day after returning and then set off. Okay. No one had any objections and nodded in agreement. Eldest young master, why hasn't your second young master arrived yet? Holy Sun turned to look at eldest Chin and asked with a puzzled expression. Omega Kitoku's cultivation was one of the more prominent ones among the group. At this moment, even a few seniors from the royal school, such as Dao and Turnbull, had already arrived at the campsite. It would be unreasonable if they did not see the Omega Kitoku. Duan Yu involuntarily snorted when he heard this. Second young master? There's no need to wait. Eldest young, Sir Chin's gaze swept over Duan Yu as he asked in confusion. Has your highness Prince Chun met my younger brother before? Not only have we seen them, but we've also chased them away. Everyone looked hesitant. Your good little brother rushed to the Red River Canyon before us and caught Jojo. Duan Yu said apathetically. If we hadn't chased after them, perhaps Jojo would still be suffering in your younger brother's hands right now. How is that possible? Qin Xian could not help being shocked. Is what you said true? Absolutely true. Absolutely not false. Duan Yu coldly replied. Second young master's actions truly make one's hair stand on end. Eldest young Sir Qin, as his biological older brother, you still need to properly discipline him in the future. Qin Xian was at a loss for words, and he did not know how to respond. Seeing Duan Yu stand up, Qin Xian also stood up and cupped his hands. Apologies, Your Highness. I didn't know there was such a thing. Then does Your Highness know where my younger brother went? Duan Yu turned around, and his pair of chilly peach blossom eyes gazed deeply at Qin Xian. He escaped using a transportation talisman matrix. Eldest young sir, you really need to restrain your younger brother's actions. Mu Xingqian also said indignantly. Chapter 3068. If it weren't for Prince Mo and His Highness Prince Chen arriving in time, who knows what would have happened? Apologies. Qin Xian awkwardly glanced at Duan Yu and Mu Xingqian. I will definitely explain this matter clearly to him. Duan Yu parted the curtain with one hand. When he bent down to leave, he glanced back at eldest young Sir Qin with a spurious smile. How confident do you think he is in blocking Mo Yin and me by himself? Next time, you might not even have the chance to see him again. Duan Yu meaningfully glanced at Qin Xian before tossing the curtain aside and swaggering off. Qin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. In other words, did Duan Yu hold back a bit this time? Otherwise, perhaps his second brother wouldn't even have the chance to escape using the transportation talisman matrix? When he thought of this, Qin Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He stood up and cupped his hands at the Holy Sun. Apologies, Holy Sun. Our Qin estate won't be participating in this operation. The Holy Sun nodded. Knowing that he was in a hurry to return and contact his second young sir, he tactfully didn't insist on eldest young Sir Qin staying behind to participate in the search and rescue. Then let's split into teams. The Holy Sun said to everyone present, we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Okay, at 10 o'clock in the evening, just as the little stoic said, Qi Xuanxuan's group, Doya, Hidden Flower, and Situ all arrived at the campsite. Aside from them, several students from Blue Ocean Academy and Flying Sword Academy also came. Madame Goen limped over with the support of the robust man, Huang Yang. Her complexion was still a bit pale, probably because she suffered a minor injury in the Duchunjiang. It's good that everyone is fine. The saint looked at the crowd that had just arrived and nodded. Go wash up first and rest for a while. Come out for a meal later. Thank you. Madame Goen was about to cry. She felt that she was simply unlucky. After drifting in the Duchunjiang for so long, she was about to rot and stink from soaking. Originally, as a level 12 great spiritual master, it wasn't a problem for her to not eat for several days. But now, she urgently needed to replenish her energy and strength. It was truly too bitter. Jojo, you've soaked me so much that I'm turning green. Chi Xian jogged over and pulled her hand. Luckily, we have water, meat, and steamed buns in our inner world. At least I won't starve myself. Arbor couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He looked at her in amusement. No wonder you haven't lost weight. Bubbles even gained weight. What? Did I gain weight again? Chi Xian quickly pinched her cheeks and exclaimed, I'm almost catching up to Fatty. All right, go wash up first. You're stinking and you're still holding on to Jojo. Everyone was noisy as they each found an empty tent and went to take care of themselves. Little junior sister, let's talk after I clean it up. Liang Qingqing was also disgusted by herself. She quickly waved at Jojo and went into the tent. Xiao Mu swept her gaze over them, and when she saw that everyone was present, she relaxed. Now, she wasn't even bothered by how everyone could recognize her at a glance. In any case, she knew that no matter what she changed into, she would still be recognized at a glance by people with her stoic face. Jojo, eldest young, Sir Qin slowly walked towards her and nodded slightly at Emolian. Let's talk, okay? Chapter 3069. Arbor nodded. She didn't have much resistance towards Qin Xian. The little fellow looked up at Emolian, who nodded slightly at her. Go on. The two circled around the crowd and strolled to the cliff behind the tent area. Lady Xiao jumped onto a crimson-red rock at the edge of the cliff. She looked at the vast expanse of rock in the distance. There was only a meandering stream of crimson water in the narrow canyon. It flowed along the shallow ditch and gradually extended into the distance. Apologies. It's not your fault. You've become like this? Is it because of him? Arbor gazed into the distance and sighed softly. Sort of. Qin Xian glanced at her. Jojo, did something happen between you and Xian that we don't know about? No. Arbor turned to meet his eyes. Nothing happened. I can't give him any emotional response. If possible, she wanted to stay far away from this person for the rest of her life. It would be best if they never met or had any contact with each other. I killed his doppelganger. Your father sent someone to kill me and beat me to the point of vomiting blood. Even if we're even now, I won't continue to pursue the matter. Second young master, and I will go our separate ways. Whatever we were in the past will remain the same in the future. We will always be strangers. This identity will never change. Eldest young Master Qin gazed deeply at her. Xiao, do you know that sometimes your heart is scarily colder than anyone else's? I just don't want to have too many inexplicable connections with irrelevant people. In this life, you are you, and I am me. Wasn't it good to be strangers and not owe each other anything? The night wind blew through her hair. She was a small person standing on the tall, cold, red rock, looking into the distance at the valley below. In the depths of his eyes, there was a coldness that could not be melted, as well as indifferent and emotionless. I will have a good talk with second younger brother. A stream of water shot out of Arbor's hand and turned into an ice arrow in the blink of an eye. It landed on the opposite rock with a whoosh. She looked at the rock that was so big that two people couldn't even wrap their arms around it, and it suddenly crumbled into powder in front of her. Xiao Mu's lips curled up. Things are different now. Just because it was like that in the past doesn't mean that it will be like that in the future. We're strangers to begin with, so there's no need to act like we're close. I hope that the next time we meet, second young master will turn a blind eye to me. That would be the greatest wish of my life. They were no longer related to each other. These 4 words sounded simple, but it was heart-wrenching to hear them. Night fell. A cold wind blew across a lonely mountain range. A small flame lit up in front of Qin Xian. On the communication jade talisman in her hand, faint words were floating. Xian, a man in plain clothes with long hair draped over his shoulders and a face so gentle that it was almost impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman, slowly walked towards him. Her palm-sized face without heavy makeup was abnormally pale. Why did you choose to retreat? Qin Xian coldly curled the corners of her lips and looked down at that person. This time, I want to use my patience to influence her. There was no use in forcing her. That little fellow was a tough nut to crack. Forcing her would only result in a life and death struggle, with both sides suffering losses. It wouldn't benefit him at all. Have nothing to do with you? Young Master Omega Kitoku's lips curled into a faint sneer. Don't even think about it. Chapter 3070. Wow, today's weather is finally clearing up. As soon as Qi Xianxian lifted the tent flap, she stretched lazily and called out to the little fatty in the distance. Little fatty, what are you busy with? The little fatty turned around in front of the propped-up pot with a spatula in his hand. He waved it at them. Hey, this is the nourishing porridge I cooked early in the morning. It's done, so you can come over and eat. I've been floating on Duchun River for 2 days. It really makes me want to throw up every day. It's great to have hot porridge to eat. Qi Xianxian quickly walked up and took out a small bowl with a grin. Where are Jojo and the others? They haven't woken up yet? They woke up early. They went to scout nearby. Cough. Qi Xianxian almost choked on the hot porridge. What time? No. They just went to observe the terrain nearby. When the little fatty looked up and saw Liang, Qingqing, and the others coming out of their tents one after another, he quickly greeted them enthusiastically. Miss Qingqing, Brother Situ, come and eat porridge. I cooked quite a lot. Little fatty, you're truly becoming more virtuous. Qi Xianxian carelessly touched little fatty's chubby face, causing little fatty's face to turn red. When Arbor returned, she saw everyone eating happily around the pot. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly ran to their side. When Qi Xianxian and the others saw the little stoic returning, they hastily made room for her. Jojo, what are we doing today? Nothing. We're just resting in the camp. That's great. Situ, he couldn't resist ridiculing. Soaking on Duchun River is unbearable. Resting for a day is also good. All right, why were you guys in the river for so long? When Arbor said this, she felt that something was amiss. Because she was especially fast in the river and could travel more than 500 kilometers in a day, she ran far away by herself, and Mo Lin, Duan Yu, and the others tore open the void to chase after her. Both of these situations were too abnormal. On the other hand, Qi Xianxian, Situ Yi, and the others drifted over at a normal speed. Hey, don't mention it. Speaking of this, the little fatty couldn't help but want to complain. We can't even fucking differentiate between north, south, east, and west in the river. Who knows if we drifted in the wrong direction in the beginning. Fortunately, we managed to return safely. Situ Yi smiled and said, By the way, Jojo, are you guys early? How long have you been here? Arbor blinked. He came a day or two earlier than you. She didn't want to hurt them, so she arrived at Shaoli village early in the morning of the second day of drifting. Jojo, where are Prince Mo and Prince Chin? They went to a further place to explore. The little fellow pursed her lips. I felt bored, so I came back first. Giant rocks were everywhere, and they were either black or crimson. How could Xiao Mu have the patience to scout the path? In any case, there was Shi-chan accompanying the two of them to tinker with the path, so she did not need Sir Qiao Qiao's assistance from the side. Jojo, Qi Xianxian held her little hand and said with a smile, When we were soaking in the river, I thought I would never see you again. How could that be? Arbor involuntarily cast her a glance. You're full of nonsense. Don't tell me. When we were soaking in the boundless water, I also felt guilty, Liang Qingqing said with a chuckle. Before she could finish speaking, they heard a loud roar in the distance. Everyone's faces froze when they heard the sound, and they stood up in unison. They saw smoke and dust billowing over from the distance. Chapter 3071. Xiao Mu hastily stood taller, and she saw the two clumsy giant bears charging towards the campsite while leaving a deep pit in their wake, one higher than the other, lower than the other. Many people were startled by this boorish roar and hastily ran out of their tents. They couldn't help but be shocked when they saw it. One of the bears with brown fur flattened a tent with a stomp. It stomped over the dilapidated tent and swung its fan-sized paw forcefully, immediately sending the slowest runner flying. That runner spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a large tree nearby. He directly rolled to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. Arbor's eyes widened slightly. Where did these two bears come from? Judging from their combat strength, they're at least level 10 spirit beasts. Situ creased his brows. A level 10 spirit beast combat strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as a level 10 great spiritual master. To put it bluntly, 2 level 10 great spiritual masters might not even be able to kill a level 10 spirit beast. This kind of disparity was mainly due to the fact that spirit beasts were more powerful. Prepare for battle. Everyone gathered forward one after another, each of them summoning their own weapons from their own consciousness. Ready for battle. Go! Lady Jojo swung her small arms and calmly stood on a rock. She gazed at her little companions, and after she gave the order, they all executed their movement techniques and flew over. The Seacone Planet battle team was very experienced in group battles. After charging over, they each took up their respective positions. Duan Muqing used the power of his wooden vines to wrap around one of the giant bear's thick legs. Little fatty Lu Yu and the others then followed suit and freely sent their spiritual energy towards the giant bear. Qi Xianxian stayed behind to launch a sneak attack. As she fought, she turned her head and saw the little stoic expressionlessly standing far away from them, calmly observing the situation. She couldn't resist covering her face and laughing involuntarily. The stoic face, this swindler, when he ordered go just now, it turned out that he wanted them to go since the Seacone Planet battle team went up to take on one of the bears, Situ and the others went to attack the other one. Fire-smelting city and ice-sealed city added up to more than 10 people. Dealing with a black bear was a simple matter. Yushio rushed over with a stream of fire. Everyone rushed forward in a flurry, and all kinds of spiritual energy smashed towards the unlucky bear's body. The big bear arched its body and couldn't help but bear the attacks of the crowd. There was a slight, pained expression on its face. "Stop!" The little stoic's icy voice abruptly rang out. As a result, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her direction with a blank expression. The little fellow had short arms and legs, so everyone had to look down to see her. The little stoic's face was expressionless as she pattered towards them with small steps. Chen Baojia and the others, who had been chased by the 2 bears, were now sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing Situ, and the others stop, Chen Baojia couldn't help but cry out unwillingly, "Why did you stop? Kill them quickly. Who knows how many people in our team have been harmed by these 2 damn bears." However, no one paid attention to her. Everyone dispersed to the sides in an orderly manner, opening up a path that could allow the short legs to pass through. Sir Jojo stood in front of that black bear. Chapter 3072. Standing in front of this large and burly bear, this tiny person was simply like a small bean sprout fluttering in the wind. She was so frail that she was pitiful. The little fellow raised her small hand and expressionlessly patted the bear's thick thigh. Everyone couldn't help but look at her with a dark expression. They couldn't understand this child's actions. Previously, she was the one who told them to attack, and now she was also the one who told them to stop. Jojo's thoughts seemed to be a bit hard to guess. The blue spirit snake emperor that was coiled around the little fellow's hand and playing dead all day suddenly moved. It slightly raised its small snake head and bared its fangs at the large bear in front of it. This blue spirit snake emperor was a peak-level spirit beast. Any beast below a divine beast could only crawl in front of it. When the bear saw such a thin and frail little snake, its hair stood on end in fright. It stealthily retreated a step, and its body even arched. The little stoic expressionlessly walked forward a few more steps. Duan Muqing was about to grab her small hand and indicate for her not to come too close. After all, this little fellow was currently a weakling. The little stoic waved her hand at him and pattered to the large bear's feet. She raised her small head and hooked her small hand at it. "Let me take a look at its injuries." That large bear had developed intelligence and could naturally understand her words. When it heard her, it couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and its eyes misted over. It obediently prostrated its enormous body. Everyone focused their eyes and finally saw that this large bear was hugging a small bear cub. This small bear cub looked like it was on its last breath. It was very small, not even as big as a toddler. Arbor carried it over and gently laid it flat on the ground. Qi Xian and the others widened their eyes in shock and then looked down at their hands. Fuck. Just now, they actually shamelessly attacked a female bear that was hugging a cub. Qi Xian and the others all glanced at the little stoic resentfully. The stoic said expressionlessly, "I also didn't notice at the beginning. The enemy attacked our camp. Don't tell me we should be polite to them." The little stoic said dryly, "We deserve to be beaten up." Everyone was speechless. They destroyed a few of our tents. Now that we've beaten them up, we're even. Everyone was speechless. Why did he suddenly feel that what the little stoic said made a lot of sense? Although the little stoic was talking to them, her movements weren't weak at all. This little bear had more than a dozen very serious spiritual injuries on its body. Both of its legs were broken, and its nose was twitching. It looked somewhat pitiful. After the little stoic finished bandaging it, she fed it a healing medicine and a small bottle of nutrient solution before turning to look at Chen Baojia and the others who were sitting paralyzed on the side. "You guys did it." Chen Baojia was obviously choked by this question. Looking at the little stoic's pitch-black, icy eyes, a trace of anger involuntarily surfaced in his heart. "So what if we did it? Who doesn't capture spirit beasts like this?" Chen Baojia stiffened her neck and scoffed. "You speak as if those spirit beasts around you followed you here of their own accord, and you've never captured them before." The little stoic blinked and nodded apathetically at her. She carried the small bear cub to the large bear's feet and patted its thick thigh. Only then did she turn around and say to Qi Xian and the others, "Let's go." "Hey, where are you guys going?" Chapter 3073. Zhongli Zhiwei, who was sitting paralyzed next to Chen Baojia, couldn't help but become anxious when she saw that the little stoic was about to leave with Duanmu Qing, Hidden Flower, and the others. What kind of joke was this? Their current combat strength simply wasn't enough to continue fighting with the two large bears. If the little stoic led them all away, then how are they going to fight with the bears later? Most of them were below level 10 spiritual cultivators. For example, the person running at the very back just now was merely a level 7 spiritual cultivator. He was sent flying by a bear with a single slap, and he still hadn't woken up from his coma. Arbor glanced at them coldly and couldn't be bothered to continue speaking to them. He turned around and pattered away. How could Qi Xian and the others continue to stay here after Arbor left? They hastily left with Sir Jojo. "Hey, wait, you guys." The Flying Sword Academy students couldn't help but become anxious. Judging from the little stoic's appearance, she really didn't seem to be joking. If they left like this and left them here, what good would come out of it if they were attacked by the bears a few times? You want to capture someone else's child, so their parents will hunt you down. Isn't this a very normal thing? Arbor glanced back at them aloofly and said coldly, "It's inconvenient for us to intervene in personal grudges. You guys can do as you please. Remember not to hit our tent. If you flatten my tent, don't blame me for being merciless." Arbor coldly threw down this sentence and left. Everyone's mouths involuntarily twitched when they heard this, and they all looked at the little stoic who turned around to leave. What did this child say? This logical thinking cough was truly unconventional and very different from the rest. But for some reason, Situ, E, and the others actually felt that what their little junior sister said was very reasonable. They really couldn't find a single mistake, was it, because they were led astray by the little stoic's bizarre thinking? Chen Baojia, Zhongli Zhiwei, and the others were even more flabbergasted and fumed with anger. The little stoic meant that they couldn't even compare to a lousy tent. How could she say that? Therefore, she felt that speaking with this stoic face really required a very strong psychological endurance. Otherwise, she would most likely be angered to death. Arbor went into the tent to make pills. He threw out a soundproof talisman to block out the sounds outside. Who cared what was going on outside? What did it have to do with her? Chen Baojia, Zhongli Zhiwei, and the others were really unlucky. The two big bears consciously didn't touch any of the tents, but they kept chasing after Chen Baojia and Zhongli Zhiwei. Both sides fought fiercely until the Holy Sun led a group of people back for lunch. Only then did they stop and call it a day. The two big bears were both intelligent. When they saw so many people returning to the camp, how could they continue to stay here? He hurriedly roared, and the two big bears, one male and one female, carried their babies and ran away. At this time, Chun Baojia, Zhongli Jiwei, and the others had already been beaten black and blue by the Xiong. Even their parents couldn't recognize them. One of Chun Baojia's arms was even broken, and half of it was hanging in front of her chest. She groaned and complained incessantly. Zhongli Jiwei was even more unlucky. Both of her eyes were bruised, half of her face was swollen, and her eyes were bloodshot. She looked very unlucky. Chapter 3074. Damn it! If that damn blind bear slap had been a little more ruthless, her head would have been smacked off. There was simply no justice in this world. Why did they have to be so miserable and miserable? Chun Baojia and Zhongli Jiwei sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath. When they saw Holy Sun Mi Yin, they couldn't help but start crying. Sir Holy Sun, you have to uphold justice for us. How can there be such a narrow-minded, vicious, and treacherous person in our team? We can't continue traveling together with this kind of person. If this continues, we'll all be killed by her sooner or later. Zhongli Jiwei shrieked. She must be chased out of the team. Right, chased out of the team. Immediately chased out of the team. The people who were also ravaged to the point that their parents couldn't recognize them also clamored along with Zhongli Jiwei and Chun Baojia, agreeing with their views. Originally, they didn't have much enmity toward the little stoic. But after coming into contact with her today, they felt like their hearts and lungs were about to explode from anger. This person could actually look on helplessly as the blind bear tortured them like this. She clearly had the strength to save them, but she didn't do anything. Not only did she not do anything, but she even instigated her companions not to do anything. What kind of godly thinking was this? Could it be that your conscience doesn't hurt at all by doing this? What happened? Holy Sun Mi Yin had just returned, so he naturally didn't know what was going on. Seeing the miserable state of Zhongli Jiwei and Chun Baojia's group, some compassion and sympathy arose in his heart. God loves the world. The Holy Sun stretched out his hands, revealing a compassionate expression of a Holy Father. What exactly happened? Since we're a team now, let's head to the Sun Moon Temple together for practical training. Then if there's something within my power, I'll do my best to help everyone. Sir Holy Sun. Chun Baojia immediately became spirited when she heard this. She wailed dryly as she scrambled to the front of the Holy Sun, hugged his leg, and continued to bawl. Look at us. Isn't it miserable? Isn't it pitiful? It's all because of that stoic face. It's all because of her. Because of her. Arbor opened the curtain and walked out of the tent, just in time to hear Chun Baojia's demonic voice. Who did she hurt? She beat them up? Did she summon the bear? How did she suddenly become the culprit? She must be kicked out of our team immediately. Kicked out of the team? Sir Jojo couldn't help but snort in disdain. This group of people was really whimsical. She calmly walked over and stood in front of Holy Sun Mi Yin. She said coldly, "Who wants to kick me out of the team?" "Me." Zhongli Jiwei screamed. She pointed at the wound on her face and angrily roared. "Look at what I've become. You woman, you. Hey, why are you being so loud? Who's deaf? Can't you speak properly?" Qi Xian interrupted her in annoyance. You, Lord Holy Sun." Zhongli Jiwei shouted angrily. "I feel ashamed to have such a teammate." "Who's your teammate?" Arbor tilted his head and glanced at her with disdain. "Tell them who we are." Qi Xian, Lu Yu, and the others looked at each other. They pulled out a dagger at the same time, with 5 large words engraved on the hilt. Seekong Planet Battle Team was vivid in their minds. Everyone's lips involuntarily twitched. Chapter 3075. Fuck, it turned out that they already had a battle team prepared for them. Arbor also leisurely pulled out a similar dagger from his waist and flashed it in front of everyone. "Is there something wrong with your head? Who's in the same battle team as you?" "Haha, we're just going the same way. Don't think too much." Little Fatty put away the dagger with a chuckle. Zhongli Jiwei's face flushed red. Little Fatty's words made it seem like she, Zhongli Jiwei, was flattering herself and insisted on being in the same team as them. Seacon Planet Battle Team looked down on people like them. Was that what he meant? Liang Qingqing couldn't help but find it funny. Little junior sister was really so interesting wherever she went. She actually made a small battle team of her own. Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked at Zhongli Zhuwei, whose face was as red as pig liver sauce. Do you have any other questions? Zhongli Zhuwei choked on her breath and couldn't speak for a long time. Beside her, Qin Baojia couldn't help but say angrily, since we're all on the same team now, it's wrong for you to ignore the life and death of your teammates. You guys went to kill other people's children and ended up being hunted down by their adults. What does this have to do with me? Sir Jojo had a flabbergasted expression. She really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that these people weren't prepared to be killed by other people's parents before they killed other people's children? What were these people thinking? They were allowed to kill others, but others couldn't find trouble with them? It didn't make sense at all. Sir Jojo looked at them as if they were weirdos and shook his head. It's more appropriate to treat people with brain disease as soon as possible. The later the stage, the harder it is to treat. The main treatment method can be acupuncture or medication. It requires 1 to 5 courses of treatment and lasts for half a year. Situ, he really couldn't hold it in. As he burst out laughing, he nodded apologetically at everyone and coughed lightly. My apologies. He freaking couldn't hold it in. Sir Jojo was seriously a bit too funny. Everyone felt like they were talking to a chicken talking to a duck. Weren't they talking about how they shouldn't leave their teammates in the lurch? Why is this stoic face pulling a stunt like he's actually talking about a brain disease? He's even making it sound so serious, as if this group of people all have an incurable disease. Qin Baojia was so angry that her face turned red. She raised her nose slightly and panted heavily. Yu. She racked her brains, but couldn't find a word to describe this stoic face with a vile attitude. Arbor looked at her indifferently. Your left hand is fractured, and there are internal injuries in your chest and abdomen. If you don't treat them properly, I'm afraid it will affect the use of that arm in the future. I noticed that your complexion is abnormally flushed. It should be due to the accumulation of lung qi and extreme liver fire. She still had to pay attention to adjusting her state of mind to avoid excessive anger that would cause her heart to be out of tune. If it was serious, it could even affect her menstrual cycle. If your period doesn't come properly, it will affect your fertility in the future, and it will also affect your life as a couple. It's very inappropriate. Cough, cough, cough. This time, even the saint could not help but have a strange expression on his face as his cheeks twitched slightly. If one looked closely, they could see that the veins on the saint's forehead were throbbing slightly. He silently glanced at the little stoic and saw that her expression was very serious. She didn't look like she was teasing him at all. It indeed looked like she was dispelling a patient's doubts out of a doctor's heart. You can wait for me today. 0-point explosion is even better. I'm still in the middle of preparing the manuscript. It's too rushed. I have to prepare for the new year, and I'm still being dragged by others to chat about daily life. How miserable. Chapter 3076. However, Qin Baojia was so angry that her fingers trembled. She kept pointing at Arbor and saying, "You," for a long time before finally collapsing to the ground with a thump. She was so angry that her nose was bleeding. The little stoic shook her head. Your internal heat is too strong. You have to pay attention to adjusting your emotions. The ancients said that one should not show one's emotions on their faces. This is not completely an exaggeration. It does have some health purposes. When dealing with matters, one must guard against arrogance and impatience. One must guard against anger and depression. Otherwise, it will be extremely bad for one's body. The little stoic said indifferently, you have to be indifferent in everything you do. Like me, I'm indifferent normally and indifferent when I'm angry. If I'm indifferent in everything I do, I will definitely live a long, long life. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Qi Xianxian squatted to the side and slapped her thigh in wild laughter. Her laughter was like a freaking floodgate being opened, and the laughter around her rose and fell in picturesque disorder. Fuck, wasn't this stoic face too funny? She even freaking imitated her indifference, indifferent facial paralysis, indifferent expressionless, and indifferent to the point that birds could fly. It just so happened that Lien, Duan Yu, and He Chin returned. When they saw everyone laughing like idiots, they couldn't help but be baffled. Meanwhile, the tiny and expressionless Sir Jojo who was standing there was also perplexed. It was simply baffling. She was clearly explaining some medical principles to them and reminding that Miss Chun not to always be angry. Anger was especially bad for women. Why the heck were they all laughing so exaggeratedly? What was so funny about this? Sir Jojo expressed that he completely didn't understand other people's logical thinking. Lien saw his little wifey standing there and looking at everyone expressionlessly. She was clearly out of tune with the surrounding people who were laughing like idiots. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He quickly walked over and pulled the little fellow to the side. What's wrong? He knew that she would have a questioning expression even if he asked. The little fellow clearly didn't understand what others were laughing at. The way of medicine isn't a joke. Laughing indiscriminately, you don't know how to laugh blindly. The little fellow flicked her sleeves angrily and turned to leave with a huff. Duan Yu couldn't help but be speechless. After sweeping his gaze around, he picked up the little fatty and asked, "What happened?" Little fatty was already out of breath from laughing. Hearing this, he hurriedly held back his laughter and repeated what had just happened word by word. In the end, he even said, "Jojo always said that Miss Chin's internal heat is strong and her liver is burning." Who would have known that Miss Chun was angered to this extent by her? She even taught others to be indifferent. Chi Xian smiled as she squatted on the ground. Learn from her. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a while more. Ma Yingchen smiled and said, I love the way my little Jojo infuriates people to death. I'm going to check on my Qiao. She's so cute. Lien rolled her eyes at him, but did not chase after him. Instead, she walked up to the Holy Sun, whose eyebrows were twitching, and said, I think it's better if we leave early tomorrow morning. Sir Holy Sun was still in a daze from the little stoic's indifference and had yet to recover his wits. When he heard this, he only nodded indifferently without any ripples in his emotions from the looks of it. The weather won't be too good tomorrow. Lien said, the road ahead is filled with low-lying valleys. The Rocky Mountains on both sides are extremely steep, and there's a lot of soil piled up on top. Chapter 3077. If the rain is heavy, it might cause a landslide. It would be bad if the road is blocked. Moreover, this is still a no-fly zone. It won't do us any good if we leave too late. Hearing this, Holy Sun Mi Yin nodded seriously. The Crown Prince's words are very reasonable. We will go to Du Chunjiang this afternoon and see if there are any others who are left behind. After a night's rest, we will set off early in the morning tomorrow. Seeing that he had listened, Yin nodded and turned to walk back to his tent. With Holy Sun Mi Yin leading the search and rescue operation in the afternoon, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After Yin entered the tent, he saw Lord Jojo leaning against a soft tiger skin couch. She was holding a jar of dried fruit and chewing it with her cheeks puffed up. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was sitting leisurely on a short table, holding a cup of tea in his hand. Seeing him enter, he blinked and smiled. Ah, you've talked to Mayan? Yin nodded. We'll leave early in the morning tomorrow. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at the little girl suggestively. Yin looked over and saw that the little girl was silent and continued chewing on the dried fruit. His little girl was angry and wanted to eat something good to cool down. When she was angry, Prince Imo found it funny, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He only coughed lightly and said, Jojo, when your husband followed them to explore nearby, I saw a flower growing on a rock. I thought it looked very pretty, so I plucked it and gave it to you. Lord Jojo turned his little head to look at him. Where's the flower? Ma Shurchin put down her teacup and rolled her eyes. Forget it. There's a giant python coiled behind that flower. I've waited for 200 years for this flower in the stone to bloom, but you snatched it away. Prince Imo took out a small flower glowing with white light from his inner world and handed it to Arbor. It's pretty, my wife. Lord Jojo quickly nodded and carefully took the flower and the stone from his hands. His gloomy anger was swept away, and he beamed. Ball, plant it for master. This flower and the stone was really good stuff. She wondered if she could get Chio to breed it. They would be of great use if they were reproduced. When the time came, he could grind one stalk into powder and concoct a multi-purpose health pill. As long as the person didn't die on the spot, even if they were paralyzed for more than 10 years after taking it, they would slowly recover. Jojo finally smiled. Just now, Peach Blossom said that the flower and the stone was guarded by a guardian beast. Did you fight with it? You didn't. Prince Amo looked at his wife innocently. How could my husband do such a thing? My husband stole its flower, so naturally, he wouldn't harm its life. Am I right, Jojo? The little fellow nodded his head in a serious manner, feeling that his husband was very reliable. Duan Yu, who had just entered through the curtain, happened to hear Imo Lian's self-praising words. He couldn't resist rolling his eyes at the sky as he said, he didn't hit the other party. He merely revealed his black fire, which scared that snake into cowering and immediately slipping away. The little stoic gazed at them expressionlessly. Forget it, don't blame anyone. Based on our understanding of them, it was most likely that the unlucky snake wasn't scared away by Imo Lian. It was definitely scared away by the three of them, working together. Prince Mo couldn't resist bursting into laughter. What nonsense are you babbling about? We're all civilized people, so we naturally wouldn't do that kind of outrageous thing. Duan Yu rolled his eyes. Chapter 3078. This time, even the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not bear to continue listening to this fellow's boasting. He asked with a dark expression, Did you tell them? Imo Lian replied with an "oh" before flipping open the curtain and walking outside. I'll go call them all over. Before long, Sir Jojo's tent was filled with people. Qi Xian and Liang Qingqing squeezed together with Sir Jojo. Meanwhile, Situ, Yi, and the others sat as much as they could and could only stand for the time being if they could not. We will set off early in the morning tomorrow. The path at the canyon is not easy to walk on. With this weather, it will probably start raining in the afternoon. Imo Lian said, The path ahead is very narrow, and the Rocky Mountains on both sides form a crevice with that path. I suspect that someone will set up an ambush here. Situ, Yi, and the others were involuntarily taken aback. What? Who would be so bold as to ambush us there? Duan Muqing said, The Crown Prince means that the heavenly fate will set up an ambush on that path to outflank us. Fuck, can't the heavenly fate just give a rest? What is the heavenly fate trying to do? It's enough to make a move in Du Chunjiang. You still won't let us off now? Those zombie crocodiles in Du Chunjiang are only the appetizer. The main show is yet to come. Duan Yu said aloofly, The most important thing is that everyone needs to mentally prepare themselves and nip the problem in the bud. Tomorrow's path will probably be more difficult. Moreover, this place is still in no-fly mode, so we must be more careful, Prince Imo added. Sir Jojo sat there expressionlessly and took out a dried fruit to continue chewing without saying a word. Everyone turned to look and almost burst out laughing. This child had a don't talk to me expression on her stoic face. If it weren't for her mouth continuously chewing, she would truly look like a small jade sculpture. She sat on the soft couch and calmly looked at them like this. Situ immediately self-reflected and quickly apologized to the little girl. Jojo, it was Senior Brother's fault just now. Senior Brother shouldn't have laughed so impudently. Forgive Senior Brother. Don't ignore Senior Brother. Yes, Senior Brother should keep it in his heart. Even if he choked to death, he couldn't laugh out loud. The corners of Liang Qingqing's mouth twitched, and she almost couldn't hold it in. Fuck, Senior Brother Sidu is definitely trying to be funny with a straight face. Next time, can you please remind me before you tell me a joke? I can't hold it in. Senior Brother should support your diagnosis. I support you unconditionally, Situi said with a straight face. Those people who are laughing are definitely uncultured. You don't know anything about medicine. What's so funny about such a serious matter? Yes. I was the one who diagnosed the Crown Princess. What are you guys laughing about? Hidden Flower hurriedly nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone glared at him. You brat, You laughed the loudest just now." Lord Jojo glanced at them and snorted. Suddenly, he waved his hand and took out a box from his inner world. "Give out the pills. Get ready to leave tomorrow." "All right." Everyone covered their mouths and laughed, nodding repeatedly. "By the way, Jojo, when will you be able to recover?" "Woo, woo, 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 woo." Before Wei Nanfeng could finish his giggling sentence, Lightning rushed up and covered his mouth and dragged him out of the tent. She simply touched his sore spot. Did she want to be scolded by Lord Jojo? "Hey, Lightning, why the hell are you covering my mouth?" Chapter 3079. Mr. Jojo waved his hand angrily. "I'm going to Paradise Planet to take a nap. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Arbor didn't come out of Paradise Planet until sunset. She had a good sleep. When she woke up, she drew a lot of talismans to replenish the speed talismans and 5 spirit talismans that she had used to avoid the Omega Kitoku. Lady Xiao Xiao stretched her body and happily walked out of the tent with a few colorful divine fish in her hands. She called out, "Husband." Mo Lien didn't respond. The little girl scratched her head with the colorful divine fish in her hand. Qi Xianxian ran out of the tent and smiled at her. "Ah, you're awake, my Xiao. Prince Mo and Prince Chan have been invited to the riverside by the saint." "Oh." Arbor nodded. "Then I'll grill the fish." Qi Xuan's mouth twitched. She quickly said, No, the fatty is here. You don't have to do such a small thing." "Fatty, little fatty." The little fatty had just come back from relieving himself. He tidied his clothes and said, "What are you talking about? I'm coming." "Fatty, we're eating fish tonight. Fix it. Leave it to me." When the little fatty saw Qi Xianxian winking at him, he immediately understood. He chuckled and took the colorful divine fish from Lady Xiao Xiao's hands. "Hey, these fish are really nimble." Mr. Jojo looked at them suspiciously. "Do you dislike my cooking?" No. The little fatty and Qi Xianxian immediately waved their hands against their will and said with a smile, "We feel sorry for you. Don't work too hard, huh?" Mr. Jojo glanced at them and snorted. He turned and walked toward the riverside. "I'm going to check on my lotus." Qi Xianxian nodded and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Xianxian, your expression just now was a little too exaggerated. Be careful not to expose yourself in front of Jojo." "I think my expression is normal." "Then why did she suspect you earlier?" Qi Xianxian whispered to him. "You're right. Jojo is too smart. If we don't let her cook in the future, we'll have to use more indirect methods. We can't be too direct, lest she get suspicious." "Yes." The fat boy nodded his head vigorously. "We can't let her feel that you dislike her cooking." Qi Xianxian glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and pouted. "You make it sound like you don't mind." Arbor could see many people gathered at the bank of the vast Dukhan River from afar. The voice of the Holy Sun's command entered her ears over and over again. Bring it up, put it down properly. Cough, cough, cough." A few students from the Hong Academy were carried up and placed on the ground. Turn it over, and spit out the water." The Holy Sun stood at the side and gestured as he spoke. Naturally, someone stepped forward and turned those people over. He patted their backs and asked them to spit out the water that was choking on their chests. Cough, cough, cough. A student from the Hong Academy instinctively wiped the water on his face and coughed a few times. "Little brother, are you all right?" Dofemian helped that person up and reached out to check his pulse. "Your body is fine, just a little weak. You'll be fine after resting for a day or two." Thank you, little brother." The student from the Hong Academy nodded gratefully at Dofemian and was helped to sit at the side.